Simulator, without diminishing battle power, without repetitive trials, fully inheriting abilities, allowing the protagonist to act according to their desires. Each simulation unfolds as a unique tale. In the twilight of the Dacian dynasty, you bear the hopes of the masses, transforming into the 7 kills sword master, slaying the tyrant who would sacrifice lives to merge with the dragon vein. You are the sovereign of the alchemical kingdom, igniting a world-spanning war, using the world as your alchemical array, sacrificing nations so that your citizens may ascend to divinity. In a dark age, you forge 3 god-slaying swords, vanquishing the god of darkness, becoming the radiant sun that shelters the world. The heroic spirit user Bai Yi, through the power of the simulator, channels his potential into the myriad worlds, returning as a heroic spirit. 7 kills sword master, alchemical monarch, eternal sun, primordial knight, arrogant sovereign. One after another, these awe-inspiring existences that evoke fear, admiration, or longing among all beings are none other than Bai Yi. I shall become the supreme and the strongest, without a doubt, for I have acquired infinite possibilities. Chapter 1. Infinite Possibilities. Bai Yi, our first summoning of a heroic spirit feels like a high-stakes gamble, using ourselves as relics, relying entirely on our compatibility. Do you think I will summon something worthwhile? Come now, have faith in your luck. As the saying goes, sometimes a gamble can turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. In my view, as long as I don't summon something trivial like Song Bingjia or cannon fodder I'll be content. That's true. If I could summon a legendary figure like the outlier Zhang San, I would have the courage to venture into another world for an interview. 2 boys, dressed like high school students, stood in line at the school square, preparing to face a pivotal moment in their lives, the summoning of a heroic spirit. Earth is a fascinating realm. For reasons unknown, it possesses spatial passages to many other worlds. Other realms boast systems of power involving swords and sorcery, martial arts, and cultivation. Perhaps to safeguard their own existence, Earth has also birthed its own forms of power. Upon reaching 18, with stable mental states and sound physical health, individuals can become heroic spirit users, calling forth entities from the annals of history or other worlds. As the two conversed, the line ahead began to dwindle. Old Bai, I heard that someone from the neighboring class completed their summoning yesterday and managed to call forth King Arthur. King Arthur? The head of the Knights of the Round Table, and the one who drew the sword? Haven't they already been summoned? Theoretically, their heroic spirit users should not have cancelled the contract, so they shouldn't return to the Hall of Heroes and reappear, right? The boy referred to as Bai Yi recalled his knowledge of heroic spirits, doubting whether his friend had misremembered, and no, that King Arthur is a woman. A woman? Oh, a fictionalized heroic spirit? I must thank those who have feminized King Arthur in various works. I wonder if the 2 living male Arthurs will confront those writers. This light-hearted banter about heroic spirits alleviated some of the tension for the 2 as they approached their first summoning. Now, it was Bai Yi's turn. Standing upon the magic circle inscribed by the teacher, the energy of the summoning array was fully charged. And no matter how many times I have seen it before, using myself as a relic to summon a heroic spirit still brings about anxiety. Closing his eyes and taking a deep breath, Bai Yi steeled himself. Hereby, I declare, I am the master of all spirits, with blood as proof, my body as a contract, and my soul as an oath. Cross the Hall of Heroes, pass through the 3 doorways, and let the souls engraved in the river of time descend. With the standard incantation for summoning heroic spirits, the magic circle beneath Bai Yi emanated a blue glow, a powerful gust of wind swirling around him. At the moment the light reached its zenith, a gray luminescence entered Bai Yi's body, and all fell silent. The summoning of the heroic spirit was complete. Classmate, would you like to record the identity and class of your heroic spirit? We have a specialized training program. I prefer to think it over at home. Bai Yi declined the teacher's offer. In Earth, the results of heroic spirit summoning do not have to be disclosed. After all, the existence of a heroic spirit possesses a certain degree of uniqueness. One can summon the moment of Arthur drawing Excalibur and the Knight of the Round Table Arthur simultaneously. However, at no point can there be 2 Knights of the Round Table Arthur. It is said that there was once a prominent family that spent 3 generations worth of effort and savings to obtain a fragment of the sleeve of the great virtuous teacher Zhao from grave robbers. The younger generation attempted to use it as a relic for summoning, resulting in the summoning of Zhang Bao, Zhang Liang, and a youthful Zhang Jiao. Yet, they did not summon the great virtuous teacher they desired. Upon checking online, it was revealed that just yesterday, a student had successfully summoned him. The patriarch, upon learning this, spat blood and died on the spot, while the rest of the family plotted to assassinate the student in hopes of returning Zhang Jiao to the Hall of Heroes. Such audacious thoughts were thwarted, leading to the establishment of a new regulation by the authorities. During the first heroic spirit summoning, users can choose not to register, but consequently, they forfeit any official investment for those fortunate individuals. However, at this moment, Bai Yi felt no need to concern himself with investments, because I have already obtained my trump card. Closing his eyes, he envisioned the information regarding his contracted heroic spirit. Heroic spirit, Bai Yi/soul of possibility. His heroic spirit is none other than himself, a completely blank slate that it can anchor to the designated world, arriving at random points in time, seeking its own possibilities. This is his power. By projecting his own heroic spirit, he can initiate the corresponding simulation. Theoretically, if he wishes, he could simulate a supreme immortal or a mythical heroic spirit. Then let us begin. The collective summoning of heroic spirits at the school had not yet concluded, so Bai Yi excused himself to return home, activating his ability within the confines of his bedroom. His power manifested as a straightforward panel in accordance with Bai Yi's thoughts. Heroic spirit simulation activated. Extracting attributes. The people's expectation, gold. If your efforts align with the expectations of others, their hopes can become your driving force. The righteous gentleman, purple. With a personal path in mind, steadfastly pursue it. Culinary master, blue. Your culinary talent is commendable, and you can become a renowned chef in some establishments. Diminished effort, greater reward, blue. Your efforts will yield higher returns. Glutton, white. Your physical constitution is slightly better than that of an average person, yet you have an enormous appetite. Fortune and misfortune, white. The frequency of unfortunate events you encounter increases, yet so does your fortune. 6 attributes, from which 3 can be chosen, with gold prioritized over purple and blue over white, the latter being accompanied by side effects. First, I will rule out fortune and misfortune. This seems like a protagonist trait, albeit just white, that I cannot gamble on the chance of inexplicable setbacks along my growth journey. The people's expectation and the righteous gentleman should work well for a top-tier civil servant route, regardless of whether I become a loyal minister or a treacherous one. As long as I survive, I should not falter in my ultimate achievements. Having made his selections, he finally chose diminished effort, greater reward to accelerate his growth. Let us commence my inaugural simulation, a realm of possibilities that belongs to me. As he closed his eyes, Bai Yi envisioned a gray luminescence cascading into the silvery river of time, merging seamlessly within. The first simulation officially begins. Classification of heroic spirits. Mortal, a mere fragment of the vast multitude, exemplified by an ordinary soldier from a world war or a blacksmith from a humble village. Legend, a figure of some renown, perhaps a bandit leading 100 brothers, occasionally becoming the subject of local gossip. Tale, a person whose deeds are discussed with enthusiasm across neighboring regions, a notable, yet not extraordinary individual, regrettably lacking in remarkable exploits. Legendary, a personage who achieved great renown in their era, a paragon of their time, though still overshadowed by others, akin to figures such as Zhou Yu or Zhang Fei. Epic, a luminary of their time, frequently referenced in historical texts, leaving an indelible mark for posterity, comparable to figures like Zhuge Liang or Guan Yu. Immortal, a name that shall never be forgotten, whose contributions are vividly etched in history, becoming an unavoidable topic for future generations studying the past. Special classifications. Fiction, an entity birthed from fiction or adapted from real events, with power intricately tied to the narrative and its archetype. Myth, a being revered as a deity throughout history, whether a true existence or merely a symbol of faith, capable of giving rise to mythic heroic spirits. A new book is unveiled. I hope it finds favor with all. The author updates swiftly, and your continued readership is greatly appreciated. Chapter 2. The Path That Belongs to Me. In the year 980 of the Tianqian calendar, at the tender age of 0. You were born in a village near the borders of Deqian. As the sole educated individual in the village, your father named you Yili. By the year 982, at the age of 2, your father discovered that your learning abilities were extraordinary. While other children were still learning to speak, you had already mastered basic communication, recognized many characters, and learned to walk. Your father believed you possessed innate talent and retrieved several books from the family's modest library for you to read. How wonderful! How splendid! Heaven is truly favoring our Yi family. I have indeed let my father down by not producing even a single scholar, but little Li is different. He can read now, and surely he will become a promising candidate for the imperial examinations in the future. Yi Li's father, Yi Chun, came from a lineage of scholars in a nearby city, yet alas, for 3 generations, they had failed to produce even a single successful candidate. The family had to sell their land and relocate to this village, where Yi Chun made a living as a schoolteacher. Their collection of books had diminished significantly, and the volume in Yi Li's hands was titled The Tales of Heroes. With benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trust as the sword in one's heart. What does it mean to be a great hero, serving the nation and its people? Young Yi Li could decipher the text, but did not yet grasp its profound meanings. He merely recorded these words in his heart, gradually seeking to understand them. The fate of a young boy perhaps began to shift at this moment. In 985, at the age of 5, due to your exceptional gifts, your father took you to audit classes at the private school he ran. Among many rural children, you stood out remarkably. Today, I shall teach you what it means to be a gentleman. Only by becoming a true gentleman can one aspire to achieve academic success and rise to prominence. This is a rule established by the great chancellor of our dynasty for all scholars, and you must remember it without the slightest negligence. Yi Li sat quietly, having heard his father's words many times at home. The expectation to become a so-called gentleman and to pass the examinations weighed heavily upon him. Although still young, Yi Li could sense his parents' aspirations and the hope they placed upon him for the future. He could not yet respond to this sentiment, but could only strive diligently. Moreover, this notion of a gentleman bore a certain resemblance to the heroes he had encountered in his childhood readings. Both were dedicated to the nation and its people. Both adhered to the righteous path. Thus, there was no inherent conflict between a gentleman and a hero. After class, a fellow student asked, "Yi Li, would you like to go to the fields and catch some small fish? We could build a fire and roast them together." Yi Li simply shook his head in refusal. He preferred the company of books over fish. The private school was not far from the Yi residence, merely separated by a few fields. As he walked along the narrow path between the fields, Yi Li suddenly heard a loud shout. "Give it to me, move." He saw a robust man harnessing a plow to himself, sinking his body as he exerted force, striding forward, turning over the soil beneath him. This man was unlike ordinary folk. When he exerted himself, his muscles bulged, and he resembled a creature of great strength. "Uncle Li, plowing the fields?" Yi Li inquired. "Of course, you family boy. Why are you still here after class? Shouldn't you be heading home? Are you just here to watch me work? It's fine. I have completed today's studies." "Ah, it's you again. You are the most likely to become an official in our village." Yi Li had heard such compliments from many, and over time, he had grown indifferent to them. Initially, he had been a bit frightened by the man's formidable appearance, but he had since become accustomed to it. It was said that centuries ago, a red comet streaked across the sky, heralding a time of great upheaval. In the world, every profession, those who immersed themselves in their craft, exhibited unique phenomena. A butcher, steeped in his trade for years, might take on the form of a pig demon, while a notorious thief could appear as a gray rat. The rulers in the imperial court were each said to embody the likeness of a dragon. The emperor's dragon wrath could shatter hearts with a mere glance. Reflecting on this, Yi Li pondered, if all could cultivate such phenomena, then what would he become in the future? Why must he transform into a creature of horns and fur, a mere beast of burden? A bull is strong and horned, yet merely employed to toil in the fields. A pig is gluttonous and fierce, yet only serves as a meal. Why could he not maintain the innate form of a human, practice the gentleman's way, engage in heroic deeds, and achieve a measure of fame? If he could not even be considered human, what then of the gentlemanly path and the righteous way? At the age of 5, you discovered your own path within your heart. Though limited by experience and age, there was no doubt that you would continue along this road. During your free time, you used the money awarded by your father to purchase a wooden sword. Inspired by your readings that depicted the sword as an instrument of the gentleman and a weapon of the hero, your father, though puzzled and thinking you perhaps wasted time, did not intervene, especially since you consistently completed your assigned studies ahead of schedule. In 989, at the age of 9, your reputation for extensive knowledge spread throughout the village, and no one doubted your future achievements. The villagers dreamed of producing a top scholar from their midst. Simultaneously, your swordsmanship advanced by leaps and bounds. Despite wielding only a wooden sword, you were confident that 10 ordinary individuals armed with farming tools would not be your match. Have I entered the path? You wondered. Uncertain. You simply continued to advance, embodying the hopes of those around you. In 994, a great drought struck. The new emperor showed no mercy, seeking to quell the barbarians, restore order, and construct palaces, imposing heavy taxes on the people. The burdens placed upon the populace were unbearable. Your village did not escape this calamity. Good heavens! Does the court intend to let us live? They have collected taxes for 3 years in advance. As the tax collectors departed, Yi Li overheard the villagers lamenting nearby. It was not merely a variety of burdensome taxes. The official in charge had even demanded taxes years ahead of time. Despite the village being nestled by mountains and rivers, the drought had not greatly affected them, yet they were still drained of resources, with every household left in dire straits. Old Yi, I'm sorry. We can no longer afford to send our child to school. It's fine. These days, we are all in the same boat. Yi Li's father remained silent, fully aware of the situation. Fortunately, his son not only excelled in studies, but had also, inexplicably, developed a set of martial skills. Just days prior, he had hunted in the mountains and brought home a wild boar. Do you think the current emperor has lost his mind? Does he truly believe that the people's money is not valuable? Be quiet. How dare you speak such treasonous words so loudly? If those ruffians hear you, you will be in grave danger. I've heard that the northern barbarians have established 3 royal courts, each led by a king who is a monstrous entity. The Eagle King can transform into an eagle, summoning winds and rains. The Wolf King is accompanied by a pack of wolves, causing officials to flee in disarray wherever he goes. And then there is the Horse King, said to be taller than the city walls, wielding a halberd that sweeps away entire armies. Where did you hear such alarming news? No matter how formidable they may be, can they truly surpass our divine elephant army at the borders, or the Tianhu army? Indeed, your words have left me restless through the night. Let us speak of this no more. Yi Li, however, did not partake in the discourse, merely listening intently from the sidelines. A deeper contemplation stirred within him. The realm is far from tranquil. The common folk are suffering, while the court seeks to consume every last scrap of their essence. As I aspire to embody the ideals of a gentleman and a hero, I must ponder what I can contribute to this world. In the year 995 of the Tianqian calendar, March, the Wolf King of the Grasslands invaded the borders, prompting Deqian to confront him with the divine elephant army. Everyone believed that with the arrival of Deqian's celestial soldiers, the northern barbarians would inevitably flee in terror. Yet, in April of the same year, the divine elephant army suffered a crushing defeat, and the Wolf King led his followers to pillage, leaving the border unguarded. The divine elephant army retreated in chaos, many soldiers abandoning their posts and turning into bandits, plundering as they fled. A broken troop of 12 soldiers stumbled into the village where Yi Li resided. Chapter 3. Learning cannot save Deqian. Hurry. Shaoli, let us bury these fallen souls and return swiftly. Yes, the sooner we finish, the sooner we can leave this graveyard of despair. It is now the year 995 of the Tianqian calendar, which means Yi Li is 15 years old. Alongside several elder villagers, he gathered the bodies of the recently deceased victims from around the village and transported them to the mass grave on the mountainside. These individuals hailed from the borders and the interior, all bearing gaunt and hollow visages. While their village had endured, their supplies were nearly exhausted, leaving no means to aid the suffering. Beyond providing minimal support, they would not hinder the villagers from hunting in the mountains, fishing in the waters, or foraging for wild herbs. By leaving a semblance of hope for survival, they aimed to prevent desperation from driving the starving into madness. This was the village chief's counsel. After all, having shed blood and left corpses, the elders feared that the villagers might succumb to the same brutal instincts in these tumultuous times. If they could avoid violence, they would, but should they find themselves cornered, they would not hesitate to defend themselves. The village was home to many strong men who patrolled day and night, ensuring that any troublemakers would think twice before disturbing their peace. Should starvation truly strike, the villagers would ensure that the dead were buried, to stave off the threat of disease. In just a few months, the mass grave had accumulated more corpses than the village cemetery itself. As for why Yi Li had joined this endeavor, while others viewed the deceased as mere bodies, he sensed a distinct aura emanating from them. Driven by curiosity, he dared to reach out and connect with the remains. The wishes of the deceased, filled with fervent desires and prayers, resonated within him. Their calls for aid, the first time he had gathered bodies, imbued him with a unique strength. I am so hungry. Provide me with sustenance. I long to be filled. Why must this wretched world remain in turmoil? My child has only just been born, and my husband has become someone else's meal. The voices converged upon a singular wish, to restore the chaotic world to its former peace, allowing the common folk to lead better lives. The existence of these voices prompted Yi Li to ponder a profound question. Can education truly save Deqian? Can it bring solace to the people and restore peace to the realm? Had this been before, he might have confidently believed in his aspirations to attain scholarly success, become a benevolent leader in his domain, or even enter the court to assist the emperor in enacting reforms. Yet now, he questioned the very foundations of his beliefs. Shaoli, tell me, how is it that even those from Jiangnan, a land of water towns, have come here? Shouldn't they be more prosperous than us? Why is that? Indeed, They would rather face the jaws of a tiger on the road than remain in their homeland. The fertile lands of Daqian far surpassed their borderlands, and similarly, the emperor's 3 campaigns had progressed further than their own. It was not merely the officials demanding tribute. Local gentry and wealthy families would also volunteer to raise funds for suppressing banditry. The money collected would be returned to the gentry, while the common folk would offer half as tribute to the higher-ups, dividing the remainder among themselves. The woman he had buried earlier had recalled that the day before she fled her homeland, the last plot of land her family owned had been seized by the renowned philanthropist, the Sun family. Thus, despite facing treacherous terrain and the threat of tigers, their refugee group refused to return. The saying, "Harsh governance is more ferocious than a tiger," resonated vividly within Yi Li. He understood that the chaos of this era stemmed from a Daqian that had seemingly rotted to its core. So what could Yi Li, a person aspiring to the ideals of a gentleman and a hero, do for this world and for the suffering populace? A dire situation unfolded. Just as their group completed the burial, a young man rushed toward them, breathless. It was Xiao Zhang, the blacksmith's son from their village. His arrival instilled a sense of unease among those present. "What is it, Xiao Zhang? Speak slowly. Has someone come to steal from the village?" "No, it's worse. We must hurry back. A band of soldiers has entered the village." "What?" The news of the northern barbarians breaching the borders had reached them as well. The officials had recently come to collect grain under that pretense. It was said that none among them were to be trifled with, and after the divine elephant army's downfall, they had either turned to banditry or roamed aimlessly, creating unrest around the borders. "Let us go back and see. We do not know how many there are. Hopefully, they will not resort to violence and can be sent away without incident." Yi Li followed the main group back, but he moved faster, intent on retrieving the sword the blacksmith had forged for him the previous year. He wondered if he could stand against them should conflict arise. Over the years, he had self-studied swordsmanship, and with the occasional hunting to augment his diet, he believed himself to be quite capable. Moreover, the strength that had entered his body during the burials left him uncertain of his current prowess. At the village entrance, a crowd had gathered, comprising dozens of villagers armed with hoes, sickles, kitchen knives, and even iron pots. Opposing them were around 10 soldiers, their loose armor slightly damaged, each wielding hammers, axes, or spears. Although the villagers outnumbered their adversaries, their morale had been thoroughly suppressed. The remnants of the divine elephant army remained silent, weapons in hand, gazing coldly at the villagers. "This military officer, just a few days ago we had visitors. Our small village possesses little of value, and we have nothing to offer as tribute." Sensing the escalating tension, the village chief stepped forward to address the soldiers. "Silence, old man. You have no say here. Do you see? My brothers and I are in dire need of food. We are but a dozen men, and if we receive a month's worth of rations, we shall take our leave. Behave yourselves, and we can all coexist peacefully, otherwise." The leading soldier stepped forward, his demeanor shifting ominously. The body swelled. The skin took on a gray and coarse appearance, and the mouth gaped open, revealing 2 short tusks. The once loose armor now fit perfectly. The Xinjiang army, commanded by the great leader Zhang Tianxiang, consisted of soldiers trained in his martial techniques, resulting in the formidable and colossal figure of the giant elephant. "With such a vast supply of rations, we truly cannot squeeze out any more. Can we all show a bit of mercy?" Yi Li, acquainted with the villager Uncle Li, activated his own fierce bull form, believing himself to be capable enough to step forward and persuade them. Regrettably, he remained too naive. Those who cannot comprehend human speech should perish. The soldier had intended to kill a chicken to warn the monkey, but unexpectedly, someone so honest had stepped forward. As the grayish-white fist swung, he only realized his own insignificance at the moment it neared his head. His so-called fierce bull seemed destined only to have its skull crushed beneath the giant elephant's fist. In the face of death, the world in his eyes appeared to slow down. "Am I to die?" "No, it seems not." A figure clad in simple garments appeared on his left side, followed by a flash of silver light. The imagined pain did not manifest. He saw a stout arm lying on the ground, while the soldier before him bled from the right shoulder, which had vanished without a trace. "Are you truly the Xinjiang army? Instead of dealing with the northern barbarians, you oppress us common folk of Daqian?" Yi Li flicked his right hand to wipe the blood from his sword. Fortunately, he had arrived just in time. Had he been a moment late, his fellow villagers might have faced dire consequences. The anger in his heart resonated with the grievances he had sensed from the disaster-stricken. This land, which should have been abundant in fish and rice, had its people preferring to be devoured by tigers rather than remain. The soldiers who were supposed to guard the borders instead raised their weapons against the very civilians who sustained them. Indeed, mere scholarship cannot save Daqian. I am deeply disappointed, yet perhaps somewhat relieved. as it is better to see clearly now than to remain in ignorance. Chapter 4. No match at all. You truly disappoint me. Are you really the Xinjiang army? The soldiers before me, or rather bandits? Incited a flicker of relief within Yi Li. He had once contemplated changing Daqian and this world with his knowledge. Now, he still harbored that same ambition, albeit perhaps with a slightly altered approach to achieving it. Why are you here? Is the situation at the border truly that dire? Yi Li pointed his sword at the bandits before him, observing their eyes filled with vigilance and, perhaps, a hint of fear. The one who had just lost his arm to Yi Li's sword did not attempt to retrieve it, instead pressing his left hand against the wound, straining to staunch the bleeding. Who are you? Answering a question with another question? I am merely a humble villager, nothing special. This mundane response only caused their expressions to shatter. Each raised their weapons. An ordinary villager? How could that be? That attack was entirely beyond what an ordinary person could achieve. The injured soldier had the most authority to speak. When he had entered the giant elephant state, his rough, thick skin, resilient flesh and sinew, and sturdy bones had provided him with unparalleled defense. On the battlefield, ordinary crossbow bolts could not penetrate his skin, and regular arrows were insignificant. Even the enemy's long spears, if of inferior material, could be thrust into his chest while he powered forward, breaking the spear shaft without issue. This was the very confidence that allowed their small group to plunder the surrounding villages. The people here were simply no match for them. Yet just now, that sword had sliced through my arm without any sensation of halting. A mere iron sword, of questionable quality, was inferior to the weapons in our own army. This individual must possess some extraordinary ability. They suspected, or rather believed, that Yi Li was indeed a master of the Tao. However, this posed a problem entirely inconsistent with their knowledge. Why are you still a human? How can you maintain your human form at such a time? He spoke as though encountering a monster, his voice trembling slightly. After all, the current situation defied all logic for them, reminiscent of an ordinary person awakening to find they could effortlessly stop a steel roll with their bare hands. If he could effortlessly sever his arm with a single sword strike, naturally, he could slay him in an instant. Such a master exists among the Xinjiang army. But when they unleash their power, none resemble a human. This is what you fear, not my strength, but the fact that I am human? Why must I become like you, transformed into beasts? He recalled his youth when he had feared Uncle Li and the others due to their inhuman strength. Now, the even more powerful practitioner before him instilled fear simply because he was human? Yi Li laughed, sensing that the figures before him seemed at a loss for words. Yet, he had one final question. How many villages have you visited? And how many lives have you taken? He did not wait for the soldier's response, for he had already perceived it. The black and red malevolence entwined around these individuals was the lament of the deceased. Revenge, I must take revenge. Why? Please, I merely wish to survive. I have given you everything. I have given you all, so spare us. The unspeakable sorrow and resentment overwhelmed Yi Li, as what he had seen and heard over these days repeatedly surpassed the limits of his understanding. Those voices resonated with his convictions. He could feel their agony and comprehend their obsessions. My lord, although we have clashed, blood has yet to be shed. Since this village is home to someone like you, we shall take our leave. The standoff persisted, as it appeared the bandit leaders wished to retreat with their subordinates. He could not decipher what Yi Li truly was. It would be wise to avoid provoking someone so enigmatic. Of course, we will leave a few bags of grain as compensation for disturbing your life. He gestured to those behind him, and 2 sacks of wheat were brought forth. Though this food was precious to them, it was better to spend money to avert disaster, treating it as a toll for their passage. They believed they had handled the situation well and could slip away from Yi Li Wen. Wait, you cannot leave. My lord, do you truly wish to avoid reconciliation? Though that sword strike was indeed fierce, we are not easily bullied. I do not wish to, nor do they. The cycle of cause and effect dictates that the killer shall be killed. For those who perished at the hands of bandits, I seek justice. That is what I must do. Yi Li moved, striking before the bandits could react. With a flash, he stood before the one-armed man, silver light glimmering, and the head that still bore the semblance of an elephant fell to the ground. The headless corpse transformed the neck into a crimson fountain, staining the yellow earth red. A grand head, the expression frozen before death. Does it convey disbelief due to the disparity in strength between them? Or is it simply that they never anticipated Yi Li would truly strike? To kill or not to kill this fellow, for without doing so, our own survival is at stake. The numbers are in our favor. He cannot possibly defeat us all. The leader, regaining his senses, brandished 2 large axes strapped at his waist and charged at Yi Li. He must ignite the fighting spirit and determination among his soldiers at this moment. For the essence of combat lies in who succumbs to fear first. that is the one who will falter and is more likely to fail. Furthermore, his assertion holds truth. There are over a dozen of them, yet Yi Li stands alone. He could not believe this individual could possibly eliminate them all before exhausting his strength. Very well. Come to kill. Stepping forward, he sidestepped a copper hammer with a leftward pivot, the massive hammer crashing down and creating a large pit. Raising his hand, he swung his sword, a flash of silver, and that unfortunate soul was cleaved from shoulder to head. The sensation was incredibly smooth and fluid, as Yi Li felt no resistance whatsoever. Taking a step back, the leader's sweeping axe blade came perilously close to his clothing, but proximity without contact renders it ineffective. At the very moment the enemy's assault concluded, Yi Li thrust forward, the tip of his iron sword piercing the leader's throat with a swift motion. The head fell to the ground. A monster, indeed, a creature clad in human skin. In the instant of the piercing, the leader's gaze met Yi Li's, and he did not perceive the hatred and fury in the eyes of those he had slain. Instead, it was a peculiar emotion, one that ought not to exist in this context: compassion. Yi Li had ended his life, yet he still felt pity for him, unable to comprehend. The leader's consciousness sank into darkness. Though the leader lay dead, the battle did not cease, for once the slaughter commenced, it could only conclude with the annihilation of one side. Yi Li remained unflustered, appearing utterly unfazed. The siege of a dozen men may sound formidable, yet their bulk and the wielding of heavy weaponry allowed only 3 at a time to pose a genuine threat to Yi Li, lest they risk friendly fire. This level of opposition was trivial for him. Decapitation, decapitation, thrusting through the heart, followed by decapitation. Apart from the leader, scarcely anyone could survive a single exchange with Yi Li. They all met with an incomprehensible end. Though they had committed numerous heinous acts, he still endeavored to grant them a death devoid of excessive suffering. In less than 20 breaths, Yi Li stood alone, surrounded by the decapitated heads and headless corpses of over a dozen foes. Chapter 5. A better method than entering the capital. The battle had concluded. Despite the formidable strength of this contingent from the Xinjiang army, they ultimately faced defeat, their entire force annihilated. Within the span of merely 20 breaths, Yi Li's single-handed combat had resulted in a multitude of corpses strewn upon the ground. Yi Li did not immediately sheath his sword. Instead, he quietly observed the lifeless bodies before him. In his line of sight, the dark aura that had enveloped them gradually dissipated with the demise of the bandits. It was as if wisps of smoke rose, the black and crimson hues receding to coalesce into a white, smoke-like humanoid figure in midair. The figure bowed to Yi Li, seemingly in gratitude for his deeds. Concurrently, Yi Li felt a stirring within his heart, a sensation of power he had previously experienced, now seemingly amplified. It dawned upon him that perhaps his strength could indeed effect change in this wretched world. His father had once proclaimed that with such innate talent, Yi Li might very well become the great hero of a tale, a figure of renown throughout the ages. You are destined for scholarly pursuits, surely. You shall become a prominent official in the annals of history. Our Yi family will bask in glory, with a page dedicated to you in the family genealogy. Gazing at the sword in his hand, he sensed that perhaps a portion of his father's words rang true. He was not merely gifted in academia. His talents extended to other realms as well. Perhaps, if indeed there exists a divine mission bestowed upon him, then the sword in his grasp and the calls of those he had slain would illuminate his path forward. Thus, he remained curious about the place his father had mentioned countless times, the capital. If given the opportunity, he resolved to visit the capital and behold it in all its glory. However, entry did not necessarily have to be through examination. Perhaps there existed a more advantageous means? With this thought, Yi Li flicked his right hand, shaking off the blood clinging to his sword. Turning back, he beheld his fellow villagers, who appeared to be in a state of stunned disbelief. It seemed his display had been too extraordinary for them to process. Everyone, it's over so soon? Shaoli, where did you learn such swordsmanship? We were unaware. Self-taught. I merely practiced a bit. Nothing worthy of mention. Yi Li spoke truthfully, for he indeed wielded a sword and merely flailed about, pondering how to utilize it. Thus, he arrived at his current level of proficiency. Yet, this statement bore a different connotation in the ears of others. Self-taught, impressive, truly impressive. Uncle Li, who had sought to assert himself earlier, now comprehended the meaning of disparity between individuals. Observing himself, almost felled by a single punch from a bandit. And then looking to Yi Li, who had dispatched a dozen foes to the ground. Goodness, if I possessed such capability, I could easily serve as a centurion in the army. You might want to reconsider. You lack the talent that Shaoli possesses, you know? Amidst their banter, the previously tense atmosphere had considerably eased. While Yi Li's performance could certainly be deemed extraordinary, the villagers held little fear. They had grown up alongside Yi Li, witnessing his gradual maturation. Their astonishment and curiosity regarding his strength were palpable, yet fear was absent. Only one individual remained silent, the village chief, who had been observing the scene for quite some time. He stared at the corpses on the ground, his gaze vacant, before finally clearing his throat to signal everyone to halt. Everyone, perhaps we are celebrating too soon. The emergence of these individuals bears ill tidings. Recently, we have heard that the imperial army has suffered defeat, and those barbaric tribes have invaded. Today, we can witness the remnants of the defeated army transformed into bandits. Tomorrow, there may be even more. Furthermore, those savages, having triumphed over the imperial court, are not to be underestimated. These ruthless killers may soon discover our village. His words caused the villagers, who had previously felt a sense of relief, to once again elevate their hearts to their throats. But do we not have a formidable warrior among us? What is there to fear? Such thoughts echoed within their minds, yet ultimately went unspoken. Relying on others is less reliable than relying on oneself. Indeed, Yi Li was powerful, but it was impossible for him to be their constant guardian. Just as in this instance, had he been even a moment slower, there would likely have been at least one more corpse on the ground. Although they were fellow villagers, the Yi family had not relied heavily on the community. It was merely a mutually beneficial arrangement, trading resources for education. Assisting them was a kindness, not an obligation, and to presume otherwise would be somewhat presumptuous. I have a plan. At last, Yi Li spoke. He first gestured to Yi Fu and Yi Mu among the crowd to remain silent, then produced a hand-drawn map. 5 li east of our village lies a mountain range. While practicing my swordsmanship there, I stumbled upon a hidden paradise. It is surrounded by mountains on all sides and remains largely uninhabited. I have dealt with the wild beasts within with ease. This is the map. Follow the route indicated, and you will reach that place. Before the chaos subsides, we should take refuge there. He handed the map to the village chief while observing the murmurs of the crowd. The paradise he discovered resembled a volcanic crater or meteorite pit, featuring a flat center surrounded by mountains, with an entrance that could only accommodate 3 people side by side. This location, if not specifically sought, would generally escape the notice of ordinary individuals. The discussion regarding relocation concluded swiftly. Although leaving their hometown was a difficult decision, it was far preferable to the prospect of dying inexplicably one day. Everyone returned to gather their belongings, and Yi Fu took Yi Li aside to a secluded spot. Xiaoli, are you not planning to join us? Yes, you two can go. Given my performance today and the familiarity with everyone, I should face no issues there. As for me, I wish to explore the Jingcheng you mentioned and understand why the world has descended into its current state. Xiaoli, I must truly advise you. Navigating the capital S examinations in this tumultuous era is not a simple endeavor. As a father, although Yi Chun had always placed the hope of the family's rise on Yi Li, he recognized Yi Li's capabilities. However, in his view, individual strength alone was insufficient in this predatory chaos. Could he truly defeat a dozen bandits alone? Or even overcome armies of hundreds or thousands? He felt compelled to counsel his son at this moment. I never claimed I would be taking the examinations. Gently pushing Yi Fu's hand off his shoulder, Yi Li's expression remained inscrutable. What do you mean by that? If not for the examinations, how else would you enter? This exchange ultimately yielded no resolution. Yi Li stood at the village entrance, watching as everyone departed with their belongings, heading alone toward the ancestral grave of the Yi family. Ancestors, I, your unworthy descendant, must now venture into this chaotic world in search of a path to peace. I offer 3 sticks of incense at your grave, then turn away without looking back. He was uncertain whether his aspirations could alter the course of this era. The strength of one was ultimately insignificant. Yet, he was willing to attempt it. Even if it meant facing death, at least he wished to die with purpose. As for the first step, he decided to visit the border fortifications. Days earlier, on the day the news of the Xunxiang army being broken by the northern barbarian Wolf King reached the capital, the Grand Hall was filled with officials. Seated upon the dragon throne was the current emperor, Lu Jie, the 9th ruler of the Daiqian dynasty. Beside him sat the prime minister, Li Ji. Ministers, if you have matters to discuss, step forward. If not, you may withdraw. I wish to return to the palace for rest. The emperor appeared weary of state affairs, while the prime minister smiled at the ministers, prompting many to lower their heads. Your Majesty, I have something to report. The border has been breached, and the barbarian Wolf King leads tens of thousands to plunder our Daiqian. Wherever they pass, the people suffer, and cries of despair fill the land. So, Zhang Aiqing, what is it that you wish to convey? Resting his chin on his hand, he gazed at the man below. He recalled this individual, a mere 4th-rank official, just a scholar. It was audacious for him to speak first at such a time, likely not entirely of his own volition. Your Majesty, I humbly request you send troops to eliminate the bandits and restore peace to the realm. The emperor remained silent, but the prime minister interjected. Scholar Zhang, did you not just imply that restoring peace calls into question the era of tranquility established by His Majesty? Or do you harbor dissatisfaction with His Majesty and subtly mock him through the issue of the barbarians? No, With that weighty accusation, he instinctively sought to refute, but the prime minister denied him the opportunity. Your Majesty need not concern yourself with the northern barbarian Wolf King. Aside from the Xinxiang army, we also possess the Tianhu army, the Taishu army, and the Huanyo army. The capital is protected by the unparalleled Hulong Wei. That mere Wolf King is but a small dog before Deqian, insignificant and easily vanquished. Indeed, the prime minister speaks wisely. His words are far more pleasant than those of these ministers. The emperor laughed with the prime minister, waving his hand to signal the guards to remove the man who had just spoken. Your Majesty, I am wronged. I truly did not. His words were cut short by a couple of blows to his mouth, rendering him unable to continue. The other ministers, who had initially intended to raise issues of disaster relief and the uprising of farmers, were now too intimidated to speak. It seems my esteemed ministers have no further matters. We shall conclude for today. Dismissed. As the crowd exited the grand hall, they noticed a trace of blood on the steps, their hearts filled with trepidation. How much longer can our Deqian endure? Ever since this treacherous prime minister has seized control, the court has become a den of iniquity. Careful with your words. Such talk can cost you your head. They huddled together, lamenting their circumstances. The prime minister, Li Ji, was a minister left by the former emperor, initially believed to be loyal, but revealed himself to be a villain. From what they understood, the emperor collected taxes under various pretenses, and the portion that reached the capital was siphoned by the prime minister, who took at least half. The remaining portion was handed to the prime minister's supporters, leaving uncertainty regarding what could genuinely be utilized. The true treachery had unveiled itself, with his true nature being that of a cunning fox, a menace to the country and its people. Enough, enough. The emperor currently favors this man. We should tread carefully. The emperor is a dragon among men, yet His Majesty bears the eyes of a vengeful serpent, quick to anger and prone to violence. They were genuinely fearful. With such a prime minister and such an emperor, these officials had little recourse but to nod in agreement when the emperor issued decrees. I foresee the downfall of the Deqian dynasty is near. We should seek other avenues. On their way back, the group silently resolved not to remain passive aboard a sinking ship like the Deqian dynasty. Unbeknownst to them, their seemingly inconspicuous murmurs were being overheard by attentive ears. From the shadows lining the streets, a pair of crimson eyes emerged, yet no words were spoken. And soon the eyes closed again. In the quiet alley, an eerie stillness prevailed, as if nothing had ever transpired. Presently, it had been 3 days since Yili departed from his homeland. Over these days, he had braved the elements, occasionally encountering fortuitous moments when he stumbled upon delectable game such as rabbits and wild boars, enabling him to savor a few meals of roasted meat. With remarkable luck, his sword plunged straight into the river's surface, swiftly and without a splash. When he lifted the blade once more, it bore a fish that continued to struggle against its fate. The plump, white fish thrashed energetically, and Yili felt a sense of satisfaction. Utilizing his skills, strength, and speed, he indeed struck true every time. He pondered whether the divine elephant soldiers he had effortlessly dispatched would feel a hint of embarrassment witnessing this scene. The surroundings appeared bountiful today. Lunch was secured. He gathered kindling, ignited a fire, and roasted the fish, consuming it without letting it cool. Freshly cooked, his focus heightened the cooking's precision. The fish was crispy on the outside and tender within. These past few days had made him acutely aware that he was perhaps not entirely akin to ordinary people. He felt no hunger, and long hours of running did not exhaust him. Externally, he bore a resemblance to an ordinary person, but could it truly be said so? He appeared human, spoke human, and behaved humanly. Thus, it was evident that he was indeed human. Unlike those who practiced their cultivation until they became neither human nor beast, he remained distinctly himself. After finishing the fish, he suddenly turned to the nearby thicket. Come out. You've been lurking there for quite some time. Aren't you tired or hungry? Are your feet all right? There was no response from that direction. Even the breeze only rustled the leaves. Had Yili misjudged? He suppressed his breath, remaining motionless. Yet, their hunger could not be concealed. As he prepared to approach, several raggedly dressed individuals, seemingly refugees, emerged. Brave one, do not act hastily. We merely pass through and mean no harm. Yili discerned their sincerity, which was why they stood conversing instead of attacking. Unlike the soldiers and bandits shrouded in a malevolent aura, these individuals exuded a gentler presence. Had they not been peering at him, he might have struck them down with a single stroke. Chapter 7. Bearing their expectations, Yi Li was certain that these individuals bore him no ill will. Otherwise, he would not have called them forth. One stroke, merely one stroke, and he could cleave them and the nearby trees in two without difficulty. Please, take a seat. From where do you hail? Your accents sound unfamiliar. Yi Li recognized that if he wished to alter this chaotic world, he must first comprehend its true nature. It was fortunate that their dialect was entirely foreign to this region. We come from the south, brave one. Life became unbearable back home, forcing us to leave in search of a place to survive. The elder leading the group spoke, observing Yi Li's lack of hostility, and directed the others to sit near the campfire, maintaining a respectful distance to avoid misunderstandings. From the south? Seeking refuge here? Yi Li's expression remained stoic, yet he felt an unsettling nuance within. In this area, bandits appeared every few days, with marauding soldiers laying waste to everything in their path. One could hardly claim to be a refugee. At least refugees had some provisions. He had encountered a band of fewer than 10 who, upon seeing him alone on the main road, dared not approach to rob him. Furthermore, the northern barbarians could appear at any moment. The drought in the north was severe, with some rivers running dry, making it difficult to find sufficient forage. Coming here was akin to escaping one hell only to enter another. Yi Li's words rendered the group silent. He watched as the elder repeatedly rubbed his fingers, ultimately releasing a deep sigh. Brave one, we are left with no choice. If we cannot survive here, can we thrive back home? You cannot fathom the plight we face. The landlord, Mei Shan Run, Mei Tianliang, demands a sack of grain in exchange for 3 acres of land. To live, we are compelled to comply, yet without land, we can either flee or become his tenants. He shook his head in despair. Being a tenant is no life, according to that lord's whims, after laboring for him a year. We still owe him a few stones of grain. Yi Li understood. They were all driven to desperation. Rather than toil for a landlord, it was better to risk everything for a chance at survival. What had caused such turmoil in the world? Who or what was responsible for this plight? If he wished to change the world, what steps must he take? Perhaps the elder before him could provide insight worthy of Yi Li's consideration. Elder, tell me, why did our lives, once thriving, descend into this chaos? Why? Must I even answer? That Mei Tianliang is a heartless fiend, a vile landlord. Corrupt officials like County Magistrate Wang, who collude with him, are the epitome of depravity. In my view, the most despicable creature is that dog emperor in the capital, the worst of the worst. As he spoke, tears streamed down his face, and it seemed he sought to vent the injustices he had endured through his words. Eventually, exhausted, his fellow compatriots offered him a bowl of river water to catch his breath. Alas for my child, who ventured into the mountains in search of food only to encounter a tiger. I, the old man, am now left alone, with no hope remaining. The elder gazed up at the sky, then back at Yi Li. Yi Li felt that the man before him was already a shell of his former self, devoid of light in his eyes, merely sustained by a breath. Brave one, when will this world come to an end? When will it end? That is an intriguing question. Do you believe I could contribute to achieving peace in this realm? Contribute? You do not mean to incite rebellion, do you? No. How to proceed remains uncertain. Whether rebellion will occur is known only to time. By the way, if you intend to flee, avoid that direction. It is rife with bandits. Yi Li indicated an alternate route before departing alone. They were not on the same path. His destination lay at the frontier, while these refugees would only meet their demise. Choosing another route might afford them a bit more time to survive. In the year 995 of the Tianqian calendar, after several days of arduous travel, you gradually approached your destination. Along the journey, you have encountered military households fleeing from the border and remnants of the Xinjiang army, most of whom appeared anxious. Having discarded their armor, from a portion of the populace, you learned that the northern barbarians were not merely led by the Wolf King invading the land. The Steed King had also seized the opportunity to lead his troops in rampant plunder, from whom you procured a rudimentary map. Some ill-intentioned bandits, drawn by your delicate appearance, contemplated using you as sustenance. They all met their demise at your hands, none surviving even a second attack. Even if they had refrained from assaulting you, the malevolent aura surrounding them warranted their execution, granting the victims a semblance of peace. Throughout this ordeal, you sensed a resurgence of power within you. Yet, without a worthy adversary, your true strength remains uncertain. You are nearing your destination. According to the map, a village lies ahead. Regardless of the circumstances within, even an abandoned house would suffice for a night's rest. Yi Li traversed the wilderness, seemingly unchanged from his former self. His garments bore no rips. The soles of his shoes were intact, and the sword he wielded sparkled in the sunlight, akin to one freshly forged. The reason for this eluded him. ultimately attributing it to the strength he had acquired. Closing his eyes, he could still discern the indistinct whispers lingering in his ears. Each time he liberated those tormented souls, some particularly tenacious spirits lingered. They posed no threat to him, but became part of his burgeoning power, beseeching him to witness and alter the tumultuous world, to bring an end to this chaotic era. These calls invigorated Yi, affirming that born into such turmoil, he ought to wield his abilities for the greater good. Bearing their hopes and aspirations, having received this power, he felt compelled to respond. With the village still distant, Yi halted his advance. He caught a whiff of a potent metallic scent, one not belonging to a single individual. The number of the deceased here likely exceeded his imagination. The evening sky had darkened, yet faint flickers of firelight emerged from within the village, alongside a subtle fragrance wafting through the air. Though he had not witnessed it firsthand, conversations with the afflicted along his journey had illuminated his understanding. Approaching stealthily under the cloak of night, he paused at the village entrance. There, he beheld something suspended from a tree. A string of skulls, strung together by a rope, swayed gently in the breeze. Chapter 8. What do you consider life to be? Yi observed the string of skulls bound together, dangling from the tree. As the wind swept by, they trembled incessantly. This was undoubtedly beyond the capacity of mere bandits or victims of disaster. Gazing at the bones, he was certain. The immaculate white skulls bore evident signs of cleaving. Yet not a trace of flesh remained. It was apparent that the architects of this macabre display, perhaps one or several culprits, had curated their grim handiwork with unsettling meticulousness. Such acts were implausible for either bandits or afflicted villagers. The former roamed in chaos, seizing whatever they could within the village before fleeing swiftly. Engaging in such time-consuming endeavors was beyond their inclination. The latter, though they might resort to cannibalism, would likely discard parts devoid of meat, such as heads. Thus, only one possibility remained: a regular army, uncertain in allegiance, employing this method as a demonstration of power and intimidation. They were likely the barbarians, according to the previous bandits. These tribesmen were indeed encroaching upon this territory. With the arrival of the barbarians and the presence of these skulls, the fate of the villagers was all too clear. Having encountered such a grim sight, Yi resolved not to stand idly by. Approaching discreetly, he evaded detection and reached the tree's side. With a swift motion, his sword cleaved the rope, and before the skulls could touch the ground, he grasped the end of the rope with his left hand, gently placing the grisly collection down. I apologize, it is not yet your time for burial. Remain here for a moment while I attend to matters within, he declared before slipping into the village. The night had deepened, and flickering flames danced in the village center. Yi's heightened senses confirmed that no hidden sentinels awaited him within the nearby houses. Was he confident in his strength? They were all gathered in one place. How convenient it was for him, as this would conserve much of his energy. Armed with his longsword, Yi navigated through several empty dwellings until he finally glimpsed the village's heart. One glance nearly unleashed his murderous intent. His grip on the sword tightened, then relaxed, only to tighten once more. You have truly astonished me, he mused. What did Yi behold? He witnessed what could only be described as a hell on earth. The white bones were spotless, devoid of any blood or flesh, from their shape. It was clear they belonged to humans. These leg bones, rib bones, and, apart from those outside the village, the remaining skulls were carelessly piled together. The lower skeletal remains lay in disarray, while the arm bones were arranged methodically into a square, topped with a precariously stacked collection of heads. The term Jingguan surfaced in Yi's mind, a concept he had previously encountered only in literature but had never witnessed with his own eyes. Adjacent to this grotesque display stood a group of robust men, gathered around two large cauldrons simmering with broth. The enticing aroma he had detected earlier emanated from this very spot. Haha, brother, following the great Khan into the land is exhilarating. The days we passed before are incomparable to these few days. I almost feel reluctant to leave, one boisterous giant exclaimed, slapping the shoulder of a companion with such force that it nearly toppled him. Oh dear, your strength has improved yet again. Impressive. Is that so? We have thrived through slaughter. The more we slay, the stronger we become. This village has yielded great spoils. The next one shall be shared with my brothers. The speaker declared, retrieving a chunk of meat from the pot that appeared to be a leg, and began devouring it with abandon. Yi understood their intentions. He had initially planned to observe further, but that was no longer necessary. These individuals, no, these creatures could not even be deemed human, sickened him. Would he falter against them? This concern was utterly unfounded. His recent travels had solidified his confidence in his capabilities. Even if the soldiers of the Xinjiang army were doubled or tripled in number, they would not stand a chance against him. It would not be a matter of barely overcoming them, but rather a high probability of annihilating them without injury. Stepping forth from the shadows, he advanced, sword drawn, and struck. With a resounding clash, the flagpole was severed, the emblem atop it depicting a magnificent steed. Who dares to act so presumptuously here? The commotion attracted their attention, but Yi Li paid them no mind, fixated instead on the fallen banner. As anticipated, it was indeed the insignia of the northern barbarians. The three kings of the north, also known as the three great khans of the barbarian tribes, each bear distinct banners. The Eagle King is represented by a majestic eagle, the Horse King by a spirited steed, and the Wolf King by a fierce wolf. This contingent follows the Wolf King, comprising the subordinates of the Horse King. Hey, you insolent brat, do you even comprehend what you are doing? A robust man wielding a cleaver, who had just been addressed as Big Brother by others, directed the blade at Yi Li. What are you doing? Shouldn't I be the one asking you this, Jingguan? What do you regard life as? Just a bunch of two-legged sheep, right? Perfect timing. We're just about to feast, and here you come, tender and fresh. Big Brother, this kid looks young. His flavor must surely surpass that of these old-timers. With little wariness towards Yi Li, they assumed that despite his solitary stance, he must possess some strength to approach them so boldly. Yet, they were the elite vassals of the Horse King, each among the finest warriors. A dozen of them. What was there to fear? Relying on a bit of skill to act the hero? Youth is often brimming with bravado. You have run into bad luck. Boy, the soldier with the battle axe advanced menacingly, seemingly intent on instilling a sense of dread in Yi Li, aiming to seize the initiative. His plan was clear. Once he was close enough, he would strike first with a surprise attack, aiming to sever Yi Li's hand with a flying axe. However, in an instant, a glimmer of silver flashed before his eyes. His arm felt weightless, followed by a sudden chill and pain. It was then that he noticed Yi Li had appeared right in front of him, without any prior warning. With a single stroke of his sword, before he could react, Yi Li severed his hand, and blood gushed forth uncontrollably. What is this? Before he could finish his sentence, another strike fell, and his head rolled to the ground. Firstly, I despise having weapons pointed at me. Secondly, I am utterly convinced that none of you deserve to live. Behind them, shrouded in the unseen aura of blood and slaughter, countless anguished faces called out, wailing for Yi Li to avenge their suffering. Go to hell. Today, a contract is to be signed. The author seeks your continued reading. Dear readers, please do not abandon this story. Chapter 9. Who are you, demon? What is this? Yi Li's earlier display of strength truly astonished the soldiers present. There were no visible signs of physical transformation, yet he wielded an almost incomprehensible speed. The weapon in his hand appeared unremarkable, yet it could sever limbs and behead with ease. Kid, you seem extraordinary. Are you merely playing the role of a fool among us? I am quite curious. How do you possess such strength without revealing your true nature? The leading soldier no longer regarded Yi Li with contempt. His gaze now bore a weight of seriousness. Previously, they thought him merely a brash youth seeking trouble, but now they realized how close they had come to disaster. I am but a commoner, nothing worthy of praise. Yi Li was reluctant to engage in idle chatter with them, for he had already discerned that these men were vassals of the Horse King. The aura of blood and slaughter emanating from them suggested that while the soldiers of the Divine Elephant Army might be on par with the first level, these warriors were at least 3 to 5 levels higher. First, he needed to eliminate these foes to grant peace to their lingering grievances. Then, following the map, he could likely find more such soldiers to deal with. Commoner? What a jest! If all the commoners of your Qian kingdom are of your caliber, would we dare to breach your territory? Yi Li spoke the truth, yet it was unfortunate that no one was willing to believe him. The soldier wielding the knife felt his muscles bulging. His body began to transform. Judging by Yi Li's earlier performance, he assessed that this opponent was slightly stronger than himself, but not by much. With so many comrades at his side, subduing this foe should not prove difficult. Come, let me see what level you are at. Daring to sever our battle standard and play games with us. His body contorted entirely, adopting a form reminiscent of a centaur. His upper body became brown-skinned, muscles bulged forth, radiating power. His head morphed into a grotesque blend of human and equine features, with hair growing substantially longer. The most drastic change occurred in his lower body, transforming from 2 legs to 4. This was the true form of the Horse King's vassals, emulating their Khan. It was said that the Horse King's true form was a monstrous centaur towering over 10 meters, capable of demolishing city walls with sheer brute force. Impervious even to siege crossbows. No wonder their military attire appeared so peculiar. It was designed for ease of transformation in combat. Yi Li had previously observed that the soldiers of the Horse King sported armor akin to aprons, with plates connected and suspended by ropes. It turned out that such extensive transformation rendered conventional armor unsuitable. Enough chatter, boy. Hurry up and reveal your true nature. The centaur's form facilitated the wielding of his battle blade, as the Horse King's subordinates excelled in archery and cavalry combat. In open plains warfare, unless facing large-scale confrontations, their speed, several times that of ordinary soldiers, rendered them nearly invincible. I am who I am. I am unlike you. There is no need for me to transform into such a creature. All around him, the soldiers morphed into centaurs, some gathering with iron tridents or battle blades, while others distanced themselves, drawing bows for ranged assaults. As for Yi Li, he merely gripped his sword. One sword per adversary would suffice. Arrogant, come. The brown figure, propelled by 4 hooves, closed the distance to Yi Li in an instant. Simultaneously, a wooden arrow shot forth from the side, flanking him, leaving Yi Li with no avenue for escape. In the eyes of the soldier leader, Yi Li seemed stationary, as if in a daze. Was he rendered speechless by fear? Indeed, earlier, the fifth had merely been careless. With this strike, he would claim Yi Li's head. Swish. The soldier leader felt a disparity in the weight of his weapon. As he missed his target, had Yi Li evaded? Should he strike again? With such thoughts in mind, he instinctively turned to locate Yi Li, only to find his vision spinning. He seemed to see a headless body gradually kneeling, blood flowing from its neck. How familiar. From the perspective of the others, Yi Li first dodged to the right, narrowly avoiding the incoming arrow. Then, facing the descending blade from the right, he raised his sword to counter, severing the soldier leader's weapon. The remaining force of his motion was sufficient. Without pause, he beheaded the leader, appearing behind him. The speed was astonishing, and the sword was sufficiently sharp that the man had not even realized his head had been severed until he turned back, bewildered. A headless man cannot survive. What? Big brother? The events that transpired occurred within mere breaths. While Yi Li fought earnestly, the majority present merely glimpsed a white shadow flit before them, and then they beheld the scene as it is now. The soldiers remained utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend the situation. What had transpired? Their leader had been felled in an instant, while the seemingly doomed young man stood unscathed, his white attire inexplicably untouched by blood. Who was this individual? Why had he not yet embraced his true form? What had just occurred, and should they continue to fight? A myriad of thoughts flickered through their minds, yet only one question escaped their lips. Why are you still the same? I have already stated, I am who I am. I am human, unlike you brutes. There is no doubt he is human. This is the very essence of humanity. What is so strange about it? As long as one remains steadfast in their beliefs and endures sufficient combat, one can harness power as a human without devolving into a beast. Is there a rule that dictates entering the path must lead to becoming an animal? Yi Li spoke with earnestness, for he had rarely uttered falsehoods. However, his current response eluded the comprehension of others. Human? Each word uttered by Yi Li was clear to them, yet it was so peculiar. How could these words coalesce into a coherent statement? This fleeting moment of confusion and hesitation caused them to falter in their choice between fleeing and continuing the battle. In that very instant, Yi Li stood before them. I invite you to your demise. Whether it was the bonfire or some other force, the silver blade traced a crimson arc. With a single stroke, he cleaved 2 centaurs in half, then seized the iron spear of a third enemy, redirecting its force to thrust it into the abdomen of a fourth. With a powerful downward motion, he eviscerated the foe. At that moment, the barbarian soldiers awoke from their stupor, attempting to distance themselves from Yi Li. But it was too late. Their misjudgment of the opponent's strength had allowed him to close in. They could not escape. The blade was evaded, the spear struck the ground, and arrows aimed at him were severed by Yi Li's sword. Resistance was futile, escape was impossible. They could only fight to the last breath, until one by one their comrades fell, leaving only the final survivor. Is this it? The last barbarian soldier collapsed, blood pouring from his abdomen. Just as Yi Li was about to deliver the final blow, he was pushed aside by a comrade, a blow that did not prove fatal. Was this luck or misfortune? Confronted with the specter of death, his world blurred, yet sharpened in clarity. He seemed to glimpse the dark aura behind Yi Li, as if a ghost had come to claim him. You are not human. You cannot possibly be human. You are a demon risen from the depths. A malevolent spirit cloaked in human guise. With that, he collapsed to the ground, breathing his last. At this juncture, he still refused to believe that Yi Li had not transcended into his true form, preferring to self-hypnotize, perceiving Yi Li as a demonic entity. A demon, you say? You possess quite the imagination. I have reiterated my humanity countless times. The slaughter of beasts by humans mirrors my ability to easily dispatch you. Abandoning the human form has yielded such power. I find it rather unfortunate for you. My concern has never been for your kind. but rather the resentment that dissipates from your bodies upon death. Farewell on your journey, he mused, realizing he had indeed come to the right place. Chapter 10. The slaughtering machine of the north. I have already said, simply wait here for a moment. Soon, I will bury you as well. After slaying all the soldiers belonging to the Ji Wang within the village, Yi Li did not immediately depart. Though the vengeful spirits of the victims largely dissipated with the death of their murderer, a portion remained, absorbed into his being. However, the sight of scattered bones was profoundly tragic. I shall find you a proper resting place, lest famished scavengers arrive to gnaw upon the remains. He gathered the white bones, including a string of skulls previously hung at the village entrance. In a clearing behind the village, Yi Li struck the ground with his sword twice. Boom. Despite being merely a long sword, it created a sizable crater, just sufficient to inter the bones. So be it. Farewell, dust to dust. He placed the bones within without any assembly. After all, they had been thoroughly cleansed, even boiled, rendering individual identities indistinguishable. The endeavor of restoration was beyond Yi Li's capabilities. Goodness, after all this, I must piece it together myself? He buried them on the spot, sweeping the displaced earth back over. His process had one final step. Kneel here in penance for your deeds. Of those Ji Wang soldiers slain by Yi Li, he selected 3, including the leader, the 5th who had been swiftly dispatched, and the first to launch a covert attack. He remembered their identities well. He placed their heads upon the ground, facing the grave, while their headless bodies knelt nearby. Thankfully, they had embraced their true forms. Upon death, they did not revert, making the arrangement of these corpses simpler than Yi Li had anticipated. Task accomplished. This village was indeed unfortunate, encountering the barbarians at such a juncture. According to the map and the possessions of these individuals, advancing further would lead him into the heart of barbarian territory. Whether from the Wolf King's faction or the Ji Wang's, they were ravaging the area. With expansion looming, this meant that should Yi Li proceed, the path ahead would be far more arduous and perilous than before. His adversaries were no longer the routed forces of the Shunxiang army, but rather the formidable, coordinated northern barbarians, emboldened by recent victories. And yet so what? The aspirations of the multitude shall be the direction of my sword. The plight of this village illustrates that if these barbarians are permitted to continue their rampage, the extent of devastation will only amplify, as will the resentment I perceive and the wails I hear. By eliminating them, I can save more lives. They are merely foes. And I have long since reconciled myself to this. My strength continues to grow. As long as I desire it, I shall become even stronger. Perhaps, I may alter the circumstances at the border. It may sound like bravado, yet Yi Li harbored such conviction, bearing the hopes and cries of the suffering. He would not falter. In the year 995 of the Tianqian calendar, July, you approach the site of the former defeat of the Xinxiang army at Tian High Pass. On your journey, you encounter more northern soldiers, all invariably burdened by vengeful spirits, most meeting their demise beneath your sword. A scant few, realizing the disparity between enemy and self at the onset of battle, fled immediately, becoming the sole survivors among your ranks. Your notorious reputation spreads among the northern soldiers. Approximately 30 soldiers gather around a campfire in a desolate field. Yet they are divided into 2 factions, each occupying a side of the fire. The banners behind them depict a gallant steed and a fearsome wolf. The subordinates of the Wolf King and the Ji Wang fortuitously converge here. Though they covet each other's plunder, both sides maintain a healthy state, wary of losses, and refrain from engaging one another. Hey, have you heard? What have you heard? Speak quickly. I detest riddles and will strike down anyone who speaks in them. The subordinates of the Wolf King converse, as a small individual receives a playful rap to the head from their commanding officer. Good, 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 my brother. It is said that a creature has recently emerged in our vicinity, a monster from Qinghua. A monster? What sort of being is this? The leader paid no heed, continuing to slice the meat with his knife and placing it on the stone slab to roast. He remained unaware that during their conversation, the soldiers of King G's entourage not far away displayed glimmers of fear in their eyes. I have heard it is a single being. No, that is incorrect. It is a demon god. He stands 9 feet tall, his entire form a pallid white, even more so than a corpse that has lain dead for 10 days. He possesses 3 faces atop his head, 8 arms, and 6 legs. A friend of mine mentioned that some refer to this creature as the Northland Slaughter Machine, a personification of brutal savagery, with very few who have encountered him managing to survive, and those who do are rarely found intact. If he slays you, it is said that there is no rebirth. The faces of the deceased will manifest upon his body and then vanish. I see now. You are merely spinning ghost stories here. Do you think your elder brother is easily frightened? No, I assure you I have indeed heard this. Just a couple of days ago, when we made contact with another team, a brother of mine advised me to be cautious. The small soldier recalled that when his relative spoke those words, his gaze was unfocused, and his complexion was pale, as if he had truly encountered a monster. Hey, I must admit, upon hearing that, I felt a chill in the air. As soon as he finished speaking, the outermost fire in their camp suddenly extinguished. A portion of the area was plunged into darkness, and they had yet to comprehend what was transpiring. Something is amiss. Prepare yourselves, it may be an enemy attack. He has come. The monster is upon us, the demon. From King Ji's group, a desperate scream resonated. However, before the words could fully escape, the voice emitted a painful groan and faded away. One by one, the campfires extinguished and darkness enveloped the vicinity. Coincidentally, the moon was obscured by clouds. What? Oh! A series of agonized cries mingled with the whinnies of horses, indicating that King Ji's group was in trouble. Are they all right? There has been no sound. In less than 10 breaths, the 15 men from King Ji's group fell silent. What nonsense is this? Driven by fear, everyone huddled together. The unknown casting a chilling silence, seeking solace in proximity to one another. It was at that moment, as the clouds parted, the moonlight shone down and through the haze. They beheld a ground littered with corpses. The soldiers of King Ji had all lost their heads. Some had not even had the chance to reveal their true forms. Amidst the bodies stood a figure clad in white, who, upon sensing their gaze, turned and smiled. Quite well, just as I desired. They did not flee but instead gathered together, saving me time. With nonchalance, he uttered a few words that radiated the coldest intent to kill, and merely under his gaze. They felt as though their breath were being stifled. Who are you? Were you not just speaking of me, the Northland slaughter machine, the demon, the sword ghost, the white-clad ghost? To speak fairly, you barbarians truly lack creativity in naming. Why must you describe me so terrifyingly? You are drenched in sweat. He had not anticipated that their mere conversation would bring forth the very essence of horror. He wished to slap the past self. Was there still time to flee? Too late. You are not those horses. Running on 4 legs truly is swift. Fear not. My sword is quick. Even you shall not meet a painful demise. Yi Li certainly did not expect to encounter a group of Northland soldiers here, discussing his nefarious deeds. Chapter 11. Can we reconcile? Through storytelling. One speaks ill of another behind their back. In such a situation, should the subject overhear, it would be exceedingly awkward. Furthermore, to make matters more uncomfortable, the tale just recounted was a horror story. Upon my arrival, I heard you speaking ill of me. Northland fellows, how can you so casually tarnish a person's reputation? How did Yi Li find his way here? Quite simply, he had encountered a contingent from King Ji that morning. Those individuals seemed to recognize him instantly by his attire. And without a skirmish, a group of them fled. It must be said, horses running on 4 legs are indeed swift, even with Yi Li pursuing on 2 legs. He ultimately lost one of them. Following the trail, he discovered the campfire here. The flat terrain made the dark surroundings conspicuous for a single flame. Thus he approached and overheard their descriptions of the Northland slaughter machine. How should he respond? The Northland people truly lack manners. Upon hearing Yi Li's story, there was quite a reaction, for he was one who had narrowly escaped the calamity at Yi Li's hands, a fortunate survivor. Alas, fortune did not protect him a second time. Those swift ones had been dealt with by Yi Li, and the remaining few could hardly escape death. 3 heads and 6 arms. Such exaggerations have spread too far. I see you all as merely a collection of 1 head and 2 arms. Foolish beings from who knows where. How long has it been since those others perished, and yet you still maintain your white attire? Even your face. I find it hard to breathe in your presence. It feels as though I have seen a ghost. You tell me you are human. Who would believe such a claim? You are human. What of them? Are you prepared to redefine what it means to be human? The leader of the soldiers intended to chastise Yi Li loudly. Yet Yi Li was simply too formidable. It was not that he was cowardly. It was merely the voice of instinct, nothing more. These individuals, known as the Prairie Wolf Pack, now stood frozen before Yi Li, too intimidated to act. They genuinely could not comprehend why this figure before them was so powerful, especially since he appeared to be human. The leader, observing Yi Li's hesitation to act, began to think rapidly, seeking a sliver of opportunity for himself. Extraordinary wisdom. Quickly employ your extraordinary wisdom. Ah, I have it. Esteemed hero, we are merely passing through. You hold a grudge against King Ji, and I know where a large contingent of theirs is located. I can lead you there. Yes, that is his plan. Since this Northland slaughter machine has not immediately dealt with them, but instead focused on King Ji's men, perhaps there is still room for negotiation. As for whether he would be questioned by his fellow tribesmen later, such thoughts were trivial. Surviving was paramount. and in the face of such a killing god. Whether they could live was uncertain. Oh, that sounds quite promising. In what direction are they? Yi Li's expression remained unchanged as his eyes fixed on the leader of the soldiers, secretly channeling his power. It is directly north. I had seen something there this morning. Upon revealing this, the information intended as leverage flowed forth naturally. Why is that? It appears to align perfectly with my expectations. Yi Li, in yet another test of his abilities, found that a portion of the resentments he had dispelled did not fully dissipate, but rather fused with his being. They yearned to witness the day when all their foes perish, a day transformed by Yeli. What Yeli has just done is manipulate these resentments, imposing his psychological pressure upon an individual. Should that person possess a fragile capacity for endurance, fear and the instinct for survival will compel them to speak the unvarnished truth. With the intelligence thus acquired, Yeli discarded the blood that clung to his sword and approached them step by step. Can reconciliation be achieved? As warriors, they do not fear the so-called challenges, yet this situation is markedly different. Confronted with Yeli, even before the battle commences, the prior carnage extinguishes any glimmer of hope. They see no necessity to face an adversary deemed insurmountable. At this moment, are you jesting? By heavens, should we engage this monster? Even in death, we must leave a lasting impression upon him. In the absence of a retreat, the notion of a desperate stand ignites the soldiers' combat fervor to its fullest. With a howl, their bodies grew tall, teeth sharpened, claws erupted from their hands, and their exposed skin became cloaked in dark or gray fur. Yeli did not interrupt their transformation. He merely observed as a pack of werewolves materialized before him. The essence of the Wolf King's lineage manifested as savage wolves, bloodthirsty and endowed with rapid healing abilities, capable of consuming flesh to accelerate their recuperation. The Wolf King himself wielded a more terrifying power, capable of enveloping the battlefield in a blood moon. At this juncture, his claws, stained with blood, could transform uninitiated victims into mindless half-werewolves. The wolf pack would carry a multitude of powerless cannon fodder, turning them into monsters, thereby catching the Divine Elephant Army completely off guard. The fundamental reason for the Divine Elephant Army's impending defeat lay in the court's insistence that this city-defending force venture forth to engage the enemy. A flash of insight from the subordinate of the Horse King crossed his mind, a benevolent soul who had revealed vital information after merely 3 strikes. The howls of the wolf pack interrupted Yeli's contemplation. These werewolves, armed with blades or brandishing claws, charged towards him. To the brave, I shall reward the first to descend into hell. Yeli chose to approach, coming face to face with the closest werewolf. At this proximity, he could clearly see the green, glowing eyes of the werewolf, as well as the sharp fangs within its mouth. The werewolf, in turn, beheld Yeli's raised sword. In a swift motion, his body twisted clockwise, harnessing the force to elevate his sword with his right hand. The blade met no resistance, smoothly entering the werewolf's left flank and exiting through its right shoulder. The werewolf was cleaved in 2. Yeli disregarded the tenacious life force of the unfortunate creature, which still struggled in vain, and strode forward. I have discovered a new technique, my inaugural application, and I invite you to experience it fully. The power coursing through him accelerated, and to the eyes of onlookers, Yeli's sword seemed enveloped in a luminous blend of black, white, and red. There were no so-called techniques, merely a sweeping stroke. That brilliance departed from the blade, transforming into a crescent moon that appeared before the werewolves. What is this? The few behind witnessed the crescent traverse their comrade, continuing onward, only to find their bodies unresponsive to their will as they attempted to glance back. With a single stroke, Yeli had successfully doubled the number of werewolves on the battlefield. Although they had transformed from whole to half werewolves, the formidable swordsmen could indeed harness sword energy. The ancient text spoke truthfully. The ancients do not deceive me. Chapter 12. It is too vast. How shall we engage? Yeli pondered whether the descriptions of swordsmen in the tomes he had perused were indeed accurate. Observing his own performance, he realized he had indeed unleashed sword energy with that strike. The ground was strewn with the halves of werewolves, still twitching, the wounds smooth and devoid of any jagged edges, a testament to the efficacy of sword energy. I cannot feel my body. Indeed, I cannot feel it, for my lower half remains behind. It appears I too have reached a certain realm. Impressive, truly impressive. Yet I wonder what such power would yield against the 3 Khans of the North. Having dealt with this battalion, Yeli began to contemplate his true objectives for this journey. His aspiration was to bring an end to this chaotic era, allowing the populace to live in peace and not betray those who had called for and anticipated his presence. To accomplish this, he must first halt the war. The conflict has 2 facets. One is internal, as the populace, suffering in silence, rises in rebellion. The other involves the foreign incursions at the borders, seeking to seize this opportunity for their own gain. Yeli learned from some refugees that the Empire of Deqian had recently seen the emergence of 12 rebel kings, each possessing exceptional skills, including the legendary Shura King with 3 heads and 6 arms, the storm-summoning Dragon King, and the immensely powerful Bull King. As for how to address the foreign threat, Yeli was still contemplating, but he had already formulated a strategy for dealing with the invaders. To quell a seemingly endless slaughter, there exists but one method: to render one side utterly incapable of continuing the war, or to severely diminish their capacity. With this thought in mind, he raised his sword, the moonlight cascading down, reflecting Yeli's impassive visage upon the blade. "O great Khan of the North, you may ignite this war, yet I may hold the power to dictate its conclusion. With my sword, I shall quell the strife." In making this resolution, the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground had already succumbed completely. Nearby, there should be a village. I shall investigate. If any foes remain, I shall deal with them. If not, I shall rest for the night. Yeli commenced his journey anew, advancing towards the next city that the Horse King was most likely to assault, guided by the intelligence he had gathered. In the year 995 of the Tianqian calendar, your actions have become increasingly frequent, and with the rising tide of slaughter, your power has grown correspondingly. Encountering the soldiers of the north, it is now nearly impossible to leave any survivors. Your actions have dampened the morale of the barbarian tribes and instilled hope in those still resisting along the borders. As a harbinger of death in the north, your reputation has spread widely, yet it has also presented you with another dilemma. Strangely, in this area, not a single barbarian from the north was in sight. Following the map, he arrived at a village closer to the breached city at the border, yet it was peculiar that he saw no enemies. The village lay desolate, devoid of life, with traces of fires indicating that there had been people here merely days before. Why is this? Surely, they could not have all fled? After an entire day without encountering foes, Yeli felt a tinge of confusion. Such a multitude could not simply vanish into thin air. His musings were not far from the truth. He might not have documented it, but during these days of intense conflict, the number of barbarians who had perished by his hand surely exceeded 1,000 without question. One man, having slain thousands of foes, would find only corpses strewn across the ground upon each arrival of barbarian reinforcements. All are our own people, not a single enemy corpse is in sight, and even the weapons of the deceased gleam with cleanliness. A terrifying entity is hunting us, wielding a power beyond our capacity to confront. Such thoughts, combined with the unwillingness of the two Khans entering the pass to let their soldiers perish in vain, led them to actively consolidate their forces. A group of inept warriors, reduced to a state of cowardice by a single individual? Those who know speak of you as valiant soldiers of the grasslands, while those who do not would mistake you for mere fledglings. The white-clad ghost, the demon, the sword demon? Let him come. I am not one to be trifled with. In the camp belonging to the Ji Wang outside Yulong Pass, one of the 3 great Khans, Ji Wang himself, berated his nephew, who had just returned with the gathered soldiers. They had come here to plunder, to reduce the surplus population, and to acquire more resources. Instead, it appeared they had been robbed, suffering losses of valuable young men. Life in the northern borders is far from idyllic, contrary to what many in Deqian imagine. It is not a daily indulgence of wine and meat. The truth is, they simply lack the capability for such extravagance. After much effort, they managed to manipulate the court and remotely intervene in the command of the Divine Elephant Army, allowing their forces to enter this place. The gains were considerable, yet not as abundant as anticipated. Yi Li had slain thousands, but his actions had affected the movements of tens of thousands. The intensity of plundering in the northern borders had significantly diminished, thus partially fulfilling his own objectives. Uncle, this is truly not my intention. Recently, the discovery of corpses has become increasingly frequent, and many of the soldiers below are terrified. Call me Khan. Forget that damned fellow for now. Our grand army has already assembled here. No matter what, he cannot charge alone. After downing another bowl of wine, Ji Wang gazed at the towering walls of Yulong Pass. Standing over 20 meters high, an impregnable iron gate? I shall see how long it can withstand. Beyond this point, our path lies clear. Who can obstruct us on the plains? At that time, we must seize the advantage over that wretched wolf cub and carry everything valuable back with us. With that, he slammed his wine bowl onto the table and strode out of the tent, his every action stirring the hearts of all present. Commander, that fellow, Ji Wang, is coming out. The war drums sounded, capturing the attention of all soldiers. They were about to commence the siege. We absolutely cannot allow this man to advance with his cavalry. The soldiers atop the walls began to gather, preparing oil, rolling logs, boulders, and molten metal. Archers readied their arrows, poised to deliver a devastating blow to the attacking enemy. The city gate had long been barricaded and reinforced with various debris, and traps had been laid as a precaution. As for Jiwang, he personally engaged, soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals. Come forth, we are ready. The provisions within the city can last 2 years without issue. I shall witness this. However, before the confident words of the defending general could finish, an unsettling scene unfolded. Jiwang advanced alone, without any soldiers or weapons, clad merely in armor. What did he intend to do? Uncertain. But a rumor surfaced in his mind. This man's true form in the path of enlightenment was said to be a colossal beast towering over 10 meters. Yet, no one in Deqian had ever witnessed such a sight. The legend felt far-fetched, a product of exaggeration. The commander of the divine elephant army, after all, only stood 9 meters tall. Now, reality unveiled a truth often dismissed as mere myth. Jiwang's body swelled, his form tearing and reconstituting as his garments burst apart. The soldiers observing from the walls found their perspective shifting, now forced to gaze upward. Someone swallowed nervously, staring at the colossal being before him, at a loss for words. Jiwang, one of the 3 great Khans of the northern borders, transformed into an 18-meter-tall centaur. Who dares to obstruct me? Behind him, the barbarian tribes cheered. Their Khan was invincible. In front of him, the defending soldiers trembled. So colossal, how can we combat this? Chapter 13. Jiwang, I have come to slay you. Before Yulong Pass, Jiwang refrained from commanding his soldiers to attack, instead choosing to unveil his true form alone. As the centaur approached, nearly matching the height of the city walls, the morale of the defenders plummeted. Such a size, he must be lethal. Humanity harbors a fear of giants. The mere sight of such an immense being can evoke primal terror, rendering some unable to hold their weapons. The most anxious of all was the defending commander, who had previously entertained thoughts of facing Jiwang man-to-man, believing his own true form, a golden-haired lion, would suffice in combat. Now, he realized his prior strategy was nothing but a farce. A droplet of sweat fell to the ground, and he instinctively wiped his brow. Am I sweating? Have I truly become drenched in perspiration before such an enemy? Jiwang had yet to make his move. His power signified violence, destruction, and slaughter. He relished the cheers and awe of his followers, as well as the fear and despair of his foes. Stop dawdling. Prepare the crossbows. He is still flesh and blood. I refuse to believe he is impervious to blades and arrows. After a brief moment of hesitation, General Liu Yong regained his resolve as a warrior. Observing Jiwang's immense form, he contemplated potential paths to victory. The saying goes, the larger the beast, the weaker its vulnerabilities. To defend the city, they had stockpiled ample oil. When the opportunity arose, they would douse him and set him ablaze. Such a gigantic figure could not be particularly agile. He would maneuver quickly, gradually bleeding him out. Moreover, such a behemoth would lack suitable weaponry. He could not possibly demolish our walls with bare hands, could he? With this thought, he reassured himself, signaling his soldiers to prepare. Come on, we still have a chance. However, once again, his words faltered as he beheld the scene before him. What was this? Jiwang opened his palms, dark energy swirling around them, revealing countless anguished faces within, wailing and screaming, intent on obliterating all. As the black mist coalesced, Jiwang clenched his hands, transforming the dark vapor into a pitch-black halberd. Well then, we were just comforting ourselves that Jiwang bore no weapon. Now it seems he has crafted one. Are we truly from the same world? What manner of being is this, so colossal, yet capable of conjuring a massive weapon? In a remarkable transformation, one could assume a hybrid form of lion and human, endowed with immense strength, remarkable speed, and the ability to unleash attacks imbued with flames and lightning. Yet, despite this formidable prowess, the disparity in power was insurmountable. The mighty Jiwang took a gradual step forward, causing the soldiers behind him to experience a subtle tremor. With each deliberate movement, the very earth seemed to quake. The crossbow bolts were unleashed in rapid succession, as the defenders, under the frantic roar of Commander Liu Yong, sprang into action, driven by the instinct for survival. The bolts were drawn and aimed with precision at the vital points of Jiwang's towering form, releasing a barrage of deadly projectiles. As over 20 crossbows released their arrows simultaneously, the rain of bolts, though not overwhelming, possessed lethal potency. Yet, Jiwang stood unfazed, an expression of anticipation gracing his visage. At last, he thought, the moment has arrived. His intent was to utterly shatter their spirit of resistance, ideally capturing the defenders within the city. The recent carnage wrought by the northern slaughter machine had left him wanting for manpower. Acquiring some cannon fodder would serve him well. With a flourish, The enormous Fangtian Huaji, Fangtianlai, twirled in his grasp, displaying an agility that belied his colossal physique. The arrows aimed at him were effortlessly deflected, their shafts snapped with precision, sending them flying away. After this initial barrage, Ji Wang remained unscathed, even without so much as a heavy breath. The soldiers upon the walls ceased their actions, not due to a lack of weaponry or will, but because their spirits had been utterly crushed. What manner of monster is this? They pondered, realizing that even the mightiest of their siege engines would stand no chance against such overwhelming strength. The disparity in equipment was glaringly evident. Now it was his turn. With a powerful thrust of his forelegs, the massive centaur had reached the base of the city walls, facing the gates. With a sweeping motion reminiscent of wielding a colossal hammer, he swung the Fangtian Huaji upward. The stones of the wall shattered, the wooden gates splintered, and debris meant for fortification cascaded down, injuring several nearby soldiers. One strike, and the city crumbled. Had the man who stood above just moments ago perished? Ji Wang mused about Commander Lu Yong, contemplating that if he were to die outright, it would demoralize the defenders, facilitating their surrender. Should he still be alive, he might prove to be a valuable asset worth recruiting. As for Lu Yong's current condition, the monster. He yet lived, but merely clung to existence, gasping for breath beneath a pile of rubble. Although he could still feel his body, he remained trapped and helpless. From this position, merely opening his eyes allowed him to behold the towering form of Ji Wang, which now appeared even more formidable upon his return to the ground. How foolish I am, he lamented. How could I muster the courage to confront such a demon? He felt diminutive, lost among the corpses of other soldiers, unnoticed by Ji Wang. Forget searching for the little ones. Soldiers, heed my command. Enter the city. For 3 days, we shall not sheathe our blades. Ji Wang's soldiers, a battalion of centaurs of normal stature, surged toward the breach in the walls at his command. Suddenly, a white figure darted amongst them, halting the advance of all. Hold! Simultaneously, a crimson line appeared around the necks of hundreds, and their heads fell from their bodies. What? Who are you? Only Ji Wang discerned the figure, a man in white who decapitated his subordinates without a trace of blood upon him. Me? I have come to slay you. Yi Li, relieved that he had not delayed his journey, arrived just in time. Chapter 14. Ji Wang is dead. Ji Wang, I have come to end you. In pursuit of the main force led by Ji Wang, Yi Li had refrained from meticulously hunting down the smaller raiding parties nearby. Only those fortuitous enough to cross his path met their demise at his hands. Thus, he acquired intelligence regarding Ji Wang's gathering at Yulong Pass. Preparing for an assault, he arrived just in time to witness Ji Wang dismantling the city walls. Such brute force and aggression explained why many depicted Ji Wang as a demon. Yet, to label me a slaughter machine, there exists no more virtuous knight than I in this border region. Hey you, are you the infamous northern slaughter machine? The one who just declared intent to kill me while slaying my men? Perhaps due to his immense stature, Ji Wang's voice boomed, causing Yi Li to wince at the volume. It is I, though I am not fond of the moniker you've ascribed to me. Your men are slain, and it matters not. Yi Li had attempted to correct their labels numerous times, referring to him as the white-clad swordsman would suffice. Yet, this was of little consequence now. The matter at hand required swift resolution, and he would not squander Ji Wang's time. No sooner had he spoken than his figure blurred, coinciding with the descent of a shadow. Boom! Ji Wang's Fangtian Huaji crashed down where Yi Li had recently stood. The sheer ferocity, combined with the weapon's aura of vengeance from the souls it had claimed, unleashed a shockwave that tore through the street. Debris flew, and nearby soldiers were reduced to a crimson mist, while those at a distance were sent airborne by the force. Did he miss? Yi Li noted with precision that his calculations were aligned with his abilities, sensing that his adversary still lived. What extraordinary strength and speed, truly monstrous. Yi Li's voice emerged from the left, revealing him standing by the collapsed wall, seemingly unscathed by the earlier onslaught. Without hesitation, Ji Wang swung his weapon once more, targeting Yi Li once again. Swish! A black gust transformed into a blade, detaching from the Fangtian Huaji, slicing through the already battered city wall. With speed and power now assessed, Yi Li concluded that this battle could indeed be fought and won. He deftly evaded the strike, accelerating as he descended, minimizing his risk of being airborne. Ji Wang's relentless slashes followed, rendering the walls of Yulong Pass akin to a shoddy construction, devoid of any defensive efficacy. Is this truly his full strength? I once thought I could contend with this beast alone. Lu Yong, still sprawled on the ground, murmured to himself, realizing that he remained in this position. As none dared to come to his aid, a sense of despair washed over him, recognizing that the chasm between men seemed to eclipse even that between man and beast. What formidable expert can stand against the mighty Ji Wang? Yi Li is currently uncertain of his own level of prowess. Time and again, he has vanquished soldiers from the northern territories and roving bandits, receiving the gifts of the deceased. They yearn for him to alter this world and seek vengeance on their behalf, and Yi Li responds to their calls with his actions. His strength has been steadily growing throughout this journey, and prior to confronting Ji Wang, he had not encountered any adversary capable of instilling a sense of pressure within him. As he weaves and dodges, Yi Li finds himself within 10 meters of Ji Wang's left forehoof. Now it is my turn. He halts abruptly, lowering his head to evade a lethal strike that grazes his hair. While the building behind him collapses, a few strands of black hair whisked away by the wind. Unperturbed, Yi Li channels his strength into the sword hilt, infusing it with his essence. Then, he lunges at his target with a single stroke. The ashen-red sword energy arcs like a crescent moon, aimed to sever Ji Wang's hoof. When dealing with cavalry, tripping their steeds proves an effective strategy. And that is precisely what Yi Li intends to do. How foolish. Do you think I would remain unprepared? The polearm thrusts into the ground, the black shaft colliding with the sword energy, cleaved in half, yet managing to thwart Yi Li's assault. What? Ji Wang is taken aback. Had he not evaded moments ago, he would undoubtedly have sustained injury from such an attack. This unknown figure before him may possess strength equal to his own. Yet why does his physique show no signs of change? Is he concealing his true abilities? Undeterred by the failure of his initial counterattack, Yi Li harnesses his leg's power, creating a depression beneath him as his body transforms into a fleeting white shadow, closing in on Ji Wang. Close combat is advantageous for me. An inch of distance yields an inch of strength. Maintaining distance could lead to exhaustion from Ji Wang's relentless assaults. He believes that his massive weapon would easily crush Yi Li's flesh and blood. Thus, narrowing the gap and retaliating with my sword energy is the correct course of action. Yi Li charges at Ji Wang. All present witness a human, seemingly insignificant against such a colossal beast, yet he repeatedly evades deadly strikes. The silvery sword carves arcs of crescent moons, splattering blood upon Ji Wang. The swordsman in white moves with elegance and composure, his actions suffused with lethal intent. Beneath Ji Wang's feet, blood accumulates, transforming the ground into a crimson expanse, with numerous wounds unable to heal before being exacerbated by fresh sword energy. He is being worn down, yet Yi Li appears utterly unfatigued. The scales of victory gradually tip in his favor. They feel as though they are witnessing a legend unfold. No one dares approach, not even Ji Wang's subordinates, for they would be crushed by the aftermath of their clash. It is as if a deity has descended. A soldier observing cannot help but exclaim, and none around him dare to refute, for they lack the words to explain the miracle that is Yi Li. With the body of a human, he hunts a colossal beast. It is nearly time. The final strike approaches. Standing upon Ji Wang's halberd, Yi Li once more evades an attack. The enemy is now panting and bleeding profusely, their strength diminished by at least 30% compared to the beginning. It is time to conclude this battle. Let me see. It seems I can wield this power in a more profound manner. A special sensation envelopes him, as if he might achieve an even greater eruption of strength. Yi Li raises his sword, pointing it at Ji Wang, but refraining from striking. Power surges throughout his being, as ashen-red energy converges above his head, forming a gargantuan sword 10 meters in length, identical to the weapon in his hand, merely a magnified version. This technique shall be named Heaven and Earth Severed. What do you think? He lifts the sword above his head, bringing it down. The massive sword behind him mimics the same motion. What manner of power is this? Ji Wang perceives a resemblance between this strike and his own halberd, yet feels an undeniable difference. His instincts warn him that he cannot withstand it. It would spell his doom. Hold firm. Muscles tense as he swings his weapon, meeting the blow with the halberd's blade. This is his final struggle. He cannot accept defeat so easily. Clang. Contrary to his expectations, the standoff lasts barely 2 breaths as Ji Wang, weakened by prior exertion, loses the stability of his halberd. Yi Li seizes the opportunity to unleash his full force. Ji Wang's weapon shatters into black mist, leaving him to rely solely on his flesh to defend. With a swift motion, 2 arms are severed. The centaur ceases to move, and a line of blood extends from his brow, coursing down his entire body. The 3 kings of the grasslands. The Ji Wang has been slain by me. He turns to gaze beyond the city walls, at the soldiers whose morale is on the brink of collapse, yet he does not lower his sword. Eradicate evil entirely. Chapter 15. Braving fire and water, without hesitation. I have triumphed, Ji Wang. I vowed to slay you, and now I have fulfilled that promise. The enormous centaur has been cleaved in 2. and the bloodthirsty aura representing victims gradually dissipates with the death of the perpetrator. The black-red malevolence transforms into an invisible white mist, revealing countless faces of those who find solace in the air. A portion of their lingering desires enters Yi Li's body, wishing to accompany this benefactor to witness whether he can indeed change this world. I comprehend your intentions. I have previously sworn to alter this world, and I honor my word. However, our battle is not yet concluded. Now is the time to eradicate evil completely. Yi Li does not sheath his sword, but instead focuses on the northern soldiers, whose morale teeters on the edge of collapse due to Ji Wang's demise. He wishes to express gratitude for their efforts, for they have assembled their forces with remarkable speed. At least half of Ji Wang's warriors stand before him. In the face of me, take heed in your next life. The white shadow weaves swiftly through the fleeing ranks, the pale crescent moon dancing, leaving behind a trail of blood blossoms outside Yulong Pass. In the late summer of the year 995 of the Tianqian calendar, you have slain Ji Wang, one of the 3 kings of the northern territories, at Yulong Pass. You deftly dealt with Ji Wang's soldiers, ensuring that at least 60% of their ranks remain forever outside Yulong Pass. Those who kill are eternally hunted. You hope they may learn this lesson through their own lives. You rested for 3 days at Yulong Pass, perhaps due to fear, or perhaps gratitude. Both soldiers and common folk within the pass regard you with profound reverence. On the 3rd day, as you prepare to continue addressing the issue of the Wolf King, you receive encouraging news. Are you suggesting that the Wolf King has fled? Indeed, Lord Yi, it is true. According to reports from other cities, the Wolf King has gathered his forces and retreated. Commander Lu Yong of Yulong Pass stands before Yi Li, delivering this good news. Remarkably, the commander who was initially dispatched by Ji Wang has survived, fortuitously enduring until after the battle, carried back for urgent medical attention by his soldiers. His prowess, when compared to the likes of Ji Wang and Ye Li, is commendable. In just 3 days, he has regained the ability to walk normally. However, this sentinel dares not utter a single word in the presence of Ye Li, remaining utterly still, fearful that a careless slip of the tongue or a misstep might lead to a fate akin to that of Ji Wang. It is not that he harbors a petty mindset. Rather, the might of this gentleman is indeed formidable. The numerous corpses outside are a testament to his call for the townsfolk to handle the aftermath, and many remain unburied. How did the Wolf King manage to escape so swiftly, ensuring that none were left behind? Indeed, all have fled, marking the conclusion of our tribulations at the border. The reason for the Wolf King's flight is clear to Liu Yong. This valiant individual before him possesses an alarming strength. Several remnants of Ji Wang's army have sought refuge with the Wolf King, prompting him to sense the dire turn of events. The remnants arrived in the morning, while the Wolf King fled in the afternoon. Regardless, they have plundered resources, and returning now is a boon, allowing them to capitalize on the remaining resources left by Ji Wang in the northern territories. He is a cunning wolf, unwilling to engage directly with a killing god like Ye Li. The ordeal is over, yet a few individuals remain unpunished. Amidst his joy, Ye Li feels a tinge of regret. If Ji Wang was notorious for his pillaging and wickedness, then the Wolf King is not far behind. Indeed, he is the principal architect of the recent turmoil at the border. He too deserves death, yet he has escaped, burrowing into the vast grasslands beyond the borders. Ye Li is uncertain of the Wolf King's current whereabouts. This chapter appears to have concluded for now. Regarding the Wolf King, perhaps in the future, I shall seek him out in the northern territories. Presently, the external chaos has subsided, leaving only internal strife, a combination of natural disasters and human calamities. Ye Li understands well the challenges that lie ahead, which extend beyond mere barbaric tribes like the 3 kings of the northern territories. The court's issues are escalating. They have recently imposed another tax nationwide, purportedly to refurbish the late emperor's mausoleum. The uprising forces have transformed from 12 factions of rebel kings to 23. Nearly half of them are comprised of monstrous serpents and dragons, while the remainder includes all manner of demons and spirits. In several regions, military leaders remain inactive, hoarding resources to sustain their troops while observing the rebellious forces swell in strength. The Daqian is destined for demise. Ye Li reaffirms that, given the current situation, not even the late emperor could quell the chaos should he rise from the grave. My lord, do you share this sentiment that our Daqian should come to an end? Ye Li muses aloud, while Liu Yong, with glimmering eyes, senses an opportunity. The implications of his words resonate with Ye Li, aligning with his own thoughts. Ye Li is acutely aware that resolving the border issues is straightforward due to the lack of organization among the northern tribes. Eliminating leaders like Ji Wang would scatter the rest. However, the internal dynamics of Daqian are far more complex. riddled with corrupt officials, landowning families, and the lofty emperor in the capital. The number of individuals he must address is overwhelming. It is impractical to replicate his current method of confronting each one individually with a sword. He possesses the strength for rebellion, and with Liu Yong's connections, he can rally a force. Yet, he confronts another dilemma. Indeed, I believe the heavens of Daqian must change, but are you not a loyal subject? Loyalty? Here at Yulongguan, I have long since had my fill. The troops I command are those stationed at the border, and they scarcely provide sufficient provisions, often mixing sand into our rations. Our weaponry is equally neglected. Without our routine maintenance, relying on the court supplies is but a fool's dream. Liu Yong opens up, sharing that the troops stationed at the border have fared poorly in recent years. While the sentiment of mutual hostility may not be extreme, their loyalty to Daqian is non-existent. Now, with the arrival of a figure like Ye Li, he glimpses hope. He is unwilling to remain in a place devoid of promotion potential. He yearns for advancement. So, are you willing to lead the city's forces with me to test the waters of this chaotic era? My lord, I shall not hesitate to plunge into the depths of fire and water. Today, as fortune feels promising, it should yield fruitful results. Chapter 16. The silent disappearance of the Taiping army. The preparations for the uprising proved far simpler than Ye Li had previously imagined, lacking even the slightest resistance. There were no messages slipped into fish or masquerading as foxes calling out, nor were there stone figures unearthed from the ground. The entire Yulongguan, from the common folk to the soldiers, exhibited an unusual level of cooperation. This outcome can be attributed to various factors. Firstly, as the commander of Yulongguan, Liu Yong is genuinely eager for advancement. When the leader is the first to deflect, what can the soldiers do but follow? Moreover, aside from the border, other regions are imposing taxes, and they are on the brink of famine. This absurdity has made the soldiers acutely aware that Daqian is on the brink of collapse. Furthermore, Ye Li truly saved them, slaying Ji Wang with his own strength in plain sight. The image of a divine being descending from the heavens requires no additional promotion. This power serves as the foundation for his claim to kingship. In the year 995 of the Tianqian calendar, you instigated an uprising at the border of Yulongguan, becoming the 24th rebel king. You raised the banner of the Taiping army, proclaiming peace throughout the realm. Inspired by ancient texts that envision a harmonious world where the tillers possess their lands, and no one suffers from famine. The Taiping army, bolstered by overwhelming strength and the people's support, swiftly captured several towns at the border, laying the groundwork for dominance in these tumultuous times. Your emergence signifies that the number of uprising forces has successfully doubled in a short period. The 12 factions of rebel kings have transformed into 24, signifying not merely a numerical change, but also demonstrating to the world that the Daqian court is powerless to rectify regional chaos. Across various locales, armies that once pledged allegiance to the court are stirring restlessly, noble families either covertly investing in prominent rebels or allowing their offshoots to declare themselves kings. In the court, unrest brews, with numerous high-ranking officials communicating with the rebels. Before Ji Wang's demise, 3 days prior to the establishment of the Taiping army in the capital of Daqian, the court convened. Esteemed ministers, if you have matters to address, speak. If not, you may retire. At the highest point of the hall sat Emperor Liu Jia, accompanied by Chancellor Li Ji, though this time, a fruit platter graced the table before Liu Jia. He casually nibbled while presiding over the court, appearing quite leisurely. The ministers exchanged glances, yet none dared to take the initiative, until Li Ji signaled with his eyes, prompting a member of his faction to rise hesitantly. Your Majesty, we have received joyous tidings from the border. Our Daqian troops have not disappointed your grace, slaying a barbarian leader outside Yulongguan. The barbarian forces have retreated, and the border is secure. This is a blessing from the heavens for our Daqian dynasty. He merely expresses flattering words, ensuring that at the very least, the emperor remains unperturbed. As for the battle reports, while they possess a general understanding of the circumstances, with a touch of linguistic artistry, how can the demise of Wang Ji not be attributed to the merits of Daqian? Did Liu Yong not shoot arrows at Wang Ji? Or was it the city walls that failed to hinder him? The efforts of the white-clad swordsmen were all for naught, for by that time, Wang Ji had already sustained internal injuries after intercepting arrows and breaching the city walls, leading to his swift defeat. Indeed, how splendidly stated. Behold, our Daqian dynasty is indeed robust and thriving. Since the borders are now peaceful, there is no need for further reinforcements. Let them recuperate and thrive. The surplus of resources could be better used to construct palaces for the solitary ruler and perhaps even select beauties from among the populace to enrich the harem. What do you mean by needing more funds, Your Majesty? Are you truly cognizant of the situation? Several venerable officials who had served the late emperor abruptly raised their heads, eager to ascertain whether their sovereign had lost his senses. Outside the court, does he truly remain oblivious to the state of Deqian? Repeated impositions of heavy taxes and levies to fund military expenditures have left many regions in turmoil, with the populace suffering greatly. The sentiment of the common folk towards the court cannot be described as unwavering loyalty. Rather, they harbor a deep-seated resentment, wishing to strip their oppressors bare. One might argue that if these funds indeed reached the military, loyalty to the benefactor would ensue. However, the troops have seen little of this wealth, most of it seemingly concealed by the chancellor. Should you continue to impose taxes and even conduct selections for the harem, do you not fear the day when the righteous rebels breach the capital? The ministers exchanged glances, and ultimately, Wang Kong, the deputy minister of revenue, took a deep breath and stepped forward. Your Majesty, this cannot be. Our peril lies not externally but within, amidst the realm itself. Rebels are forming alliances across the land, drawing in the populace, with some bands now boasting thousands. I beseech you, Your Majesty, to lighten the burdens on the people, for if not, the uprisings will only intensify. Enough, Deputy Minister Wang. Are you not exaggerating the tranquility of the borders in light of the emperor's recent successes? They are but commoners. What can they achieve against the northern tribes? Even if our forces falter against these savages, can we not deal with them? I suspect you are becoming senile, unable to discern right from wrong, intent on undermining the emperor's endeavors. The sovereign Liu Jia remained silent, but Chancellor Li Ji had already spoken on his behalf. This tactic of casting aspersions was evident to all. It seemed Li Ji wished for his demise. Had it not been for the protection of several esteemed elders, Wang Kong might not have exited the Grand Hall unscathed. Yet upon returning home, the deputy minister found himself devoid of the usual vigor, burdened instead by anxiety and sorrow. The downfall of the nation indeed heralds the rise of calamity. Chancellor Li Ji, you are a scourge upon the realm. Your Majesty, in your present state, how can I face the late emperor? He isolated himself within his study, forbidding anyone from disturbing him, pacing back and forth alone. He recalled the youthful emperor, who once harbored grand aspirations to safeguard the legacy of Deqian, ensuring the Liu family's dynasty would endure for a millennium. Yet since the passing of the late emperor and the chancellor's assumption of power, how swiftly things have deteriorated. Is it that you are merely a skilled actor? Or does the throne truly possess such a corrupting influence? He did not know, but he still wished to contemplate ways to preserve the realm of Deqian. A knock resounded at the door. Had I not requested solitude? He began to speak, but fell silent. With so few within his residence, if it were truly urgent, one would not knock without speaking. Something felt amiss. Who was out there? No response came, and in a precautionary manner, Wang Kong drew the sword from within his study, cautiously approaching the door. Even if an ill-intentioned individual lurked outside, he was not a defenseless weakling. Despite being a civil official, well-versed in the 6 arts of a gentleman, he was proficient in all. Yet as he neared the door, the knocking ceased, and he felt a hand upon his shoulder. What? Inside the study, silence reigned. Father, I've brought you some food. Please eat something. Wang Kong's eldest son had come to deliver a meal, but received no reply. The door to the study remained intact, yet the esteemed Deputy Minister of Revenue had vanished without a trace. Chapter 17. Genealogy. What a wondrous invention. In the year 995 of the Tianqian calendar, due to the court's continued negligence, local uprisings and factionalism escalated dramatically. With the loss of certain territories, the court, in a bid to ensure adequate tax revenue, intensified its tax collection efforts. This practice, akin to robbing Peter to pay Paul, incited more commoners to revolt. As the cycle of heavy taxation and civil strife diminished the court's revenues, the demise of Deqian accelerated. In times of rise and fall, the common people suffer. Across the lands of Deqian, lamentations abound, and your abilities allow you to hear the cries of the deceased. Responding to their calls is also to heed the aspirations of your Taiping army, hastening your expansion. Wherever the Taiping army roams, the noble families face near certain doom, for you can witness the vengeful spirits of those who perished because of them. You inquire as to who invented genealogy. It is indeed an invaluable tool. Standing at the gates of the renowned local Su family, witnessing the Taiping army escorting individuals out one by one, Yili curiously asked Liu Yong, the most progressive-minded and earliest follower of the Taiping army. At that moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Genealogy is indeed a remarkable asset for their leader. However, is there something amiss in its application? Armed with their genealogies, they scour each household for those who escaped justice, selecting the most heinous for execution. How does our Lord Yi discern who is culpable and who is innocent? It is astonishing, Perhaps he is truly a celestial being descended to Earth, for such a presence could not exist otherwise. He witnessed firsthand how, in the previous town, several prominent figures of the Li family hid within a dry well, seeking to evade capture by the Taiping army. The well was bottomless, and an adjacent wall concealed a secret chamber. The soldiers were completely unaware of its existence. Yet Yi Li walked directly over, and with a single strike, he dispatched both the secret chamber and its occupants. In another town, a landlord remained unknown to most. Yet his youngest son was a murderer, secretly torturing the impoverished in a hidden chamber beneath his room. But Yi Li perceived this, and naturally, the man did not escape the judgment of the Taiping army. Of course, Yi Li would not voice his opinions on these matters. Such actions would not tarnish the Taiping army's reputation. Rather, they would enhance their standing even further. Upon reaching each locale, the Taiping army adhered to Yi Li's initial rallying cry, "The tiller shall have his land," distributing land among the local populace. Drawing upon his observations during their journey and the wisdom of certain learned individuals under his command, Yi Li also instituted regulations pertinent to the Taiping army. Through stringent laws, he ensured that the Taiping forces would, at least for the moment, refrain from descending into the chaos of pillaging and violence, thus facilitating the realization of his vision. In contrast to the plight of common folk in Deqian, who did not always fare well, the situation among other rebel factions was often marred by disarray, leading to widespread suffering. However, the Taiping army's leader genuinely cared for the people, opening granaries wherever they went to provide the populace with ample rice porridge, sufficient enough to support their sustenance. The disparity became evident. Wherever the Taiping army ventured, the citizens welcomed them with open arms, presenting food and drink in joyous reception, embodying a vibrant spirit and a flourishing environment. Some soldiers of the garrison, sensing hopelessness, voluntarily surrendered to invite the Taiping army in before civil unrest could erupt among the populace. With the arrival of the Taiping forces, the people felt a sense of relief and hope, contributing to the burgeoning strength of the army. Presently, Yi Li's contingent ranks among the top 5 of over 30 rebel groups. If all proceeds without incident, they would merge with other factions, advancing toward the capital to determine who would bring an end to this chaotic era. "I shall fulfill your aspirations. This endeavor will not falter, for it embodies the future we desire," he declared, with the ability to transform the world. As long as he harnesses the collective will of the people, he would not fail. Gazing at the gently falling snow, Yi Li murmured, while Lu Yong beside him appeared unfazed. Their leader seemed capable of perceiving things invisible to ordinary eyes, an aspect of his extraordinary nature that the Taiping army promoted as a regal quality. Though his portrayal paled in comparison to other rebel leaders who claimed extraordinary traits, Yi Li's approach remained grounded in reality. "Commander, as we advance, we shall soon confront the Imperial Army," Lu Yong noted. "The Tianhu Army, correct? One of the court's elite forces, comparable to the Divine Elephant Army?" Yi Li's tone took on a subtle nuance at the mention of this adversary, marking his first opponent since his rise to prominence. Though the outcome of that initial engagement had been somewhat disappointing, "They will not prove to be our rivals. Even their so-called elite are no match for us," he asserted, his confidence bolstered by the sword in his hand and the power coursing through him. Since departing from his village, he had wielded the same sword forged at a blacksmith shop, having not exchanged it despite countless battles and the slaying of innumerable foes. Its silver blade bore no rust or signs of wear, indistinguishable from its freshly forged state. This was the remarkable power of Yi Li, which invisibly safeguarded his weaponry and attire, allowing these possessions to evolve alongside him. "Old comrade, it is once more time for us to engage in battle," he proclaimed. His strength, growing deeper as the army expanded, left Yi Li uncertain of where his own limits lay. In the first month of the year 996 of the Tianqian calendar, you led the Taiping army in a direct confrontation with the Tianhu army on a vast plain, your forces numbering 100,000 against their 80,000. Your soldiers, predominantly common folk, lacked formal training or initiation into the path, but emerged victorious, fueled by the ideals you instilled in them, the promise of a peaceful world where all have enough to eat. They persevered, even in the face of grievous injuries, rising to strike at the enemy's legs. This indomitable spirit, combined with your undeniable prowess as commander, allowed you to wreak havoc within the ranks of the Tianhu army, slaying their generals and concluding the battle. The Taiping army, alongside 3 other rebel factions, drew closer to their ultimate objective, the capital city. Your initial strategy had proven sound. Breaching the city appeared more feasible than merely attempting to gain entry. Chapter 18. What if fighting for the realm again? In the year 996 of the Tianqian calendar, the Taiping army, led by Yi Li and accompanied by the three opposing kings known as the Shura King, the Jiaolong King, and the Qilin King, drew near to the capital from four distinct directions. The rebel kings now stood mere miles from the city walls, poised to make their appearance at any moment. Currently, the Daqian capital seemed to consist solely of the Dragon Guard, loyal to the emperor. Although various armies had received missives urging them to protect the emperor, they remained passive, merely observing the unfolding events, perhaps biding their time to establish a new dynasty after the rebels breached the city, seeking to reap their rewards. The court of Daqian had transformed significantly from its former state. Several ministers had inexplicably vanished, while others had quietly departed from the capital. The court appeared sparse, with only a handful remaining. My esteemed ministers, if you have matters to address, please speak. If not, you may retire, commanded Emperor Lu Jie, continuing with his usual routine of eating and drinking, seemingly oblivious to the imminent threat at the city gates and the potential peril to his life. The chancellor stood silently beside him. Your Majesty, news from outside the city indicates that the four rebel factions have approached. Should we evacuate southward or await reinforcements? The Minister of Rights was the first to speak, his intentions seemingly for the benefit of the royal family, though his flickering gaze suggested ulterior motives. Lu Jie remained silent, merely observing the Minister of Rights, making him feel as though his thoughts were being laid bare. He could only feign ignorance, lowering his head in anticipation of others voicing their opinions. He felt no fear. The ministers had previously conspired to abandon Daqian and align with the most formidable of the rebel factions, the Shura King's Fengtian army. As long as they surrendered and switched sides, they could retain their wealth and serve a new master, a prospect that promised a bright future. Why remain aboard this sinking ship of Daqian? As expected, following the Minister of Rights, the Deputy Minister of War also proposed. Your Majesty, the capital is no longer defensible. Should the rebels launch an attack, the Dragon Guard stands no chance of resistance. However, loyal soldiers still remain in the south. I urge your Majesty to relocate southward, for you may reclaim the throne in the future. Their intent was clear, to persuade the emperor to abandon the capital, as a dynasty that lost its capital would find it exceedingly difficult to regain power. The ministers who still professed loyalty to Daqian now raised their heads, seeking clarification from the emperor. Are you truly unable to discern their intentions, or have you lost all hope and chosen instead to abandon ship? Yet as they looked up, they were met with a markedly different emperor and the presence of dark-clad guards within the hall, an unexpected development. You are all virtuous individuals in the service of Daqian, concerned for the welfare of the people, and have thus joined forces with the rebels outside, conspiring with the Fengtian army, secretly informing the Heilong army of the city wall defenses, seeking to have the Tianrui army enter the capital first. Oh, there are no Taiping troops here. Is it because you fear them? Fear the great commander of the Taiping army, who might execute you all? What? They believe their clandestine communications are sufficiently discreet. Why then does this foolish emperor know? And why, having known, did he remain silent before? The prime minister approached them, holding a stack of letters, and cast them onto the ground. My lords, perhaps you should take a good look at the contents within. Are they familiar to you? They did not pick up the letters scattered on the floor, but the few visible characters confirmed for most present that these were indeed their own missives to the rebel kings. Here, who transcribed them? Very well, the time has come. I bid you, my esteemed ministers, to take your leave. The black-clad guards surged forward, and those ministers who wished to reveal their true intentions and resist found no opportunity to struggle. The disparity in power was simply too great. Lu Jie, we have already established contact with the various kings outside. Whatever you wish to do now is merely a death throes. Whether it is a death throes is not for you to decide. It is simply that you can no longer see it. With a wave of his hand, blood splattered onto the adjacent golden dragon column. It was only moments before their demise that they considered a troubling question. Their emperor, whose true nature was that of a dragon's eye, had only displayed his grudges and ambitions, but his majesty had never been revealed. Were we deceived? With such doubts, they sank forever into darkness. Within the court, only a fraction of the ministers remained. Esteemed lords, I understand you may have questions. Come with me now. The emperor led the way, with the prime minister following behind, accompanied by those black-clad guards. The remaining ministers were uncertain of what to do. They had yet to recover from the recent upheaval, simply following instinctively. Exiting the grand hall, passing through the emperor's harem, traversing a hidden chamber, they arrived at the rear mountains of the capital. Fellow colleagues, behold, for what lies ahead is the greatest trump card of our Daqian dynasty. At an entrance, the prime minister turned back, offering them a meaningful glance. Continuing onward, they entered a passage within the mountain, discovering an immense cavern that had seemingly been excavated over time. nearly hollowing out the entire rear mountain. Inside the cavern stood an armed force, estimated to consist of around 80 to 90,000 troops. What is this, the Heilongwei? No. Their presence felt even more formidable than that of the Heilongwei. Comparable to the Emperor's direct Heilongwei, these troops bore black scales and dragon-like eyes, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure simply by standing there. Since the founding of our dynasty, successive generations have secretly nurtured, trained, and expanded this hidden force. This is the true Heilongwei. Although their numbers may be few, each individual possesses the strength to contend with more than 10 ordinary practitioners. With such an army, how could the Dacian dynasty fall? It would merely be a matter of reconquering the realm once more. Upon Lu Jie's introduction, their first thought was disbelief. The more elite the soldiers, the greater their demands for training and sustenance. The Heilongwei within the capital number merely 30,000, yet they could easily support 300,000 elite soldiers. Their supply needs are 3 to 4 times that of other troops. How could they possibly sustain a force this powerful? Wait, where would the funds come from? The ministers present seemed to grasp the truth. The emperor's repeated efforts to amass wealth through coercion, where had those funds gone under the prime minister's greed? This was not mere avarice. It was a quiet investment in something grand. Your Majesty, you and the prime minister are in collusion. They understood completely. As long as Lu Jie appeared foolish and tyrannical, the prime minister could amass wealth unimpeded. The faction formed by the prime minister was the Black Hand, utilized when needed, yet disposed of now. After all, while 10 executions might yield an innocent, 9 out of 10 would certainly leave a guilty party. And then, when the world truly descends into chaos and the Dacian is on the brink, the emperor would lead the Heilongwei to unify the realm once more through absolute might. They had already caught sight of the ministers who had mysteriously vanished not long ago. These loyalists to Dacian would form the foundation after Lu Jie restored the realm. Yet, they also recognized another troubling issue. But if you are not a foolish ruler, why then do you allow the realm to descend into chaos? Theoretically, one could eliminate the roots of disorder. Why engage in such needless actions, first creating turmoil and then restoring order? Why? This is naturally due to a prophecy received since the founding of the dynasty. Lu Jie gazed up at the dragon head engraved above, his expression growing complex. Chapter 19. The mandate of heaven is unyielding, yet human effort prevails. Why does Lu Jie, this emperor of Dacian, who is clearly not foolish, allow the world to descend into chaos, even intentionally stoking the flames? Centuries ago, when the great Dacian was founded by Lu Qian, it was said that in times of turmoil, extraordinary individuals arise. At that time, alongside the founding emperor, several remarkable figures emerged. The so-called divine calculator, whose true name remains unknown, was renowned only by his moniker. Utilizing the Xian Gui as his true form, he excelled in the art of divination, unlike others. Possessing genuine talent, this individual valued spontaneity, often mingling among the common folk, offering predictions without fail. Lu Jie recalled the knowledge passed down through generations from his father and grandfather. Though the founding emperor harbored great ambitions, confident that Dacian would endure for a millennium, he remained curious. He sought to find this divine calculator, to discern the fate of the Lu family's dominion. However, herein lay the problem. The founding emperor's intentions were likewise foreseen by the divine calculator. The great Lu Qian dispatched his elite forces to search the mountains and seas, relentlessly pursuing for 3 years until he finally captured the divine calculator. The Xian Gui was not skilled in combat. Bound tightly with cold iron chains and brought to the capital. Divine calculator, I ask you, how many years of fortune does my Dacian possess? Can it endure for a millennium? In the study, the divine calculator faced the now-bound Lu Qian. His lips moved, yet no words emerged. Scars marred his body from the guard's capture and from the torturous devices employed by the Ministry of Justice after being brought back to the capital. Did he not fear that torturing a seer would yield false prophecies? No, Lu Qian was indeed unafraid, for his captive form could hear the thoughts of others. Even if the divine calculator possessed formidable strength, he could discern whether he spoke truthfully. Reluctant to endure further physical suffering, the divine calculator finally spoke. Provided Lu Qian granted him a swift end. The emperor bore the forms of the divine dragon, the mysterious bird, and the Qilin. Dacian revered the dragon, infused with a sense of martial spirit. This was a latent hazard that would linger from the founding of the dynasty. Before the millennium was reached, strife would arise, and the dynasty would perish, giving way to a new true dragon. It was true. He could tell the divine calculator was not lying. And considering the numerous prophecies previously made, the fate of Dacian seemed already predetermined. Truly, could there be no dynasty lasting a millennium? The fate of the realm does not solely reside within the royal family. The heavens and earth undergo transformations dictated by an immutable will. A sense of helplessness and disappointment enveloped Lu Qian as he had anticipated this outcome, yet he remained unwilling to accept it. His true nature was that of a divine dragon, and he believed the bloodline of the Lu family was destined to produce the most esteemed emperor. He yearned for the Lu family to eternally occupy the dragon throne, ensuring that the Dacian dynasty would endure for millennia. Thus, he contemplated devising strategies to leave behind a hidden advantage for future generations. Even if the heavens decreed his demise, he would strive to defy fate. He intended to summon the guards and eliminate the soothsayer, for a person of such extraordinary ability, once offended, could not be allowed to depart unharmed. Although the will of the heavens is unyielding, human actions can still shape outcomes. The soothsayer spoke the truth, expressing a desire to escape death. The downfall of the Dacian dynasty and the ascension of a new dragon were inevitable, yet, who that new dragon would be remained a matter of contention. Thus, due to a single prophecy, our dynasty has been preparing for another conquest since its inception. Moreover, it is not merely a matter of waging war again. We aim to transform the Lu bloodline into a true dragon. The soothsayer left behind a ritual, should the common people suffer unjust deaths en masse. Their grievances would seep into the earth, corrupting the dragon veins of the realm. The rear mountains of the capital, the very head of the dragon, are ensnared in blood and resentment, rendering the dragon veins frail. By channeling the dragon energy of our dynasty's imperial seal, I shall enter into the dragon form. This secret is known only to the current emperor and his most trusted confidants, which include Lu Jie and the former emperor's appointed chancellor, Li Ji. Although Li Ji, the regent, possesses the cunning and wisdom of a fox, he is not malevolent. Rather, he is steadfastly loyal. Lu Jie now seeks to merge with the dragon veins. Such a true dragon, forged thus, could command the powers of heaven and earth, transcending the mortal realm. Even if the rebel forces surrounding the capital doubled, they would be but ants. There exists but one condition, a large-scale death of the populace, and it must be a death accompanied by injustice. Although Lu Jie has been gathering strength, he previously believed he would not be the one to become the true dragon emperor. However, the great drought and the incursion of the northern tribes seem to be heralding the fulfillment of the prophecy. A millennium is truly but a fleeting moment. What does it matter? With my own strength, I shall reverse the tide and restore the Dacian dynasty. Now, standing here, as Lu Jie activates his true form, he can sense the dragon vein that traverses the earth. The earth-toned dragon body, now entwined in endless strands of blood, displays shattered scales and a feeble form that struggles to rise. The grievances of the people are indeed burdensome. Even the dragon veins, born of earth and heaven, have been reduced to this state. 3 days. He needs only 3 days to formally assume dominion over the dragon veins, at which point he shall descend like a celestial being, unmatched by any. In the defense of the capital, enduring for 3 days will suffice. The 4 great dragon generals of the former dragon guards can contend with the 3 rebel kings to protect the capital. The king of Ashura, the dragon king, and the Qilin king pose no issue. The only troublesome figure is the king of Taiping. Yi Li single-handedly defeated the horse king and broke through the ranks of the Tianhu army, winning a battle through the slaughter of generals. Though they previously dismissed Yi Li in court, the truth is known to all. His prowess may surpass that of the dragon generals. Your Majesty, I am willing to lead my disciples to intercept the Taiping army on their path outside the capital to buy time for the arrival of the true dragon. At this moment, it was Chancellor Li Ji who stepped forward to take on the task of halting Yi Li. Chancellor, do you have confidence? Absolutely. I have complete assurance in blocking the Taiping king. I will set up an illusion array in front of them, and with multiple participants. It will not be a problem to delay the Taiping army for a day or 2. In this regard, Li Ji maintained his confidence. He was not a martial general and lacked their formidable power. However, as a fox, his innate abilities and mental prowess were exceptional. He need not engage in direct combat. By establishing the illusion array, he could evoke the enemy's obsessions, memories, and bind them in place. Thus, time would be gained. Chancellor, prioritize your safety. I await your return to continue assisting me. Rest assured, Your Majesty, consider this my first contribution to the establishment of the new dynasty. Chapter 20. Victory is assured, teacher. Can we truly withstand the advance of the Taiping army's 100,000 troops with just our few strengths? Near a relatively spacious valley just a few miles from the capital, Chancellor Li Ji of Dacian was arranging formations with several scholars. The one who posed the question was Li Ji's eldest disciple, though they were capable and aware of their master's prowess. The idea of obstructing 100,000 troops seemed utterly insurmountable. Do not worry. When have I ever spoken falsehoods? I intend not merely to block 100,000 troops, but also the Taiping King himself. My formation is extraordinary. It can summon mist to disorient and evoke memories. The so-called bewitching array, with our strength, it is impossible for the entire 100,000 troops to fall into it, but ensnaring 20 to 30,000 is entirely feasible. However, I need not trap the entire Taiping army. The disorientation of 20 to 30,000 will be sufficient to induce hesitation among the remaining soldiers. The Taiping King, not wishing for his entire force to be annihilated, will inevitably advance. This was his strategy, to ensnare a portion of the enemy, leveraging their fear to prevent the rest from advancing recklessly. Their strength would be maintained for a prolonged period, easily holding off the army for a day. By then, the Taiping army would lag, and the remaining 3 rebel factions would be confronted by the Dragon Guards. Once the Emperor emerges, these mere ants will be insignificant, and both of us shall be hailed as heroes. His plan was sound, and theoretically, it was nearly impossible to overturn. Pay attention. I can see the enemy forces approaching. Everyone, position yourselves according to my instructions. Understood, teacher. The scholars moved to various corners of the valley, centering around Chancellor Li Ji, simultaneously activating their true forms. Fox, snake, rabbit, wolf. Li Ji utilized his mental strength to guide the others, employing the terrain to complete his formation. The once sunlit valley suddenly became engulfed in white mist from all directions, rendering it a hazy expanse devoid of visibility. The density of the mist meant that, disregarding the formation's effects, it could obscure outlines beyond 10 meters, making it impossible to discern between man and beast beyond 3 meters, instilling fear of entry. Come forth. Taiping King, let me see how you intend to counter my formation. He gazed at the approaching enemy forces, his eyes fixated on the mounted figure leading the charge, Yi Li. At that moment, he noticed Yi Li's sudden movement. Their gazes clashed in the air, and a bead of sweat appeared on Li Ji's forehead. He saw me? How could that be? That chilling gaze was filled with murderous intent. Swallowing hard, Li Ji reassured himself that his student had not noticed the earlier encounter. Taking a deep breath, he steadied his previously wavering mind. No matter what, he would not retreat. For the sake of your majesty, and to honor the late emperor's trust, even if I must sacrifice this old body, I shall not allow you to pass. He, the 8th Chancellor of Dacian, would emerge victorious. What just happened, my king? There is nothing significant to report, yet I stumbled upon something utterly repulsive, inciting an uncontrollable desire to eliminate it immediately. The ranks of the Taiping army trembled at the sudden surge of murderous intent emanating from Ye Li, causing Liu Yong beside him to nearly topple from his steed. A mere thought from Ye Li, which was not even directed at him, instilled within Liu Yong a profound sense of impending doom. He could only marvel at the prowess of his leader, deeming him invincible, a celestial being descended upon the earth. As for Ye Li, his gaze pierced through the mist before him, penetrating the malevolent aura within. No, this was not merely a bloodthirsty aura, it was pure resentment. Devoid of any blood yet laden with the curses of countless souls. Li Ji had not erred in his assumptions. Ye Li had indeed perceived him, though not with the naked eye. What Ye Li discerned was the dark energy enveloping Li Ji. The common folk were acutely aware that their plight was largely attributed to the current emperor, Liu Jie, and the prime minister, Li Ji. Even as they faced death, their spirits simmered with unrelenting resentment, cursing these two men to an ill fate. The urge to strike down this individual was overwhelming. Ye Li felt an urgent compulsion to journey to the capital. His instincts warned him of impending calamity. From the moment he entered the vicinity of the capital, the air was thick with the echoes of lamentation and whispered pleas. Those voices yearned for liberation from their suffering, calling upon him for salvation. Yet, despite the palpable resentment, Ye Li did not perceive even a trace of bloodthirsty energy. Everything was undoubtedly intertwined with the capital. He remained oblivious to the emperor's intentions, yet he wielded a sword. Armed with it, he would cut through any conspiracy or deception with a single strike. Commander, an eerie white mist has suddenly appeared in the valley ahead, and the scouts we sent have not returned, reported a soldier, galloping towards Ye Li. This was one of the members of the reconnaissance team he had dispatched. The path to the capital was fraught with difficulties, with this valley being a particularly treacherous spot for ambushes. Taking a detour would cost them at least half a month's time. As expected, trouble had arisen. Ye Li had foreseen the ominous shadow rising from the darkness. I understand. He signaled for the soldier to return, then dismounted and turned to face the Taiping army behind him. All troops, stand down and maintain vigilance. We shall proceed only upon my return. What of the white mist? He asked, drawing his sword, preparing to confront the enemy alone. Your Majesty, is this not somewhat perilous? Not at all. What he believes to be well concealed is, in my eyes, as conspicuous as lights in the night. The commotion within suggests a formidable adversary. There may be further ambushes. If a conflict arises, your presence would only hinder my performance. Understood. Liu Yong refrained from further inquiries, for in their eyes, Ye was an indomitable force. What schemes or monsters could withstand even a few of his strikes? As he observed Ye's white robe gradually disappearing into the mist, Liu Yong turned to command the soldiers. Stand down, but remain ever vigilant. Do not fall prey to the treachery of these demonic forces. Meanwhile, Li Ji exhaled a sigh of relief as he watched Ye approach alone. Thankfully, the Taiping king had overestimated himself, daring to venture in solitary. Prepare, everyone. We shall not only confine him for a day. Even if he stands alone, we can hold him for 3 days and nights. At the very moment Ye entered the illusory formation, Li Ji, as the focal point of the array, sensed an unprecedented pressure. Caught off guard, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Master, are you well? I am fine. Proceed with the orders, he insisted, attempting to project calm despite his trembling body and pale visage, which betrayed his current state. How could this be? It is impossible, he thought. The Taiping king is but one man. Why do I feel the weight of countless souls within the formation? It felt akin to playing a game where a single character unleashed an AoE skill, only to see a deluge of numbers erupt across the screen. Such a phenomenon was beyond his comprehension. It no longer matters. He has entered the array, and he cannot possibly overturn the situation alone. There are still 4 more rounds to go. Let us keep you all waiting for a little longer. Chapter 21. The Demon of 10,000 Souls. Though Li Ji felt confident in his ability to contain Ye, the earlier events left him with numerous questions. As the focal point of the formation, he sensed that the pressure emanating from it had not diminished. It mirrored Ye's entrance into the array. A single individual exerted the weight of thousands. Were it not for the many students he had brought along, he might have perished upon Ye's entry. He calculated briefly and broke into a cold sweat. In order to repay the late emperor's kindness and for the realm of Daqian, he had resigned himself to the prospect of death. Otherwise, he would not be lying in wait for the Taiping army. Yet, he feared that his demise would bear no significance. The formation activated, and the prime minister perished. How dramatically theatrical. As for how the situation had devolved into this, the voices he had heard grew increasingly clear. Ye felt his power surge upon entering the vast expanse of white mist. His strength stemmed from the collective will of the populace. Slaying the malevolent beings ensnared in bloodthirst would purify that will. Their cries transformed into Ye's own strength. A portion of the lingering resentment entered his being, accompanying him into battle. He could assert that he was not alone in this fight. How much resentment resided within him, Ye himself could not fathom, but it was undoubtedly in the tens of thousands. Li Ji's illusory formation not only invoked memories within Ye, but also compelled those resentful souls to confront their pasts. What is this place? With each blink, Ye realized the scenery before him had transformed. No longer was he surrounded by white mist. He could not even glimpse the figure marked by resentment within it. He found himself in a village, garbed in unfamiliar clothing. Presently, Ye seemed but an observer, passively witnessing the unfolding scene. This village appeared even more dilapidated than his homeland, with the villagers looking emaciated and gaunt. A land ravaged by drought. An answer surfaced within Ye's mind. He was witnessing the plight of famine-stricken souls in a drought-stricken region. At that moment, a similarly dressed villager approached, bearing a bundle wrapped in gray cloth. Old Wang, I can no longer sustain my child. My wife is near starvation. Shall we exchange? The man known as Old Wang unwrapped the gray cloth, revealing a sleeping child within. I shall agree to your terms. As the scene shifted, Ye heard a voice recounting its own tragic tale. I have caused the death of my child, merely wishing to save my family. Yet they had no time to take a single bite before the bandits stormed in. With a forceful kick, they shattered the door, and a sharp blade pierced through his body. In his final moments, he gazed with unyielding eyes at the assailant, the first victim of Yi Li's path of destruction. Hailing from the Xinjiang army, the scene fades, only to be replaced by another. What I witness now is their hatred, their resentment, their sorrow. The man referred to as Lao Wang has perished, experiencing the agony of a blade piercing his chest. Yi Li has come to understand. He does not retreat, but strides forward. He has vowed to bear their desires and uphold their expectations. Thus, he shall confront this painful memory alongside them. Yi Li momentarily enters a realm of illusion, while in reality, new changes emerge. Teacher, that fellow, the Taiping Tian Wang, appears off. What? Let me see. Li Ji. burdened by the pressure of the formation, seems increasingly strained, devoting all his energy to maintaining its operation. Had it not been for the reminder from his senior disciple, he would have remained oblivious to the circumstances below. Blood, everywhere blood. Crimson streams flow incessantly from Yi Li's body. After countless battles, his once pristine garments are now drenched in crimson. In mere breaths, the ground transforms into a sea of red, with a continued tendency to spread. The volume of bloodshed exceeds that of an ordinary human. Even an elephant would have bled dry under such circumstances. Yet, this is the least of Yi Li's current afflictions. Monster. One disciple manages to sustain the formation, but his body trembles uncontrollably. Yi Li's bloody garments are adorned with a multitude of dark spots, each representing a face filled with rage and anguish. From his back, a dozen bloodied arms emerge, his visage hollow, his eyes mere voids, concealing the pupils within. The grievances of the masses have ignited due to Li Ji's formation. They revisit the past with Yi Li in the realm of illusion, shattering the tranquility that once prevailed. The current Yi Li might be aptly termed the demon of 10,000 souls, and in a certain sense, this embodies his true nature. This is a path forged by Yi Li, one that maintains his gentlemanly virtues, steadfast in his principles and beliefs, allowing him to carry the aspirations of all beings while walking in human form. He has always restrained himself, reluctant to morph into the forms of other practitioners. However, once provoked, he wholly relinquishes his restraints, and at this moment, it is entirely accurate to declare this his true nature. The blood-red demon raises the sword in hand. The once silver-white weapon is now enveloped in flesh and blood. The blade transforms into a vivid crimson, the edge morphs into bone, with an eye rotating upon it. With a casual swing, the red sword aura cleaves a chasm in the adjacent valley, a gash 100 meters high and 10 meters deep, with the sanguine aura lingering. Li Ji's student, positioned too close, barely avoids tumbling into the void. Following one strike, a relentless barrage ensues, the sword energy flitting about, leaving the valley in disarray. Teacher, what shall we do? Hold on. This fellow's strength cannot be endless. Blind attacks will only leave us exhausted. Li Ji, aside from rallying morale, has no other recourse. Since Yi Li's rampage began, he has been on the brink of collapse under the mounting pressure. Goodness, is the Taiping Tianwang truly human? Outside, the Taiping army hears the commotion. Commander, what is happening inside? I don't know, but it seems the enemy is exceptionally formidable, able to engage that esteemed individual in a back and forth. They remain, believing that with everyone's hopes resting upon him, Yi Li cannot possibly lose. Great Commander, you must triumph. Their aspirations coalesce into a torrent of white, merging with Yi Li through some ethereal means. I still wish to continue. Within the realm of the soul, Yi Li's spirit is utterly fatigued, repeatedly confronting death alongside the grievances that burden him. Yet, the white points of light from all directions provide him with the impetus to persevere. The passage of time within the realm of the soul diverges from that of reality. He has successfully soothed the majority of grievances. I will advance with you. I will lead everyone to witness our new world. He remains true to his word. A promise from the past he shall fulfill. Yi Li continues onward. Chapter 22. To ensure a better life for all, I must advance. Yi Li persists in his journey within the illusory formation, awakening the grievances that have fused with him. By sharing their pain and resonating with their emotions, he restores tranquility to these grievances. The calls of the living continuously replenish his strength, enabling him to quicken his pace and complete this process. Their voices echo in his ears, reminding Yi Li that he is not alone in this battle. Behind him lies an innumerable multitude that anticipates his existence. With another step forward, the scene shifts, revealing a landscape familiar to Yi Li. His village, his parents, the familiar villagers, all aspects mirror the memories etched in his mind. At last, is it my turn? Upon reflection, from leaving home to becoming the commander of the Taiping army, time has indeed flown by. Completing this final illusion, he should be able to exit and confront the one responsible for all of this. As for the means of discourse, naturally, it will be with the sword in his hand. Simply gazing from afar, the resentment emanating from the figure shrouded in white mist makes him nauseous. Regardless of who this person may be, Yi Li is determined to sever their head. With such thoughts, he confronts his memories. As he steps outside, a tantalizing aroma wafts through the air, the scent of meat and noodles. Pushing open the wooden door, Yi Li sees his parents, who had taken refuge with other villagers, sitting at the table, awaiting his arrival for supper. His designated spot is filled with a bowl of white noodles topped with a few pieces of meat, glistening with oil. Shally, what time is it? Hurry up and eat. Your father has already finished. You're the last one. Conversations among family require no formality. This casualness stirs Yi Li's heart. I'm coming, he replies. Seating himself, he picks up his chopsticks, mixing the meat and noodles before shoveling them into his mouth. The wild boar meat he hunted from the mountains carries a hint of gaminess, yet for them, the villagers, it is a delightful meal. The noodles are chewy, absorbing the broth, offering a unique flavor. Eat slowly. Don't choke. You rarely come home. I made plenty of noodles. His mother gently brushes his face, noting his weight loss and darkened complexion, undoubtedly from exposure outdoors. I'm fine. I'm doing well, well-fed and clothed, and I have some friends with me. Have you fallen behind in your studies during this time? I'll personally test you later. No problem at all. I've discovered many interesting new books recently. After finishing the meal, I helped my mother tidy up the dishes and engaged my father in conversation about the myriad rumors circulating far and wide, as well as the treasured books he had unearthed from certain noble families. In passing, I retrieved the chess set he had carved with his sword, and we played a couple of games. Your cannon is quite formidable, my son, though you have concealed it well. Your mother and I can discern that life outside is fraught with challenges. I have captured your peace, father, I responded. Please do not speak so bleakly. While the days may be tumultuous, I find contentment in the present. Together with like-minded companions, we aspire to achieve great things. Having spent so long at home, I realized that many matters I had taken for granted. Only by venturing out and broadening my horizons can one truly evolve and acquire genuine knowledge. The game continued, and after a moment of silence, the phantom that represented my father finally spoke. Shaoli, the world is currently harsh and tumultuous. Return to us. Do not engage in the strife of the battlefield, risking your life. Consider your mother and me. No, I shall not cease my endeavors. At least not until the dawn of true change arrives. The comfortable, harmonious atmosphere of home brings me solace. Yet the memories of my past experiences prevent me from remaining complacent. My companions in the Taiping army also have their own families and hardships. Indeed, the world is rife with suffering and chaos. Given my capabilities, how could I possibly stand idly by? I am their commander, the heavenly king of the Taiping army. I refuse to indulge in a life of ease alone. I shall lead them towards a brighter future. For the sake of all who strive to live better lives, I will persist in my journey. As my words concluded, the outcome of the chess game revealed itself. My peace delivered checkmate. Forgive me, dear parents, I must return. Turning away from my parents, even if they were mere illusions, I felt the fabric of this space beginning to unravel. Haha, it is of no concern. I have long known my son is destined for greatness. Take care of yourself. Do not overexert yourself. We shall await your return. Yes, farewell. Suppressing my sorrow and parting grief, I stepped forward once more, determined to return to the realm of reality. Everyone, your commander has returned. As I opened my eyes in the real world, the dense white mist around me began to dissipate, suggesting that the illusion had been shattered. Raising my sword, I reflected my own image upon the blade. Yes, I remained unchanged, the image of the white-clad swordsman. However, the surroundings appeared somewhat disordered. The valley lay in ruins, with crumbling stone walls and numerous depressions in the ground, while the trees stood broken. The heavy sound of breathing caught my attention, and I spotted, not far away, a figure entwined in endless black mist, with only his upper body remaining. It was Li Ji. He was finally nearing death. Previously, during my rage-induced rampage, the crimson sword energy had wreaked havoc throughout the valley. My students had gone unnoticed amidst the chaos, and even the residual force of my attacks had claimed them. Only Li Ji remained, enduring longer due to his superior skills, yet reduced to his current state. His lower body hung from a tree, while his upper body lay on the ground, clinging to life by sheer will. Perhaps sensing my gaze, the ailing Li Ji struggled to lift his head. Heavenly King, you are a monster, a true fiend. You shall not prevail. I have effectively trapped you, hindering your advance for a considerable time. Now, this path is not easy for your forces to traverse. I have triumphed. He had fulfilled the late Emperor's wishes and lived up to the expectations of Emperor Lu Jie, successfully blocking my path with just a handful of men. May I interject? I inquired sincerely, my expression filled with genuine curiosity. Who are you? My words, coupled with a puzzled gaze, caused Li Ji's eyes to widen, his breath becoming quickened. You. A spurt of blood erupted from his mouth, and he fell silent, lifeless. I had caused his demise through sheer indignation. Today, barring any unforeseen events, it is likely the fourth watch. The author is in good spirits. Chapter 23. Indeed. It is easier to enter the capital than to pass the examination. Having returned to the realm of reality, I found that Li Ji, who had labored tirelessly here, had perished. He had barely survived my earlier rampage, and after our brief encounter, he was gone. Was it truly so? Did he die of anger? This fellow was indeed unique. I found it difficult to assess him. His death, however, was not without merit, as it removed one more source of misfortune from this world. Furthermore, I was somewhat satisfied with the manner of his passing, as I could see the resentment dissipating rapidly from his corpse. It was evident that those lingering grievances were pleased with Li Ji's fate. Excellent. Now we have cleared the final obstacle to reaching the capital. Next, we shall breach the city and confront the emperor. The reign of Deqian must come to an end. Returning to the Taiping army camp outside, my pace quickened significantly. This trial of illusion had tempered my willpower, allowed Li Ji's grievances to find peace, and endowed me with greater strength. I have returned. How fares the situation? Have there been any enemy assaults? Commander, you have returned. There have been no enemy sightings. We have merely been resting here, Lu Yong replied candidly, noting that the Taiping army had encountered no foes. After all, this area was under the guard of the Prime Minister, and in the eyes of Emperor Lu Jie, it was deemed secure. Moreover, the available personnel within the capital were limited, as they had to guard against other rebel forces, leaving no surplus strength to be deployed elsewhere. Such decisions had cost Deqian a significant opportunity to influence the Taiping army and had allowed me to advance further. Had Li Ji still been alive, he might have been driven to vomit blood upon learning this outcome, an entirely plausible scenario. Let us proceed, soldiers and brothers. We are but a step away from the capital. Now, raise your heads. You should be able to see the palace of Deqian. I shall fulfill my promise to you all, bringing an end to this chaotic era so that everyone may enjoy a better life. I did not require many inspiring words. I merely unveiled the future awaiting them after our victory. That was sufficient. The morale of the Taiping army reached its zenith at that moment. Let us set forth and storm the capital. The grand procession began anew, and as I rode atop my steed, I could not help but marvel at the truth of my situation. Indeed, entering the capital was far simpler than passing the examination. Consider this. I had heard of a scholar from our village who had attempted to pass for 20 years without success. Although I considered myself somewhat knowledgeable, I had no inkling of how much time I would need to invest in order to reach the capital for the examination. Now, the situation has indeed transformed. He is not merely a solitary individual entering the capital, but is accompanied by over 100,000 others. The genealogical records are invaluable, as it seems that there are still numerous prominent families residing within the capital. When the time comes, we shall meticulously address each entry in the family tree, ensuring that no one slips through the cracks. Their procession advances in an orderly manner, and upon reaching the southern gate of the capital, they observe the fully armored Hulong Wei, prepared and vigilant atop the city walls. They also spot 3 rebel armies encamped in various directions, uncertain of their intentions for a siege. Before Yili could make a decision on whether to prepare siege equipment or to engage in direct confrontation, 3 warhorses approached simultaneously, bearing the banners of the other 3 opposing kings. Are these the heralds of the Taiping army as Heavenly King? Indeed, they are the esteemed leaders of our forces. What brings you here? Lu Yong stepped forward to meet these 3 messengers, believing them to be mere soldiers of other rebel factions, unworthy of direct communication with Yili. Brave men of the Taiping army, the capital is our ultimate objective. Standing atop the walls are the 3 formidable dragon commanders of the Hulong Wei, whose prowess allows them to take on thousands. If one party strikes prematurely, there is a risk that others may take advantage, leading to mutual suspicion. Without further ado, what are we to do? The representatives of the other 3 kings conveyed that their informants within the capital had reported an impending internal strife in 2 days, coinciding with the external rebel forces. Thus, they agreed to launch a coordinated assault on that day. Whoever first breaches the imperial palace and severs the head of Emperor Lu Jie shall ascend as the new sovereign. This strategy aims to minimize unnecessary losses. As the disparity in individual combat prowess in this world is significant, true masters can indeed confront multitudes. Inform the others that we have consented. Yili signaled for these individuals to depart at once, gazing at the capital, lost in contemplation. The feeling was growing ever stronger, instilling a sense of unease, with whispers echoing more clearly in his ears. What events are unfolding within the capital? What schemes does the crumbling Deqian still harbor? Yili remained wary of the so-called internal and external cooperation. He sensed that matters would not unfold so smoothly. Indeed, this was also a scheme orchestrated by Prime Minister Li Ji. Within the capital, his trained black-clad guards had long since apprehended those in contact with the rebel forces, subsequently disguising themselves and establishing communication with the outside, setting a siege date for a few days hence. At that time, It would be the moment when Emperor Lu Jie and the Dragon Vein would become one. As long as the three opposing kings are reluctant to suffer significant losses within their ranks, it is highly probable they will acquiesce, thereby alleviating the pressure on the Hulong-Wei. Moreover, Yi Li's ability to breach the valley's illusionary formations quicker than anticipated means that the three rebel armies would also serve as a distraction for him. As long as His Majesty controls the Dragon Vein, everything will be well. Regrettably, his opponent is Yi Li, who can hear the wails of the wronged souls. I shall not linger here any longer. I cannot squander time in this place. The calls from within grew increasingly distinct. What were they preparing for? Mutual destruction or a desperate struggle? Lacking crucial intelligence, yet Li Ji, even at the brink of death, aimed to restrain his actions, allowing Yi Li to ascertain a significant truth. There still exists a secret weapon belonging to Deqian within the capital, yet it is not yet complete. He must take action. However, if he incites the Taiping army to mobilize, the other three rebel factions will seize upon them as fodder and expendable resources. I shall enter alone to observe. After all, the three atop the walls, while skilled, do not match my prowess. Yi Li is indeed formidable. At present, he possesses great strength, and he estimates he could easily handle one or two of the dragon commanders. Furthermore, he intends to infiltrate. The enemy may not even encounter him. When darkness descends, I shall commence. Before that, he instructed the Taiping army to establish camp and summoned several high-ranking generals to inform them of his plan. What, my lord? Could this not be a tad too perilous? Not at all. I am fully confident that, if all goes well, a single day may suffice. During my absence, ensure the safety of our men and prevent any other factions from discovering discrepancies. Understood, my lord. We shall await your safe return. Chapter 24. He infiltrated on the night the Taiping army reached the outskirts of the capital. They established their camp, with a portion of the soldiers and a third of the generals patrolling the perimeter to guard against enemy attacks. The Taiping army's presence did not provoke any action from the other rebel factions, and the Hulong-Wei atop the city walls breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, these individuals appeared disinclined to assault the city immediately, granting us precious time to prepare. In reality, however, time is short. His Majesty has commanded us to hold the capital for 4 days, though it remains uncertain whether there exists a treasure capable of turning the tide. Even the Hulong-Wei were deceived by Li Ji and Lu Jie, who provided them with a fabricated timeline for their defense as a precaution. After all, the notion of seizing the Dragon Vein and transforming into a true dragon is still too fantastical for others to comprehend. Even with extraordinary powers like the Taoist essence, the plans maintained by Deqian for generations remain exceedingly elaborate. The city walls were aglow with light, and the commanding officer on duty intensified their vigilance against the Taiping army. However, the arrangements proved largely ineffective. A shadow stealthily slipped away from the Taiping army's encampment, unnoticed by any. The distance from the camp to the city walls spanned 1,000 meters, yet the shadow traversed it in mere breaths, evading illumination. A hand grasped the crevice between the bricks of the city wall. Summoning strength, the nearly imperceptible gap provided leverage, propelling Yi Li upwards to touch the top of the wall. He had observed this position earlier. Now, the two patrolling squads turned their backs to him. With one final surge of power, Yi Li leaped across the several meters of the wall's width, successfully infiltrating the capital. The entire process was silent, and no one realized that Yi Li had entered. Is this truly the capital? From the outside, it appeared quite commendable, yet within, it was not as splendid as imagined. Each neighborhood was under strict curfew, prohibiting anyone from venturing outside their homes at this hour. Torches were placed every 3 meters, and the soldiers patrolling here were inferior to the Hulong-Wei, making it exceedingly unlikely for them to detect Yi Li's presence. Infiltration comprises 3 tiers. The first is to evade all detection, the second is to neutralize those who discover you, and the third is to eliminate those you see. Yi Li opted for the first. Otherwise, it would have been an unimpeded rampage straight into the imperial capital. The sensation intensified, having entered the city. I could even discern a general direction. Such resentment, such bloodlust, is implausible. Even if every soul in the capital were slaughtered, such an effect would not manifest. Moreover, it was identical to before. I saw nothing. What are Deqian and the others doing? The doubts in his heart urged Yi Li to quicken his pace. He did not head straight for the imperial capital, but followed the guidance to the vicinity of the rear mountain. Just as expected, although the vigilance along the way was stringent, it paled in comparison to this place. The defense line comprised thousands, impenetrable and formidable. From the aura they exuded, it seemed that, should they wish, not even a fly could breach their ranks. He observed Lu Jie, who had secretly trained the new Hulong-Wei. and noted the passage leading to the rear mountain. Once inside, he would encounter the essence of Deqian's pollution, the very core controlling the dragon vein. The circumstances had irrevocably changed, rendering a covert infiltration impossible. With his sword drawn and internal energy flowing, he steeled himself. If peaceable entry was unattainable, he would force his way through instead. At the entrance of the rear mountain, the Hulong Wei did not dare to blink, fully aware that their sovereign, the son of heaven Lu Jie, was in a moment of utmost significance. Each individual remained vigilant, acutely aware that a rotation was imminent in a mere incense stick's duration. No errors could transpire at such a critical juncture. Rest assured, our defense is flawless, unyielding. Even if the rebels were to breach our perimeter, they would be compelled to remain outside. At that moment, a pale crescent moon appeared before them, swift as lightning, offering no chance for reaction or evasion. The attack had arrived. Yi Li's target was the ground beneath them, invoking an essence akin to that of a soaring dragon, propelling these individuals skyward. Alert! Enemy attack! The squad leader, suspended in midair, hurled his short sword with force, striking the stone wall at the entrance, producing a thunderous sound to alert his comrades within of impending danger. Simultaneously, a white figure strolled nonchalantly past the airborne Hulong Wei. Despite these soldiers having activated their essence, they could only perceive fleeting shadows. The approach was none other than Yi Li. He had overheard their claims of an unbreakable defense. Having come this far, it would be remiss not to shatter their line of fortification, lest he appear discourteous. I have arrived, Deqian, son of heaven, and I hope you will provide me with the answers I seek. Upon entering the passage, Yi Li finally beheld the manifestation of resentment in the form of black mist. Previously unseen, it now seemed almost tangible in this place, coalescing into faces and claws, swirling in the air and murmuring incantations of grievance and discontent. Why? Why us? We only wish to live. Why can we not even attain this humble desire? My child, let my child take vengeance. The endless echoes of resentment reverberated. As the sole being capable of perceiving and hearing their existence, Yi Li felt the weight of their anguish. However, he was not overwhelmed. The prior illusions conjured by Li Ji had fortified his capacity to endure such negativity. The purified remnants transformed into a white light, shielding his body and spirit. Do not fret, it will soon be over. I hear your grievances, I comprehend your suffering. Now, I shall seek out the true architect of all this, and ensure he pays for the lives of the common people. Yi Li responded to their call with action, and in turn, they bestowed upon him greater strength. The passage was short, yet beyond the outer defense lay 3 layers of Hulong Wei barricades. Regardless of their efforts, they proved no match for Yi Li. The crossbow bolts were futile, as the arrows imbued with immense power could not even rend the white garments he wore. Blades were rendered ineffective. Their weapons shattered before they could even strike. The impediment of flesh and blood was negligible. The disparity in speed and strength was akin to that of heaven and earth. Yi Li surged forth like a mighty vehicle on a national highway, leaving his adversaries far behind. At last, he transcended all obstacles and entered the cavern within the mountain. There, he beheld a blood pool and the figure of Lu Jie, the son of heaven, standing before it. You have arrived? Lu Jie slowly turned to face Yi Li. Clearly aware of the commotion outside, he was neither deaf nor blind. I have come. With his sword, untouched by blood, pointed at Lu Jie, Yi Li's fighting spirit surged. This was poised to be his most crucial battle. You should not have come, but here I stand. The exchange concluded, yet neither party moved to strike immediately. Lu Jie regarded this unfamiliar but not entirely strange figure, sighing deeply. Alas, your appearance here signifies but one possibility. The Chancellor has ultimately failed. That fellow? His mental fortitude was insufficient. His demise was not my doing. Yi Li discerned Lu Jie's emotions towards Li Ji. The words were intended to provoke Lu Jie into a rage, ideally causing him to lose his composure, thereby diminishing the challenge of their confrontation. Is this tactic not somewhat despicable? Yi Li thought it utterly justifiable. Setting aside personal grievances, the resentment harbored by both Li Ji and Lu Jie meant that even should Yi Li slay them 100 times, it would be no injustice. May the Chancellor rest in peace. I shall soon send your nemesis to join you. The Taiping King of the Taiping Army. Consider yourself fortunate yet unfortunate to encounter me, the son of heaven of Deqian. Taking a moment to mourn for Li Ji, Lu Jie underwent a transformation, activating his own essence. His essence, akin to a vengeful dragon yet bearing traits of a wolf, manifested. With a mighty roar, he drew forth a divine sword from his mouth, the sword of the son of heaven belonging to Lu Jie. Come, let me witness the prowess of you, the rebel who dares to disrupt my Deqian. Time was running short before the blood pool would dry, and the dragon vein would be entirely subjugated by the imperial seal. He could soon merge with the dragon vein, though the effect would be diminished. Lu Jie intended to stall Yi Li, eliminating him if possible, or simply waiting for the opportune moment. As both prepared for the inevitable clash, they transformed into fleeting shadows, drawing closer to one another. The clash of swords resonated, a pure contest of strength, speed, and skill. Lu Jie's sword, nurtured by his dragon energy, met Yi Li's blade, which was fortified by lingering obsessions. Under such circumstances, neither weapon shattered, nor did one side suffer immediate defeat. However, the outcome was becoming apparent. In the wake of their confrontation, the ground lay in ruins. Yi Li stepped back twice, appearing unchanged, his breath steady and his condition optimal. Lu Jie, on the other hand, staggered back 5 steps, his sword hand trembling slightly, wide-eyed in disbelief. Your power exceeds even mine. How can this be? Why does this happen? Yi Li maintained his human form, while Lu Jie was not overly surprised. Perhaps this was a path unknown to all, aligning perfectly with human essence. Yet in terms of strength, one could only grow more powerful by traversing their own path. The path of the Son of Heaven was arguably the mightiest in the realm, the culmination of decades of devoted cultivation. To find himself outmatched in strength by a youth? You cannot possibly comprehend the gravity of this situation. I am not alone in this battle. Behind me stand countless souls who yearn for my triumphant return. Such hollow rhetoric is a waste of my time. Let us continue our fierce combat. Lu Jie held not a shred of belief in Yi Li's words. How absurd. Even the most transcendent manifestation of power must have its limits. Alas, I have always spoken the truth, yet none among you are willing to accept it. With a resounding clash, the two weapons collided once more, sparks flying from the point of contact. Even while gaining the upper hand, Lu Jie found himself barely able to match Yi Li's strength. He pushed Yi Li back 3 steps, but that was all he could achieve. The prospect of gaining even a slight advantage was futile. With a sudden surge, Yi Li exerted force with his right hand. The sword's energy swirling around as he repelled Lu Jie, compelling him to defend with all his might. The white sword aura sliced through Lu Jie's dragon robe, revealing the black dragon scales beneath. The surrounding Hulong Wei merely observed, as the disparity in power was far too great. This was a battlefield beyond their reach, and any reckless approach could jeopardize their sovereign. The Taiping Tianwang's robe was torn, prompting Lu Jie to rip it asunder, unveiling his dragon man form. This adversary was no less than he. I require more power, yet the dragon vein remains incomplete. Although Lu Jie claimed equality, he understood that Yi Li was treating him like a mere child, dominating him with ease. Were it not for the formidable regenerative abilities granted by his dragon body, and the nourishing dragon energy emanating from the dragon vein, he might have been defeated in the second round. Presently, he had not lost, but the end was near. A mere incense stick's worth of time remained, and he surmised he could not endure even that long, let alone exert influence over the dragon vein. The dragon vein was already sufficiently weakened, yet the true mastery remained just out of reach. After all, it was a force of nature. Without complete control over the dragon vein, Lu Jie lacked the confidence to wield this power effectively. More bloodshed, further corrosion and pollution awaited him. He anticipated that completion would take until tomorrow, yet resources were scarce. Resources? No, I still possess resources. The Hulong Wei, trained continuously by the royal family, were utterly loyal to him, willing to undertake any task as devoted warriors. This was his capital for future conquests, and the most vital asset of the current Deqian dynasty. Would I abandon them? This contingent had not even been deployed. They were still locked in combat with Yi Li, or rather, being unilaterally suppressed by him, their injuries mounting. Lu Jie hesitated not, and unleashed his power to block an attack, then turned to issue commands. Hulong Wei, offer yourselves as sacrifices. The imperial seal, suppress the traitors. What final resources were left? Once he completed his transformation into a true dragon, he would no longer be a mere emperor. He would be the embodiment of heaven itself. At that moment, even if no one truly pledged loyalty to him, absolute power would compel the masses to kneel and seek his mercy. With a single hand, he would command the world. For the sake of the dragon vein, I could forsake the realm built by generations of the Lu family. For the sake of power, I could sacrifice my mentor, the Chancellor of Deqian. For victory, I would willingly relinquish everything, as long as I obtained the fruits of triumph. The battle had lasted scarcely half a minute, yet the underground cavern trembled with the potential for collapse due to the ferocity of their conflict. Lu Jie could now be considered among the top 10 strongest in the world. The activated imperial seal, imbued with the dragon energy of Deqian's emperors, bolstered his strength and correspondingly affected Yi Li's movements. Yi Li, intent on entanglement, severed Lu Jie's left hand, pierced his chest, and shattered his right leg. Yet the distance to outright defeat remained. Behind him, the Hulong Wei received their orders and, without hesitation, entered the blood pool one by one. The sound of dragon roars faintly echoing. With one final assault, Lu Jie was propelled backward by Yi Li's force, heading toward the blood pool. In midair, his battered form bled profusely, his sword shattered, one eye blinded by Yi Li's thrust, and his right leg entirely vanished from sight. Yet, he felt elation. This was the moment I awaited. Ancestors of the Lu family, witness my ascension. As he fully submerged into the blood pool, Yi Li's power transformed into a colossal sword that descended from the sky into the pool. With Lu Jie no longer desperately entangled, Yi Li seized the opportunity to gather strength. This strike was potent enough. With a thunderous roar, the ground, including the blood pool, vanished, creating a chasm over 100 meters wide and dozens of meters deep. The rock ceiling above showed signs of imminent collapse due to the impact. However, Yi Li did not rejoice in success. He sensed the burgeoning vitality below. It is complete. I have shed my mortal form and transformed into a dragon. I accept the might of the dragon vein, the power of heaven and earth. The metamorphosis proceeded far more swiftly than anticipated. A black claw emerged from the edge of the pit. Chapter 26. Enclosing the dragon vein, suppressing for eternity. A black claw appeared at the edge, soon followed by a colossal body. It resembled the previous Yazi, yet the aura it exuded was markedly different. Yi Li beheld the creature before him. This being had undergone significant change. If Lu Jie had previously been a half-dragon, predominantly human with a hint of Yazi features, now he embodied a dragon beast, grounded on all fours, yet retaining the structure of human hands in its forelimbs. In its right hand, it wielded the enlarged Tianzi sword, having reforged the weapon that Yi Li had previously severed. Naturally, for I am a true dragon. Lu Jie closed his eyes, feeling the tumultuous power within him. He now lacked nothing. Is this your grand scheme, to transform into such an inhuman entity? Yi Li observed a mysterious connection between Lu Jie's body and the earth beneath him. The earth's earthy energy, tinged with blood-colored resentment, gradually infused Lu Jie, granting him this extraordinary power. Inhuman? Mortal, you have no comprehension of the greatness of a true dragon. Now kneel, and I will grant you death. The Tianzi sword pointed menacingly at Yi Li. With his evolved power, Lu Jie merely swept his hand, causing the ground nearby to fracture under the force of the sword's wind. And what of it? In response, only Yi Li's sword met him. 3 waves of sword energy converging from different angles toward Lu Jie. Even though his opponent had transformed into a so-called true dragon, Yi Li was determined to gauge the true extent of this creature's strength. Arrogant, the colossal beast swung its right arm, the Tianzi sword executing a horizontal sweep that effortlessly shattered Yi Li's assault. Following that, the black dragon surged forward, tightening its left fist for a powerful strike. With barely enough time to cross his sword defensively before him, Yi Li was lifted off the ground by the disparity in strength. The white figure soared through the air, crashing onto the plaza of the imperial capital before finally coming to a halt. Such power is indeed formidable. Without a moment's pause, Yi Li rose to his feet. His torn garments began to mend, and the slight dent in his chest, along with his twisted right hand, returned to their original state. Here, it is not only you who has gained power, I have as well. Jingqing, the core of the world, is also a place where grievances from all corners converge. At the moment when Liu Jie and the dragon vein intertwined, the dragon vein was utterly tainted, and a portion of the grievances concealed within it began to dissipate. At this juncture, Yi Li's perception of the world transformed into a vast expanse of corpses and blood, resonating with the animosity that surrounded him. What does it matter if one is still alive? Death is inevitable. The colossal Yazi Tianzi has caught up, and the previous attack, though not lethal, left him neither regretful nor disappointed. His adversary could not withstand even a single blow from him. Thus he resolved to unleash several more strikes. Intending to shatter Yi Li into countless pieces, the great sword descended with unrefined brutality, devoid of any finesse, merely a display of raw power. Yi Li had believed his own strength to be formidable, yet the sword energy soaring 100 meters high left him in awe. It was akin to a small boat confronting a monstrous wave. The human form seemed woefully insignificant. He evaded by thrusting his right leg to the left, simultaneously swinging his sword to slightly alter the trajectory of the attack. Yi Li managed to dodge, merely suffering a tear in his sleeve from the residual force. It was a minor inconvenience. As for that sword energy, it missed its target and continued onward, cleaving through the grand hall where Liu Jie held court. devastating the streets beyond the imperial city, dissipating merely hundreds of meters from the city walls. My lord, what is that? An ordinary soldier of the Hulong Wei glanced back, witnessing a chasm over 1,000 meters wide emerge within the capital, with destruction rampant on both sides. Though he had not faced this force directly, he was acutely aware that he, along with his comrades, and even the entire Hulong Wei, were likely to be reduced to mere fodder in the face of such an attack, with the very existence of their essence hanging in the balance. I do not know, but our duty is to guard this place. Everyone remain still and hold your positions. The squad leader appeared more composed, yet turmoil raged within him. What kind of secret weapon is this? Does the capital possess such a thing? If deployed, the rebels outside would scarcely stand a chance against it. Indeed, they too were struck with fear. What is happening inside? I do not know, but the commotion sounds significant. I sense a primal fear emanating. Within, the Yazi Tianzi felt the greatest influence from the Wang Jiaolong, sharing the same dragon aspect. The sheer force nearly destabilized him. Among the Taiping Juan, several senior officers signaled the soldiers to remain calm, yet their gazes toward the capital betrayed a heightened anxiety. Their commander had entered not long ago, and now such upheaval ensued. What could be occurring? The question was indeed pertinent, for the sword energy that had spared Ye Li had incited an even more ferocious onslaught from Liu Jie. With a swift motion, he unleashed a strike, and Ye Li endeavored to parry as best he could. His sword remained intact, and his body unscathed, yet he was propelled upward by the sword energy. After a considerable struggle, he halted mid-air, confronted by the looming beast before him. With a jarring impact, he was knocked down by a powerful tail swipe. The absolute force and speed rendered it less an act of wielding the Emperor's sword against foes and more akin to a wild beast flailing a metal rod. Ye Li observed with clarity as torrents of grievances flowed into Liu Jie through the dragon vein. He was growing stronger, yet his eyes glowed a menacing red, hinting at a loss of reason. Why do you not perish? Time and again, Liu Jie pressed his advantage, suppressing Ye Li countless times in a mere half-minute. His current attacks were beyond what even his past self could withstand, yet Ye Li continued to endure. Frustration surged within Liu Jie, an inexplicable ire compelling him to conclude the battle. Who knows? Perhaps it is due to my immortality? Or perhaps I have yet to fulfill my mission of slaying you. During this period, Ye Li had not merely been on the defensive. He was forging a connection, utilizing his own strength and abilities to reach out to the grievances. He linked with those still lamenting within the dragon vein, seeking to harness their power. Thus, his body underwent continuous repair. Although he appeared human, he had transcended the limitations of a normal corporeal form. Regrettably, the progress was slow, as the vast majority of grievances remained trapped within the dragon vein, making communication a daunting task that required more time. Ye Li was confident that should he achieve unity with them, slaying the dragon would pose no challenge. Immortality? Such a thing does not exist in this world. Peasant, I have grown weary of your presence. It would be wise for you to refrain from lingering before me. Liu Jie, too, found Ye Li a source of vexation. While he could suppress him, Ye Li's sword possessed the potential to breach his defenses. This man was the one individual in the world capable of ending his life. Until Ye Li was dealt with, Liu Jie harbored fears that he might escape and someday, when least expected, launch a lethal strike against him. In light of his inability to kill Ye Li, Liu Jie sensed a newfound ability within himself and devised a plan, sealing. Through the Imperial Seal, he could exert control over the dragon vein to perform even greater feats, such as suppressing certain entities within it, using the weight of the world to ensure they could never reincarnate. Indeed, if I cannot kill you, can I not seal you away? By the authority of the Imperial Seal, in the name of the true Dragon Emperor, I hereby seal the rebellious into the dragon vein, forever to be suppressed. Suddenly, a yellow totem materialized beneath Ye Li's feet, depicting a divine dragon, as a force began to draw him downward relentlessly. Such a thing? He initially aimed to resist, yet at that moment, he felt his connection with the grievances accelerate. Consequently, Ye Li ceased to resist and surrendered to the dragon vein. The once recognizable remnants of the capital had vanished, leaving only Yazi Tianzi Liu Jie standing alone. I have triumphed. Within the infinite sea of blood in the dragon vein, a place rife with murderous intent, Ye Li felt enveloped by a warm embrace, as everything around him responded to his essence. I have triumphed. Chapter 27. The grievances of many, the wishes of many. Observing Ye Li sealed and suppressed within the dragon vein, Liu Jie felt a wave of relief wash over him. I have won. This fellow, the Taiping Tianwang, now the sole remaining threat to my existence, shall never return. What followed was the eradication of the rebels, and the reclamation of the world that rightfully belonged to the Liu family. Liu Jie surveyed his surroundings. The magnitude of the previous battle had left the capital in shambles, with at least half of its expanse reduced to ruins. After all, both sides had been exceedingly powerful. The capital had not been entirely razed to the ground solely because Liu Jie had taken care to protect his family's legacy. The Hulong Wei had not approached, remaining steadfast in their duty to guard the city walls, resolutely preventing the rebel forces from advancing. Perhaps it is best to rest for a moment. My head feels slightly dizzy. Is it exhaustion, or the rapid transformation taking its toll? Shaking his head, the dark-eyed Yezi closed his eyes. If Yeli were present at that moment, he would comprehend the state of this emperor. Absorbing the power of the dragon vein also meant drawing in the tainted blood and malevolent grievances that had polluted it. Previously, Yi Li had succumbed to the illusionary array devised by Prime Minister Li Ji, awakening the resentment within him, causing him to spiral into chaos. Moreover, their encounter with Liu Jie, a person he had long harbored a desire to obliterate, added to his turmoil. Fortunately, Liu Jie's foundation still held firm, preventing him from crossing the threshold into uncontrollable madness. However, the incessant influx of resentment was rapidly pushing him towards that brink. As for Yi Li, like Liu Jie, he felt victorious for he had unearthed the potential to turn the tide. It was here he realized the persistent sense of estrangement. They had been transported to this realm. Within the Longmai, bound by the weight of the seal, Yi Li found himself temporarily immobilized, yet a sense of peace enveloped him. Surrounding him was a vast sea of blood, where skulls drifted like fish amidst the crimson waves. Yi Li's body sank deeper. Yet the depths of this blood sea remained elusive. The sight before him did not elicit fear. Instead, he endeavored to use his perception to summon and respond to the myriad resentments that lingered here. I am here. I can hear your voices. I can comprehend your grievances. I can avenge you. His lack of resistance to being sealed within this confine was solely to communicate with the countless souls that dwelled here. Simultaneously, he grasped the true intentions of the Deqian imperial family. Oh, so it was a scheme to seize the powers of heaven and earth through the resentments of the masses, only to reflect upon themselves and attain divinity? Such a notion was beyond his capacity for critique, yet he couldn't suppress a smirk. As the son of heaven, as a ruler, should not your mission be to ensure peace and prosperity for the populace, to elevate your nation, to use your subjects as sacrificial offerings, to exploit natural calamities and man-made disasters, casting those who trust you into the Longmai merely to gamble on an unrealistic transformation into a dragon? How absurd. He had seen clearly during the previous battle that Liu Jie's so-called transformation was far from a success. The accumulation of resentment would ultimately metamorphose the true dragon into a demonic beast, driven solely by slaughter and destruction, devoid of self-awareness. An uncontrollable demon would unleash unparalleled power upon the world, resulting in devastation for all living beings. In the end, one would either perish from exhaustion, succumb to madness, or explode from the loss of control. It was not possible for everyone to emerge victorious, yet they had succeeded in making all the world the ultimate losers. Curiosity piqued within him. Who had advised the imperial family to concoct such a plan, clearly aimed at the annihilation of the Liu clan? Regardless, for the sake of those still struggling to survive outside, he could not permit such an outcome. The common folk, those clutching onto hope, had fought valiantly for the simple wish of survival. They did not deserve such a fate. He must thwart Liu Jie, and he indeed possessed the capability to do so. Maximizing his strength, the purified resentments within him resonated with the surrounding blood sea. The dissipated obsessions of the past seemed to convey to other wills that Yi Li was the one who could fulfill their desires. The blood sea began to churn. In an instant, the resentment from the Longmai surged into Yi Li's being. Pain, despair, hatred, and intense emotions that did not belong to him welled up from the depths of his heart. Had he not experienced such a transformation before, he would have doubted his ability to maintain control. However, this time was different. He could absorb and transform these feelings into his own strength, fighting alongside them. The blood sea buoyed his body, enveloping him in a dark crimson energy. Whispers echoed around him, urging him to respond to their expectations, to become their hero, to change this world. This was the collective grievance of the masses, and it was also their shared wish. A blood-colored cocoon emerged within the Longmai, and then a sword cleaved through it from within. Yi Li reappeared, his black hair now transformed into a shade of crimson, his white garments exuding a ghastly pallor. With purple shadows gracing his eyes, a formidable power surged within him. Through the voluntary offerings of the masses, he seemed to possess boundless strength and vitality. Let us go forth for vengeance. Closing his eyes, with a single thought, he felt himself departing from the Longmai, returning to the surface. This newfound power was rightfully his. Due to the rituals of the Deqian imperial family, resentment had thoroughly permeated the Longmai, earning him the recognition of endless grievances. Yi Li now stood on par with Lu Jie, if not surpassing him in authority over the Longmai. What? How could this be? He materialized directly before Lu Jie, time on the ground having hardly passed. Lu Jie had just concluded his meditation when he opened his eyes to find Yi Li standing before him. It was as though he had seen a ghost. I have returned, bringing them with me. Our singular wish is to slay you. Cease your grandiloquence. I have defeated you once, twice, thrice, 4 times. The outcome remains the same, death. The diminutive human and the immense divine dragon stood in opposition once more. But the tides had shifted. Yi Li remained calm, sword raised, pointing at Lu Jie. Despite having completed his transformation into a true dragon, Lu Jie felt a primal fear at Yi Li's every movement. How could this be? How could I fear this wretch? I am a dragon. Prepare to meet your demise. As Yi Li approached, he executed what appeared to be an unremarkable strike. Chapter 28. When did I become so utterly alone? Prepare to meet your demise. Faced with Lu Jie, the wrathful son of heaven, Yi Li's expression remained unchanged as he unleashed what seemed an inconsequential blow. Something felt amiss. Sensing a terrifying killing intent, Lu Jie perceived the sword rapidly morphing before his eyes, transforming from a mere stick to a colossal weapon. A spectral white long sword. Accompanying Yi Li's motion, slashed toward him. This was the true killing move. He had employed it once against the Ji Wang at Yulong Pass. But due to the need for charging and other limitations, Yi Li had seldom utilized it thereafter. This time was different. He had acquired a more formidable essence, no longer burdened by concerns of depletion. This strike, if not evaded or defended against, would suffice to bisect Lu Jie. The clash resounded as the Tianzi sword met the spectral long sword, with Yi Li remaining steadfast, unmoving. Lu Jie staggered back 3 steps. Though his weapon remained intact, the hand that grasped the Tianzi sword trembled. Had he lost in this contest of strength? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He refused to accept such a reality. How was this any different from before he had transformed into a dragon when he faced Yi Li? He had been suppressed by Yi Li prior to his transformation, and now, after becoming a dragon, he was still being dominated. Was his transformation into a dragon in vain? The disparity in strength could signify nothing. Such a minuscule existence, no matter how swift, had its limits. Let me test this. Lu Jie resolved to exploit speed and power as his breakthrough points, attempting to dismantle Yi Li's potential for retaliation through a relentless barrage of attacks. After all, he was a true dragon. How could he possibly be defeated by a mere mortal? With a swish, Lu Jie unleashed a lightning-fast strike, yet midway, Yi Li anticipated his move and blocked it preemptively. He immediately disengaged to continue his assault, but it seemed each of his intentions was effortlessly seen through. I have stated before that I do not fight alone. Before you stands a multitude afflicted by your machinations. Do you hear their cries, calling for me to send you to the depths of hell? Lu Jie heard nothing, yet the unease within him intensified, compelling him to unleash his efforts with greater speed, strength, and ferocity. However, each encounter mirrored the last, as the white sword shadows conjured by Yi Li adeptly thwarted his attacks. Until this moment, when impact resonated without obstruction, his sword struck the ground, sending ripples that rent the earth asunder. Yet this outcome drenched him in cold sweat. Why did it not strike true? Because I am behind you. The target evaded. But Yi Li's voice emerged from behind him. This was unexpected, as he had not perceived Yi Li's trajectory. This power is akin to yours, derived from the divine forces of heaven and earth. The grievances fused with the dragon vein, merging into one. In such circumstances, Yi Li, resonating with those grievances, could manipulate the dragon vein to achieve the so-called shortening of distance. Power akin to mine. Impossible. My Lu family has labored for generations. How could a mere commoner like you accomplish this so effortlessly? Did he doubt Yi Li's words, or was he reluctant to accept reality? This no longer mattered. With his rage reaching a fever pitch, the resentment within him culminated, and Lu Jie, the last emperor of Deqian, lost control. His crimson eyes brimmed with a savage aura. His singular target was the annihilation of all he beheld. Indeed, he had succumbed to madness. It was expected. Yet who had imparted such methods to you? To harm oneself while endangering the entire world is an unheard-of phenomenon. For Yi Li, this frenzied Lu Jie was easier to handle. Devoid of reason, he was left with nothing but unadulterated destruction, incapable of retreat. Each clash was unreserved, a contest of utmost effort. Yi Li's weapon could regenerate, yet the Tianzi sword could not match this self-repairing speed. Cracks deepened until it ultimately shattered. The Tianzi sword, emblematic of the Deqian royal family and sovereign power, seemed to signify something profound with its fracture. It is time to conclude the Lu family's destiny. Yi Li, indifferent to whether the being before him comprehended his words, distanced himself, raising his sword to gather all his strength. An astonishing event unfolded. What is that? In the sky, the dragon guard on the city walls and the rebels outside the capital beheld a rift in the heavens. The dark clouds parted, revealing a blood-red giant, sword gradually descending. Its target was none other than the furious Tianzi below. This is the sword of the common people, destined to vanquish evil dragons. In this moment, the cries, desires, and hatred of all were coalesced by Yi Li into his ultimate weapon. The Tianzi, devoid of compassion, could be slain by the common folk. With Yi Li's utterance, the colossal sword descended with an unstoppable momentum. The struggling Tianzi was locked in place, crushed by that force, unable to rise. This creature could only roar, its voice now laced with fear and confusion instead of the previous fury. Farewell, no, it is an eternal parting. As Yi Li exerted his power, the sword of the common people fell at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. The ground remained unscathed, silent, for this strike was solely aimed at Lu Jie. With every ounce of power meticulously directed, from flesh to soul, it obliterated him entirely. No, in his final moments. Whether it was the fleeting images of his life or the agony of death, Lu Jie's consciousness returned. A blurred awareness allowed him to vaguely perceive countless figures behind Yi Li. In the past, he had regarded these common folk as expendable. They were the very foundation that sustained Yi Li's strength to fight until now. With so many supporting him, what of me? Instinctively turning around, he saw nothing. Unbeknownst to him, his back was already devoid of company. He had consumed his own subjects to fulfill the Lu family's ambitions. He sacrificed his loyal chancellor, Li Ji, to delay Yi Li's advance. He sacrificed the devoted dragon guards, hastening his own corruption of the dragon vein. Those who had once belonged to him and supported him had all departed due to his actions. Why have I lost everything, only to arrive at this result? Filled with resentment and bewilderment, Lu Jie's consciousness was utterly shattered, leaving no trace of grievance behind. Deqian fell in the year 996. Ultimately, I have triumphed. In the capital, only Yi Li remained standing. He had achieved victory, exacting vengeance for the grievances against the Deqian royal family. Next, he must restore order to the chaotic world and usher in peace. Yet, Yi Li was still somewhat curious. Who had devised the plan for the Lu family's Tianzi to transform into a dragon? Chapter 29, A Millennia-Spanning Revenge. The last hope of the Lu family, Tianzi Lu Jie, was slain by Yi Li in the capital, leaving no trace of his remains. The realm of the Lu family was destined to perish. As Deqian ultimately met its end, despite a legacy lasting 996 years, the grand vision of a millennium-long empire envisioned by Deqian's founding emperor remained unrealized. What could have led to all of this? The narrative rewinds a millennium, to an era shared by many remarkable figures alongside Deqian's founding emperor. Among them was a most enigmatic sage, renowned as the diviner who never missed a prediction. Due to his formidable divination abilities, even Deqian's founding emperor, a skeptic of fate, sought to consult this extraordinary individual, wishing for a reading concerning the nation's fortunes. The diviner foresaw this intention and departed from his previous residence the very next day. What folly! His divination came at a cost. To predict one's own fate required the least sacrifice, while divining for others demanded a higher price based on their status. With his long life as a mystical tortoise, he occasionally offered readings without much consequence. To predict the fate of a dynasty, if successful, he would have few days left to live. The diviner, seeking to preserve his existence, chose to flee, yet this act incited the displeasure and fear of Deqian's founding emperor. I was just about to seek you, and you ran away. Do you not regard me? Furthermore, how did you know I wished to find you? Your abilities are indeed remarkable. Such a talent poses a substantial threat. Previously merely curious, Deqian's founding emperor now would not allow him to slip away to others. The Deqian Sky Monitoring Bureau, with its two experts possessing abilities akin to the 1,000-mile eye and wind-following ear, embarked on a prolonged pursuit of the diviner. Deqian's founding emperor even offered a bounty. Whoever captured the diviner would be ennobled as a marquis, with their lineage's titles unyielding for 3 generations. From that day forth, the diviner's life became one of peril and tribulation. In seclusion within the deep mountains, he could scarcely venture out for supplies without risking exposure. He needed to divine while ensuring his true identity remained concealed. Even at home, he refrained from stepping outside, yet still found it necessary to divine every so often, lest fishermen or woodcutters harbor suspicions about his residence. Every day is filled with suspicion, and a year could easily cost him several years of his life. The true form of the Xian Gui has become akin to that of an ordinary person. Eventually, due to a moment of carelessness, he caught the attention of a farmer while buying vegetables, only to be apprehended by the Sun Tianjian and taken to the capital. Initially reluctant to cooperate, the diviner ultimately succumbed to the torture inflicted by the Ministry of Justice. He agreed to perform divination, but in his heart, he harbored a plan, a scheme of vengeance. The diviner? Upon seeing that figure, the great Qian Taizu, an embodiment of the Tao, he could conceal his true intentions, yet lies cannot hide forever. He disclosed the future of the great Qian truthfully, leading to disappointment for the Taizu, who resolved to eliminate him. This was the moment he had awaited. He possessed a method that might extend the fortunes of the great Qian. The urge to survive and the pent-up fury erupted uncontrollably, and the Taizu believed he had no choice but to refrain from any further schemes. The diviner indeed had a solution, even two. One was to ensure that the rulers of the great Qian would be wise sovereigns, diligent and loving toward their people, ensuring peace and stability. Through a certain ritual, the hearts of the people could be gathered, intertwining with the dragon vein, allowing the Lu family's dragon aura to endure, albeit faintly. In dire times of calamity and disaster, the descendants of the Lu family could rally the populace to restore the great Qian. Furthermore, should subsequent emperors continue to govern with diligence, revitalizing the great Qian might not be impossible. Hence, even with interruptions, the fortunes of the great Qian could potentially extend for millennia. However, why would he reveal this true, beneficial method? Instead, he intended to offer the Taizu a far more perilous alternative. By tainting the dragon vein with blood and resentment, he would transform into a true dragon, inevitably succumbing to malevolence, becoming a demon dragon. For a demon dragon, only one dragon could exist in the realm. If Yi Li were absent, the rampaging Lu Jia would first eliminate all descendants of the Lu family through blood ties, leaving no lineage of the great Qian royal family behind. The path would be drenched in blood, with the common folk suffering greatly, and the Lu clan would be forever marked in disgrace. His vengeance was not only against the Lu family, but also against those commoners who had conspired with the Lu family for their own gain. If he were to perish, then no one should live in peace. Throughout this ordeal, he spoke not a single falsehood, betting that the great Qian Taizu would not perceive his true intentions, and that for the Lu family, the Taizu would act as he envisioned. They believed they were fearful, unwilling to defy him, merely seeking a prophecy in exchange for peace. In reality, he smiled coldly, awaiting their self-destruction. Even if the emperor later grew suspicious and summoned those less skilled than him to verify the ritual's validity, they would only confirm its feasibility. Upon fulfilling the final prophecy, as his life waned, the diviner felt a sense of liberation. Ah, great Qian, although I shall not witness your downfall, within a millennium, you shall join me. This was the cross-temporal revenge from the diviner. Indeed, he succeeded. Even if Yi Li vanquished the demon dragon, Lu Jia did not escape the capital. The resentments within the dragon vein still remembered every descendant of the Lu family. They had melded with the cosmos, becoming part of heaven itself. Awaiting the Lu family was an unending cycle of calamities and misfortunes. Business failures, accusations of cheating in examinations, premature deaths due to hereditary ailments, oppression and exploitation in military service, and years of poor harvests. Declaring them as heavenly punishment would not be an exaggeration. The sins committed by their ancestors would require countless generations to atone for, with no one escaping their fate. Returning to the present, Yi Li had concluded the legacy of the great Qian, yet his objectives remained unfulfilled. Next, he aimed to pacify the realm and restore clarity to the world. Achieving this goal would not be overly challenging. Defeating the remaining rebel forces and dealing with the remaining noble families would suffice. It was not mere bravado. Yi Li was indeed capable of this now. After Lu Jia's death, Yi Li remained intertwined with the dragon vein, truly connected to the people, receiving strength in response. In the realm of cultivation, this equated to Yi Li being one with the Tao, capable of unleashing tremendous forces with a mere gesture. Let us first address the external turmoil. This chaotic era must come to an end. He declared that no one could impede him. Chapter 30. Pacifying the realm. The chaos within the capital subsided with Yi Li's slaying of Lu Jia. Everything had concluded. However, the situation outside the capital was markedly different. What had transpired? Ignoring the earlier disturbances caused by Lu Jia in his attempts to eliminate Yi Li, there was the final moment when Yi Li's sword of the common people cleaved through the sky, descending from above. Such an event, even the leaders of the rebel forces, who considered themselves invincible, could only watch from a distance, gripped by fear. If that sword had been aimed at them, they would surely perish. A divine being, indeed a true celestial, was now present in the capital. There was no doubt about it. A soldier, overwhelmed by fear, shouted out. But his words were cut short as the Azura king severed his head with a single strike. Those who disrupt my army's morale shall be executed. Turning back, he observed his anxious troops, already formulating reasons to pacify them. Brothers, you must have seen it as well. The divine sword that fell from the heavens is embedded in the capital. What does this signify? It indicates that the actions of the Liu family's emperor have attracted divine wrath. This is a heavenly admonition against the great Qian, and a sign of auspiciousness for us, urging us to overthrow this damned court. Within the capital, aside from the city walls, there were hardly any defenders left, and the advantage lay with him. It must be said that his reasoning was not entirely flawed. However, his desire to seize this moment for personal gain was somewhat misguided. The turmoil in the capital allowed the leaders of the 4 rebel armies to find a place to convene and discuss their next strategies. Among them was an incongruous figure, Liu Yong from the Taiping army, not Yi Li. I recognize you, the deputy of the Taiping Tianwang. Your leader has quite an impressive reputation. Why has he not come to join us? Our commander has pressing matters to attend to and cannot be here at present. Liu Yong maintained a demeanor of calm assurance, perhaps due to Yi Li's formidable presence, as he faced the 3 rebel leaders without a hint of fear or anxiety. However, he cast a sidelong glance towards the capital, unable to shake his worry. The situation there seemed complex, and he wondered if their commander would return safely. Forget about that fellow. Let us discuss our plans now. You all witnessed the earlier commotion. The morale is unstable, and we must take action. Should we attack the capital now? No need to attack. Everything has already concluded. Through the power of the dragon vein, Yi Li suddenly manifested before them, appearing silently without anyone realizing when he had arrived. Except for Liu Yong, the other 3 drew their weapons in unison, alert and cautious. Taiping Tianwang, are you not in seclusion? What do you truly mean? To send a deputy while you appear at this moment, is it an attempt to intimidate them? Indeed, there has been a slight advancement, and I have resolved the matters within the capital. From today onward, the Deqian imperial clan, the Liu family, will no longer hold significance. What do you mean? What are you saying? The individuals present are not fools, yet their clarity of thought leads them to ponder whether they are experiencing auditory hallucinations. Each word uttered by Yi Li is comprehensible, yet the peculiar assembly of these words into coherent sentences is bewildering. What does it mean that the issues in the capital have been resolved? Surely, none of those who fought moments ago could possibly include you, right? It is impossible, absolutely impossible. The power of that sword is beyond human capability, akin to someone still practicing martial arts, shattering stones with their hands, while Yi Li has transcended to the realm of immortals, soaring through the skies. Is it within this river? This Zhendehi? I understand that you do not believe, yet I do not intend to allow you to depart so easily. In Yi Li's eyes, the 3 opposing kings, who are also leaders of the rebel forces, each possessed differing circumstances. The Qilan Wang shows almost no signs of bloodlust, with wisps of white energy entwining his form. The Jiao Long Wang bears a significant amount of dark energy and bloodlust, yet faint traces of white energy are also present. The Shura Wang, however, reveals not a trace of white energy, only a dense aura of bloodlust, at least on par with the Ji Wang. This distinction illustrates the differences in conduct among the 3 and their respective factions. What do you mean? Do you think you can prevent us from leaving? Yes, I indeed possess that capability. With a mere thought from Yi Li, all present felt a dizzying sensation. Upon reopening their eyes, they found themselves returned to their respective tents. What is happening? Is this a dream? It cannot be. It should not be. The Shura Wang, in a rush to stand, noticed his guards entering. My lord, when did you return? Were you not engaged in discussions with the other rebels? The guard's words confirmed the current situation for him. Given Yi Li's cryptic remarks, did this imply that, in haste, he exited the tent, only to behold Yi Li suspended in midair? Unbeknownst to him, enormous swords had materialized above both his and the Jiao Long Wang's encampments, with the sword above him being larger and more imposing. Taiping Tianwang, what is your true intention? I seek to end this chaotic era and unify the world. Who is in favor? Who is against? He afforded no time for response, sweeping his hand to deliver judgment upon the 2 rebel kings. The sword's might was a reflection of their sins, although the Jiao Long Wang bore fewer. He too felt unable to resist and surrendered. I refuse to accept this. Even if you have transformed into a deity, I will still fight with all my might. Only the Shura Wang activated his true form, transforming into a 20-meter-tall, 3-headed, 6-armed demon. As the colossal sword descended, he leapt forth to confront it with his own strength. Upon contact, 2 of the Shura Wang's 6 arms were severed, his forward momentum halted, his chest concave, revealing his ribcage. Why? I am undeniably the strongest, and my Feng Tian army is the mightiest. I refuse to accept this. I desire to be emperor and to rule over the world. Undoubtedly, the Shuro Wang's defenses have crumbled, for he perceives himself to have reached the limits of humanity. Yet, those who previously fought within the capital, whether the deceased Yi Tianzi or the current Yi Li, have already transcended human limitations. As the colossal sword struck the ground, the Shuro Wang was obliterated, leaving only a vast crater, 1,000 meters wide and several hundred meters deep. With no one else perishing, I shall reiterate, I intend to lead the Taiping army to unify the world. Who is in favor? Who is against? In the year 996 of the Tianxian calendar, the first year of the Xian Huang calendar, the Tianxian Taizu Yi Li slayed the dragon, vanquished the kings, and pacified the realm, establishing the Tianxian dynasty. Chapter 31, The Eternal Watcher. In the first year of the Xian Huang calendar, as the Taizu of Tianxian, you quelled the chaos in the world, while also addressing the lingering issues with the remaining noble families. The genealogies are indeed a remarkable asset. You find yourself genuinely grateful, for with them, your task of settling accounts becomes significantly easier. The streets of Tianjia are paved with the bones of officials, while the treasury is reduced to splendid ash. From this day forth, the once mighty aristocratic families of Deqian have been utterly obliterated. They did indeed attempt to resist, even gathering their private soldiers for a final struggle. However, the disparity was far too great. There was no need for Yi Li to personally intervene, as the Taiping army and the long-oppressed common folk tore them to shreds. In the second year of the Xian Huang calendar, through your and the Taiping army's relentless efforts, local turmoil has ceased, and those displaced by disaster can return home. Your endeavors are far from over. You feel that achieving this level is insufficient, for you desire to witness the world transform into the harmonious society you have envisioned in your writings. Utilizing the power of the dragon veins to perceive the mountains and rivers of the realm, you instruct officials to implement labor in lieu of relief, enhance water conservancy, and construct fortifications. The legacy of Deqian, the funds from the Liu family treasury, and the enthusiastic contributions of those noble families ensure that this process will not encounter financial difficulties. Simultaneously, you begin collaborating with others to revise the laws, ensuring that even in your absence, this legal framework will restrain power, preventing the emergence of another Yi Tianzi. In the fifth year of the Xian Huang calendar, the Taishan law was promulgated, for both you and your subordinates include former officials from the previous dynasty to commoners alike, and your diverse experiences minimize any gaps in understanding, creating laws that are as rigorous as possible. You also take care to amend the content of the imperial examination to broaden the selection of talent, particularly the exceptional individuals. The Ministry of War must be adept in warfare, the Ministry of Revenue must comprehend finance, and the Ministry of Works must possess knowledge. During the establishment of the new dynasty, you do not forget your past ambitions, seizing a day of lighter administrative duties. You journey to the northern borders through the dragon veins, offering friendly greetings to the Wolf King and the Eagle King. Upon witnessing your sudden appearance, the two Khans are initially struck with disbelief, as if they have encountered a ghost, and before they can entertain a second thought. Is reconciliation possible at this moment? Surely you jest. The court officials were taken aback when their sovereign, having merely appeared at noon, returned to inform them that they could assume control of the northern borders. Was this unexpected turn of events not a tad too abrupt? The young newcomer in the Ministry of War gazed at Yi Li, processing his directive to take over the northern borders. He suddenly wished to slap himself to ascertain whether he was dreaming. You are still too young. I have fought alongside His Majesty to conquer the world. Regardless of how you perceive it, this gentleman's strength cannot be underestimated. The Minister of War is Liu Yang's former aide, and they have witnessed Yi Li's sword slay the Ji Wang and the colossal sword descending upon the capital. They have a profound understanding of Yi Li's might and sense that he seems to be growing even stronger. In the seventh year of the Xian Huang calendar, you have successfully ensured national peace and stability, with the common folk living in harmony, leaving their doors unlocked at night and not fearing the loss of their possessions. A considerable number of projects have been completed, and you have requested local officials to impart to the common folk the techniques for cultivating drought-resistant crops. In the event of future droughts, it would be much less likely for famine to recur. You have brought your parents back to the capital to reside with you, while your fellow villagers have acquired vast tracts of land, allowing you to live as a wealthy gentleman without any burden. You have not amassed a harem of 3,000 beauties. Instead, you have found a queen among the common people, and together you have 3 sons. In the year 99 of the Xian Huang calendar, You remain youthful, had it not been for the Crown Prince's own pursuit of enlightenment. He might have been sent away by you. You understand that your life cannot be eternal, and a sovereign who exists forever cannot guarantee perpetual wisdom. I seek a method, one that, even in my absence, would prevent the world from falling into ruin and suffering. Nearly a century has passed since the fall of the Deqian dynasty, and Yi Li has his own son, with a grandson soon to arrive. He opens the study window to gaze at the setting sun, closing his eyes to recall the sights of yesteryears. Prosperity brings suffering to the common people. Destruction brings suffering to the common people. I cannot ensure that my descendants remain incorruptible, nor can I entirely prevent officials from abusing their power. He needs a solution, one that would allow justice to prevail even after he departs from this world. Oh, my dear ones, I implore you one last time to lend me your strength, so that together we may transform this realm. He convenes the civil and military officials, along with the Crown Prince, to the rear mountains where Lu Jia once established the blood pool. This place has been leveled, now hosting only an altar for heavenly sacrifices. None of the attendees are aware of Yi Li's true intentions, save for the Crown Prince, who senses something due to their blood connection. With a swift motion, Yi Li unsheaths the Tianzi sword, the very blade he had commissioned from the blacksmith years ago, still gleaming as if new after centuries. Old friend, our journey must come to an end. This is the most convenient location to commune with the dragon vein. Yi Li is one with it. He calls upon the forces of heaven and earth, preparing to accomplish what seems impossible, to engrave his path, his will, and his essence into the dragon vein, ensuring his legacy endures forever. From this day forth, should the people sense injustice in the world, they may resonate with the heavens and learn the path to peace that you have forged. Grasping his sword, he vows to eradicate all forms of inequity. As long as they remain true to their original intent, they shall gain access to powers beyond most paths. Should they stray from their true nature, succumbing to the allure of power and forsaking their past vows, they will transform into the very embodiment of the vengeful spirits he once became, instinctively upholding the righteous path of the world. Furthermore, if there arises a place where the grievances and suffering of the people coalesce to a critical point, his manifestation will emerge from the dragon vein. Guided by the bloodlust, he shall avenge the suffering of the masses with remarkable intelligence, ensuring no innocent lives are taken in vain. Should future generations seek tyranny and chaos, they must be wary, for their ancestor may rise from the depths to show them the consequences of their actions. If there are no torches, then I shall be the sole light. With these words, Yi Li's form dissipates into countless specks of light, as the power he has accumulated over the years flows back into the dragon vein. For at least the next decade, there shall be no significant droughts or upheavals. This is the final act he can offer to the world. We bid farewell as your majesty ascends to the heavens. The civil and military officials, the newly appointed emperor, and the common people all feel the departure of their sovereign from this realm, leaving behind a safeguard for the world. The tale of Yi Li concludes here as the simulation reaches its resolution. Yi Li, rose from humble beginnings, vanquishing bandits and slaying the northern barbarians, ultimately ascending to the throne, a journey that can only be described as miraculous. You are the white ghost feared in the northern territories, a harbinger of death, a slayer of kings, a sword demon. You are the beloved white immortal of the Taiping army, the heavenly king of peace, the great general, and an invincible warrior. You are the Taizong of Tianxian, one united with the dragon vein, the hero who vanquished the demon dragon, and the master of the peace sword that spread enlightenment across the realm, later hailed as the Seven Kills Sword Master. You established the Tianxian dynasty, which encompassed the northern territories, southern barbarians, and western regions, becoming the unmatched supreme being in subsequent eras. Your spirit shall remain eternal. Name: Yi Li. Class: Saber. Attribute: lawful good. Strength: B. Durability. A. Agility. B. Magic. A. Luck. C. Treasure. B. Class ability. Curse of the Bloodshed. B. Those malevolent beings slain by Yi Li dissipate into a protective force surrounding him, rendering his white garments impervious to lesser attacks. Riding. D. As the heavenly king of peace, he has experience riding horses, but has not commanded any extraordinary mounts. Independent action. C. The cries of the people grant him strength, in the absence of a master to provide magic. He can draw upon this power by responding to their calls, ensuring a modest supply of magical energy for combat. Character introduction. Known to the world as the White Immortal and the Heavenly King of Peace, he is also referred to in certain apocryphal texts as the Northern Slaughter Machine, the White Ghost, and a demon among men. By his own might, he slew one of the three kings of the North, the Steed King, and established the most formidable uprising force, the Taiping army, thereby hastening the end of the tumultuous era. He is believed to be the divine offspring sent by heaven to punish the Liu dynasty, and he is venerated among the people. Retained skills, King Slayer, c. A skill born from the legend of slaying the Steed King, granting him special prowess against evil, kings, and barbarian tribes. Will of the people, b. As the heavenly king of peace, he steadfastly walks his path for the good of the people, gaining an intangible strength that bolsters him in battle. Way of the gentleman, eb. His path, defined by absolute will, restrains his desires, allowing him to walk the righteous road with the support of all, making him resilient to both spiritual and physical influences. Possessed treasures, Sword of Compassion, rank C. A human target treasure that aims for beheading with each strike, striving to minimize unnecessary suffering for enemies. Rest now. My blade is swift and will spare you pain. With sword, cease hostilities, rank B. A treasure that invokes the colossal sword used to slay the Steed King, possessing the power to quell strife on the battlefield. Is this truly the might of humanity? Undoubtedly, it is a culmination of my strength and that of all. Wrath of the Souls, Demon of 10,000 Spirits, rank B. A personal treasure that liberates him from the shackles of boundless resentment within, allowing him to stand amidst devastation. Losing his human form grants him accelerated regeneration and enhances all attributes, entering a frenzy that compels him to act until either the target is destroyed or he perishes. Name, Yi class, ruler, attribute, neutral good, strength, A endurance, A agility, A magic, EX luck, ennoble phantasm, EX class abilities, anti-magic EX, merged with the ley lines representing the world. Achieving absolute resonance, he can be considered the embodiment of the world. Targets belonging to beings on land, such as humans and beasts, face severe suppression when confronted with Yi Li, enduring numerous negative effects. Divine mandate A, by merging with the ley lines. Akin to the unity of body and Tao in the realm of cultivation, he commands the forces of nature with every gesture. Independent action A, he requires no magical supply from a master. As long as he exists within the conceptual environment of the world, his magical energy flows endlessly. Character introduction. Before you stands Yi Li, the founder of the Tianxian dynasty, the progenitor of a millennium-long empire, the strongest pacifier of chaos. A being who walks with all living things, wielding the supreme authority of heaven and earth. As the sole millennium empire in his world, Yi Li's status has continually risen through the generations of Tianxian emperors. However, to this day, no one has been able to reach the realm Yi Li attained. How he accomplished this remains a mystery. Skills, Heaven and Earth's favor A ruler recognized by the ley lines and all beings. Those who oppose him face hostility from the world itself. Sovereign command B. As a founding monarch, he possesses immense charisma and leadership, inspiring people to follow him willingly. Noble phantasms, Taishan law, rank B, type, anti-human noble phantasm, a law collaboratively established by Yi Li and his aides, updated and maintained through generations of emperors, ensuring the normal operation of this millennium empire, possessing high intrinsic value and serving as a reference for other nations. This law can target individuals. If they violate its stipulations, they will suffer consequences as dictated by the law. Unyielding dynasty, rank B, type, anti-army noble phantasm. The Millennium Empire, alongside its founding progenitor and the heroes of that era, has seen countless remarkable figures throughout history. As the progenitor of Tianxian, Yi Li can activate his own unique domain, summoning troops from any era of the Tianxian, including officers or strategists who have transformed into heroic spirits. Wish of the multitude, rank EX, type, anti-king, dragon, country, world noble phantasm, gathering the wishes of countless beings. Our sole desire is vengeance, to unite with heaven and earth for a new world. By harnessing the endless wishes of all living beings, he resonates with the cosmos, embodying overwhelming hope. Sword of the common people, slaying the evil dragon, rank A, type, anti-human noble phantasm, born from the legend of the Tianxian progenitor slaying the evil dragon Yazi, whether it be kings, dragons, or malevolent entities. They shall face the judgment of a colossal sword from the heavens, with no escape and no chance of redemption. Righteous sword, annihilating the Azura, rank B, type, anti-human noble phantasm, a divine sword that eradicates evil, inflicting greater damage based on the severity of the adversary's sins. Name, Yi Li class, berserker, attribute, neutral good, strength B, endurance, A agility, B magic, A luck, C noble phantasm, B class abilities, frenzy C, a remnant called back by the cries of the multitude. Its objective is to slay those bearing wickedness, losing rationality in frenzied attacks against evil. Divine Wish of the Multitude C. With over 10 recorded appearances, people believe the progenitor has transformed into a deity of the world, severing all injustices. Character introduction. As the traces left by Yi Li in his integration with heaven and earth, he shall return to battle whenever there is a call. As long as there exists injustice in this world, whether it be ambitious schemers, insatiable noble families, power-hungry officials, or incompetent monarchs, all are his targets for execution. Furthermore, the people's call is accompanied by a legacy known as the Taiping Dao, which, due to its terrifying manifestations, is revered as the Seven Killings Dao, and he is honored as the Grandmaster of the Seven Killings Sword. Skills: 7 Killings, Swordsmanship B, the fundamental swordsmanship of the 7 Killings. Each disciple who dies leaves behind a part of their power resonating with the ley lines, causing this sword technique to evolve and grow stronger. Sinister Gaze C. Through the malevolent aura, he can ascertain the degree of wickedness in a target, revealing all hidden sins. Noble Phantasms, Eternal Returner, Rank C. Type: Self Noble Phantasm, designating a particularly heinous individual as a target. As long as there is magical energy and they are not completely annihilated, they will return time and again until their evil is extinguished. Sword of 7 Killings, Rank B. Type: Anti-Human Noble Phantasm, a technique of life and death. Focusing solely on assault, either the enemy or the user shall leave the battlefield alive, elevating supreme martial skills into a noble phantasm. Endless Grievance, Hell of 9 U's. Rank B. Type: Anti-Human Noble Phantasm. Summoning the malevolent aura from the sinful individual, he reshapes these resentments into tangible existence through his magic, subjecting the target to relentless torment, both physically and mentally, until their grievances are satisfied. Chapter 33. The arrival of the complete heroic spirit. Yi Li brings waves of change. The first simulation concluded, and Bai Yi slowly opened his eyes while lying in bed. A bit disoriented, he sat for half a minute, his gaze regaining its usual clarity. Is this what they call a simulation? Is it the butterfly dream of Zhuang Zhou, or Zhou's dream of a butterfly? Describing the sensation of this so-called simulation, Bai Yi reflected that it felt as if he had experienced an exceptionally long dream. Through methods akin to reading or watching a movie, he traversed the narrative of Yi Li within the simulation, retaining all those memories. However, he did not become Yi Li. Rather, he gained slight changes in his mindset from these accumulated experiences. After all, to a certain extent, we can say we are similar existences, are we not? He could sense that Yi Li's life was, in essence, another version of Bai Yi, born amidst chaos and shaped by 3 attributes. They are the same seed, merely rooted in different soils, yielding different results. This experience was a first for Bai Yi, novel and intriguing. He glanced out the window. It was still night, although the moon was about to set, heralding the dawn. Now, only the final step remained for the complete realization of this simulation. Closing his eyes, Bai Yi's perspective returned to the river of time, where endless waters reflected scenes from history. Countless tributaries converged, transforming into a silvery torrent. The location of Yi Li now belonged to the branch of the river of time in his world, beside which lay a gray-red crystal. This crystal embodies everything that is Yi Li. It is the culmination of his story. Go forth, traverse the river of time, and alter all that is, infusing our potential into existence. A crystal descends vertically into the river of time, immediately causing ripples as a tributary merges into the main current, redirecting its flow to a certain extent. Although it still converges with the main stream, the direction of this tributary is now entirely transformed. This embodies the power of possibility. I have altered the past, inscribing our mark upon it. Simultaneously, he sensed that the heroic spirit he had summoned, the soul of possibility, had become a complete entity, while another phantom began to gestate beside it. One is my heroic spirit, Yi Li, and the other, perhaps, is a new soul of possibility? It appears that it will take some time, just enough for me to pause and assimilate the past that belongs to Yi Li. Upon awakening in the bedroom, Bai Yi discovered not only his heroic spirit summoning, but also an unexpected delight. The amalgamation of Yi Li as saber, berserker, and ruler represents the state of the heroic spirit within me. I have acquired all 3 distinct facets of him, which means that no one else in this world can summon another Yi Li. Quite splendid. This outcome is indeed favorable. An undeniably formidable heroic spirit panel, Yi Li's existence, regardless of class, can serve as a trump card for any heroic spirit wielder. Unbeknownst to him, while he completed the inscription and summoned Yi Li's heroic spirit, Peculiar changes were also occurring on Earth. In Tianhai City's otherworldly expansion department, in a training room, a man sat in quiet meditation. Suddenly, his own heroic spirit appeared beside him, displaying a visage of shock that caused him to furrow his brow. What is the matter, Eagle King? As a legendary top-tier heroic spirit, could you not maintain your composure? No, my brother. This situation is quite different. I sense that someone has been summoned. So what if someone has been summoned? There are numerous masters from your era. What could possibly make you sweat? Surely it is not what I imagine. Initially, he spoke nonchalantly, but upon reflection, he realized that the Eagle King's reaction was rather unusual. As a renowned chieftain of the barbarian tribes of that era, the Eagle King had earned great accolades, ranking among the top 15 masters of his time. However, there was one individual often referred to as the sternest father of the steppe, Tianxian Taizu, Yi Li? Yes, that is indeed him. Nodding, the Eagle King donned a mask of distress. If one were to consider who among the three of the steppe felt the most awkward, it would undoubtedly be him. The Qi King invaded Deqian and was slain by Yi Li, while the Wolf King fled swiftly, yet was also held accountable afterward. Only he, who had not invaded the borders, was dispatched by Yi Li with a single sword stroke. When Yi Li found him, he was inebriated. Now that you have arrived, those two have already descended. I cannot possibly leave you here alone, can I? Yes, it was for such reasons that he wished to resist, only to be enveloped in darkness and left bewildered. Goodness, the Tianxian Taizu has truly descended. This is significant intelligence that must be reported immediately to prepare a response. The heroic spirit wielder contemplated for nearly half a minute before deciding it was best to get to work. Similar occurrences unfolded elsewhere. In a student dormitory, a youth who had just completed his heroic spirit summoning suddenly felt his spirit in fear, worshipping something. Summoning his heroic spirit, the bloodied scholar remained motionless in his chair. What is the matter, Xiaohan? Did you not claim to be a disciple of the 7 kills, exceptionally brave? What is happening now? Indeed, I am a disciple of the 7 kills. I sense that the lineage of our tradition stirred. Perhaps some master from your ranks has summoned our ancestral founder. He bore an expression of bewilderment, curious about the formidable individual capable of summoning his ancestor. What do you mean, ancestor? A heroic spirit clad in yellow robes bowed reverently to the sky, while a warrior's spirit shed tears, and another, resembling a feral wolf, began to curse vehemently. A half-dragon, half-human heroic spirit crushed the cup in its grasp. On Earth, Yi Li's past adversaries, the civil and military officials of the Tianxian Empire, as well as the disciples of the 7 Kills sword sect, manifested as heroic spirits, some in fear, some in excitement, and others in confusion, sensing Yi Li's arrival. Yet, where is that esteemed individual now? They sought to perceive, but all that was visible was a smear of crimson and a silver sword shadow, with nothing else discernible. Returning to Bai Yi's residence, he rose from his bed, opened his computer, and accessed the official website, locating the realm belonging to Yi Li within the Linked World section. The realm, referred to as Tianfangjia, was currently associated with Yi Li and the Yi family's Tianxian Empire. Ah, splendid. It is evident that the strategies and the Taishan laws indeed proved effective. Let me see how the official website assesses Yi Li. Rated as a guaranteed epic tier top heroic spirit, he is likely to possess overwhelming advantages against other heroic spirits from Tianfangjia. They remain somewhat conservative. After all, he has yet to manifest in the current realm, and his true level of prowess remains uncertain. As an emperor, his reputation is exceedingly favorable, with the royal family guarding Yi Li's tomb with utmost vigilance. Has there yet to be any market for relics belonging to Yi Li? This is a dilemma I am unsure how to evaluate. After all, Yi Li dissipated into the cosmos. Did his office supplies count as relics? He even noticed that someone was offering a bounty for Yi Li's relics. He immediately dismissed that notion. What a troublesome affair. Are they grave robbers, emboldened by audacity? Furthermore, he learned that trade existed between Tianfangjia and Earth, with various herbs beneficial for cultivating vitality, as well as crystallized thoughts left by masters after their passing, and treasures rich in spiritual energy spontaneously gathering in the world. These valuable resources would undoubtedly benefit the heroic spirit wielders on Earth, whether for accelerating training, enhancing magical reserves, or fortifying vitality and physique. Heroic spirit wielders could opt to allow their spirits to leave the realm or to rely upon their own bodies. The former benefits the heroic spirit's performance, but renders them vulnerable. Each assistant possesses the desire to unleash their strength. Who could resist the allure of confronting a weaker heroic spirit with their own might? A perfect physique requires no advanced technology. It relies on these relatively side-effect-free substances for cultivation. This situation is indeed unforeseen. closing the computer after perusing the desired content. He noted that dawn had yet to break and decided to rest a while longer. Chapter 34. Subway, Elderly Man, Mobile Phone. Yi Li's arrival on Earth as an immortal tier heroic spirit stirred considerable ripples. Many speculated what class he would manifest as during his initial appearance and pondered the identity of his mysterious master, the heroic spirit wielder, and their whereabouts. Their inquiries did not concern Bai Yi. He was merely an ordinary passerby, a heroic spirit wielder driven by curiosity. He adhered to a strict regimen of sleeping at 10 and rising at 6, refusing to carry fatigue into the following day. In the early morning, as the sun's rays gently penetrated the curtains and graced his face, Bai Yi roused himself before the alarm clock had the chance to ring. He successfully transcended the mythical bindings of the quilt demon, a testament to his resolve. His breakfast was rather simplistic. He retrieved a packet of frozen dumplings from the refrigerator, tossing 10 of them into a pot of boiling water. With a moment to spare, he took out his phone to peruse the daily news. Recently, the Interdimensional Exploration Department had uncovered a brand new spatial passage, seemingly leading to a world with a low-level martial artist system. Resource exploration and market research for this realm were underway, and perhaps soon Earth would be able to savor the unique specialties of this world. Furthermore, a fragment of an alternate dimension was discovered in the outskirts of Tiannan City, revealing what appeared to be ruins of a sect of cultivators. The spiritual flora found there might be hybridized to enhance crop yields. The news was all too familiar, yet another new world had been discovered. This implied that the pool from which heroic spirits could be summoned would soon be filled with many more characters. For the ordinary heroic spirit masters, assessing whether this was a boon or a bane was quite difficult. After all, if one could not acquire holy relics, they would have to rely on their own compatibility, gambling their fate on chance. If fortune did not favor them, they might end up with uninspiring spirits. Regardless, Bai Yi felt he had already succeeded in landing on solid ground, having worked fewer years than many others. Once he finished his dumplings, he would head to school. It was time for him to fill out his application for future endeavors. After all, the outcome of his first heroic spirit summoning would largely determine the path he would take. For instance, the Interdimensional Exploration Department had stipulated that heroic spirit masters must possess at least one spirit of the remarkable caliber, prioritizing survival, retreat, and reconnaissance. To venture into an entirely unknown world, one must prioritize self-preservation, unless they were fortunate enough to summon a legendary spirit or higher. As he dipped the dumplings in vinegar and savored them, he arrived at school, where he noticed a portion of the students remained silent, while others engaged in animated conversations. This behavior revealed the outcomes of their own heroic spirit summoning the previous day. "Hey, Lao Bai, why are you walking alone? You didn't wait for me," called out Lao Zhang, noticing Bai Yi's expression. "You seem to be in high spirits. Did you summon a remarkable spirit yesterday?" Zhang Yi, one of Bai Yi's few friends at school, was known for his commendable academic performance. "Indeed, let me show you. Come forth, Lancer." "Master, I am here." A knight clad in armor appeared beside him, the helmet obscuring his expression. "Ah, so it is Lancer? Your spirit seems fortunate," Bai Yi remarked, his expression subtly shifting. Among the heroic spirits, Lancer was typically a favorable class, yet this class possessed a rather nuanced attribute: luck. It was said that the majority of Lancers had luck ratings that rarely exceeded C, with many even falling to D or E levels. Mate? What kind of look is that?" "Please don't hold on to those peculiar stereotypes," Lancer interjected. "My luck is quite decent in life. I was a centurion who led 800 men to launch a surprise attack and breach enemy fortifications. As a remarkable spirit, possessing D-level luck surpasses the average for Lancers." "Ah, indeed, you are quite exceptional among Lancers. That is no small feat," Bai Yi acknowledged. Throughout their conversation, Lancer remained composed, evidently satisfied with his own attributes. "By the way, Lao Bai, while we're discussing my spirit, what level did you summon yesterday?" "Oh, just an unremarkable saber, nothing special. Don't worry, I've got your back. We can head to the Interdimensional Exploration Department together for the interview. I've always dreamt of witnessing the landscapes of another world." Bai Yi found no surprise in Zhang Yi's aspirations. His old friend was always inclined toward exploration and adventure. Perhaps it was this very trait that fostered their compatibility as master and spirit. This also elucidated why Earthlings needed to summon their spirits personally for the first time, ensuring a genuine affinity with the spirits they would bond with. For instance, someone may appear courteous but harbor malevolent desires, wishing to dominate through power, believing themselves to be a heroic figure defending justice with summoned relics. Such circumstances, unless substantial magical energy was expended to prepare a summoning incantation, would likely result in the spirit being unproductive merely going through the motions. By the way, Lao Bai, today the Heroic Spirit Master platform announced that Yi Li from the Tianfeng realm has made his first appearance. If all goes as expected, this spirit is now part of the summoning pool. Should we prepare some items to attempt summoning a second spirit? Well, let us skip that for now. Bai Yi had already seen the news on his way here. Many had prepared copies of Tai Xian Lu, plastic figurines of Yi Li, and even artists who wished to create Djinshi as relics. At that moment, he wore an expression akin to that of an elderly man on the subway, engrossed in his mobile phone. Finally, he understood why certain spirits would prefer to take their masters to meet creators for offline collaborations immediately upon manifestation. With regard to Tai Xian Lu, as a targeted item for summoning Yi Li, the probability seemed nearly non-existent. That is not the right attitude, Lao Bai. One must have dreams. Otherwise, how are we different from mere driftwood? Just like me, even if I were to become a crab bound and displayed in a supermarket, I would still strive to climb from a $20 tank to a $50 one. Goodness, having a crab like you is a blessing for customers, Bai Yi chuckled. They bantered jovially, while other passers-by paid them no mind. After all, the excitement of summoning spirits was a sentiment everyone could relate to. Don't be ridiculous. Once I summon Hammurabi, I can draft a code right here. You have no idea what the other person's spirit is. They might suddenly summon a blonde vampire, yelling smash Voluto, and cause you great trouble. As they strolled toward the school plaza, Yi Li intended to visit a nearby convenience store for a snack, and the two friends parted ways. Master, what is the matter, Lancer? Your friend possesses a distinct aura that feels somewhat different. Perhaps his spirit is stronger than mine? With a B-grade intuition, Lancer could only make a rough guess. Isn't that splendid? My good brother has a bright future ahead. We can all progress together. Chapter 35. What does it mean to be Commissioner Smith, a heroic spirit? One cannot deny the convenience of having a convenience store nearby. Holding a bottle of cola as he walked toward the classroom, Bai Yi mused. It is well known that whenever a school has a convenience store, it becomes the most crowded spot during breaks and meal times. According to the teacher's previous arrangements, today's lesson was meant to teach them how to create summoning incantations and some auxiliary techniques for heroic spirits. Heroic spirit masters not only provide magical energy to their spirits or allow them to inhabit their bodies for combat, but also play a crucial role in becoming competent auxiliaries. As he ascended the stairs and prepared to enter the classroom, he noticed a throng of students gathered outside the window of the adjacent class. Were they merely seeking excitement? Although he was unaware of what was happening, the sheer number of people piqued Bai Yi's curiosity. Upon arriving, one cannot resist the urge to take a look. It is well known that indulging in gossip is an inherent human instinct, comparable to the fundamental essence of humanity. Bai Yi spotted Zhang Yi among the onlookers, and he seized the opportunity to request an explanation of the unfolding situation. Hey, buddy, what is happening inside? I think I heard sounds of a scuffle. As Zhang Yi turned around, he covered his mouth with one hand, clearly having witnessed something intriguing. Do you remember that outrageous class leader from class 3? Oh, I recall that fellow. Our classes are nearly equal in terms of class funds. Yet during festivals, Class 3's benefits are the least. This individual is indeed a talent. He managed to operate without any apparent procedural violations, yet their class funds mysteriously vanished. The image of the class leader from Class 3 materialized in Bai Yi's mind, and he could only exclaim what a remarkable person he was. This individual had avoided being ambushed by his classmates, demonstrating a level of caution and prudence. Yes, that is him. His classmates have endured him for far too long. With the completion of this heroic spirit summoning, they simply could not tolerate him any longer. You have no idea what kind of heroic spirit this genius summoned. A fictional heroic spirit, Commissioner Smith. Wait, buddy, are you telling me that Commissioner Smith is also a heroic spirit? Is that for real? Commissioner Smith, a fictional heroic spirit, stands at the pinnacle of the extraordinary. He embodies a composite of stereotypes, either rooted in reality or purely fictitious, as passed down through generations. It is said that there are similar fictional heroic spirits, such as Commissioner Singer. One can only marvel at the vastness of the world and its wonders. Bai Yi squeezed further inside, catching a glimpse of the classroom situation. Both sides had already taken their stances. Curiously, the heroic spirit stood behind while the heroic spirit user stood in front, evoking a sense of a stand-in messenger. You insolent fool, I will scatter you to the winds. Behind him stood a knightly heroic spirit, clad in heavy armor that exuded an air of formidable defense. Come, my heroic spirit, the life recreation device of Commissioner Smith is not to be trifled with. I will have you riddled with 13 bullets from behind and declare it as suicide. Do you believe me? Stop fighting. This won't result in any casualties. Not only were two individuals about to clash, but there were also bloodthirsty spectators clamoring for a spectacle of carnage. Ahem, you lot, if you wish to fight. Our school has designated training rooms for that purpose. Engaging in destruction here will require you to compensate for any damaged equipment. At that moment, the physical education teacher from their class appeared, a figure not known for frequent sick leaves nor for allowing other teachers to take over his classes. He was so robust that, despite lacking a sharp top, one might suspect he had the physique of someone who had undergone the Nine Dragons coffin pull. He effortlessly subdued the tense confrontation between the two heroic spirits. Truly, he seemed superhuman. Perhaps we should assign him an additional title, teacher. However, it was a shame not to witness the fight unfold. Bai Yi observed several students peddling sunflower seeds and soda, with some even dragging out chairs from the classroom. Many were ready to record the spectacle on their phones. Their school indeed radiated a vibrant energy, a realm of flourishing competition laid bare before them. Once the gossip had concluded, Bai Yi returned to the classroom before the bell rang for the next class. The first lesson of the day, unsurprisingly, was about constructing heroic spirit incantations. To successfully execute an incantation, one requires an immense reservoir of magical power. Given the magical reserves of these novice heroic spirit users, they could not even achieve a single incantation in a day's time. For now, they could only observe the teacher's demonstration from the podium. Of course, Bai Yi was different. He could even absorb magical power through his heroic spirit Yi Li, converting it to complete incantations, a rather extraordinary feat, classmates. As competent heroic spirit users, your most crucial lesson is to learn the engraving of heroic spirit incantations. Incantations, being high-concentration polymers of your magical power, can temporarily enhance your heroic spirit, heal their wounds, activate their treasures, dispel negative effects, or compel them to act. By the way, I hope you never need to use the last one, the teacher emphasized repeatedly. Your first heroic spirit is summoned based on compatibility. The likelihood of disobeying commands is nearly non-existent. When summoning other heroic spirits in the future, be sure to pay attention to the relics you use. Do not inadvertently summon an ancestor. Do not only consider strength. Otherwise, they may slack off when not compelled by incantations. Forcing them to act with incantations will only exacerbate the already limited goodwill. Why are you merely watching? Are you contemplating betrayal? The teacher utilized a projector to showcase a cautionary tale. A heroic spirit user, relying on their primary heroic spirit, was pursued and attacked, while their secondary heroic spirit merely observed. Oh my, Bai, did you understand? Incantations? This isn't difficult. Isn't it just a matter of having hands? He raised his right hand, which bore a hollow red outline. Bai Yi was not ready to reveal Yi Li's existence. He merely attempted to construct an incantation with his own magical power. Damn that academic overachiever. It truly makes one envious. Knowledge flows through my mind, yet leaves no trace, Zhang Yi remarked, feeling an odd sense of untouched beauty untainted by knowledge. A day filled with the study of heroic spirit techniques passed, and Bai Yi initially thought the day would end uneventfully. Until after school, as he prepared to head home, he began to sense a malevolent presence, an aura of resentment. Through Yi Li's abilities, he perceived that something was approaching the city. How intriguing, a sudden emergence of hostile entities. Since he had nothing better to do, he decided to investigate. Chapter 36, Fragments of the World? On his way home, Bai Yi was initially walking along pleasantly. He may not have been singing while enjoying hot pot, but at least he bought a bottle of soda from a nearby convenience store. His mood was buoyant until he suddenly sensed an unpleasant aura. The wicked intent was unmistakable, accompanied by a feeling of lingering resentment. Compared to the malevolent force Bai Yi had faced against Yi Li, Lu Jie, this presence was considerably less daunting. What entity had appeared at the city's edge? This disturbance felt to Bai Yi like a lighthouse in the dark, akin to Ultraman's earthly form in the eyes of extraterrestrials. It was not just clearly visible, but almost blinding. Through Yi Li's perceptive abilities, he realized that there was not just one, but numerous evil entities approaching. Oh, how interesting. A throng of malevolent beings has arrived, and I just happen to have a heroic spirit adept at combating evil. What a remarkable coincidence. He felt as if he could see a multitude of heads beckoning him, urging him to swiftly sever them from their bodies. I'm coming to take care of you, just a few steps away from home. Bai Yi hastened his return, then utilized Yi Li's heroic spirit abilities at home to commune with the earth, transporting himself to the location. The pressure was far lighter than anticipated. Traversing the earth with such ease felt surprisingly effortless. With that thought, he approached his destination. Meanwhile, Bai Yi sensed the so-called presence of evil, where a fierce battle was underway. Several spirit users summoned their heroic spirits, who fought valiantly, contending against a horde of grotesque monsters. These creatures, with their black, chitinous exoskeletons and twisted forms, bore exposed white bones, emanating an uncontrollable malice. Such entities were filled with hostility towards life. Behind them loomed a rift in the air, through which only a hint of crimson could be seen. New demons continuously emerged from this abyss. Truly unfortunate. How could a fragment of a world suddenly manifest, coincidentally inhabited by such malevolent beings? World fragments are remnants of a deceased and shattered world, possibly containing vestiges of life and civilization. Earth, by its nature, attracts other worlds to forge connections, thus occasionally leading to the arrival of world fragments that may harbor treasures or adversaries. Presently, we face the latter. One spirit user maintained a contract with their saber heroic spirit and cleaved a demon before them vertically with a sword. The black, corrosive blood splattered towards him but was intercepted mid-air by a golden shield. The point of impact emitted white smoke, hastening his magical energy consumption. Yet he managed to endure for the time being. Uncertain of the outcome, our primary objective was to halt their advance while reinforcements were en route. Another spirit user, while speaking, shot an arrow at a demon attempting to ambush a comrade. His heroic spirit was Archer. Besides the two of them, there were 6 other spirit users with their respective heroic spirits, along with their secondary spirits. These individuals were members of the official city defense department, tasked with safeguarding the suburban area. The vast outskirts had been attacked for a brief period, resulting in only these few engaging in combat thus far. They managed to hold the line primarily because 2 casters at the back were continuously providing fire support. At the forefront, swordsmen, spearmen, and cavalry surged into the fray, striving to disrupt the already disordered formations of the monsters. However, such a stalemate, due to prolonged combat, could eventually be broken. Your magical energy depletes by the moment. While our demons are endless, a demon brandished its blade, leaving a wound on the foremost knightly heroic spirit. Though the armor appeared sturdy, it was ultimately breached. Master, the magical energy supply is dwindling. The household has no reserves left, Saber remarked. Never mind, at this moment, we shall not conserve command seals. In the name of the command seal, Saber, restore your magical energy and unleash your noble phantasm. Activating one of the 3 command seals, a red energy crystal vanished, and the heroic spirit nearby felt a surge of power. The strength surged forth, not overwhelmingly abundant, but sufficient. Understood. The silver-white armor suddenly exploded, the shockwave from the blast, along with the collision of the armor, repelled the surrounding demons. This is my knightly honor, fully liberated. Bear witness to my ultimate sword. The noble phantasm manifested as a silver killing sword, and the body enveloped in white smoke split into 6. Were they illusions or clones? No one could discern. The 6 figures darted amidst the demon horde, and wherever the silver-white trails passed, the demons were reduced to fragments. With the release of a noble phantasm, at least 100 meters of space was cleared in front, significantly alleviating the pressure on the defenders. Wonderful, the tide has turned. Just as the spirit user spoke, the figure that had been attacking the enemy lines was sent flying back, landing beside him. The activation of the noble phantasm had weakened defenses, and the enemy had seized the moment when the noble phantasm's efficacy waned. Thus, the ambush was successful. No way, are you serious? A figure clad in black armor, adorned with horn-like decorations atop its helmet, emerged from the midst of the demons. The hammer it held, crackling with dark lightning, was the very weapon that had just struck Saber. The same malevolent aura emanated from it, yet it surpassed the previously encountered minions in prowess. Was this creature the leader? No, it seemed there was more. A knight riding a skeletal horse, 2 demons wielding great swords, and a wizard brandishing a staff also appeared. Is this your full strength? It seems unlikely to impede our advance into this world. Through a form of mental resonance, despite the language barrier, they comprehended the meaning of the figure before them. Possessing intelligence, strategy, and organization, this world fragment posed a significant challenge. Yet, it was merely a challenge. The displayed strength of this being indicated that their main force would arrive to crush them. Their contemplations and silence were perceived by the demons as manifestations of fear. Very well, weaklings, your world is ours. Flesh and souls alike shall become our sustenance. As he spoke, the leading demon swung its hammer, shattering the fireball hurled by the wizard with sheer brute force. More demons congregated, many of them adorned with some form of armor, appearing more formidable than the previous rabble. Now, they faced not only powerful adversaries, but also resilient troops. A war of attrition, this being sought to overwhelm them with sheer numbers, exhausting them to death. Beads of sweat formed. They had to hold their ground. These monsters could not be allowed to pass. There were too many. If they breached the city, it would spell great trouble. They could not retreat. As members of the city defense, it was their duty to protect the innocent civilians behind them. Hold the line. We must hold firm. Once the main force arrives, everything will improve. What was it you said you wanted to do to this city? A white figure suddenly appeared in the midst of the battlefield, a gentle breeze sweeping through. The spirit user, prepared to fight with abandon, noticed that the horde of minion demons had suddenly become immobile. With a snap, a crimson line appeared around their necks, and their heads fell from their bodies, which subsequently knelt to the ground. I seem to be quite accurate. I wasn't late either. Maintaining his heroic spirit possession, Bai Yi appeared in the form of Yi Li. His sword remained as bright as new, untouched by a single drop of blood. Chapter 37. So formidable. Why didn't you mention it earlier? What a surprise. I seem to have struck quite accurately. Bai Yi had arrived just in time, utilizing the method of spatial contraction to reach the battlefield in mere moments. This was the correct application of spatial contraction, reminiscent of Yi Li's sudden appearance before the Northern Wolf King and the Eagle King. Before they could comprehend the need to flee, both had been rendered utterly bewildered. The present situation mirrored that. Everyone present felt the refreshing breeze, the very air stirred by Bai Yi's sword. Without unleashing a noble phantasm, he merely employed Yi Li's mastery of swordsmanship to execute a series of compassionate sword techniques. Who exactly are you? Only then did the demons, momentarily stunned by Bai Yi's controlled onslaught, regain their bearings. Me? He is merely a passing Yingshu. Take note of that. What a jest. How could such a transient being possess such formidable power? Their ranks were decimated by this individual before them. Whether it was a deliberate display of strength is uncertain. But despite their survival, their armor and weapons lay in ruins around them. The demon leading the group doubted that even with his utmost effort, he could inflict sufficient damage to break through the enemy's defenses. Drip. A bead of moisture fell onto the ground before him. Was it sweat? The battle had not even commenced. Yet he was already drenched. Esteemed one, who might you be? The other Yingshu behind him regained their composure. Although they were unaware of his identity, there was no doubt that they had encountered someone formidable. Please wait a moment. I am nearly finished assessing these monsters. Indeed, it was more peculiar than anticipated. A type of abomination that fed on vitality and soul energy. A fierce desire to battle, a survival of the fittest mentality, where even their own kin could become prey. The spatial rift behind them must be their stronghold, housing similar entities, perhaps even a leader? How do you know this? The demon felt exposed, as if this individual had seen straight through him. Such a scenario was unfathomable. They had plundered lives without ever encountering such a terrifying adversary. Their targets should have been mere mortals armed with pitchforks and rakes, barely clad in tattered armor. How do I know? Simply by observing. Your malevolence cannot escape my sight. The bloodlust emanating from these demons spoke volumes to Bai Yi, their vengeful whispers providing him with substantial information. The situation had simplified considerably. First, he would dispatch them, then eradicate their lair behind. Rest assured, there is no need for anxiety. I shall not squander much of your time. With his sword in hand, Bai Yi approached the remaining demons step by step. Human, you are excessively arrogant. Even without their weapons, these demons would not easily relinquish their resistance. Their ferocity and combat spirit compelled them to bravely strike with their fists and claws against such an opponent. The first to charge found themselves within 5 meters of Bai Yi. The target loomed larger before him. You are too proud, human. They barely stood a chance. Yet a voice emerged from behind. An enemy who should have been ahead had vanished unbeknownst to him. What? He noticed his body still advancing while his vision spun wildly, inadvertently catching sight of the scene behind him. His comrades were either cleaved in half or brutally bisected, and one, like himself, had been beheaded. Was the disparity truly this vast? Had they not compelled that individual to exert his full strength? Observing Bai Yi's actions as he entered the spatial rift, the other Yingshu lowered their heads once more to gaze at the fragments of demons scattered on the ground. My goodness, we have struggled here for so long just to hold our ground, and he dispatched them in a single strike? Let us not be so dismissive, even including us. I feel he could eliminate everyone with but one blow. Must you speak so bluntly? We all understand this truth, but to articulate it so directly is rather impolite. Is this still my fault? The Yingshu who had been ambushed previously continued to heal his own spirit. What do you suppose that formidable figure Yingling is like? It appeared to be in a state of possession, must be at least of epic caliber. I have never heard of such an individual before. They pondered whether, should Bai Yi emerge later, they might request an autograph. Meanwhile, Bai Yi had traversed through the spatial rift and entered the fragment of this world. The sky was a dark crimson, the earth parched, yet traces of vegetation were visible, albeit withered. Numerous demons congregated at the entrance, and upon seeing Bai Yi, they were momentarily stunned. What is happening? Why has someone arrived, and they do not appear to be one of us? Hadn't their kin ventured to the other side of the rift to procure sustenance? Why had those individuals not returned? Quite a number, indeed. This will save me time. In Bai Yi's eyes, these monsters were all cloaked in bloodlust. How many lives have you consumed? A ludicrous inquiry. Would they truly concern themselves with the count of flesh they had devoured? A colossal mass of flesh fell from above, shaking the ground with its immense weight. With coarse skin and a robust physique, this demon appeared significantly stronger than those outside. Tell me, human, why have you returned? Where are Aska and the others? You speak of those demons? That question is trivial. I shall soon send you to meet them. The victim's resentment lingered in the air, the stench of decaying corpses wafted nearby, and shattered bones lay exposed, stripped of their flesh. The mere presence of these demons repulsed Bai Yi. Such malevolent beings had no right to exist. Having arrived, he decided to present them with a grand gift to avoid being perceived as an unfriendly guest. A powerful surge of energy erupted, and a colossal sword materialized behind Bai Yi. The Baojir unfurled. Zheng Dao Jian, Mieshio Luo. With a resounding crash, the demon was obliterated before it could comprehend the situation. Wait, if you are this formidable, why did you not reveal it sooner? Had I known, I would have fled. The white light of the sword was visible across the entirety of the world fragment. Even a mere glance instilled a profound terror of death. As the blade descended, the fragment trembled, and the ominous aura that had previously shrouded the blood-stained ground dissipated significantly. What is happening? Today will feature 4 updates. Everyone should anticipate another chapter by noon. Chapter 38. Demons must have backbone. With a single stroke, Bai Yi eradicated all the demons in the vicinity. He had deployed his Baojir with caution, mindful of the potential to damage this fragmented world, thus refraining from unleashing its full power. However, it was more than sufficient. As the saying goes, numbers outweigh the heavens, and with the unique attributes of the Zheng Dao Jian, Mieshio Luo, the effectiveness against these demons was overwhelmingly potent. This weapon inherently possessed special effects against evil and demons, amplifying its damage in proportion to the target's malevolence. With one strike, the demons were reduced to ash, purifying the tainted land around them, ridding it of its sinister influence. Only in the outermost regions did some fortunate demons merely shatter, leaving behind remnants. How would their kin react to this? Wow, demon fragments. The drop rate is astonishingly high. So weak, those demons. Having eliminated a portion of the adversaries, Bai Yi pressed on without hesitation, advancing towards his next target. Activating his Baojir demanded minimal effort at the level he had just displayed. He could repeat it 3 or 4 more times without breaking a sweat. Do you comprehend the significance of the phenomenon known as the reversal of the electric meter? Its enchantment is truly something to be unconcerned about. Swiftly dashing towards the purged borderlands, a throng of demons had already gathered there. Yet, they appeared utterly bewildered, unable to fathom the events that had just transpired. What has occurred? What has transpired? What has unfolded? They had been peacefully slumbering, only to awaken to a world turned upside down. Observe, what is that approaching white figure? The elite demons, of comparable strength to those encountered earlier, took notice of Bai Yi. However, unlike their mindless companions who had rushed in and met their demise, they were different. The inexplicably manifested colossal sword and the enigmatic figure before them exuded an unsettling purity. Something was amiss, profoundly so. Hey, you over there. Do you have any idea what is happening here? Oh, you inquire about the changes behind me? Naturally, that was my doing. It is everyone's responsibility to protect the environment. After all, look at yourselves, day after day, polluting this place. Nature is weeping, wielding the sword and gesturing towards the demons. The gaze he cast upon them resembled that of a butcher sizing up his next cut of meat. What are you saying? Bai Yi's tone was laced with disdain, inciting fury in the majority of the demons. Only one, sensing the anomaly, retreated quietly, shielding its kin behind itself. Pointing their weapons at Bai Yi, they discovered their adversary moving with an untraceable speed amidst their ranks, ultimately appearing behind them. The corpses began to converse. Bai Yi's voice floated from behind, as relaxed as ever. What? They felt a chill creeping into their bodies, followed by darkness enveloping their vision. It was utterly brutal, excessively so. The demon that had retreated was the sole survivor, witnessing its kin being cleaved into pieces, arms, legs, entrails, heads, bones, all severed. This being was not merely slaughtering. It was flaunting their lives as a grotesque display. Such brutality even left the most seasoned demons questioning Bai Yi's extreme methods. What is the matter? Are you trembling? Is it fear? Murderers are inevitably hunted. Since you feast upon beings like humans, you must be prepared for the consequences. I merely mirrored your actions back at you. Why can you not endure it? The resentful spirits whispered, lamenting their fates. skin transformed into garments, flesh devoured, bones partially stripped of marrow, the remnants turned to adornments. Life was exploited to its fullest here. If annihilating their foes was possible, they would not hesitate to be obliterated in the process. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. That is what they desired. And since Bai Yi comprehended their wishes, he was bestowed with their power, naturally compelled to fulfill this objective. Of course, you are somewhat different. It is evident that you possess a modicum of intellect. Would you prefer to survive with greater ease? If so, inform me of what I require. Bai Yi, seated on the ground, planted his sword before the demon, making no further movements, yet the threat was palpable. Is he planning to ambush? He is a demon, after all. Demons must exhibit ferocity and honor. If I divulge everything to you, will you truly spare me? The demon faltered, yielding to the voice of its own conscience. Rest assured, as a swordsman, I guarantee that I will spare your life. Not sensing the scent of deceit, the demon inhaled deeply several times and accurately relayed the state of this fragmented world. This realm was once a complete world, resembling a medieval setting devoid of extraordinary powers. These demons hail from a peculiar world, a realm of blood and fire. For a time, the two worlds were relatively close, until someone discovered the means to communicate with the abyss. The conclusion was a demonic invasion and the annihilation of this world, leaving the demons to thrive. Some unfortunate souls, caught in the cataclysm, could not return, forced to wander within the remnants of this world. This world was also unfortunate, having encountered traitors who opened the gates to the enemy, inviting the demons in. Bai Yi grasped the situation well. It aligned closely with his expectations. He was here to cleanse the world with a divine artifact, ensuring that no innocent life would be harmed in the process. Thank you. Your information is indeed invaluable. Splendid. May I take my leave? You cannot depart. Before the demon could react, as it turned its back to Bai Yi, a flash of silver light pierced through, severing its grotesque head from its body. The demon attempted to flee, yet it was not capable of escaping fate. It stumbled after a few steps before collapsing. In its final moments, its eyes fixated on Bai Yi, as if seeking answers. You promised me, swordsman. What of the judge, the berserker, the heroic spirit? To eradicate evil completely, he shall exact vengeance for the deceased here, ensuring that not a single demon escapes. Bai Yi had not spoken falsehoods. Now, it is time for my moment of unparalleled prowess. He had confirmed that within this fragment of a world, no demon could rival him. Armed with his sword and the divine artifact, he was ready for battle, exhilaration coursing through him. Come forth, little demons. Have you concealed yourselves well? I am coming to find you. With a single stroke aimed at a nearby mountain peak, he cleaved it in two, simultaneously obliterating the demons that had been hiding and spying from their vantage point. Chapter 39, a horror film for demons. This fragment of a world, dominated by demons, transformed into a horror game upon Bai Yi's entry. Do not misunderstand. The terror within this horror game does not stem from the demons. In a certain human village, now devoid of life, it had become a congregation point for demons. Typically, around 30 demons would gather in such a village, yet today, everything had changed. Corpses, blood, shattered skeletons, and flesh minced into a grotesque pulp littered the area. Everywhere lay the lifeless forms of demons, some still retaining their intact heads, their expressions frozen in fear and despair. It was evident that they had attempted to resist, yet the shattered weapons bore witness to their futile efforts. Let me see. Are there any little cuties still hiding? Come out quickly. I am about to leave. Amidst the sea of corpses, a white figure roamed, uttering words that instilled terror in the hearts of demons. One demon, concealed within a desiccated well, covered its mouth, remaining motionless. Suddenly, it sensed the light above dimming, as if something were obstructing it. Realizing the reality yet unwilling to accept it, the demon sought refuge in denial. Hey! The voice greeting it shattered its pretense of ignorance. Mechanically, it lifted its head to behold a human visage peering into the well. Ah, there is still one here? Why are you hiding from me? I am your good friend. Do not approach me. It is difficult to fathom that the one pleading for mercy and fear is the typically ferocious demon. Alas, his trepidation is in vain. Greetings and farewell. The silvery sword aura cascades down like moonlight, transforming the demon into a mere puddle. The extent of this devastation would have prompted a satisfied exclamation from Lu Tihua. Within a certain dwelling, a demon, having heard the recent events, cowers beneath the bed, paralyzed with fear. The well is alarmingly close to his hiding place. Invisible to me, invisible to me, invisible to me. Oh dear, it seems as though everything has vanished. Have I indeed slain all? That would indeed be a pity. I am left unfulfilled. Perhaps it is time to explore the next location. This voice appears to emanate from outside, accompanied by the sound of retreating footsteps. Such a development allows the demon below to exhale quietly in relief, though he is yet to fully relax. After all, their prior ordeal was exceedingly terrifying, even for demons. Has that monster departed? He remains still beneath the bed, seemingly requiring more time to gather himself. As for what transpired earlier, these demons had been managing to survive in this forsaken village. However, today, the tranquil village was abruptly besieged by a terrifying presence. The courageous demons brandished their weapons, striving to protect their homeland, but their adversary was overwhelmingly powerful. That monster was akin to a demon hunter. None could survive in the presence of his sword. The majority of demons struck by that blade did not even emit a sound of pain. It was not due to their fortitude, but rather because their heads were severed before they could utter a word. Fortunately, at a critical moment, my good brothers were there for me. I shall not forget your sacrifices. Several demon brothers residing in the same vicinity selflessly offered themselves, allowing him to escape by providing cover. Yet, he can only hide here. Trembling, fearing the appearance of shoes at the bedside, and the monster glancing beneath to behold him. Half a minute has passed, a span that feels like an eternity to the demon. The confinement beneath the bed is unbearable. He slowly crawls out. At last, he emerges, finding the outside world far more comfortable. Indeed, you have finally emerged, not wasting too much of my time. The familiar voice resonates from behind, and the demon's body becomes rigid. It is Bai Yi, who had been standing atop the bed above the demon's head. This fellow believed he had evaded disaster. It is nothing short of a jest. In gaming terms, the bloodthirst emanating from these demons is akin to a bright red glow above their heads. Bai Yi has seemingly unlocked the ultimate power. How could he allow them to escape? Thus, they are given a thumbs up. How do you feel after spending so long with me? Bai Yi leaps from the bed and strides toward the demon, maintaining a smiling demeanor, standing casually, yet exuding numerous vulnerabilities. However, the demon is unmoved, utterly paralyzed. The brother he witnessed being slain previously had made the grave mistake of underestimating this figure, raising his weapon only to meet his demise. If possible, the demon wishes to close his eyes, unwilling to face reality. He dares not open them, hoping this is merely a figment of his imagination. Accept the truth. Do not worry, my sword strikes swiftly. Bai Yi's follow-up strike ultimately shatters the demon's spirit. Oh, I shall fight you to the end. The weapon raised just a moment ago results in the demon's obliteration the next. Thus it is, instilling fear in you monsters. Making you feel that existence itself is a torment, is the essence of poetic justice. Engaging with these demons is not simply a waste of time for Bai Yi. As these demons perish, their grievances are swiftly alleviated. Furthermore, as an inhabitant of Earth, Bai Yi's education instilled within him the belief that these beings must not perish too easily. The cycle of demons killing humans and humans slaying demons establishes a semblance of fairness. Preparing to depart, he must venture to the next location, disseminating the gospel from another world, allowing them to truly experience the warmth of an earthling. Oh, I must not forget this. As he exits the dwelling, Bai Yi plunges his sword into the ground. The land, infused with bloodlust and malevolent power, undergoes purification, transforming into a pale expanse. Thus, they are rendered unable to flee. Bai Yi performs this act after cleansing each area. This pale land embodies the essence of the legendary sword, skillfully wielded against the Azuras. The artifact is not merely a source of radiant energy. As a manifestation of his legend, Bai Yi demonstrates such creative prowess. This land poses no threat to ordinary life. Yet for demons imbued with malevolent essence, stepping onto it invites an onslaught from the sword aura. There is no escape from the ground, the sky, or below. None can evade. If one were to gaze down from above at this moment, they would observe the emergence of spatial rifts, as nearly half of this world has transformed into the Pale Land. It resembles the encroaching poison circle in a battle royale, gradually constricting the demon's habitat, rendering escape impossible. Chapter 40. Once the leader intervenes, all shall be well. Bai Yi, utilizing the power of the artifact, continuously expands the toxic zone within the fragments of the world that belong to the demons. The demons observe this action, yet due to the disparity in strength, they can only watch helplessly. After all, any reckless attempt to approach, whether to flee or to dispel the Pale Land, is beyond their capability. A few bold compatriots who dared to step forward found themselves mercilessly assaulted by the dense white sword aura, meeting a gruesome end. This scene is somewhat bloody. It is advised that juvenile demons observe in the company of their adult counterparts. How infuriating. That fellow continues to wreak havoc. I have seen him destroy another of our strongholds. What shall we do? We cannot afford to waste time here. If this continues, we shall be doomed. On a distant mountaintop, a group of demons huddles, using withered trees to conceal their presence, secretly observing Bai Yi's every move. The demon who just spoke is crouched at the forefront, wielding a telescope. What do we do now? What can we do? That being is beyond our capacity to confront. The pale expanse is deadly upon mere contact, and we are unaware of what they have triggered. To rebel now, I suspect that even if we charged him en masse, we would not exhaust his strength before facing total annihilation. Engaging in a war of attrition is a common tactic for demons. But they had just witnessed a powerful demon being misled into charging at Bai Yi with hundreds of subordinates, only for Bai Yi to demonstrate the reality of numbers as the defining reason for supremacy. One demon meets its end with a single strike. A horde of demons, too, meets the same fate with but a single blow. The deceased lay in serene tranquility, offering no resistance, slipping into a state of slumber reminiscent of an infant's 24-hour repose. The fiend grew increasingly brutal, embodying a veritable demon of slaughter. The grim reality was that we had no opportunity to surrender. Under his blade, no soul remained alive. To fight meant death, to evade was to meet the same fate, and to capitulate was equally fatal. The prospect of survival seemed utterly bleak. Their existence as demons appeared all too transparent. It was indeed intriguing that the very monsters deemed abhorrent by humanity now regarded Bai Yi as a creature of monstrosity. One might ponder whether our leader, yet to make an appearance, harbored fear of this beast. Why else would he remain absent, leaving us to wonder where he had gone? Would he not come to our aid? They turned their gaze towards the distant castle, the stronghold of their most formidable demon warriors. This so-called ruler of all demons within the realm of shattered worlds had remained utterly inactive since Bai Yi's arrival. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Our leader, invincible under heaven, could never harbor fear. I surmise that he is merely meticulously assessing the enemy's capabilities. Once he comprehends this foe's powers, victory shall inevitably follow. In the face of the dread brought forth by Bai Yi, even if they could not ascertain the combat prowess of their demon leader, they must, for the sake of morale and self-comfort, believe that once their leader initiated an assault, all would be well. But herein lies the query. Do the demon leaders share this sentiment? How could it be? Such strength should not have breached their ranks. With such prowess, I fear that a mere encounter would spell my demise. Within the castle, the leader, clad in ebony armor and adorned with a pair of immense wings, contemplated survival. His urgency was palpable, as if he might transform into a figure of haste. The demons outside, observing Bai Yi's prowess, could only exclaim in awe at his strength and the peculiar nature of his abilities. Yet he discerned something far more sinister, a relentless slaughter targeting their kind, regardless of the ability wielded. Desiring escape, yet finding none, the demon leader concluded that perhaps he might attempt to dig a tunnel. The earth of the shattered world bore a certain thickness. Upon reaching a specific depth, he would encounter an unseen barrier. He estimated that if he excavated sufficiently deep, he need not fear the powers of the white earth detecting his presence. In this manner, he could quietly conceal himself until the forces of the white earth waned, until that calamity departed from this realm. After all, demons possess a lifespan ample enough for such an endeavor, and in a dormant state, their consumption remains minimal. Should he linger long enough, it was conceivable that the monster might perish from the natural end of human life. Having slain numerous humans, the demon leader fancied himself an expert in their limitations, particularly in terms of lifespan. He could employ the strategy of outlasting the foe, ultimately leading to victory. Yes, indeed. I am a genius. Without hesitation, the demon leader transformed into a burrowing machine, laboring in the castle's subterranean depths. Of course, he did not neglect to leave behind a formidable doppelganger of a demon, ensuring that Bai Yi would not detect any adversary and thereby raise unnecessary suspicion. This decoy, his lieutenant, was now controlled by his magical will, seated upon the throne like a final boss awaiting the arrival of a hero. Half an hour passed, and the demons outside were nearly annihilated by Bai Yi. Each one, in their final moments, yearned for their leader to appear and confront Bai Yi in a decisive battle. Little did they know that their leader had already surrendered, contemplating a strategy of survival. At last, upon reaching the final stronghold, he resolved to eradicate the remaining foes. Bai Yi stood before the castle, eager for this concluding step. The transformation of the white earth, akin to a coloring game, had left most of the space bleached, with only a stark patch of black and red remaining, a most unsightly sight. The castle, with its doors ajar, seemed to extend an invitation to enter. Such a scene was rife with anticipation. Surely, various traps awaited him. What of treasure chests, doors that could not be opened from this side, teleportation back to the starting point, or even chairs concealing traps? The castle evoked less than pleasant memories for Bai Yi. Thus, he resolved against a conventional approach to conquering it. Casting a glance at the time, he noted that it was time for dinner. Regular meals must be maintained, and today he would not indulge in their game. Gathering his magical energy, he raised his hand, and a colossal sword materialized atop the castle. It was not overly large, merely double the size of the castle beneath it. With a thought, judgment descended. The demon leader, who had just begun to tire from digging, prepared to catch his breath, when suddenly he beheld a flash of white light. Was it dawn? That day, he beheld the light, and in that moment, he too became light. The thought crossed his mind that the codes of martial ethics had been disregarded, and in that instant, the demon leader ceased to ponder. Chapter 41. What manner of special effects has this shattered world unleashed? The demon leader met his demise, despite his attempts to prepare for survival. Bai Yi, pressed for time to return for dinner, had no inclination to engage in any grand adventure within the castle. A relic was unleashed, divine radiance fell, and the demon leader perceived only a flash of white. His plans to utilize his lieutenant as a decoy, to conceal his presence, to dig a tunnel for refuge, and to outlast Bai Yi's lifespan. All these thoughts were commendable, yet reality refused to unfold according to his designs. You do not adhere to martial ethics. Such was his final contemplation. If the demon leader were to evaluate his own fate, he would likely find himself at a loss for words. Encountering an otherworldly being from Earth, with formidable stats and unparalleled abilities, he fought valiantly, yet could not prevail. Even in death, he remained oblivious to the reasons behind attracting such a calamity. Were he to know that Bai Yi's execution was merely a hasty return to dinner, one wonders what his sentiments would be. Of course, Bai Yi was unaware of his thoughts. Even if he were, he would not care. They were merely a throng of demons, steeped in a thick aura of bloodlust. Whether he vanquished 10 or 100, he remained wary of any potential survivors. Inflicting as much suffering as possible upon their exit from this world would at least grant solace to the victims' lingering resentments. The deceased found peace. The demons enjoyed a full 24 hours of slumber, and I received greater gifts. We all embraced a luminous future. As for the demons, I hold no grievances. Bai Yi gazed upon the remnants of the castle, now reduced to a vast white void, and prepared to depart. Today's horror game proved quite entertaining. Demons, I suspect, will linger in my memory for days to come. Indeed, it was a horror game, with Bai Yi assuming the role of terror while the demons played the game. Their performance is evident. As a horror game, it is commendable. I departed gently, just as I arrived, waving my sleeve without taking a single cloud with me. In this expanse of white earth, Bai Yi could traverse distances in the blink of an eye. In an instant, he arrived at the previous spatial rift, emerging to find 15 vigilant Yinglingshi awaiting him. Oh, you're all here. Have you eaten? The leader of the Yinglingshi responded, we haven't eaten yet. If you're hungry, we can bring you a meal. They were startled by Bai Yi's sudden appearance. How did this master arrive without a sound? No need, I can return myself. Oh, by the way, the creatures inside have all been dispatched. You can clean up now. Oh, really? So soon? The leading Yinglingshi instinctively nodded, then regained his senses. Realizing what Bai Yi had said, a fragment of a world is undoubtedly vast, especially with those filled with malice inside. How much time has passed since this ordeal began? Has this master defeated them all alone? Such feats are somewhat challenging for them. The unfortunate saber before had been injured due to reduced defense from armor break and the after effects of using a noble phantasm, making him vulnerable to ambushes by greater demons. Inside the world fragment, there were thousands of ordinary demons, dozens of greater demons, and a demon lord. The team outside the spatial rift could clear it, but they would undoubtedly face fierce combat. It must be said, this master truly is a master. Their world is beyond our comprehension, highlighting the disparity between individuals. I will take my leave now. May we meet again, my friends. Bai Yi was eager to return not only for dinner, but also because he truly lacked time to cook. He could always order takeout. The crux of the matter was that after completing the cleansing of the world fragment, upon returning to Earth, he felt as if he had gained something. That warm sensation felt like a reward from Earth for neutralizing a malevolent world fragment. He felt akin to a gamer who had completed a dungeon and received a quest reward. What exactly it was, he would find out upon returning. The remaining Yinglingshi watched Bai Yi depart in a manner they could not comprehend, and this time, they were not surprised. They had grown accustomed to it. After all, he was a master, and his actions undoubtedly had their reasoning. Let us go, my comrades. Although we can only handle the cleanup, at least we can catch a glimpse inside and feel somewhat involved. Let my Yingling enter first. My rider has excellent survival skills and can scout a path for us. The Yinglingshi on the left side of the team summoned his rider, who appeared riding a white horse. The armor looked somewhat flimsy, but the shield in his left hand compensated for this issue. This horse, part of a noble phantasm, had sufficient speed even without exerting full power. Scouting through the grass was not a task Ryder feared, even if he were defeated, as long as his Yinglingshi remained. He could absorb magical energy to recover and still triumph in the revival match. Ryder entered, and for 1 minute, there was no response. 2 minutes passed, still nothing. They felt no signs of death, weakness, or rapid magical energy consumption from encountering enemies. Outside, everyone was puzzled. After 3 minutes, the cavalry returned, his expression somewhat complicated. Master, I suddenly feel that the modern knowledge I acquired suggested our world is a vast game. Perhaps the Earth OL might not be far from the truth. What is going on? Ryder produced a phone previously taken inside, displaying stored videos for all present to see, a vast expanse of white land. At first glance, this world fragment resembled a special effect, a white void. Moreover, merely standing there, he sensed an imminent danger that could claim his life. What had that great figure done? He could not comprehend it. This was beyond their capacity to handle. You are correct. This expanse of white. I cannot see any other colors. It is difficult to imagine what transpired inside. That individual who spoke kindly to us deserves our gratitude for his benevolence. Thankfully, this great person is kind, not malevolent. Otherwise, they feared stepping out with their left foot might result in them being finely minced. As for the great benefactor they spoke of, he was just returning home, preparing for dinner. Today, I will update earlier in the night. And by the way, the author humbly requests a 5-star rating. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 42, Essence of the World. Those official Yinglingshi, still unsure how to handle the power Bai Yi left in the world fragment, were busy. After a long day, Master Bai returned home, opened the fridge, took out ingredients, washed the pots and pans, and finally pulled out his phone to order takeout. He could make scrambled eggs as a side dish, but for the main course, takeout was preferable. It was too troublesome. He possessed culinary skills, though limited, at most. He could manage scrambled eggs, braised pork, and tofu fish soup. His phone indeed contained numerous cooking tutorial videos. But he belonged to the category of those who collect without ever commencing action. Yet, one cannot say he did nothing. At least he saved those videos for late-night cravings. With the takeout ordered and rice cooking in the rice cooker, Bai Yi began to sense his recent gains. He had eradicated all demons within a world fragment and allowed those grievances to find release. Why? Because Bai Yi is benevolent. Then, at the moment he returned to Earth, it bestowed upon him a gift. Opening his right hand, a golden crystal resembling a water droplet appeared in his palm. There was no need for exhaustive searches or reference materials. Upon its emergence, he understood precisely what it was. Essence of the world. A rare resource that could manifest from world fragments or complete worlds. Not only was it precious, but it also contained immense energy. Even a single drop could replace at least 9 command spells when used in the most rudimentary manner. Furthermore, it could serve as an auxiliary item for summoning Yingling, enhancing the likelihood of obtaining desired results. This knowledge stemmed from the essence of the world. It was a reward from Earth for Yinglingshi. When summoning Yingling, placing this beside the sacred relic could increase the chance of a specific Yingling's arrival. Moreover, the essence of the world could also enhance the magical capacity, physical strength, and spiritual power of Yinglingshi. This was the effect Bai Yi valued most. Although Bai Yi, with Yi Li's extraordinary recovery speed, never faced a shortage of magical energy, even allowing Yingling to recharge him, achieving a reversal of his energy levels, the allure of higher values was universally understood. Who wouldn't he wish for their numbers to be greater? Absorbing. A thought flickered in his mind. The essence of the world seamlessly integrated into his body, and he felt an overwhelming, profound, and grand sensation, as if his very essence had been elevated. Marvelous. Gradually, I begin to comprehend everything. With eyes wide open and fists clenched, Bai Yi feels a tremendous power coursing through his being. The new power is unlike any before. It seems I must pay closer attention to it in hopes of discovering fragments of this world that may yield more world essences. Ding dong. It is not the timer of the light giant that has illuminated, but the doorbell. My takeout has arrived. Here it comes. Given the circumstances, I shall first indulge in my meal. Bai Yi relishes the moment, embodying the spirit of a food enthusiast, while on the other side, the servants near the world fragment are not faring as well. To be honest, my friends, you are fortunate. Neither you nor your servants are besieged by any malevolent factions. A number of casters from the reinforcement team have arrived to investigate the situation within the spatial rift. The outcome has left them in a state of cold sweat. What's wrong? Why does your expression seem rather grim? To elaborate, the situation inside is exceedingly complex, and to articulate it academically would likely elude your understanding. Both the speaking servant and the mage beside him were expressions of subtle incredulity. Hey. Are we engaging in some form of academic discrimination here? Be careful. I might just unleash my fists upon you. He despises riddlers the most. If they continue with their enigmatic speech, he shall express his discontent through physical means. Very well. I shall phrase it this way. Although the specifics are unclear, this immense world fragment has essentially transformed into a certain servant's inherent domain. Standing within it, you would be subjected to the judgment of their noble phantasm. If deemed malevolent, you would face a catastrophic onslaught that blankets the world. One might say you have unwittingly brushed shoulders with death. How did we ascertain this outcome? Initially, due to the intelligence relayed by the servant regarding the internal safety of the world fragment, reinforcements dispatched their own assassin to investigate. Unexpectedly, the attempt resulted in demise. This particular assassin hailed from another world and had a notorious history of malevolence, achieving servanthood as a killer. Typically, he would only act according to his mood, as he lacked a command spell from his master. However, the moment he stepped into that realm of white, the power activated. An endless barrage of sword energy severed his weapon, shattered his limbs, and pinned him to the ground with a pale sword. From all directions, he faced relentless assault, suffering for half a minute before returning to his master's body. The servant expressed that his assassin seemed to have developed a terrifying psychological trauma. The ensuing changes attracted the attention of the mage, who began to analyze the situation within. Frankly speaking, the transformation of the world fragment into an inherent domain shattered his resolve. He and his caster had studied the knowledge of inherent domains and realized that their capabilities were insufficient to achieve such a level of magic. It was not merely a matter of lacking magical energy. Their understanding of the world, space, and other concepts was inadequate. Yet here, we witness a genuine masterpiece. Though the creator is absent and the world fragment remains unaltered, it is nearly indistinguishable from an inherent domain. According to your interpretation, could the creator of all this still be a swordsman? This scenario resembles a mathematical savant who, after days and nights of contemplation, could not solve a particular problem, only for a passerby, an ordinary plumber named Lao Wang, to effortlessly provide the solution. Challenging someone's interest with my profession and ending up defeated. How absurd. The nearby servant pondered whether he should abandon his title of mage and start anew as a magical apprentice. Is it really necessary? The disillusionment of one's colleague was unexpected and has left others astounded. Who, pray tell, is this illustrious figure? Chapter 43, An Old Friend? The official exploration and development of this world fragment continue, but considering the unfortunate fate of a certain assassin, the servants entering the fragment must undergo scrutiny. Otherwise, encountering the first victim, executed by sword energy for half a minute before succumbing, would be excessively brutal, even for servants. We are all dead. I previously thought I had witnessed every tempest imaginable. Master, I truly did not expect this turn of events. Do not speak so, there is no need for disappointment. For I, too, have never witnessed such a spectacle. The servant concurred. The image of his colleague's shattered resolve was indeed unforgettable. As they traversed, pausing intermittently to collect the remnants of fortunate demons, they gathered remnants that could enhance the potential for summoning servants of the malevolent faction. Some even believed that demon bone powder might serve as a health supplement. Rumors suggest that certain world fragments on Earth have established demon breeding grounds, ensuring a continuous supply of demonic materials. Here, a mountain has been entirely leveled, and not far off lies a vast pit. One must admit, strength begets strength. A true warrior embodies such tenacity. The traces left by Bai Yi's assault prompted the cleanup crew to exclaim in awe. Therefore, Master, you must strive diligently. As long as you work hard to summon a formidable ally, we shall prosper. Wait, my friend, is it truly appropriate for you to be the one encouraging me? The servant exclaimed in disbelief. How has it come to pass that you are now offering me motivational words? It feels reminiscent of our school days. Is this situation perhaps a reversal of roles? There is no fault in this, Master. Take a moment to reflect whether you have truly put forth your best effort over the years, whether you can acquire superior relics. Your endeavor today is for the sake of your future self. I cannot believe this. The two of them exchanged light-hearted banter, a common dynamic among the majority of servants and their masters. Most share a commendable rapport, and given that servants have often struggled to win their resurrection matches, it is easy for them to become friends and comrades. Indeed, this holds true for the majority, though it is imperative that masters refrain from summoning servants with inappropriate relics. It would be akin to inviting an ancestor home, which would surely invite calamity. They continued to cleanse the demon remnants while documenting the state of the world fragment, uploading some field data that caught the attention of certain individuals. Yes, this is it. This is what I wish to see. It is indeed you, Yi. I knew that with your personality, once you descended, you could never remain inconspicuous. As the strongest from our era, even in this world bustling with heroes, you remain one of the most radiant stars. Have you truly eradicated a significant number of demons? That aligns perfectly with your established character. In an office, an individual clad in a dragon robe, adorned with dragon scales, laughed heartily while holding a tablet. It is evident that he is currently in a state of great delight. Calm down, Your Majesty. Surely you do not intend to board a plane and confront that former adversary in a life-or-death battle, do you? It is not entirely impossible. During our final battle years ago, my mental state was poor, and I failed to finish that skirmish. My reckless thoughts lacked any strategy, resulting in a rather humiliating defeat. Now, with both myself and Yi Li existing in the same era, it must be fate. This is not about vengeance. It is merely my desire to engage him in one final confrontation as the last emperor of the Lu family, to face the conqueror who obliterated my Diqian. Indeed, the heroic spirit present here is none other than the legendary Tianzi Lu Jie, who has descended as a legendary berserker. In this moment, this emperor is also filled with a fervent battle spirit, eager to seek out Yi Li for a duel. Of course, he notices the concerned expression of the spirit medium beside him, who has forged a contract with him. What kind of look is that? Surely, you do not believe I am intent on recklessly battling that fellow Yi Li? Perhaps it is uncertain. Enough of that. After all these years, I have truly let go of my feelings towards Yi Li. Did we not visit the Tianfeng realm once? I observed Yi Li's descendants without losing my composure. His autobiography is quite enlightening, revealing to me the reasons behind the downfall of my Lu family and Diqian. It is well known that diaries often lack genuine sentiments. Yet Yi Li's autobiography contains many revelations. For instance, it describes the endless grievances that flowed into Lu Jie's body, transforming the once mighty Tianzi into a demonic dragon. By combining this information with the knowledge I possess, Lu Jie finally grasped the truth. After reading it, he fell into silence and then madness. And without the aid of the command spell, it is uncertain when he would have regained his sanity. Ha ha ha. The demise of Diqian was foretold by the diviner's prophecy. The diviner led us down a path to ruin due to my ancestors' actions. We tormented a true master out of greed and arrogance, and despite suspecting flaws in his proposed plan, we chose to execute it. Yi Li's act of slaying me ultimately granted Diqian a dignified end, preventing the emergence of the demonic dragon to annihilate the world. Whom should I blame? It seems I cannot find any true enemy. This is merely the result of our Lu family's own folly. At this point, a hint of confusion flashed in his eyes. To ascend the dragon throne, one must possess both vision and wisdom. After all this time, he has come to terms with much. Life is quite good now. My master is also a commendable individual. After learning of the Lu family's misfortunes and divine retribution over generations, he even sought purification methods alongside me. Alas, the curse of our bloodline is indeed a manifestation of heaven's displeasure. It is Lu Jie who bears the consequences of his own actions. I merely wish to fight him once more, not for revenge, but to find closure. That is well. I shall support you when the time comes. However, the intensity of your battle, the command spell, and the backup magical energy supply may pose significant challenges. No worries. Let us strive together, regardless of the outcome. At least we will have made the effort. Lu Jie is indifferent to the result. He merely seeks to complete the battle he left unfinished all those years ago. Chapter 44. A return to the world above. The last emperor of Diqian, the Tianzi Lu Jie, is ardently preparing for the upcoming battle. He believes that winning this resurrection match and returning to the realm of the living is an opportunity bestowed upon him by heaven, allowing him to confront his former nemesis in the best possible condition and truly complete the battle of yesteryear. This time will be different, Yi Li. Even if I may not defeat you, I shall demonstrate my true strength. Gazing at the vacant space before him, Lu Jie summoned his weapon, not unleashing his full power, but simply wielding his sword, hoping to refine the techniques of his past. He must earnestly prepare for his S2 season, even in defeat. He must maintain his dignity and spirit. To contend with Yi Li, he must muster 1,000% of his strength. Nevertheless, to fulfill that battle, he faces a pressing question. Where exactly is Yi Li now? He only knows that Yi Li's heroic spirit has manifested in the fragments of that world. But the precise location remains a mystery. How vexing. Perhaps I should first seek out the diviner's heroic spirit and engage in combat with him. The diviner is also on his list of battle aspirations, but whether he has descended remains uncertain. Students, pay attention. The preparation of relics serves only as an auxiliary means for summoning heroic spirits. Do not hold an absolute belief that possessing relics guarantees success. It is better to close your eyes to such notions, for dreams can encompass anything. Bai Yi is currently attending a lecture regarding the summoning of heroic spirits. Although somewhat dull, it offers credits, and achieving excellent grades is quite appealing. He considers himself a diligent student, with a slight touch of obsessive-compulsive tendencies. A polished resume is far more satisfying. Furthermore, with the completion of heroic spirit summoning, according to the school's arrangements, there will be ample leisure time ahead, free from classes, allowing for job hunting and resume submissions. At the podium, the teacher continues speaking. Now, let us examine a set of cautionary tales. Just the other day, it was confirmed that the heroic spirit Yi Li had descended in the Tianfeng realm, prompting many to entertain bold ideas of using various relics to summon him. On the large screen, the fates of those with such audacious ideas are a mixed bag. Some attempted to use copies of the Taishan law as relics, resulting in a few criminals who violated the law being summoned and executed. One individual chose the autobiography of Yi Li's great ancestor as a relic, meticulously selecting a tome over a century old. The outcome: the shopkeeper who originally printed this book was summoned, and he turned out to be a caster. Other attempts involving figurines and light novels derived from Yi Li's works yielded similarly unfortunate results. It is all too abstract, far too abstract. Bai Yi cannot help but exclaim that the fierce individuals of Florida are not merely tangible entities, but rather a spirit. They are omnipresent. He muses about the expressions of those errant heroic spirits upon seeing the bizarre relics presented by the spirit mediums. Surely, their reactions would be beyond words, after all. In certain respects, modern individuals are indeed ahead of ancient ones. During the break, Zhang Yi approached him, and they engaged in a discussion about the operation of summoning heroic spirits with relics. I propose we attempt to use a magical pony as a relic. After all, who could possibly resist a cute little pony? My friend, let us be practical. Indeed, there was one instance where a magical pony was used as a relic, at least eliminating one erroneous option. Bai Yi feels this joke borders on the absurd, akin to summoning Louis XVI with a guillotine. Such humor must have some measure of sense. No fault found. Old Bai. It is said that upon death, people become stars in the heavens. Therefore, if we were to use a figurine of Shangyang, might we not summon the 5-star reviewer General Mai? Such matters are entirely unnecessary. I find myself pondering whether the illustrious figures of Shangyang, Louis XVI, and Sun Bin, should they converge, might not produce a grand amalgamation of sorts. Perhaps I could assume a prominent role in this gathering. Lao Bai, you see, you have not spared them either. Once again, the classroom resonated with laughter and joy. However, in contrast to the research on sacred relics, Bai Yi was preoccupied with another contemplation. Tianfeng Jie, the homeland of Yi Li, was also the realm where he once established his kingdom. For Bai Yi, it had only been a few days since Yi Li vanquished Lu Jie and overthrew the Deqian dynasty. Yet, the Tianxian Empire has stood resolute for over a millennium. A dynasty that has endured for 1,000 years indeed suggests that the preparations left behind were effective. It remains uncertain whether the descendants of the Yi family still adhere to Yi Li's directives. One would hope so, for Yi Li had inscribed his path and essence within the dragon veins. Should there be any injustice in the world, the disciples of the Seven Kills sect would emerge like bamboo shoots after the rain. If the emperor continues in his folly, causing the common folk to suffer, it would be as if the ancestors themselves had returned, not to suppress the realm, but to address the disobedient descendants. It is indeed the ancestors who would intervene, standing resolutely across from the current emperors. Should these modern monarchs refuse to heed reason, they would have no choice but to have the ancestors impart wisdom upon them. I suddenly wish to return for a moment, to witness whether the world a millennium hence is one of peace and prosperity. Bai Yi has devised a travel plan for the holiday. Although the itinerary is yet unfinished, the first destination, Tianfeng Jie, requires no further contemplation. With such a plan in place, the subsequent days were spent with Bai Yi attending classes, returning home to rest, and preparing supplies. With his eyes closed, he could envision the portion of the potentiality soul coalescing, a manifestation of Yi Li's memories, facilitated by his own absorption in the world's essence. Upon his return from Tianfeng Jie, barring unforeseen circumstances, he would complete this endeavor. The anticipation for the new potentiality soul grows. What kind of heroic spirit shall I acquire? When selecting attributes for Yi Li, Bai Yi initially envisioned crafting a premier civil minister. Unexpectedly, the outcome deviated slightly from his aspirations. Nevertheless, it is of little consequence. At least Yi Li is indeed renowned across the world, destined for eternal remembrance. Thus, it is not a grave issue. Everything remains within the realm of plan. Next time, I shall certainly avoid any mishaps. Chapter 45. Your Emperor has returned a week following the completion of the Heroic Spirit Summoning. Bai Yi and his companions were granted a half-month vacation, during which they could indulge in leisure or seek employment as they pleased. After all, the school had little left to impart. The remainder of the journey was theirs to traverse. Just in time, Bai Yi had packed his travel essentials and was now embarking toward his target, Tianfangjie. The anticipation builds. This should forge a delightful memory. Arriving at the spatial passage connecting Earth to Tianfangjie through the technique of shrink the distance, Bai Yi's emergence near the thoroughfare drew little notice, as he did not materialize on the streets directly. Activating the heroic spirit dependency state, Bai Yi was unrecognizable to his classmates. This allowed him to proceed directly into the queue. Many sought passage to Tianfangjie, for the region's specialties held substantial value on Earth. To mitigate unnecessary conflict between the two worlds, Earth's authorities had established a security checkpoint to evaluate those entering and exiting. Name, gender, place of origin, ethnicity, and purpose of visit were required. When it was Bai Yi's turn, the staff member, head bowed, pen and paperwork in hand, awaited his response. Yi Li male, local of Tianfangjie, heroic spirit, here to visit my hometown. Oh, all right, let me note that down. Excuse me, could you repeat what you just said? The staff member initially recorded the information without a hitch. However, upon completing part of the form and glancing at what he had written, realization seemed to dawn upon him. He abruptly raised his head to regard Bai Yi. What is it? Is there an issue with my information? Sir. May I inquire if you are the esteemed Tian Xiantaizu, Yi Li? He stood, still instinctively bowing before Bai Yi, swallowing hard, seemingly in disbelief at his encounter. If there were no other Tian Xiantaizu Yi Li in this world, it must indeed be him. Is there a problem with the documentation? When might I proceed? His demeanor was amiable, yet the simplest of words and gestures exerted pressure on the staff member. My apologies, we shall be ready shortly. Everyone, come over here. We have a significant matter at hand. Although the individual before him had not presented definitive proof of being Yi Li, the staff member could sense the extraordinary nature of this presence. Coupled with recent news, the founder of the Tian Xian Empire returning to revisit his own creation posed no issues, right? Perhaps they had anticipated this day, even feeling that Yi Li's arrival was slightly overdue. Ultimately, the processing of the border crossing took approximately 5 minutes. My apologies for the inconvenience, sir. Here is your pass. You may proceed. Thank you. 5-star rating is right here. Consider it done. Bai Yi, a courteous individual. Did not forget to leave a 5-star review for the staff before departing. Thank you. Do visit again. The staff member watched Bai Yi's retreating figure until it vanished into the spatial passage, exhaling a sigh of relief and wiping the sweat from his brow. Goodness. I initially thought our duties were rather simple, akin to those of a security guard, focused on a leisurely approach to work, striving for a few less years of toil. I never anticipated encountering such a distinguished individual. Isn't this a bit too exhilarating? It's hard to say. Nevertheless, this presence exudes an aura of pure righteousness. Master, I suspect his class is that of the Arbiter. The heroic spirit saber materialized nearby. Upon Bai Yi's arrival, his instincts had gone into overdrive. The disparity in combat prowess between them felt as though it were a ratio of 9 to 1. One strike from the opposite side would cleave him into 9 pieces. Without question. What's the concern? Although the ruler might be slightly diminished, this individual's capabilities make him a fitting arbiter. The crux of the matter now lies in how to address the emperor of the Tian Xian Empire. Should we inform him that his esteemed self has returned? Or perhaps that his ancestors have arrived? It is imperative to tread carefully, yes? Surely. I am not resorting to insults here, am I? Is this a serious suggestion, Master? I feel it might be best if we refrain from such statements. Perhaps this individual is merely emulating the covert visits of characters from television dramas, seeking to gauge the sentiments of the populace. Ultimately, they reported the situation normally, and Earth conveyed the news to the Tianfangjie imperial family. At this moment, Bai Yi had already traversed the spatial passageway and arrived in a world that was both familiar and slightly foreign to him, Tianfangjie. As his feet touched the ground, the innate abilities of his spirit were automatically triggered. Connecting with the dragon vein beneath him, the bond was established effortlessly. He sensed that not only the land but the very essence of this world was rejoicing at his arrival. If one were to be poetic, it would be fitting to proclaim, Tianfangjie, your emperor has returned. The spatial passageway to Tianfangjie was guarded by adept practitioners of its own realm. However, their ability to connect with the dragon vein and disregard spatial movement was somewhat overpowered. They did not even catch sight of Bai Yi's emergence. They merely felt a ripple in the fabric of space, without witnessing any figure. What transpired? Who has intruded? I cannot sense any aura. They must not be an assassin from Earth. Is this merely an illusion? It seems improbable. We should inquire about any recent arrivals from Earth. Bai Yi observed their actions, remarkably adept at maintaining vigilance and assuming defensive stances, indicating they had likely faced such situations numerous times. The current practitioners seemed to possess a higher purity than those of yore. Indeed, times were advancing. The dragon vein here appeared to be more untainted. He did not feel the lingering resentment characteristic of the Deqian era. This is promising. Upon my arrival, the ambience here feels quite agreeable. In his vision, the dragon vein resembled a grand orchestral performance within an opera house. Each instrument played its part, blending harmoniously, with barely a trace of discordant melody. Yet, the word barely implies that discord did exist. I still sense the emergence of resentment and pain. Is it emanating from that direction? I shall investigate. I have just arrived and already encountered something. A trace of crimson flowed into the dragon vein, and Bai Yi's figure vanished once more, targeting the source of the unknown disturbance. In that direction, a village was suffused with the stench of blood. The lifeless bodies of villagers sprawled haphazardly upon the ground. Chapter 46. A stubborn blockage in a village, distanced from the spatial rift, chaos had erupted, transforming it into a veritable hell on Earth. The once tranquil settlement was suddenly besieged. Scores of lifeless villagers lay scattered across the ground, their wounds inflicted primarily to the throat and heart, each a swift, lethal strike. Several black-clad swordsmen roamed through rooms and corners, passing by the corpses and delivering a quick strike to each. These ruffians are truly troublesome. We, at the Tianjian sect, merely sought to collect a modest protection fee, yet they dared to resist? Now, look where that has led them. All dead. And we must now devise a plan to manage the land here. The Tianjian sect, the faction these swordsmen belonged to, was akin to the Xinyang army of bygone days. The strong could summarize their cultivation methods and propagate their teachings to expand their lineage. These sects, leveraging their power, routinely extorted rent from the surrounding populace, providing protection or assassination services to those who honored them. In the tumultuous days of the Deqian, they sought to safeguard themselves by retreating behind closed doors. Regardless of which dynasty ascended, their power allowed them to thrive. However, they never anticipated that times would change. Everyone, stay alert. Keep your eyes peeled and leave no survivors. Furthermore, do not forget to erase all traces. We cannot allow our true identities to be revealed. Fear not, boss. We shall capture a few bandits from Heifengzhai to serve as scapegoats. We will not be discovered. As for leaving a survivor, my brothers are well aware that retaining one might lead to an encounter with a disciple of the Seven Kills sect in our territory. While speaking, he decapitated 2 of the corpses on the ground. Indeed, this was the very fear they harbored. These sects had long been arrogant, extinguishing entire families at the slightest provocation. However, since Yi Li inscribed himself into the dragon vein, the annihilation of a family would inevitably result in survivors who would most likely come into contact with the Seven Kills path. As the pinnacle faction of Tianfangjia, the Seven Kills sect continually evolved and was a force other sects dared not confront. At this moment, one might question whether annihilating them guarantees safety. This is false. Complete extermination could lead to the accumulation of resentment, prompting Yi Li's projection to personally visit their sect for a greeting. Eradicating the root of the problem is not the solution. Leaving a sliver of mercy is not an option either. It is akin to blocking both ends of a stubborn blockage. From the outset, instill in these habitual wrongdoers a profound fear of life itself. When they realize that the cost of their malevolence could be their own lives, evil is effectively suppressed. Unless circumstances dictate otherwise, these sects now regard the common folk with considerably more civility. We handle fewer cases here, and let us hope that the sword demon does not make an appearance. The members of Tianjian sect were, in fact, reluctant to massacre a village. Yet they were newcomers who had recently relocated from elsewhere due to their inability to thrive in their prior location. Their sect leader had instructed them to collect protection fees and establish dominance. Thus, anyone who dared to resist would be made an example of. One must be ruthless to stand firm. Brothers, do not fear. If that sword demon emerges, will we have the opportunity to converse? Cease such talk. You are only frightening yourselves. Handle the evidence meticulously. We cannot allow the authorities to uncover direct proof of our murders. As these words were spoken, the speaker occasionally glanced around, apprehensive of encountering any figure clad in bloodstained garments. While they were busy cleaning the scene, they remained oblivious to the white figure standing quietly among the nearby trees, silently observing them without uttering a word. Indeed, for them, fortune smiled. The projection known as the sword demon, Yi Li, did not manifest. Bai Yi, maintaining the spirit reliance of Yi Li, stood there, watching. Has my arrival already concluded? Truly, a group of fools. Such individuals exist in every era. The resentment was coalescing, intense and frenzied. They demanded blood for blood. An eye for an eye. The most primal, yet direct form of vengeance. He held the scabbard in his left hand, yet refrained from unsheathing his sword. It is far more gratifying to avenge one's own grievances personally, is it not? He gazed toward a nearby house, where the resentment was converging in that direction. His established Taiping Dao resonated with the current 7 kills path. To witness the legacy of my teachings is, for me, a most unfortunate affair. I would prefer a world devoid of any 7 kills disciples. Just as I contemplated inspecting the situation in Tianxian, I was confronted with this sight. Hadn't I already cleansed the most formidable sects within this realm? How could such individuals rise again? In Yi Li's memories, vast fields, golden statues, and resplendent treasures had left the now Emperor Yi Li in awe. Subsequently, he had laid waste to mountains and temples, redirecting those funds into water conservancy projects. Those people? They felt the brilliance of Yi Li as emperor and willingly toiled in the mines and dug irrigation channels until their demise. If you doubt it, inquire whether they acted voluntarily. As for the sects, merely allowing them to survive would be a tremendous favor I bestow upon them. He has returned, and once the matters here are resolved, he will personally address the situation of the sect. In a house unnoticed by the swordsman but observed by Bai Yi, a transformation was underway. Why must they kill us? What wrong have we committed? Zhao Li, once merely the son of an ordinary farmer who had perused some books without the strength to take the examinations, had thought his life would consist of tilling the land, raising a family, and living out a mundane existence until a peaceful death. However, today changed everything. A few days prior, dark-clad swordsmen had visited, and now they had returned, armed with weapons and malicious intent on slaughtering the villagers. Many attempted to resist, yet the majority were mere villagers, with only the village chief and a couple of others possessing any martial training, utterly outmatched by the orthodox masters of cultivation. Their farming tools were no match for finely tempered steel swords. Zhao Li's parents realized the danger and concealed their child in the pickled vegetable jar in the cellar. His father was slain outside the cellar, while his mother met her end inside. Believing the cellar to be devoid of other hiding individuals after the bloodshed, the swordsmen merely thrust their blades into the jar and departed, oblivious to the child within. Zhao Li was fortunate. The swords did not pierce his body. Now, as the last survivor of Zhaojia village, he harbored only hatred for these swordsmen. They must be killed. Vengeance must be exacted. The chi of the 7 kills resonated within him, and the grievances of the deceased villagers surged through him, intertwining with his emotions. Chapter 47. How could you possibly be so strong? As his mental state harmonized with the legacy left by Yi Li in the dragon vein, he found himself in a place steeped in resentment. Zhao Li could distinctly sense a force entering his body, transforming his very existence. Knowledge of the 7 kills flooded his mind, and the power of the Tao began to operate before he had fully absorbed the knowledge. The lingering grievances, initially meant to summon the projection of Yi Li, now fueled the vengeance of the last living soul of their village. The howls of vengeful spirits echoed in his ears, urging him to take up arms and seek retribution. The disciples of the 7 kills lacked the revered status of their ancestor Yi Li. Their strength was derived solely from advancements in the 7 kills and the energy provided by resentment. In this state, their souls were in almost direct contact with the grievances. While most disciples could maintain their composure, they became feral in the heat of battle. Should they descend to earth as heroic spirits, they would primarily manifest as berserkers, with few avengers, swordsmen, or assassins among them. Make haste. I feel increasingly uneasy here, as though something is amiss. Let us swiftly complete our remaining tasks, return for supper, and practice our sword techniques, thereby putting this incident behind us. Just as their leader finished speaking, a kitchen knife suddenly flew from a corner, striking an unsuspecting swordsman in the shoulder. What? An enemy attack? Almost simultaneously, a figure draped in blood-red clothing emerged from the corner, seizing the weapon from the injured swordsman as he could no longer hold his sword. In a swift motion, before anyone else could react, he executed a series of actions, disarming, wielding the sword, and beheading. The head of the injured swordsman fell, his confusion evident, until his body crumpled to the ground, a crimson fountain erupting from the severed neck. The other disciples of Tian Jianmin finally regained their senses. A disciple of the 7 kills? Impossible. How could we have missed one? Did we not search every nook and cranny? Clad in blood-stained garments, with a fierce countenance that appeared deceptively mundane yet emanated formidable strength, he gave off a chilling aura, typically associated with scenes of tragedy. This was Zhao Li, who had embraced the residual grievances of his kin. He wielded this sword to seek vengeance for them. "Brother, what shall we do? Lao Lu has been slain by this fiend without a chance to resist. Should we flee or confront this monster?" The remaining swordsmen, now in a standoff, kept their distance from the transformed Zhao Li, clustering around their leading senior brother. "Fear not. Why the panic? You know Lao Lu's capabilities well, do you not? A slacker who fell victim to a sneak attack. Even a disciple of the 7 kills cannot overpower us, all combined." The bravest words belied their cowardice, revealing the psychological shadow the 7 kills had cast over these sections. Yet, this encouragement did embolden the other swordsman somewhat. Indeed, he is merely a novice. He likely has never even held a sword before. How proficient could he be? Lao Lu's demise was merely unfortunate. "Brothers, let us charge." The senior brother commanded, and all drew their swords, rushing toward Zhao Li. At that moment, they all activated their Dao manifestations, with Tianjin men taking the form of a cheetah, excelling in speed. However, unbeknownst to them, except for Bai Yi who remained in the shadows, their supposed leader had stealthily lagged a few steps behind, securing a position at the back to shield his disciples. This position offered the utmost safety, allowing for a swift retreat if necessary. What a display of brotherly loyalty. I see it now. He need not intervene at this juncture, for the battlefield's outcome was already clear. Facing the onslaught from Tianjin men, Zhao Li's response was singular: concentrate his power and swing his sword. The power of resentment surged forth, and the long sword he had acquired from Tianjin men was enveloped in a crimson hue. His weapon had yet to make contact with the enemy's body, yet a faint red sword energy emerged. Unsurprisingly, this sword energy shattered the standard long swords lacking special protection, inflicting deep, visible wounds upon the foremost assailants. Sword energy? How could you possess such a thing? You cannot comprehend. This is the essence of our power, our resentment. A red shadow formed around Zhao Li's eyes, and he felt his murderous intent boiling over. Kill them. Not a single one shall escape. His assault continued unabated. And the Tianjin men disciples, stripped of weapons and means of defense, were utterly unable to withstand his onslaught. Advancing would lead to their demise by his sword. Attempting to flee would result in being cleaved in two by the sword energy, their upper bodies convulsing in death. Initially, the disciples of Tianjin men had slaughtered villagers without hesitation. Now, the roles had reversed, and they found themselves the targets of unilateral massacre. How could you possibly be so strong? The last swordsman before Zhao Li, faced with such a terrifying adversary, could only cry out in despair. "Master brother, save me." Upon turning around, I found no one behind me, only a distant silhouette fading away. "Master brother, where are you going?" "Naturally, I must flee, otherwise, why would I remain here to accompany you?" Among everyone, Master Brother possesses the greatest self-awareness. He has already recognized the disparity between us and our foes. At this moment, the best solution is to escape directly. My most trusted Master Brother has fled the battlefield, leaving the despairing swordsman to be slain by Zhao Li. The last one. Once I eliminate them, I shall pay a visit to Tianjinmen. Following that direction, Zhao Li pursued, only to discover that the last fish had not slipped through the net. A figure clad in white appeared on the inevitable path, blocking Master Brother's way. Zhao Li gazed at this presence, inexplicably feeling a sense of familiarity and reverence. In contrast, Master Brother, upon seeing Bai Yi, immediately sat down, trembling uncontrollably. Oh no! The Sword Demon? Why is the Sword Demon here? He had never wished more fervently to be a bit more timid. Would it have been better to faint outright? The being before him is the legendary Sword Demon, said to have condemned the souls of the wicked he has slain to eternal suffering. You ask how he recognized him? The Sword Demon is none other than Tianshuan Taizuyeli, whose statue can be found in nearly every sizable town. Chapter 48. How could I be drenched in sweat? This person, referred to as Master Brother by the other disciples of Tianjinmen, now felt his legs turn to jelly, unable to stand. He had recognized that the being before him was, without a doubt, the Sword Demon. Although, for some reason, he was clad in white rather than bloodied garments. His expression remained eerily calm, devoid of madness. By heavens, did I not consult the old almanac before stepping out today? How could I be so unfortunate? First, I inadvertently left behind a fish that slipped through the net, becoming a disciple of Qi Shaman. And now the Sword Demon has appeared? Surely, we merely exterminated a village. What merit do I possess to be graced by such formidable entities simultaneously? It seems you have misunderstood something. I am not the Sword Demon you envision. Bai Yi's words, coupled with his tranquil demeanor, instilled in Master Brother a flicker of hope. Meanwhile, Zhao Li remained silent, a knowing smile on his lips, fully aware that this villain had been plunged into utter despair. Hero, what should I call you? You may call me Yeli. Indeed, I am not merely a namesake. I am the very person. Through the summoning ritual of the heroic spirits from Earth, I have returned. The sword demon you speak of is merely a projection I left behind. With the most nonchalant tone, he delivered the words that shattered Master Brother's fleeting hope. The weight upon his heart finally succumbed to despair. Drip. Around Master Brother, a droplet of water appeared on the ground. How is this possible? Am I sweating? Faced with such an existence, I am drenched in perspiration. It is not raining. My pants are wet because I was so frightened I lost control. I knew it could not be sweat. His mental state had completely unraveled, plunging him into a state of utter apathy. What wretched fortune led me to encounter such a top-tier harbinger of doom? The tales of Tianxuan Taizu Yeli are well known. After the founding of the nation, his first act was to purge the aristocratic families, and his second was to deal with sects like theirs. Forget about the so-called extermination of demons. Even if they banded together, they could not survive until Yeli's strength waned. The direct disciples of those major sects, when misbehaving in their youth, were warned that if they did not behave, Tianxuan Taizu Yeli would come to slay them. Little did I expect he would truly arrive. I should not have taken on this task. Tears streamed from the corners of his eyes. Bai Yi felt that Master Brother's fortune was not entirely unfavorable. He had just arrived and encountered them completing the annihilation of the clan. Tianjianmen had thus become his first client upon returning. Such is fate. Come now, young man, your nemesis awaits. You must deliver the final strike. Thank you, Master Ancestor, for intercepting this individual. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Li swung his sword, and Master Brother's head fell, ending his wicked life. The perpetrator of the massacre of their village met his demise here, blood soaking the earth beneath. Gazing at the unblinking head, he turned back to glance at his village. Zhao Li had not anticipated that the previously reckless swordsmen of Tianjianmen, who had taken lives with impunity, were so fragile. Is this the feeling of vengeance? There is no joy. It feels insufficient. If he were to close his eyes now, all he would see are the bodies strewn about, and all he could hear would be the lamentations of the vengeful spirits. Insufficient. This is absolutely not enough. These swordsmen were merely pawns. The true orchestrators of the village's destruction are Tianjianmen. To complete his revenge, the next step is to visit the mountain gate of Tianjianmen and have a proper discussion with those individuals. Understanding the path ahead, Zhao Li opened his eyes, just as a hand rested upon his shoulder. You've come to a realization, haven to you? Thus, young man, our actions have not yet concluded. The sword in Bai Yi's hand was eager for action. After all these years, some sects were stirring. Let us wield his sword and, with the blood of Tianjianmen, proclaim to the world that their most formidable patriarch has returned. Master Ancestor, wait a moment. I need to update some things. Preparing to depart, Bai Yi felt that he had unfinished business. He withdrew his sword and plunged it into the ground. Thanks to Yeli's heroic spirit ability, he effortlessly connected with the dragon vein, entering a state of profound perception. The projection left behind, though optimized and updated by the remnants of the deceased disciples of Qi Shaman, still lagged in speed. In the past, I was indeed not adept in this regard. The intelligence of the projection felt lacking. Now that I have returned, it is only natural to embody the role of a programmer and refine the code of the past. This is a new era. My projections must evolve with the times. I truly am a benevolent soul. The new projection will undoubtedly bring more surprises to those who act with impunity. One wonders how they will react when they next encounter the projection. Having finished his work, Bai Yi withdrew his sword. The new program had been crafted while he was still on Earth, completing the process in less than 10 seconds. Additionally, he commanded the earth to roll, burying all the corpses within the village and transporting them to the ancestral grave of the Zhao family to spare them from being left exposed. Master Ancestor, have you completed it? Zhao Li reacted upon seeing the disappearance of the corpses of his fellow villagers, astonished at the rapidity of the transformation. Bai Yi, with his every gesture invoking the power of the earth, clearly understood the disparity between the two of them. Indeed, we can now proceed to the next step, to that so-called mountain gate of Tianjianmen, and have a proper discussion with those fellows. A hand grasped Zhao Li's shoulder, and through the power of the dragon vein, Bai Yi led Zhao Li in the direction he indicated. Indeed, his The Di Chung Sun could now accommodate others, emphasizing convenience. 15 li from Zhaojia village stood a mountain peak, the territory of the Tianjianmen. As a martial arts sect, they had retreated to this relatively remote mountain due to their inability to thrive elsewhere. Passing through the mountain gate, one could observe that the buildings within were newly constructed, recently completed. With noon approaching, the sect leader remarked, based on my estimations of Lu Liang and the others, they should have dealt with that troublemaker by now. Once we make proper arrangements, I do not doubt that the remaining ruffians will dare not resist us. Junior brother, we must not speak so lightly. Our Tianjin men also uphold reason. It is merely that they refuse to listen, leaving us no choice but to take action. I am compassionate by nature and cannot bear to see a village left with just 1 or 2 souls in suffering. It is far better to send them all on their way. Indeed, the art of language, as expected of the sect leader. The sect leader and the elder in charge of teaching sat together, sipping tea, appearing at ease, unaware of the impending calamity. Chapter 49. None shall escape. As the 2 core high-ranking members of Tianjin men sipped their tea, they began to lament their current circumstances. It is truly regrettable. Our Tianjin men, with a lineage passed down for dozens of generations, has ultimately fallen into disarray in our time. Indeed, sect leader, reflecting on the glorious past recorded by our ancestors and comparing it to our present state, we are hardly a major sect any longer. Their sect had indeed declined. The elder recalled descriptions of the sects during the Deqian era, where thousands of disciples did not need to engage in labor or manage industries. We merely needed to cultivate our abilities and show those ungrateful commoners a glimpse of our might. They would obediently offer us their grain and wealth, and we would select suitable disciples from the foot of the mountain according to our whims. Even the Lu royal clan would not dare to interfere with us. Should they provoke a sect, the heroes of the world would unite against them. This was a past glory. For the Lu royal clan's singular ambition had been to transform into dragons. Let the sect families leap as they wished, as long as it did not disrupt their plans. It was of little concern. As long as a true dragon son descended, what sects, rebellions, or northern barbarian tribes could be considered but mere weeds. Then, the Daqian dynasty fell, and after Yi Li established the Tianxian Empire, he took action against these sections. With a single person and a sword, he engaged in discourse with these so-called righteous sections. This was no mere fantasy. He could slay them all before his strength waned. Allowing these individuals to live to atone for their sins was already an unpayable grace from the founding ancestor. Junior brother, ever since the establishment of the Tianxian Empire, our days have become increasingly dire. I need not elaborate. The annual inspection by the envoy is not conducted openly, but rather in disguise, investigating in secret. Why must they play such games? Cannot we have a cordial reception where everyone benefits? My disciples, my beloved students, have been sent off to toil in mines and dig canals. Furthermore, there is the sect assessment that occurs every 3 years. Failing 3 times results in the sect's plaque being removed, 5 times leads to the loss of the qualification to recruit openly, and 10 times means the confiscation of the mountain gate. Good heavens, are they truly taking away the mountain gate left to us by our ancestors? At this point, the sect leader angrily slammed his teacup onto the table, his frustration palpable. Yet, in his current state, even in fury, it was but a fleeting emotion. There was nothing to be done. They were outmatched. Although they, as martial artists, looked down upon the so-called court enforcers day by day, those enforcers consumed the officials' provisions, had no shortage of cultivation techniques or medicinal resources, and received considerable stipends. In a true battle, this sect leader, though skilled, would find himself unable to best even a mere 1,000-man captain among the inspectors. Yet, he continued to complain incessantly, seemingly oblivious to why their Tianjin men had fallen to such a state. The Tianxian Empire's sect assessments were not particularly rigorous, yet Tianjin men consistently managed to send 3 to 5 disciples for labor each year. Thus, I feel you have indeed earned your current plight. An unfamiliar voice intruded upon their conversation, and the figure poured himself a cup of tea. This tea is rather pleasant. The brew is commendable, though the brewer is lacking. Who are you? At that moment, they realized the presence of an unknown individual who had silently approached them. Had Bai Yi not spoken, they might have remained unaware. Who am I? That is an intriguing question. Were it another time, I would be your executioner. However, on this occasion, I am merely an observer. The true execution will be carried out by him. These 2 individuals, along with the other disciples of Tianjin men outside, were left for Zhao Li by Bai Yi. In his view, the bloodthirstiness radiating from both the sect leader and the elder was so intense that their demise would be well-deserved. Senior brother, this individual is strikingly similar to the sword demon. Yet, why does he speak? The elder detected an issue first, but struggled to comprehend the current situation. Hadn't the Tianxian founding ancestor already perished? What was the meaning of this? Before he could deduce an answer, the door was suddenly flung open, and a bloody disciple stumbled in. Master, it is dire. Our mountain gate has been enveloped by a white circle. Anyone who approaches will be shredded by an invisible sword chi. Moreover, a disciple from the 7 Kills sect has appeared here, unleashing a massacre upon our brothers. Having spoken, the disciple, perhaps due to his grievous injuries, collapsed to the ground, barely clinging to life. What? The two simultaneously turned their gazes toward Bai Yi, realizing that the abnormal occurrences within the sect were undoubtedly connected to this individual. This is merely a simple application of power to ensure none escape. No need to search for them later. Bai Yi's manipulation of the artifact was akin to the purification of the fragments of the demonic world. Rest assured, esteemed guests, as long as one meets the criteria, none shall escape. How can we feel at ease about such matters? We are who we are, even if others are oblivious. Do we not know ourselves? The two raged internally, yet they dared not shout at Bai Yi or make a move against him. Even though Bai Yi merely stood there, doing nothing, they could not help but feel a twinge of fear. Death awaited them, should they act. Even a simple unsheathing of their swords would surely lead to their demise. They lacked even the opportunity to strike. Whether they could leave behind a single intact fragment was in question. They could only fixate on the presence before them, while Bai Yi seemed oblivious. Continuing to sip his tea, "Junior brother, let us depart and see what lies outside." Bai Yi's actions relieved them. Since this enigmatic being had no intention of acting personally, perhaps there remained a glimmer of hope. The two individuals joined forces to subdue the disciple of the seven-kill sect outside, thereby bringing an end to this tumultuous upheaval. With such thoughts in mind, they arrived at the Tianjiamin's usual training ground, only to witness Zhao Li plunging his sword into the heart of a direct disciple of the sect's leader. The once vibrant practice area of Tianjiamin was now littered with corpses. This scene mirrored almost exactly that of Zhao family village just moments ago. "Ah, you arrived quite timely," Zhao Li remarked, turning to them with a radiant smile that felt colder than the harshest winter to the two onlookers. Noting the mention of English terms by some readers, I will provide the essential titles in both English and Chinese: Swordsman Jin Shi, Saber; Spearman Chang Bing, Lancer; Berserker Gan Shi, Berserker; Cavalryman Shi Bing, Rider; Archer Ging Bing, Archer; Mage Bo Fa Shi, Caster; Assassin Thakura, Assassin; Ruler Teding Jura, Ruler; Avenger Fu Chou Jura, Avenger. With that, the author will strive to write in both Chinese and English, with the latter appearing in the character summary panel upon completion of the role simulation. Today, there will be 3 updates, with another chapter released tonight. Chapter 50, The Fall of Tianjiamin. "Oh, you are here? What have you done?" The sect leader and the elder observed clearly. The ground was strewn with the corpses of their own disciples, with not a single unfamiliar face among them. Ordinary outer disciples, over a dozen inner disciples, and even their cherished direct disciples were among the fallen. These individuals represented the hope for the revival of Tianjiamin, cultivated over countless years. Now, the sect lay in eerie silence. If nothing unforeseen occurred, it seemed only the two of them would be left to breathe. What could they do? Even if they escaped this calamity, the reconstruction of Tianjiamin would prove exceedingly difficult. What have I done? As you can see, I have dispatched all these individuals. What else could I possibly do? Zhao Li felt no psychological burden in slaying those present. The core disparity between the disciples of the seven-kill sect and their ancestor Yi Li lay in the force of public expectation. Though unable to obtain the prayers of the masses, he could still harness resentment to enhance his own power. Their eyes could also perceive the aura of bloodshed, effortlessly discerning good from evil. In such a large sect, with over 100 members, remarkably only a handful remained relatively untainted. You of Tianjiamin have truly opened my eyes. Zhao Li intentionally disregarded the few new outer disciples who bore no trace of malevolence. They would not trigger the artifact's judgment at the mountain gate, and had likely fled by now. If he could eliminate the last two, Tianjiamin would fade into history. It is now your turn. I am a person of compassion, unable to bear seeing you two alone and forlorn atop your pedestal. I shall send you down to keep them company. You speak boldly, young man. Are you not a bit too arrogant? Arrogance requires strength, and I happen to possess it in abundance. The sect leader directed his sword at Zhao Li, his mind singularly focused on killing this adversary. He could not believe that, with the two of them being the strongest in Tianjiamin, they would not be able to best Zhao Li in a 2-against-1 scenario. Yet, Zhao Li felt no fear. Many had uttered similar words upon his entry into the mountain gate. Most of them had since become utterly bewildered, slipping into a state of perpetual slumber. Brother, let us not waste words on him. Together, we shall surely defeat him. With a synchronized assault from both sides, they charged at Zhao Li, seeking to overwhelm him with their offensive. The sect leader's sword aimed directly for Zhao Li's heart, while the elder targeted his head. They did not unleash their full power, reserving some strength to adapt should Zhao Li attempt to evade. Such feeble creatures, yet they dreamed grandly. They believed Zhao Li would evade their strikes, engaging in a tactical dance around them. They were mistaken. Zhao Li now felt an overwhelming sense of strength. I feel as though I can accomplish anything. A crimson sword aura surged forth towards his two adversaries. Should they fail to dodge, it would cleave them as effortlessly as slicing through fruit. This technique, a combination of resentment and his own power, was known as Blood Moon's sword aura within the 7-kill sword technique. The most sophisticated techniques often require the simplest application. Sword aura? They too possessed such skills, yet the aura before them was palpably different. 5 meters long, extending beyond 10 meters. The elder doubted his ability to replicate such a feat. I will shield you. You advance. Close combat favors us now. At a critical moment, the sect leader defended himself, his sword emanating a white sword aura. Clang. As their forces collided, the leader realized he had underestimated the situation. In terms of sword aura application, he believed himself superior, having devoted decades to its study. Surely, he was not to be compared to a mere novice. However, in terms of raw power, he felt akin to an ordinary person facing a frenzied wild boar. How can you claim to wield finesse when I possess the strength to shatter all techniques? At the instant of their clash, the sword in his hand exhibited a slight bend, and he was propelled backward by the overwhelming force. Retreat, retreat, retreat. The primary strength of the Blood Moon's sword aura forced him to continually backpedal, the residual impact shredding his robes and leaving a gash upon his face. This is not a problem. Speed is our forte. Once my junior manages to engage, we can counter with our exquisite sword techniques. We still have a chance to win. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a shriek pierced the air, emanating from the junior he had placed so much hope in. Indiana. At that moment, the sect leader finally landed safely after the sword aura's power had dissipated. Upon turning, he was met with a scene so surreal he questioned his own reality. How can the sword aura be faster than a crossbow? Am I truly the master of sword techniques, or are you? The Blood Moon sword aura in Zhao Li's hands seemed to flow ceaselessly, as though it cost him nothing to unleash. The elder, initially believing he could approach Zhao Li while he took a breath, found himself surrounded by the sword aura from 10 steps away. It was as though he were playing a game of Eastern-style bullet hell, but he was not a superhuman who could avoid damage by merely evading the hit points. With a single strike, his longtime companion, Xiao Zhua, was sent flying, immediately followed by several gashes appearing on his own body. Desperately, he dodged to evade 2 sword auras, yet was struck by 4. Brother. His words remained unfinished as he was cleaved open by the final blow. Is this truly happening, or am I dreaming? Of course not. The younger generation fought valiantly here, and as an elder, he could not merely stand by and watch. From a nearby rooftop, Bai Yi, through the communication of the dragon vein, bestowed reinforcement upon Zhao Li. It was not an overwhelmingly powerful effect, merely a rapid recovery of mana, a swift healing, and a slight enhancement of his attributes. The elder realized the trap he had fallen into. With the demise of the elder, the sect leader lost all hope of resistance. He had previously contemplated that 2 individuals joining forces would create a 2-to-1 advantage in his favor. But now, what is there left to fight for? This damned life has become unplayable. Is the opposing side's cultivation system truly the same as ours? It is over. Zhao Li wiped the blood from the blade, gazing at the now silent Tianjinmen training ground, and bowed respectfully to Bai Yi, expressing gratitude for the ancestral assistance in avenging his grievances. It is nothing significant. Your matters here are concluded, yet I have numerous tasks awaiting me. Bai Yi turned his gaze toward a distant direction, that of the capital of the Tianxian Empire. Next, it is time for a visit. Following that, a confrontation with Lu Jie, and then a new simulation shall commence. Chapter 51. The Emperor's sweat. The Tianjianmen has met its end, yet in Bai Yi's eyes, merely dismantling the Tianjianmen is far from sufficient. This journey to Tianfengji has indeed proven fortuitous. The safeguards left in the past have borne fruit. However, it remains inadequate, as there exists a considerable disparity from the world I envisioned. He yearns to achieve greater heights, and now, due to Tianjianmen's unselfish sacrifice, he has formulated a plan. I harbor no objections regarding the Tianjianmen. Turning back, Bai Yi cast a glance at Zhao Li, who stood motionless, having completed his vengeance. His gaze seemed somewhat unfocused as he stared at the lifeless bodies. Lost in thought. Hey, young man, how does it feel to have avenged yourself? Ancestral Master. It feels quite extraordinary. With the death of that sect leader, my fellow villagers can finally rest in peace. After all, grievances have origins and debts have owners. I have annihilated the Tianjianmen, which was responsible for the demise of several hundred souls in our Zhao village. Though some disciples may have escaped, the Tianjianmen shall likely cease to exist from this day forth. With his right hand pressed against his heart, he felt a wave of relief. The lingering resentment dissipated, leaving only blessings whispered in his ears. Though these grievances have vanished, the gifts of power remain with him, prompting Zhao Li to believe he ought to continue his endeavors. Having acquired the strength of the Qixia Dao and fulfilled my revenge, this power should be utilized for greater purposes. I possess but one Zhao village. Yet who knows how many Zhao villages exist in this world? They have found peace, but many others have yet to receive their due justice. Clenching his fists, Zhao Li seemed to have made a resolution. I wish to continue traversing the martial world, to witness this realm, to seek out other malevolent individuals, and with my strength, compel them to atone for their misdeeds. This is the path Zhao Li aspires to follow, reflecting the heartfelt journey of the vast majority of Qixia disciples, bound by resentment. Having experienced and understood their suffering, even though his personal vendetta has concluded, he wishes for no one else to endure a similar fate. Having been maligned, he desires to protect others from such malevolence. This is their collective wish. Bai Yi was quite pleased with this response. Indeed, well spoken, however. The path you tread alone is fraught with difficulties. Fortunately, I have a splendid idea that can assist you and benefit many others. With that, he placed a hand on Zhao Li's shoulder, activating his ability. Prepare yourself. It will be as before. Remain calm. Utilizing the power of the dragon veins, Bai Yi invoked a spatial contraction. Their destination was none other than the capital of the Tianxian Empire. Descendants, your ancestral forebear has come to see you. Meanwhile, in the capital, Yi Li's 12th generation descendant, Yi Jingtian, was sipping tea in his study. This was not an unusual occurrence. In a millennium-old empire, the lifespans of those who have entered the path of cultivation are extended, and the emperor of the Yi family typically serves for a century before the crown prince ascends. They genuinely have a crown prince who has served for 100 years, and during the transition, the prince possesses at least 20 years of experience in governance. The current emperor's father and grandfather have both retired, enjoying a leisurely life of tea and literature. Presently, his chancellor, Li Hao, paced anxiously before the desk, his demeanor reflecting deep concern. Your Majesty, are you not the least bit anxious, still here sipping tea? News has arrived from Earth. Our ancestral forebear, the founding patriarch, has returned as a spirit. Moreover, he has already traversed through the spatial rift, and, given that esteemed individual's capabilities, he may very well be nearing the capital. As a government official, Li Hao was acutely aware of Yi Li's significance, having previously visited various clans to establish connections in order to restore peace to the realm. Those sects, one and all, have essentially become unpaid laborers for the Tianxian Empire. The lingering projection, known as the Sword Demon, has returned whenever injustice occurs. Now that the actual person has returned, he felt an overwhelming pressure weighing upon him. The Chancellor, feeling increasingly anxious, wondered why the Emperor remained so composed. What is there to fear? At this juncture, do you truly believe there is anything more I should do? The Patriarch's abilities are such that if he wishes, our ceremonial edicts would be completed before he even arrives. I am unperturbed. After all, I have worked diligently and wholeheartedly, whether in local governance or in the court, without a hint of negligence. Even with the Patriarch's return, I am confident in standing tall and proclaiming that as a descendant of the Yi family, I have not brought shame upon him. Yi Jingtian possessed this confidence because he had indeed been diligent over the years, and his governance could be deemed exemplary. The citizens of his empire enjoyed peace and prosperity, and through contact with Earth, he had introduced numerous innovations, further enhancing the environment of the Tianxian Empire. There will be no issues. Everything is secure. He felt as if he were the sole student in class who had studied diligently for a surprise inspection, harboring only the thought that the advantage lay with him. Confidence in oneself is a virtue, yet the notion of the advantage lies with me should perhaps remain unspoken, as it may invite bad luck. A voice suddenly echoed in their ears, and upon turning, they beheld Bai Yi and Zhao Li standing before them. What ancestor? Yi Jingtian quickly reacted. As a cultivator and an emperor, he had developed considerable strength over the years. He could contend with the sect leader of the Tianjianmen with a near equal footing, having dispatched him in mere moments. In this context, he had previously failed to perceive Bai Yi's arrival, and upon recognizing the familiar face, he understood that the ancestral forebear had indeed come. Patriarch, you have arrived. Please, have some tea. May I inquire as to the identity of your companion? As he prepared tea for Bai Yi, Yi Jingtian was also curious about Zhao Li, who appeared to be an ordinary disciple of the Qixia. A sense of foreboding crept over him. The Patriarch had just returned. Accompanied by such a person, was there a deeper implication? Well then, in accordance with our earlier discourse, Zhao Li, kindly share your experiences with him in detail. Understood, Ancestral Master. Zhao Li approached Yi Jingtian and took out a ledger from his pocket. This is a record left by those responsible for the finances of Tianjianmen, containing matters both clandestine and overt that have transpired over the years. Allow me to examine this. Yi Jingtian, with a grave expression, took the ledger and perused 3 pages, watching his earlier confidence evaporate. The good news is, Taizu has returned. The bad news is, the very words he had fervently proclaimed about not fearing Taizu's scrutiny were overheard. And indeed, he harbors considerable issues. Now, it is the emperor who is left in a cold sweat. Chapter 52. The blessings of the sect are approaching. The emperor began to doubt whether he had forgotten to consult the ancient almanac today. How else could he be so unfortunate? Just moments ago, he had assured the chancellor that he would not flinch even if Taizu came to inspect. Yet now, this ancestor, victorious from the resurrection match, had presented him with a dismal ledger, effectively slapping him in the face before Taizu. Turning the pages, he continued to scrutinize the information within, gripping the ledger with increasing intensity. In the study, the only sounds left were the rustle of pages and Bai Yi sipping tea nearby. This process lasted nearly half a minute before the reigning emperor of the Tianquan Empire concluded his review. With a forceful thud, he slammed the ledger onto the desk, causing the surface to shudder. How could such a sect still exist? To extort a village for mere protection money? If they dared to annihilate a village today, what might they attempt against towns tomorrow? The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. This was no ordinary sect. Decisive measures must be taken. He had never anticipated that his reign as emperor would be so diligent and meticulous, fearing that even a slight misstep could lead to the suffering of the populace. Such a scenario could incite local turmoil, and his ancestor might even rise from the depths to confront him. Thus, he found himself walking on a razor's edge. I had warned them. After accumulating a certain number of failures, their mountain gate would be confiscated, and their legacy would be seized. To his astonishment, even in their dire state, they were still scheming. He felt he had perhaps been too lenient with these sects and should learn from Taizu, striking them down with an iron fist. He mused, having dealt with various aristocratic families and sects in his time, how could they still operate? While sipping tea, Bai Yi reviewed the materials provided by the chancellor. Currently, within the Tianquan Empire, there are numerous sizable sections. Taizu, in this regard, I find it difficult to explain. Since you have become a heroic spirit, you must have acquired a wealth of modern knowledge from Earth, correct? Most of these sects, rather than being true sects, resemble training centers or technical academies. After all, everyone longs for power, yet the official pathways to enlightenment are scarce. Becoming an enlightened being primarily entails extending one's lifespan, gaining extraordinary strength, and consequently increasing one's value. However, the Tianquan government's examinations are exceedingly rigorous, akin to 1,000 troops attempting to cross a narrow bridge. Those who cannot succeed in this endeavor must seek knowledge of enlightenment elsewhere to elevate their status. The prestigious sects have successfully transformed, as long as one pays the tuition. They can learn the so-called secrets not meant for public dissemination. With the manifestation of the bear spirit, one can perform feats of strength, lifting immense trees single-handedly. With the manifestation of the fish spirit, one can dive into the depths of the sea in search of pearls or rare seafood. The bird spirit, needless to say, grants the ability to fly, a skill useful in any context. These sects even promote slogans promising comprehensive instruction to attract more students. Graduates may sever ties with their sects, and although they will no longer receive assistance, any troubles they cause will not implicate their former sections. Their transformation has drawn inspiration from Earth's concepts and has yielded considerable success. Of course, this applies to the larger sects, those whose ancestors you sent for labor yet managed to survive. The smaller sects, however, are different, each adhering to an array of self-imposed rules, believing themselves superior. Such individuals must await the arrival of the inspector to educate them. Should they remain obstinate, they will experience firsthand the inspector's internal techniques, striking with precision. The first strike targets the legs to prevent escape, the second the mouth to ensure they cannot protest. Following this, strikes will rain upon their hands and heads, ultimately purifying both the inspector and the subject. Yet, it is evident that this is still insufficient. In such circumstances, the audacity to transgress suggests they perceive profit as outweighing risk. Bai Yi concluded that this situation was precisely why he had come. I have installed a new patch for the inheritance of the 7 Kills sect, allowing them to sense malevolent beings in the unseen realm. Zhaoli will join your inspectorate, and other disciples of the 7 Kills who wish to be recruited may also be enlisted to aid in this endeavor. Thus, regardless of how well a sect conceals itself or how unnoticed certain individuals remain, they can all be captured. Optimizing the 7 Kills sect is not a difficult task for Bai Yi at this juncture. Ancestor, this is excellent. With this capability, I believe monitoring and managing these sects will become significantly easier, Yi Jingtian remarked sincerely. After all, the Tianquan Empire is vast, and comprehending the conditions of those sects is no trivial undertaking. Even if they disguise themselves as commoners and investigate, they may not uncover the most comprehensive information. Now, however, with the disciples of the 7 kills sensing your bloodthirsty aura, the difficulty of gathering evidence against the guilty will diminish considerably. There is nothing to boast about. This is the so-called original intention, unchanged even in becoming a heroic spirit. To make this world a better place, striving for a realm that satisfies as many as possible. At the conclusion of this conversation, Yi Jingtian assured that Bai Yi's arrangements would be promptly executed. All sects within the Tianquan Empire would be reminded of their past from a millennium ago. Their most severe patriarch is prepared to bestow upon them the blessings that belong to their sect. Thus, Bai Yi remained for nearly 3 days, during which he did not idle, absorbing the customs of the Tianquan Empire after a millennium, while also visiting certain sections. The heads of those sects, upon seeing Bai Yi, expressed profound gratitude, proclaiming they could never repay Taizu's kindness. He found this outcome satisfactory, as those sects that had passed his scrutiny could watch him depart in full. With this, there would be little requiring his attention in the Tianfeng realm for the time being. Next, he would return to Earth to explore some delightful locales and savor local delicacies. His new potential soul was nearing completion, though he wondered what entries it might bestow upon him and which world it would immerse him in. Bai Yi pondered, while Yi Li's tale, though not aligned with his envisioned path of a premier statesman, still culminated in a favorable conclusion. How will the next story unfold? Upon returning to Earth through the spatial passage, he felt an intense battle intent as soon as his feet touched the ground. Oh, is that a familiar face? Turning towards the source of the battle intent, he saw a black half-dragon standing not far away, motionless, gazing at him. Ha ha, Yili. It has indeed been a long time. Shall we engage in a duel? I suggest you calm yourself a bit. This posture hardly befits a monarch. He recognized him as Lu Jie, the Tianzi of Yizi, who had fought fiercely with Yili a millennium ago and was ultimately slain by a single sword strike. Chapter 53. I refuse to believe it. Bai Yi had already identified the figure before him as Lu Jie, the Tianzi of Yizi, who had been vanquished by Yili. In a sense, it had indeed been a long time since their last encounter, though he was not particularly eager to see Lu Jie again. Ha ha ha, quite the reaction. Yili, I thought you might have forgotten me. As he laughed, Lu Jie's magical energy surged, ready to declare war on his old acquaintance. Forgetfulness, indeed, is something I have pondered, but we are, after all, sworn brothers, aren't we? While he spoke thus, the words felt awkward as they escaped Lu Jie's lips. Scratching his head, he seemed to sense something amiss, yet was unable to pinpoint the issue. Bai Yi smirked slightly, a hint of mockery in his expression, inciting an impulse in Lu Jie to strike this fellow. By the way, have you been waiting for me long? No, how could that be? Do you take me for someone who would waste time waiting for you? This is all destiny. Our battle is far from over. Lu Jie replied, yet this was a mere fabrication. Bai Yi's entry into the spatial passage had not gone unnoticed, as many others were in line to process their otherworldly entry permits. Consequently, they recorded videos and shared them online. Someone, who had long been yearning for Yi Li, received the news during a fervent online scroll. Accompanied by his master, he arrived on the very day Bai Yi entered the Tianfeng realm. He instructed his master to rest while he remained vigilant, fearing he might miss the opportunity. In fact, he had maintained his previous posture for several days. Had it not been for the resilience of his spirit, he might have faced joint issues. Let us prepare for our final battle, Yi Li. I have found a suitable battlefield, and once we arrive, we can commence at any moment. The anticipation was palpable, even knowing that his chances of victory were slim. Lu Jie remained eager for this confrontation. Although he had come to understand the reasons behind the downfall of his Lu clan, he also recognized that it was indeed his own folly that had led to their demise. Yet, he could not shake off the bitterness of having been reduced to a mindless dragon, slain by a single sword strike. Feeling that it was not a reflection of his true abilities, I advise you to regain your composure. Can your berserker self not exhibit a modicum of rationality? What is a berserker without some madness? I am thoroughly exhilarated at this moment. To speak plainly, although Lu Jie was a highly advanced berserker, he remained surprisingly rational in his everyday demeanor. There were no signs of impulsiveness, whether in normal discourse or other matters. He comported himself like any ordinary individual. His master even suspected that the spirit panel he was observing was not crafted by Lu Jie himself. Something felt off. Did this berserker truly maintain his sanity? Indeed, he was a berserker, but he only succumbed to madness when facing particularly formidable foes, such as the soothsayer or now, in combat with Yi Li. A peculiar expression graced Lu Jie's half-dragon visage, reminiscent of a perfect score from Teacher Malak, prompting Bai Yi to involuntarily capture a photograph. What an abstract individual. Yet he is my adversary. This is unfortunate. Enough of this idle chatter. Let us hasten our departure. After all, we have finally selected a battlefield. Let us commence the battle promptly. I can hardly contain my excitement. A pair of enormous wings unfurled behind him as Lu Jie soared through the air towards a designated location. Typically, flying within urban areas was prohibited for both spirits and their masters, incurring fines and penalties, yet his master had secured prior approval. We have arrived. Bai Yi could also take flight, but he opted for his preferred method of travel, utilizing the technique of shrinking space. It appeared graceful, effortless, and delightful. Elegant, yet eternally in vogue. The two arrived at their destination almost simultaneously, leaving Lu Jie with a tinge of regret. He had hoped to showcase his speed in this endeavor. Yili, you rascal. They found themselves in a desolate valley, devoid of any signs of civilization for miles around. This was indeed a commendable battlefield, free from the worry of disturbing innocent bystanders. What do you think, Yili? My eye for a suitable location is quite commendable. I assent it? Not far off. His master sighed, perplexed at how his spirit, typically so composed, had begun to exhibit such eccentric behavior. This area was one he had applied for from the authorities. A piece of land deemed unsuitable for development. It had only come into existence a few years prior due to the Earth's expanding volume. Engaging a construction team to manage it, even with a spirit's assistance, was a significant undertaking. It had been conveniently allocated to them as a battlefield, making post-battle cleanup easier. The battle was about to commence. He had prepared 3 backup hidden energy reserves to channel into the magical core, sufficient for Lu Jie to sustain a day and night of intense combat. Rest assured, in this battle, I shall support you with all my might. Below, the confrontation was on the verge of initiation. Yili, I will demonstrate to you my utmost resolve. Lu Jie maintained his half-dragon form, his physique swelling while his dragon robe remained unscathed, a treasure in its own right. In his hand, he wielded the Tianzi sword, which Bai Yi had once shattered. Anyone can boast, but only those who endure to the end can truly revel in victory. He had attained a state of unity with the cosmos, his essence reaching its zenith. Boom. With a simultaneous exertion of force, the ground beneath them shattered, while Bai Yi merely flickered, appearing before Lu Jie. The Tianzi sword in Lu Jie's grasp collided with Bai Yi's weapon, which had evolved from the humble village sword into a formidable artifact. Clang. From their initial clash, it was evident who held the upper hand. Despite Lu Jie's larger and seemingly more robust physique, he found himself being driven back after the confrontation. His legs scraped against the ground, carving out furrows. Such exaggerated effects from a special attack? Need it even be said? Have you considered your current situation? Bai Yi's special abilities included enhancements against dragons, monarchs, evil beings, and demons. Lu Jie, rather fortunate, fell prey to all of them. In this context, had it not been for Lu Jie's formidable foundational attributes as a spirit, a single strike could have concluded the battle. Blast it. I refuse to succumb. Chapter 54, A Trustworthy Comrade. Yet, after just one round of confrontation, Lu Jie realized he was being suppressed. There is no other way to express it. Yili's Heroic Spirit panel predominantly features special attack effects specifically targeting Lu Jie. After all, his most renowned battle was as the Tai Ping Tian Wang, slaying the transformed dragon, Yizi Tianzi, Lu Jie. This restraining effect amplifies his power several times over when faced with me. Although unscathed, the momentum he was building has now been interrupted, compelling me to devise a plan. The battle must persist. I must channel my strength, for even in the face of defeat, surrender is not an option. Grasping the Tianzi sword, Lu Jie charges once more. A swirling black mist envelopes him, his eyes gradually turning crimson, and the characteristics of Yizi increasingly manifest. He activates his noble phantasm, Wan Yuan Shan Shun, summoning the true dragon into existence, significantly enhancing all attributes while also acquiring dragon traits. As Lu Jie approaches, Bai Yi becomes increasingly focused, wielding his long sword to create fleeting afterimages in the air. He seamlessly merges the transformed compassion sword technique with the 7-kill sword technique, achieving a state where the absence of moves surpasses the presence of moves. At the pinnacle of his speed and strength, his sword strikes the point of the Tianzi sword where its power is weakest. The clang resonates as the Tianzi sword nearly slips from Lu Jie's grasp. Yet he manages to hold on firmly. Though he retains his weapon, Lu Jie finds his body defenseless before Bai Yi. Frankly, inflicting harm upon you has become considerably simpler now. By amplifying his dragon trait, he presents a rather favorable challenge for those who hunt dragons. Coincidentally, the one before Lu Jie is precisely a dragon slayer. Lu Jie's sword is deflected by Bai Yi's assault. allowing Bai Yi to utilize the recoil to retract his weapon and launch a subsequent attack. With a swift motion, the seemingly unremarkable longsword cuts through Lu Jie's dragon robe and scales with an irresistible force. The fabric tears, scales shatter, and black dragon blood spurts forth from his chest. Thanks to Lu Jie's timely retreat, the wound does not reach the bone, yet the flesh surrounding it writhes incessantly, unable to fully heal. The effects of the Dragon Slayer? Indeed, that is correct. Bai Yi's calm response instills within Lu Jie an urge to curse. While it was true that Yi Li defeated him in an instant, he did not possess such outrageous special attacks at that time, did he? What is this? Having been overwhelmed before becoming a heroic spirit, he now finds himself under the same duress once more. Is this not a futile transformation into a heroic spirit? Did he not win that resurrection match in vain? Frustration mounts, yet he is at a loss for words. Not far away, Lu Jie's master observes the battle below, glancing at the command seals in his hand. Although the pace of the heroic spirit's combat is swift, aided by devices and another heroic spirit's presence, his enhanced dynamic vision allows him to discern the nuances of the duel. The berserker has been suppressed. The current circumstances are unfavorable, seemingly devoid of hope for a reversal. It is not only that, my lord, that sovereign is being comprehensively crushed, as the opposing entity is essentially an enhanced version of a berserker. The heroic spirit he is connected to was a strategist in life and possesses some understanding of combat. Is it time to employ the command seals? If they reveal all their trump cards at the onset of battle, their strategy is to allow Lu Jie to adapt to his opponent's attacks while observing for any defensive noble phantasms. Should there be none, he will expend all 3 command seals at once, striving for a decisive blow. If he fails to achieve a significant victory in that attempt, the hope of a comeback will vanish. However, he senses Lu Jie's mana absorption accelerating, the opponent's strength exceeding their expectations. How exhilarating! Witnessing such a formidable combatant in action truly makes it worth the price of admission. Nearby, several heroic spirit users, drawn by the commotion caused by Lu Jie's previous flight over the city, watch intently. They are thoroughly entertained, utterly speechless. Returning to the unfolding battle, Lu Jie continues to resist against Bai Yi's longsword. The clash of swords sends a jolt through Lu Jie's hands as he feels a slight numbness. His injuries have multiplied, with only the initial wounds barely healing. Can he endure? I sense the pent-up frustration within you, yet you cannot alter your fate. The confrontation between warriors is an exchange of power and a communion of souls. Bai Yi perceives Lu Jie's dissatisfaction, his desire to change and prove something. However, I am acutely aware that the world of the Lu family can never return. My Qian has long perished. I understand that I am no match for you, be it in the past or the present. Once again pushed back, Lu Jie kneels, the Tianzi sword embedded in the ground, yet his fighting spirit remains unyielded. Regardless, I must showcase my strength, my skills, my resolve, and everything I possess. Come, my old adversary, grant me a resounding defeat. This time, I shall not encounter the disappointment of an unexpected change in combatants. He fights not solely for himself, but also for the gaze that lingers upon his back. Upon learning of his aspirations, his master recognizes the likelihood of defeat, yet dedicates time and effort to prepare a mana furnace and secure an appropriate battlefield. For this exiled monarch, open communication and understanding have been paramount. He is less a subject and more a confidant. For the effort he has devoted to me, Lu Jie cannot afford to falter easily. Otherwise, he would not only betray himself, but also the one who places their trust in him. With great difficulty, Lu Jie rises, his mana accelerating in its flow. The observing heroic spirit users, without the need for words, understand his current needs. In the name of the command seals, restore all your strength, maintain your sanity, and unleash your noble phantasm to its fullest potential. 3 vibrant red command seals vanish simultaneously, healing Lu Jie's wounds, diminishing the mental strain from the enhanced noble phantasm, and his power surges forth with a torrent. I now lack for nothing. The dragon stands tall upon the earth. Chapter 55, Song Shengjian, Slaying the Demon Dragon. Come, Yi Li, our final move. With all our might, let us determine the victor. With the support of his master's command seals, Lu Jie has returned to his optimal state. He feels that he is capable of anything. I am now invincible, unstoppable. Previously, he could barely maintain his half-dragon form, but now it has fully expanded, and the dragon robe has vanished, revealing a colossal beast in its stead. The 9th son of the dragon, Yi. In the past, as the last emperor of the Lu family, he underwent transformation through the dragon vein into this form. At this moment, it manifests as a noble phantasm, embodying Lu Jie's ultimate power. The noble phantasm unfolds, The magic dragon, a force capable of overturning the world, roars, bringing forth memories of the past. Bai Yi, buoyed by magical energy, hovers in midair as an immense power gathers, soon to erupt with overwhelming force. On the ground, both the exhausted heroic spirit and the reckless, bloodthirsty spectators feel an oppressive aura. A certain power awakens, one potent enough to shake the very foundations of existence, rendering even those not in its sights immobile, their limbs turning weak. A colossal golden sword pierces the clouds, tearing through the darkness to let sunlight cascade down. Humanity, along with the lesser beings below, appear insignificant in the face of this monumental blade. The noble phantasm, sword of all beings, poised to slay the dragon, signifies the might of an era unmatched and unparalleled, an existence that even in the realm of Tianfeng stands supreme. Such power is indeed terrifying. Is it not a tad exaggerated for our adversary? The heroic spirit feels a powerful will coalescing as Bai Yi moves, a force belonging to all living beings. As their embodiment, Bai Yi transforms this collective will into a divine sword meant to vanquish the malevolent dragon. The vast and boundless will of the masses cannot be countered by a singular existence. He bends, nearly kneeling, yet at that moment feels a shadow overhead, the terrifying pressure dissipating like smoke. As my vassal, how could I allow you to yield to others? Thanks to the command seals, Lu Jie maintains his composure even while activating two noble phantasms. He first neutralizes the pressure felt by his master, then gazes skyward. Come now. I am prepared to embrace the challenge. The massive sword descends, and the lesser beings below roar, attempting to charge forth and shatter the enemy's assault. In this moment, it feels reminiscent of another time. However, this instance is different. In the past, I sacrificed everything for a doomed future. My loyal dragon guardian, the one who understands me best, my concerned chancellor, and the realm that belongs to me. Behind me stands nothing but myself, facing the multitude alone. Yet now, there are those willing to stand behind me, ready to lend their aid as much as possible. Even if failure were to repeat itself, I shall struggle with all my might, striving not to disappoint myself or those who support me. Lu Jie, too, has changed from the past. In midair, Bai Yi remains silent, having sensed Lu Jie's will. For such an opponent, the greatest acknowledgement is to unleash his full strength and grant him a swift end. The divine blade meets the magic dragon in an instant, unleashing a tremendous explosion that radiates outward, the mere aftershocks fracturing the ground and shattering the valley. The onlookers, save for the heroic spirit shielded by Lu Jie, must fend for themselves. As the commotion in the sky gradually subsides and the smoke clears, all present can discern the outcome. A figure plummets, a shadow bursting forth from the haze and descending, with a tattered form and a single remaining black wing. The identity of the defeated is unmistakable. Lu Jie's body continues to fall, the sound of rushing air enveloping him, the sensation of weightlessness overwhelming. Yet, just a fraction more, and I would have succumbed entirely. At least this time, I endured a strike and still draw breath. This hardly seems a reason for celebration, as he acutely feels the grave state of his body. The scales are nearly all shattered, not a single unscathed patch remains, and his bones are crushed. This battered form, held together only by magical force, would otherwise be in pieces, more fragmented than a broken Lego structure. From the outside, he resembles a shattered porcelain figure hastily glued back together, cracks marred across its surface. Struck from his draconic state, his self-healing capabilities are suppressed. An excessive blood loss renders recovery nearly impossible. Thus, he must retreat into his own body, slowly recuperating. The essence of the heroic spirit resides within the heroic spirit's master, allowing for a delayed return to the real world following death by absorbing magical power. Unless the enemy employs a curse or conceptual attack to shatter the essence or slay the master, the heroic spirit can resurrect, waiting for the next summoner. The brief fall concludes, and as Lu Jie touches the ground, he transforms into luminous particles that gradually fade away. His diminishing senses perceive his heroic spirit approaching. I apologize for having you assist me so much only to ultimately lose. It's all right, you did your utmost. Had it been any other heroic spirit, you might have emerged victorious. In my eyes, you are the strongest. Rest well, sleep tight. We will prepare a welcome back celebration for you. Grasping Lu Jie's left hand, he senses his master trembling, perhaps weeping. How delightful, as opposed to the last time when I was met with resentment and death, only to be hailed by the masses. This time, someone mourns my passing. Such a feeling is truly gratifying. Do remember to prepare ample refreshments for the welcome gathering. With a smile, Lu Jie vanishes. As a top-tier heroic spirit, his return will require considerable time for magical replenishment. He was a formidable opponent, though I harbor no fondness for him. I truly witnessed his will this time. Bai Yi stands nearby, silently observing Lu Jie's departure. You two are an excellent heroic spirit master. Your synergy is commendable, and I acknowledge your efforts. Genuine praise from an adversary is a fine gift for a warrior. Chapter 56. The new simulation awaits. The battle concludes with Lu Jie falling beneath Bai Yi's sword, the magic dragon succumbing to the sword of all beings. This outcome is hardly surprising. Even Lu Jie knows he cannot prevail. He merely seeks to assert himself. Farewell. I suspect he will not rush back to challenge me again upon his next return. Before departing, Bai Yi inquires about Lu Jie's master, curious about his future plans. Oh, certainly not. Given this battle, I can sense he is quite satisfied. According to what he previously mentioned, he intends to see if the fortune teller has transformed into a heroic spirit. If so, his next target will be the fortune teller. This master recalls the foremost names on Lu Jie's wish list, Yi Li and the fortune teller. If he cannot defeat Yi Li, does he truly believe he can conquer a fortune teller? Could the fortune teller potentially hide, knowing he cannot win? Burdened with such a berserker. If that one truly descends, I foresee much amusement ahead. Bai Yi squints, seemingly lost in contemplation. A stone fell with a clatter from the side, striking the head of a resting gunman not far away. Lancer, are you alright? No issues here. As a spirit, my body may not possess any iron-headed prowess. Yet it is improbable that a mere stone could breach my defenses. These were the previously bloodthirsty spectators, who indeed followed their curiosity, witnessing the battle from its inception until the final moment. The valley was on the verge of being flattened by the relentless conflict, though they possessed some skills to survive. They were barely holding on. Amidst the ruins, the spirit summoner and his spirit lay flat under the sun, utterly motionless. The fire had long since burned out, leaving only a pristine white ash. It was worth it. Witnessing such formidable beings in combat was a treasure for the onlookers. Some of them had even been live-streaming moments ago, and the barrage of comments showed no signs of abating. Having witnessed the battle of top-tier spirits from the Tianfeng realm, it was predictable that the relic market in Tianfeng, especially for summoning mediums related to Yi Li, would experience a dramatic price surge. However, if they came in pursuit of summoning Yi Li, they would most likely be met with disappointment. Currently, there was no trace of Yi Li in the card pool. What spirits might be summoned remained a mystery known only to the cosmos. Yet, what did it matter to me? I was merely a passing spirit summoner. Bai Yi seemed to foresee that many summoners attempting to draw cards from Yi Li's pool would end up as cautionary tales in the classroom. With the battle concluded, he resolved to continue with his previous plan, to take a leisurely stroll outside and immerse himself in the local culture. Casting one last glance at the ruins, Bai Yi executed a spatial contraction and departed the battlefield. 3 days later, in the apartment where Bai Yi resided, within his bedroom, I'm back. This journey went off without a hitch, and my soul of possibility has cooled down as well. It was time to engage in new simulations. He pondered what types of entries would manifest this time. Lying on his bed, Bai Yi closed his eyes to reminisce about the experiences of the past few days. He had visited several recommended attractions online, and fortune favored him with minimal crowds, avoiding the predicament of being caught in throngs of people. He also dined at some local specialty restaurants, where some chefs were spirits who utilized their culinary skills from their previous lives, transformed into abilities and treasures, to prepare meals in the kitchen. It was Bai Yi's first encounter with the existence of luminescent cuisine. Naturally, some dishes left him at a loss for words. He passed by an authentic Indian restaurant, serving dishes like flying bread and curry rice. On one hand, Bai Yi hoped the dishes would be genuinely authentic. Yet on the other, he feared they might be too true to tradition. He took out his phone and scrolled through the city's news section, where he found information regarding the world fragment he had previously dealt with. Oh, it appears that the cleanup is nearly complete, yielding a plethora of demonic skeletal materials. Summoning demons, dark spirits, and evil entities will be significantly easier now, and the white land I left behind is set for reconstruction, with plans to establish a new beast breeding ground. Closing his phone, Bai Yi shut his eyes, attuning himself to the essence of his soul, the soul of possibility. Let us begin. Prepare for the simulation. A white crystal materialized before Bai Yi, coalescing the concept of possibility, linking with the river of time, to acquire his own potential. Spirit simulation initiated, entry extraction. Beloved by the people, golden, you begin as a royal heir, prioritizing the welfare of the people, aiming for the stability and prosperity of the nation, and striving to create a nearly perfect realm. Young tiger of the general's gate, golden purple, you commence as a martial heir, enhancing your learning abilities in military strategy and combat, improving your ability to rally and train soldiers, thereby gaining military prestige more easily. Research Whiz, purple, your technological research capabilities are heightened, allowing for sudden flashes of inspiration and the discovery of new technological possibilities. I have a bold idea, blue, your creativity flourishes, generating numerous innovative thoughts and daring ideas, with a potential inclination to put them into practice. Protagonist treatment, blue, you receive treatment akin to that of a protagonist. Occasional pursuits by enemies may lead to scenarios reminiscent of heroic tales, yet your luck increases and the likelihood of fatal accidents diminishes, with opportunities for fortuitous encounters. The main attraction, white, your head can detach from your body without hindering your actions, though the connection between your neck and head may loosen, risking a potential fall. These are the 6 entries Bai Yi extracted in this simulation. These entries are quite intriguing, perhaps even exceedingly so. Setting aside the rest, he found the idea of having an identity from the start particularly captivating. Beginning as royalty or a general would save countless years of struggle. A superior start implies that, if managed well, the rewards could be substantial. Furthermore, it was not merely an identity, but also enhancements tailored to that identity. It was no wonder one was golden and the other nestled between purple and gold. The value of these entries was certainly noteworthy. Now the question arose, which one to choose? The 2 core entries likely could not coexist, necessitating careful consideration of which, in conjunction with the other entries, would facilitate the achievement of significant accomplishments. Chapter 57. Simulation commences beloved by the people or young tiger of the General's Gate. This choice demands contemplation. The former would steer this simulation towards an emperor's identity, be it a tyrant, a ruler leading to ruin, a wise monarch, or perhaps a legendary sovereign. The latter would enable him to become a top-tier general, ensuring formidable strength, with narratives ranging from heroic rescues to the ascension of power. Moreover, the simulation had thoughtfully provided 2 auxiliary entries suited for these identities. The main attraction could reduce the likelihood of execution while enhancing survival on the battlefield. Protagonist treatment, previously encountered in a weaker form, served as a growth accelerator, balancing risk and reward. Equipping these 2 alongside a martial background would undoubtedly empower him to achieve remarkable feats. I have a bold idea and research which could complement the identity of an emperor. Ascending the technological tree as royalty, enacting reforms would be simpler. If he could guide a nation from the rudimentary era of cold weapons to the technological advancements of steam engines or even internal combustion engines, the historical impact would be nothing short of terrifying. After approximately 2 minutes of deliberation, Bai Yi made his choice. He selected the entries, beloved by the people, research whiz. And I have a bold idea. Beginning with a royal identity, no matter the maneuvering, the baseline would be considerably elevated. Regardless of the complexities, even a ruler known for folly could leave an indelible mark on history. Starting as an emperor equated to having a minimal safety net, yet with high potential. Considering the effects of beloved by the people, the probability of becoming a wise ruler was substantial. It was time to take a chance, transforming a bicycle into a motorcycle. Let the simulation commence, a journey that belongs to me. The crystal transformed into a beam of white light, cascading into the river of time. As the power of possibility initiated yet another intervention in the fabric of time. At the tender age of 0, you were born in the grand palace of the Bai Yi Empire, the firstborn son of the 15th sovereign, Edward Aidahua, that is your name. Your father, overjoyed by your arrival, bestowed upon you the title of Crown Prince, ensuring that you were nurtured in the finest of environments, receiving the utmost care. Your intellectual prowess was evident. By the age of 1, you could already grasp a book and comprehend its contents. Through serendipity, you stumbled upon the entry of a research enthusiast, revealing to you that the Bai Yi Empire resides on the continent of Tusi, a realm brimming with extraordinary powers. To the south lies the human kingdom of Diluan, rooted in bloodline sorcery, while to the east, the human kingdom of Zaire focuses on physical prowess and the cultivation of combat energy. To the north, the dwarves excel in harnessing arcane machinery, and to the west, the orc territories are divided into various tribes. Indeed, your homeland, the Bai Yi Empire, is situated centrally, a position that could be described as woefully unfavorable. Thus, Alice, why has our kingdom remained so remarkably peaceful to this day? I scarcely come across records of warfare. Young Edward perched upon his desk, a book almost his size before him. Beside him stood Alice, a former shadow guard devoted to the Bai Yi Empire, tending to his needs. Your Highness, you must have seen the records, have you not? Our strength, wisdom, and the miraculous power we possess are encapsulated in the art known as alchemy. The golden-haired maid flipped back several pages, directing Edward's gaze to the descriptions therein. Indeed, as stated, Alchemy appears to involve the principle of equivalent exchange. However, the examples given, extracting metals from ores and transmuting substances into gunpowder, seem distant from the grandiose sorceries capable of reshaping landscapes or the legendary warriors who could raise a city single-handedly. Edward was aware of the technological advancements of the AI-era empire. The text indicated that the mightiest weapon currently is a gunpowder-driven cannon, barely capable of breaching stone walls. Should these walls be fortified with magical defenses, penetrating them might be an impossibility. The soldiers wield single-shot firearms, which struggle to breach the armor crafted by dwarven artisans. While these capabilities may seem modest, the potential for covert operations, undetectable until the alchemical activation, serves as our deterrent against other nations. Alice recounted the founding war of the AI-era empire, where three of the empire's foremost alchemists embarked on a mission. 1. Concealed an identity. Inscribed a transmutation circle in the agricultural heart of the Diluan kingdom. This undertaking transpired without any detectable magical fluctuations, allowing the alchemists to activate their craft unnoticed, transforming vast tracts of fertile land into wasteland, only for the sorcerers to realize the calamity too late. Another alchemist, stationed along the necessary route of the Zaire kingdom, transmuted a significant quantity of gunpowder and oil, igniting an explosion as their forces passed. The inferno raged for 3 months, leaving no survivors save for the legendary warrior leading the charge. The third alchemist caused a flood by breaching the rivers that flowed through the realms of dwarves and orcs, inflicting considerable damage upon both kingdoms. However, the activation of alchemy demands mental fortitude. The larger the scale, the greater the toll on one's psyche. None of the 3 alchemists returned alive. From that day forth, the AI-era empire maintained its status as an absolute neutral nation, provided it refrained from deploying top-tier alchemists to instigate conflict. Yet, should history repeat itself, the other 4 nations would undoubtedly endeavor to dismantle the AI-era empire. Believing the cost of its annihilation lesser than the potential rewards, Edward began to grasp that while alchemy may not currently yield formidable conventional combat power, a top-tier alchemist could serve as a devastating weapon, capable of eluding scrutiny, executing transmutation circles, and delivering a sudden, overwhelming strike. The deterrent is formidable, yet on the battlefield, whether in defense or offense, it remains insufficient. Edward concluded that although the AI-era empire appears tranquil at present, it is destined to confront threats in due course. Over the years, the other 4 nations have undoubtedly sought ways to counteract alchemy, or at least devise methods for rapid recovery post-destruction. As soon as they deem the cost of obliterating the AI-era empire to be less than the benefits, a new war may very well commence. As Crown Prince, you are being groomed for your future role as monarch. That conversation illuminated the fact that your nation requires a more formidable force to adequately safeguard itself. In Chapter 58, I, Edward, possess a dream. Your Highness, you cannot remain ensconced in alchemical studies indefinitely. It is essential to venture outside occasionally, is it not? Prolonged confinement in the study may have detrimental effects on your health. Alice, I feel quite well at present, yet your point is valid. A brief excursion may be in order, perhaps a temporary respite that might inspire new insights. Within the study, Edward set aside the tome on alchemy, stretching his neck. 6 years had elapsed since that dialogue regarding alchemy, and Edward was now 7 years old. During this period, he had been industrious, striving to avert the direst of outcomes he envisioned, believing it his duty as the heir to exert every effort. Though one individual's power may seem insignificant, Edward harbored a firm belief that he could instigate change. He had come to recognize his own talents, a wisdom that surpassed the majority. Over the years, he had diligently studied the standard alchemical textbooks circulating within the empire. The emperor had arranged for several alchemical instructors, yet none remained for more than a month. These individuals arrived brimming with confidence, only to depart despondently. How to articulate it? Their knowledge was nearly assimilated by me, and some queries went unanswered, which was disappointing. Their purported erudition felt insufficient, markedly lacking compared to his expectations. As he traversed the path leading out of the palace, Edward lamented this reality, prompting a momentary silence from the maid beside him. Your Highness, individuals cannot be generalized. You must understand that each person possesses unique strengths. The maid employed the gentlest of phrases, though she too was astounded by Edward's capacity for learning. Typically, an alchemical apprentice starting from scratch would require no less than a decade to master what Edward had reviewed, particularly when they possessed a foundational understanding of mathematics and science. Edward, a child, had achieved this feat in under 6 years without any prior knowledge. He had even gleaned some understanding of the realm of magic. I have heard that His Majesty has been in good spirits lately. It seems your achievements have garnered recognition. Edward's excursion from the palace was devoid of a grand entourage. It was merely the two of them in plain attire, accompanied by a few guards in close proximity for safety. The outside world, though familiar through the pages of books, was yet to be witnessed firsthand. He hoped for a uniquely enriching experience. Exiting through the side gate and stepping onto the street, Edward observed that despite the relatively low buildings, the scenery before him did not present any significant disparity. The pristine white structures, the cobblestone streets beneath his feet, and the passers-by, all clad in garments of seemingly fine fabric, contributed to the vibrant atmosphere. The convenience of alchemy was indeed remarkable, although further research was needed in its destructive applications. Significant advancements had already been made in its creative aspects. Edward was not surprised by the sights around him. As he had mused earlier, alchemy was undeniably too convenient. An alchemist skilled in masonry could, in less than half an hour, transmute the materials to erect an entire building. Those adept in metal transmutation could entirely eliminate impurities, extracting metals of 100 purity from ores. Historical records existed of alchemists transforming fertile land into wasteland, and it was equally within their capability to create bountiful terrain through alchemy. Concerns regarding food production were non-existent. Land could even be allocated for the cultivation of cash crops. Thus, it could be said that the productivity of the Iron Empire overflowed to a certain extent. This situation afforded the citizens lower prices and a higher standard of living compared to other nations. Coupled with widespread education, the Iron Empire appeared distinctly out of sync with other realms. I have heard that there are individuals researching the fusion of different animals to acquire their strengths while eliminating their weaknesses. Indeed, Your Highness, this field is known as life transmutation, and only a select few elite alchemists are permitted to engage in such studies. Should you express interest, you might inquire with His Majesty about visiting the Agricultural Science Institute, where the alchemists are experts in this domain. Alice mentioned that there had already been successful fusions of pigs and cattle, resulting in a creature possessing the meat quality of cattle and the yield rate of pigs. Although such chimeras are incapable of reproduction, others are experimenting with fusing apples and chili peppers, aiming to create apples that could render one speechless with their spiciness upon a single bite. However, this project's funding application was denied, as the concept seemed to offer little value beyond a desire for societal revenge. Life transmutation, a domain distinctly different from conventional extraction, substitution, and construction? Edward felt a peculiar sensation upon hearing of this alchemy, one he had never encountered in books. It appeared intriguing. If he could delve into this field, might he not create something extraordinary? A bold thought sparked within him. Although the notion of researching life transmutation had arisen, he was currently out to relax and had no intention of returning immediately. He decided to continue exploring, taking in the world around him. Setting aside his yearning for alchemy and his anxieties about the future, he focused solely on wandering the streets. His father, the current emperor, had once stated that the royal family and the nation were interdependent, and his present goal was to enhance the state. The future would belong to Edward, who intended to employ his intellect to ensure the continuous advancement of their empire. Now was the time to engage closely with the fundamental fabric of this nation, its common folk at their finest moments. Boss, I would like one of those windmills. All right, that will be 1 copper coin. Mother, look, my kite is flying so high. You can't catch me. I run faster than all of you. Remember, today I'm treating everyone to a nice meal. How about it? Along his path, he witnessed children frolicking, enthusiastic merchants, blissful families, and the purity of friendship, beauty, harmony, tranquility, and joy. Each ordinary person he encountered radiated delight, a love for life, and confidence in the future. This atmosphere resonated with him. He cherished the present environment and wished for such happiness to endure. This was their nation, the world he envisioned, where laughter and joy should perpetuate, and perhaps they could strive for even greater heights. As he opened his eyes, a fleeting thought crossed Edward's mind. I, Edward, have a dream. I wish to transform this realm into the perfect paradise of my imagination. Chapter 59. The Thorns of Iron. Alice, is the target ready? Rest assured, Your Highness, all preparations for the experiment have been completed. We can commence testing at any time. This exchange took place near a large experimental site outside the palace, where vast space was divided into several larger areas designated for the alchemists of the Iron Empire to test their inventions. Edward and his blonde maid were poised to conduct an alchemical experiment. Let us try out my alchemical design equipment and see what level of efficacy it can achieve. He aspired for their nation to endure, desiring to protect this harmonious world from external threats. Edward had clarity of purpose. However, He lacked concrete ideas on how to achieve his goals. He decided to first experiment with weapon development, recognizing that a powerful spear also necessitated a formidable shield, as martial strength was the foundational cornerstone of safety. For the sake of my experiment, you shall make a small sacrifice. Loading gunpowder into the flintlock pistol, Edward looked towards a nearby metal cage. Inside, a dark brown creature was thrashing about, colliding with the bars in an attempt to escape. Upon closer inspection, it was a wild boar, a feral beast. One of its tusks was broken, and its fur was matted with dirt. Edward was unsure how Alice had managed to procure it. This matter was now of little consequence. It was time to commence the experiment. With the gunpowder in place, he retrieved a spherical metal projectile from a nearby box, standard-issue bullets for Imperial soldiers, albeit adorned with peculiar markings. Alice, release this creature. Your Highness, is that not somewhat dangerous? The maid sought to encourage Edward to proceed gradually, prioritizing his safety as the crown prince. Not at all. I possess ample confidence in my marksmanship and my inventions. Besides, you are here with me, so what do I have to fear? As he spoke, he raised the flintlock pistol, aiming at the wild boar in the distance. Through their years of acquaintance, he had gained a deeper understanding of this maid, including her proficiency as a capable alchemist with notable skills in rock construction, making her well-suited for protective duties. Very well, Your Highness, I shall obey your command. One of the maid's feet pressed against the ground, and Edward could faintly sense a surge of mental energy emanating from her. A spike erupted next to the cage, dismantling the lock and freeing the boar. The engraving of a transmutation circle on the sole of her shoe. An intriguing concept. He grasped the essence of her technique. But now was not the time for in-depth exploration of such matters. With a roar, the wild boar immediately sought its target upon escaping the cage, fixating on the two individuals before it, resembling those who had captured it before. Lowering its head, it aimed its remaining tusk forward, a primal charge that could instill fear in many. However, it was facing him. He took aim and pulled the trigger. Flint struck, igniting Mars, setting off gunpowder, and the resultant explosion propelled the projectile from the barrel. With precision, Edward anticipated the wild boar's next move, the bullet striking perfectly at the rear. A bloom of crimson erupting. Well, I have triumphed, he declared. Your Highness, a bullet. The maid's words were cut short as the wild boar lurched forward, collapsing before thrashing briefly on the ground, ultimately lying still, its mouth agape in a silent scream of agony. What is this? Alice inquired, her curiosity piqued. It is one of my minor inventions, Edward replied, a satisfied smile gracing his features, revealing that the situation unfolded as he had foreseen. Indeed, Alice felt a flicker of intrigue regarding the bullet that had just been fired. While she could easily dispatch the wild boar by manipulating the geological structure to drive a spike through its throat or abdomen, the bullet from the flintlock was another matter entirely. Her understanding of military armaments indicated that unless it struck the eye, a bullet would merely wound, causing the wild boar to flee in pain. Now, it lay as good as dead. The bullet had approached the wild boar, a silver dagger slicing through its hide, revealing the embedded projectile within the flesh. Her movements halted, as even with her considerable combat experience as an alchemist, the sight before her was astonishing. The bullet had disintegrated, transforming from a rounded form into thorns. It resembled her earlier descriptions. The bullet lodged within the wild boar's body retained only the outermost layer of its original shape. The remainder had branched out like roots, intricate wires penetrating deep within the target's body. The bullet's core had split into 3 wires, and upon further inspection, Alice discovered these wires had undergone at least 3 additional divisions. From the impact site on the wild boar, nearly a quarter of its body was pierced by these tendrils. Sharp and resilient, any slight movement from the target would elicit excruciating pain. The wires bore barbed structures, rendering extraction theoretically impossible without excising the flesh surrounding the entry point. Swallowing hard, Alice realized that the prince she had long protected had devised something rather formidable. This weapon I have designed is an alchemical bullet, temporarily codenamed Iron Thorn, Edward announced as he approached, gripping the bullet. He activated the transmutation circle inscribed on his left glove, reverting Iron Thorn back to its original state. This is a special activation type equipment I designed based on alchemical formulas. The mental energy pre-activates the transmutation circle on the bullet. Blood, flesh, these elements are closely intertwined with the soul. Upon contact with blood, the abnormal mental energy disrupts the bullet's stable mental state, triggering the transmutation circle. It not only transforms the bullet's metal into Iron Thorn, but also extracts iron from the blood within the affected area. The existence of iron in blood was a discovery made by the Iron Empire long ago, and Edward has utilized this to his advantage. Thus, facing Iron Thorn. If the victim possessed sufficient fortitude to survive the internal destruction wrought by the wires, the extracted iron from their blood would be enough to swiftly extinguish their already fragile life. Alice, please assess my creation's caliber, Edward requested. Your Highness, as a weapon. If mass-produced, it would significantly enhance the combat capabilities of the army's lower ranks. Chapter 60. The Greatest Secret of the Royal Family, Iron Thorn. After several arduous days, Edward had finally perfected the special transmutation circle for the bullet. To Alice, as an alchemist, its value was evident. Ensuring soldiers were equipped with it would greatly augment the fighting prowess of the lower ranks. In the past, flintlocks could pierce low-tier warriors' armor and the protective spells of low-tier mages, but lacked lethality. Without sufficient firepower to concentrate on a single target, unless striking a vital point, killing was exceptionally challenging. Now, Your Highness, with your invention, the scenario changes. A mere wound could transform into the scythe of death. Holding the restored Iron Thorn bullet, Alice felt her expectations of this gentleman's talents had been woefully underestimated. Previously, enemy warriors clad in leather or chainmail, bolstered by combat energy for defense, required at least 10 flintlocks to ensure a successful long-range kill against a low-tier warrior. However, neither combat energy nor magic could fully protect vital organs until the user truly transcended the mundane. The motionless figure of the second elder brother in the testing grounds would epitomize the fate of those enemies. Indeed, as you stated, this will provide our lower battlefield forces with a significant advantage. Thus, while it is a commendable creation, it does not fully satisfy me. Mass production posed no challenge for Edward. The transmutation circles were not hand-drawn. His mental precision was remarkable. Given a ton of iron and the transmutation circles, he could transform the metal entirely into bullets, inscribing them with Iron Thorn. Yet, to inflict harm, the foremost prerequisite was breaching defenses. Without breaking through, it would be arduous for the wires to penetrate external protection, and the transmutation circles could not access the blood within. Currently, the propellant force of our gunpowder remains insufficient, and the effective killing range is too limited. This was Edward's vexation. Although the Iron Empire had undertaken extensive research to optimize gunpowder, progress had been less than ideal. While enhancements to metal material strength could be achieved conveniently through alchemy by inputting varying metal proportions into the transmutation circles to experimentally create alloys and test data, there was no concern over unexpected impurities or alloy mixing issues, ensuring a perfect amalgamation. However, in terms of chemistry, many compounds emerged by chance. The Iron Empire still relied on black powder, having yet to discover nitroglycerin. How can we enhance the potency of gunpowder? You, at the tender age of 8, began contemplating ways to strengthen your weapons. You sought to explore new gunpowder formulations, reviewing the experimental records of other alchemists, albeit with limited success. Yet, you did not yield. You remained steadfast in your belief that you would uncover the answers you sought. This year, at 9, your father summoned you to his study, seemingly to impart something of great significance. Father, Edward addressed. Ah, Edward, you have arrived, Emperor Charlemagne replied, holding a cup of tea, appearing to have awaited him for some time. Father, did you call for me? Edward asked, his curiosity palpable. The emperor merely set down his cup, gesturing for Edward to follow. He retrieved a book from the shelf, adjusted a nearby vase, pressed a stone brick, and finally stepped on the floor. With a soft click, a secret passage appeared before Edward. This is a cherished tradition of our imperial royal family. Every emperor must pass down our secrets to the next generation. Typically, this occurs when the successor reaches around the age of 20 and has achieved sufficient accomplishments in the realm of alchemy. At this point, he glanced back at Bai Yi, and through the insights provided by Alice and the alchemical instructors he had arranged, he had already discerned the capabilities of his child. Your talent, in my eyes, is nothing short of divine. At this moment, you have earned the right to acquire knowledge. Bai Yi is a true prodigy, as perceived by Cha Li Ma C. At the age of 9, he was still grappling with mathematical concepts. The two advanced towards the underground, as the mechanism behind them sealed shut, and stones along the walls began to shimmer. Through the light, Bai Yi also observed intricate patterns between the stone bricks. These designs were all alchemical arrays, encompassing the tunnel and our destination, intended to prevent alchemists or any other individuals from infiltrating via excavation. The light from below was becoming discernible when the emperor suddenly posed another question. Bai Yi, although alchemy, magic, martial energy, and magical weaponry are disparate fields of knowledge, do you understand why we, as several nations, base our foundations solely on our own technologies, making it difficult for other avenues to advance here? This is due to the constraints of inheritance and certain highly confidential secrets. Idehua was aware of some intelligence regarding this matter. For instance, in the kingdom of Zaire, warriors are provided with different levels of confidentiality in their body refinement methods based on their unique talents. They are also supplied with specialized potions. It is said that one potion, infused with the blood of draconic magical beasts, can equate to several years of training for an ordinary person. In the kingdom of Diluan, their magical lineage necessitates absolute compatibility in marriage from the bronze level onward. The silver lineage is exclusive to the nobility of the imperial capital, with each silver-blooded noble recorded from birth to death, requiring proof of life or death. The golden lineage exists within the royal family, where the high-purity bloodlines intermarry to ensure their legacy does not decline. Other races, such as orcs and dwarves, possess similar so-called inheritance techniques to guarantee their absolute advantage in their respective extraordinary paths. Under these circumstances, other nations attempting to develop technologies in this area can only supplement their core strengths. Indeed, that is the case, and the threshold for us alchemists is knowledge accumulation. A systematic education requires years of study, and the final entry into alchemy is taught only in a few royal academies. Even if they were to abduct our alchemists, it would pose little issue. Those who learn do not necessarily teach others. The painstakingly nurtured alchemists may not align with their expectations, making it more prudent to continue delving into their established fields. Furthermore, there is the fruit of our ancestors' relentless efforts, which involves technologies capable of transcending humanity in the realm of life, the art of life refinement. Upon reaching the tunnel's end, Idehua beheld an expansive experimental ground. Chapter 61. The conception of perfect life before him lay a vast, open experimental arena. The walls surrounding the space were pristine white, seemingly reinforced with some form of metal for protection. Several magical lamps illuminated the area, ensuring ample light. He could see dozens of individuals garbed as alchemists busily writing and sketching in their notebooks. This was the first time he had learned of such a place beneath the royal palace. The royal laboratory, the most confidential domain of our Iyer Empire, is entirely undisclosed to the public. The alchemists within have signed agreements, fully aware that they are bound to remain here for life, contributing to royal research projects. Besides my study, there is a passage for the transport of experimental subjects or materials, with each transfer undergoing rigorous scrutiny. Numerous weapons, known and unknown, have been birthed here. Among them, the most significant is, of course, the life refinement I previously mentioned. Is the primary research on life refinement conducted here, which explains why I can scarcely find relevant information elsewhere. Indeed, because life encompasses all fields, research in this area must be approached with utmost caution. If left unchecked, life refinement studies could yield unforeseen complications. This is also why these alchemists are willing to conduct research here, even at the cost of never leaving this experimental ground. For those who pursue knowledge and academia above all else, modifying the structure of life and creating non-existent beings, merging existing advantages into new forms, this almost divine domain is irresistibly alluring. Given the obstacles in other fields of alchemical research, coupled with our need for more secret weapons, the royal family's commitment to life refinement research has never waned. Each emperor may initiate their own life refinement projects or complete ancestral endeavors. Look over there. The emperor gestured toward a certain direction, and Idehua observed a colossal beast being dissected with a scalpel. Yet, curiously, this creature's appearance was entirely unlike any magical beast he had encountered. Its head resembled that of a flame lion, its body akin to a steel cow, and its tail bore resemblance to a black water serpent. What in the world is this? The creature before him appeared to be an amalgamation of various magical beast forms, sewn together in a manner that defied natural origins. This is a Chi Me Lam magical beast, a project initiated by your great-great-grandfather, continued by your great-grandfather, and ultimately completed by your grandfather. The goal was to create a perfect specimen of a magical beast that could ideally reproduce normally and be controlled by alchemists. In doing so, they would become our finest weapons, diminishing the pressure from other kingdoms. However, it remains imperfect. While it can ensure the normal functioning of the body, it cannot pass on its lineage. The emperor shook his head. They had successfully fused various organs through alchemy, ensuring that their abilities would not lead to spontaneous combustion. Yet they could not enable the Chi Me Law to bear new offspring. This project remains ongoing, with some alchemists continuing their research, yielding different products. Come, give this a taste. It's quite delightful. A potato? The emperor extended a tuber resembling a potato to Idehua, who, out of caution, merely broke the skin to sniff it. What is this? Spicy? Is that the sensation of ginger? Yes, precisely, it is ginger. This is a plant fusion beast that has successfully acquired reproductive abilities. No, father, this thing? Aidehua's usually composed demeanor faltered, as he struggled to comprehend the absurdity of this endeavor. The disguise of Ginger as a potato was something he had heard Ilese complain about before. Recalling her experience with Ginger's stir-fried potato shreds, he never anticipated that this concept could evolve further. Ginger as potato shreds? What do you think, Aidehua? Alchemy is quite extraordinary, I assent it. The Emperor seemed to delight in his successful jest, finding amusement in Aidehua's typically serious demeanor, which had piqued his curiosity. All right, let us continue our exploration. The previous piece is the work of the former Emperor, showcasing the technology that directly substitutes human organs with those of magical beasts, an embodiment of beastly fusion. What Edward beheld was a man bound by chains, ensnared by magical seals, and subjected to a relentless infusion of potions. His left hand had transformed into a claw covered with crimson scales, while other parts of his body exhibited subtle alterations. This technology easily drives individuals to madness, yet the combat prowess gained is undeniably substantial. Are you concerned for these individuals? There is no need for such worry. They are either death row inmates or those sentenced to life without parole, and thus their existence is put to practical use here. Now, let us move on to the project I have initiated, which is also prepared for you. This research direction, I have dubbed Perfect Life, represents the power of my dreams. Does such a concept as perfect life truly exist? Following the Emperor's lead, Edward entered another area, which appeared far cleaner and more organized than the preceding laboratories. However, the surroundings were adorned with various anatomical illustrations, alongside notebooks documenting the reactions of the subjects. Some subjects survived for only 5 minutes, succumbing to energy depletion, while others lasted a day, unable to control their bodily flesh and blood, leading to a mental breakdown. One subject attempted to alter its own structure in the direction of a magical beast, but could only accomplish it halfway, remaining irreversibly altered. One record after another attested that the gruesomeness here was no less than in other laboratories. The sole purpose of all this was to create what could be termed the ultimate life form, theoretically possessing a lifespan of a millennium. Even if one were to lose a heart or a head, regeneration or temporary survival could occur until reconnection was possible. Endowed with formidable self-healing capabilities, the body could better store energy, and considerations had even been made to mimic plants by consuming soil and basking in sunlight. Moreover, through the consumption of magical beasts or the flesh and blood of other life forms, one could analyze their life structures, transforming one's own body to achieve synchronization. The ability to manipulate one's body at will, acquiring 4 arms, 2 heads, or 3 hearts, was a notion Edward found difficult to fathom. Should such an existence be realized, what a sight it would be. Do you see it, Edward? This is the ambition that belongs to me, one that has been held by emperors of the past. Whether it be chimeras, limb integration, or other projects, we have all fantasized about achieving a power that transcends humanity. When that time comes, as perfect beings, our existence will surpass all else. Regardless of magic, martial spirit, alchemy, or any other means, every avenue will be in absolute dominion. Edward witnessed the fervor in the eyes of his father, the Emperor of the Iron Empire. Chapter 62. The possibility of a perfect nation. Contemplating the Emperor's vision of this perfect life, Edward began to calculate the potential changes such an existence might bring to the world. It was unfathomable. The emergence of a being that transcends conventional life would, in theory, yield but one outcome. Uncertain of the time required, as long as they were not eradicated, they could rule the entire world, rendering other life forms incapable of continued existence. Edward believed there was merit in his conjecture, provided that the perfect life could indeed be birthed. The descriptions of this phenomenon seemed somewhat exaggerated. If realized, warriors, wizards, dwarves, and orcs alike would all find themselves consigned to the annals of history. The perfect life would ascend to the pinnacle of the food chain, an unequivocal sovereign. Once developed to a certain scale, they could declare war upon the entire world through the power of their lineage. Furthermore, being a product of alchemy, the initial expansion of the populace should not pose a challenge. One of the greatest advantages of alchemy lies in its potential for mass production. As long as the design of the transmutation circle is completed and the alchemist possesses the requisite knowledge, any alchemical creation can be infinitely replicated, provided resources are abundant. Wait, infinite creation, the existence of perfect life sparked an intriguing thought in Edward's mind. How fortuitous. I had previously envisioned a dream of transforming our Iron Empire into a realm impervious to destruction, devoid of sorrow and suffering, where only comfort and joy prevail. Now, the blueprint before me, The potential to transform humanity into perfect life seems to align perfectly with that vision. A perfect nation. Perfect life. If I could enable everyone to undergo an evolution that transcends humanity, would not my dream be within reach? Edward's gaze sharpened. Initially, he regarded the life transmutation displayed by the Emperor with a modicum of interest, believing that since advancements in gunpowder weaponry could not be achieved in the short term, exploring a different path might be worthwhile. Utilizing the power of life transmutation to conduct experiments with chimeras in the laboratories could also enhance the Empire's combat capabilities. Yet now, the situation had shifted. Life transmutation may very well become my most significant research project, for it pertains to my dreams. If realized, if mass production is achievable, a resplendent future lies just ahead. With this thought in mind, he became curious about the current state of research regarding this perfect life. Father, what is the progress of this life remodeling plan for the perfect life? Upon posing his question, Edward noticed a slight dimming of the Emperor's previously fervent anticipation. It is not progressing well. The perfect life we envision should possess immense vitality, self-healing capabilities, adaptability, life assimilation, and mimicry skills, along with exceptional talents. However, thus far, after the research of dozens of top alchemists, we have only achieved a preliminary breakthrough regarding vitality. The Emperor produced a document from the pile and handed it to Edward. The vitality of the modified individual has significantly increased, allowing for the severed arm to be reattached instantly, with wounds healing within half a minute. Most organ deficiencies, aside from the heart and head, can regenerate. The blood contains a special substance capable of transporting more energy, forming a scab within 10 seconds of a wound appearing. Digestive capabilities have drastically improved, enhancing nutrient absorption from food, and it can even absorb some toxins for nutrition. Through magical testing that consumes vitality, the modified individual has preliminarily reached a lifespan of 300 years. As Edward read through the document, he reached the final page and discovered information about the individual prior to modification. He realized that, before undergoing alchemical transformation, this individual had merely been an ordinary person, entirely devoid of any direction in cultivation, neither a wizard, nor a warrior, nor an alchemist, simply a human being, not of another species. In this context, the contents of the document appeared remarkably exaggerated. Then, Father, is that individual still alive? Well, he is still alive in a sense. However, even I would not consider him to be truly living in his current state. The Emperor proceeded in another direction, gesturing for Edward to follow. In the distance, Edward spotted a peculiar cell. A strange noise emanated from within, sharp and disconcerting, unlike any human sound. Instead, a cacophony of discordant tones suggesting multiple voices were howling in unison. As Edward advanced, he beheld the source of the earlier sound. An indescribable entity, a complete flesh-and-blood creation, lay sprawled upon the ground. Upon this mass of flesh, various organs resembling arms, bones, heads, or mouths intermittently manifested and subsequently vanished. This creature was bound by chains, ensnared within a cell adorned with intricate magical runes. Any limb that ventured too close would be met with a jolt of electricity, compelling it to retreat. What was this? A failed product of the modifier. The Emperor gazed at the abomination before him, his expression a tapestry of emotions. Indeed, we had transformed that individual into a being that transcended humanity, yet the flaws were far too grave. His body had evolved, even possessing the will to create new organs. However, his senses had also been magnified, allowing him to perceive every fragment of his own flesh. Such unprecedented awareness overwhelmed his mind, rendering it incapable of adapting to the transformation. A fleeting thought could alter his form, and the continuous distortions led to a collapse of his sanity. They had crafted a remarkable physique, yet this body lacked a corresponding soul, much like an antiquated machine attempting to execute the most complex of programs. The spirit, as the software, lost control, resulting in a chaotic manipulation of flesh, culminating in the monstrosity that now existed. The Emperor recalled vividly that from the moment of completion to total collapse, scarcely an hour had elapsed. At that time, the creature with numerous legs and 6 mouths, using bones as projectiles, had nearly resulted in the demise of an alchemist within the testing grounds. It took considerable effort to capture this invaluable specimen alive, ultimately confining it here. This epitomized the greatest challenge in our pursuit of creating perfect life. Even if we succeeded in crafting a body that transcended humanity, we must consider what kind of will could govern such a form. Otherwise, if we were to produce only such monstrosities, the more we advanced the perfect life initiative, the more it would devolve into uncontrollable failures. Chapter 63. How to evolve the soul alongside the body. The body had evolved, Yet his mind and spirit had not synchronized with this transformation. Consequently, a being that had initially surpassed humanity devolved into a mindless creature, merely a writhing mass of flesh. The research of the Iron Empire could be deemed a tentative first step, yet now we found ourselves at an impasse, lacking direction for further progress. Edward, you may not fully grasp that our most pressing issue is how to enable the spirit to accommodate the body's changes. Other aspects, such as vitality, assimilation of flesh, mimicry, and the absorption of advantages from other entities, have already been addressed. What? Is that true? The Emperor's words seemed somewhat incredulous. As the second objective of the Perfect Life Initiative aimed to enhance the body by optimizing its various attributes. Furthermore, it could absorb the strengths of magical beasts, allowing it to resemble the extraordinary chimeric creatures outside. This was entirely feasible. Through the power of alchemy, we had uncovered a unique substance intrinsic to life, which I refer to as yuanshu shui rou. While still in the womb, an individual could transform their state using this primordial flesh, differentiating into bones, blood, flesh, and various organs. Not only humans, but we also discovered that magical beasts underwent a similar process upon dissection. Another record appeared before Edward, detailing the experiments described by the Emperor. By ensuring vitality, we could optimize this primordial flesh, rendering it capable of differentiating into any structural configuration, thereby fulfilling our second objective. Typically, the flesh within a perfect life form maintains a state akin to that of a normal human, yet when necessary, it can assimilate flesh from diverse sources. Thus, they could transform part of their body into primordial flesh, recording and mimicking external substances for future use, even retaining such powers thereafter. Hope for this objective is emerging. The chimeras of previous emperors and limb grafting techniques have explored this territory to varying degrees. Vitality enhancement and chimeric modification can now be accomplished as gently as possible, provided there is sufficient external life force, thereby avoiding issues such as flesh decay or explosion. The only drawback is the potentially excessive materials required for external life force. Naturally, such modifications cannot be integrated into the Perfect Life project at this juncture. A mere vitality enhancement has already rendered the modifier into this state. I am uncertain how long his sanity could endure should we incorporate primordial flesh evolution. Furthermore, if another rampaging monster were to manifest here, would we still be able to capture it alive, or would an alchemist fall victim in the process? If the original modified body was merely a vitality enhancement, the anticipated second generation would be a truly monstrous existence. They are not mad scientists. It is imperative that any experimental creation remains controllable even in the event of a loss of control. Otherwise, this venture would not be research. It would be a reckless gamble, with a single failure potentially jeopardizing all lives involved. The notion of researchers losing their lives in the pursuit of life studies is no laughing matter. Very well, that shall suffice for now, Edward. I brought you here today simply to convey the aspirations of our royal lineage. Do you now possess sufficient interest in the art of life alchemy? Are you willing to inherit our achievements and continue striving toward that grand goal? Indeed, Father, I believe life alchemy is precisely what I desire, the fulfillment of my long-held aspirations. Edward was unsure of the Emperor's current thoughts, yet the smile on his lips suggested satisfaction with Edward's response. Let us depart. Progress on this project will not materialize in a day or two, and your presence here would only squander time. Upon returning, I can provide you with foundational materials regarding life alchemy for your diligent study. Understood, I shall do so. The two gradually distanced themselves from the cell, and as they left, Edward cast a final glance in its direction. The creature continued to wail and roar, though entirely devoid of meaning. Eliminating it would not prove difficult. However, the alchemists required a living failure for comparison, as even in failure, it constituted valuable experimental data. Life alchemy is now capable of creating an exceptional physique. Nonetheless, the mental aspect requires enhancement, otherwise, it will inevitably become a failure. My vision for a perfect realm remains an elusive dream. He comprehended that the current concept of perfect life still harbored numerous unresolved issues. However, this inspection of the testing grounds was not without merit, for at the very least, he had gained a sense of direction, a path toward realizing his dreams. To transform the Iron Empire into the perfect realm of my imagination. The plan to create perfect life is essential. As long as it can be optimized and perfected, allowing for the birth of a true perfect life, I shall have succeeded. Edward continued to ponder. Since vitality could be entirely modified through alchemy, their goals were indeed attainable. In the present moment, the spirit that requires fortification may indeed be transformed and optimized through alchemy. Such a possibility seems plausible. However, the challenge lies in the fact that our current understanding of alchemy has yet to encompass the realms of spirit and soul. It would be prudent to return and thoroughly investigate relevant materials, while also seeking any knowledge that might prove beneficial. Concerning this matter, he believes he possesses the potential to find a solution. Even though there currently exists no alchemy related to the soul and spirit, he is determined to exert his own talents and endeavor to invent it. Perhaps, in doing so, he might conquer the dilemma and attain his own version of a perfect existence. Upon departing from the experimental grounds and returning to the sanctuary of his study, the emperor remained oblivious to Edward, whose eyes seemed to flicker with a flame of zeal. Undoubtedly, his initiative to showcase the experimental site to Edward succeeded in igniting a passion for the alchemical pursuit of life in the younger generation. Yet, one could wonder if perhaps this success has been a bit too profound. Naturally, even if he were aware, he would remain silent. For such possibilities have been long sought after by generations of the AI heir empire's royalty. As long as the endeavor is fulfilled, it matters not if they themselves partake in it, nor if they are long departed and unable to experience the power of a flawless life. Should the soul indeed find a form of eternal repose, they would be able to smile serenely in the afterlife. Chapter 64. A bold idea. The soul. Why does it seem that there are no records pertaining to alchemy connected with it? Upon returning from the experimental grounds, Edward obtained a collection of materials regarding the alchemical creation of life. He opened these documents with anticipation, only to find, as expected, that they contained no mention of the soul. He had scoured their royal library for nearly 3 days, yet still, he came up empty-handed. However, it would be remiss to claim that his efforts were in vain. He had at least recorded a wealth of knowledge that may prove useful in the future. Descending from the ladder, gazing at the shelves lined with books, he recalled the emperor's presentation of the Perfect Life Project. Life is indeed arduous, Edward sighed. If my line of reasoning is correct, then just as fortifying the body requires vitality, enhancing the spirit may necessitate the essence of the soul. But how should the soul be expressed through alchemical symbols, and what kind of transmutation array could reach the soul? Scribbling in his notebook, Edward endeavored to derive answers through mathematical means based on known alchemical symbols. This symbol indicates healing, that one signifies vitality, this one represents fusion, and that denotes assimilation. He snapped his notebook shut, a rare look of confusion crossing Edward's face. No, it seems that none of the currently known runes relate to the soul. In the materials from other sources, only sorcerers are said to possess means of strengthening mental faculties. Yet, their methods rely on potions, stimulating the bloodline through drugs or meditation to enhance mental prowess. This implies that if I wish to decipher the existence of the soul, I must seek out or discover new alchemical symbols, constructing an alchemical system dedicated to the soul from the ground up. Such conjectures weigh heavily upon him. It is no wonder that while we have accomplished the creation of the chimera and the assembly of limbs, we remain far from achieving the perfect life. The breakthrough from nothing to something requires luck, the accumulation of time, and a degree of serendipity. Such feats cannot be achieved in a mere instant. Rubbing his face to ease his mental state, Edward turned his attention back to the other materials. Since there exists no direct alchemy related to the soul, could I perhaps seek knowledge that may be associated with it? As he flipped through his notebook, he arrived at the page detailing the chimera, which contained some remarkable entries. The original chimera often encountered peculiar issues, such as a limb attacking its own body, or, while walking, its claws striking its head. Moreover, the integration of disparate limbs could result in decay and conflicts between energy and vitality. Until we attempted what is termed the fusion alchemy, first briefly suppressing the rejection, then allowing different tissues to make contact, simulating the propagation of life to obtain a third bloodline power. This served as a buffer, gradually replacing the transformed and the material's flesh, culminating in the creation of the chimera or limb assembler. A portion of them had already transformed into entities that were neither human nor beast. In the illustration, red represented humanity, blue denoted beasts, and purple signified the interfaces. With this purple hue diffusing outward, yet not completely enveloping the body. Once assimilation was achieved, theoretically, those limbs would be indistinguishable from their original forms, rendering rejection nearly impossible. Yet, under such circumstances, it was observed that the mental state of the transformer could still be affected. He seemed to conceive a daring idea. Do these data imply that in the context of bodily amalgamation, the soul might also follow those limbs into the transformer's body? Furthermore, could this fusion alchemy allow for the merging of disparate souls, ultimately leading to a fundamental alteration of the transformer's mental state? If that were the case, The original perfect life merely drew upon the vitality extracted from the materials without direct integration of bodies. Thus, what would occur if I were to directly merge those targets? Could it lead to the fusion of souls, and might I, through this method, perceive the existence of the soul? A flash of inspiration illuminated his mind, and drawing upon his reservoir of knowledge and wisdom, Edward grasped the fleeting thread of insight. Yes, this is it. Let us act decisively. I shall select beasts or ordinary animals as my materials. Alice, prepare some wild or domesticated animals for me, preferably of different breeds. I shall put them to use. Edward called for his maid, unable to contain his eagerness to commence the experiment. Understood, Your Highness. Procuring animals is a simple task for Edward as a member of the royal family. The emperor, having learned of his needs, speculated that Edward was preparing to study the alchemical creation of life and promptly arranged for swift provisions to avoid any delays. In just half an hour, Edward acquired access to a small experimental facility along with the specimens he required. Roar, cluck, coo, bleat. Within separate cages, animals such as pigs, sheep, chickens, ducks, and rabbits awaited their fates. These cages were arranged in a specific order, and Edward meticulously inscribed the transmutation array upon the ground. The content reflected chimera technology, albeit with Edward's minor modifications, omitting certain elements. Here we go. I am ready. Let our experiment commence. With his right hand touching the circle of the transmutation array, he activated his mental energy, casting a crimson glow over the creatures within the cages. Roar, crash. Although they did not yet comprehend what was occurring, instinct drove these animals to panic, relentlessly battering against their enclosures. Regrettably, it was too late for them to struggle now. The power of alchemy governs vitality. And apart from the central pig, the animals in other directions have undergone terrifying transformations. Flesh dissolves, bones shatter, and they become a constantly shifting mass. Following the traces of the transmutation circle on the ground, they approach the pig from various angles. The contact between flesh emits a sizzling sound as these entities invade the pig's body without hindrance, causing the once normal animal to swell relentlessly. The pig manifests disparate organs such as sheep horns, chicken claws, and duck wings. Its back splits open, producing sounds of various animals. It appears to align closely with my imagined outcome. Chapter 65, The Black Soul Stone. Will this wondrous entity provide me with the answers I seek? The creature, which could perhaps be termed a chimera, struggles incessantly within its cage, yet in Edward's eyes, it is not a grotesque sight. On the contrary, sensing that this could serve as a cornerstone in his pursuit of a goal, Edward perceives the being before him as more precious than gold. Come, let me see what your true condition is. The newly formed chimera seems to exist in a state of utter confusion, instinctively attempting to destroy itself. This transformation has enhanced its physical prowess, and under the relentless assault, the cage indeed shows signs of deformation. Alice intends to use alchemy to subdue the creature, to prevent Edward from getting hurt, but she is halted. It is not a problem. Vitality is a good thing. With his left hand touching the cage, the transmutation circle above activates, triggering the alchemy that alters the metal. The metal shifts from a solid to a liquid-like state while remaining rigid. The chimera, unable to escape in time, finds its limbs firmly restrained and ultimately collapses to the ground, motionless. You see, Alice, it's quite simple, isn't it? This fellow cannot harm me. Due to Edward's precise adjustments, the restraints maintain just the right balance, preventing the chimera from moving its limbs while ensuring it does not injure itself by exerting force. Edward's hand rests on the chimera's forehead. This scene could be likened to a celestial being bestowing longevity. Edward extends his mental energy outward, akin to activating alchemy, to perceive the chimera before him, to sense its chaotic mental state. Following his intuition, Edward endeavors to transform his mental energy into a spike, penetrating the target's brain. Is this how it is? He feels as though he is witnessing something. A mass, something he cannot quite articulate comes into view. Blocks of color entirely distinct from one another, with the center being flesh-toned, surrounded by white, yellow, and blue, as if smeared with glue. These disparate blocks writhe incessantly, attacking each other, yearning to separate, yet slowly merging and assimilating. The soul. Although he has never seen the visage of a soul, Edward possesses a sense that what he observes now may indeed be the so-called soul. So simple, have I seen the soul? If this is the case, why had none of the previous individuals succeeded? Edward's curiosity piques. By creating a completely uncontrollable chimera, the target's soul is likely to be more easily exposed. He then concentrates his mental energy to a sufficient degree, transforming it into a spike to breach the defenses and delve into the target's soul realm. As long as his will remains steadfast, he can ensure that the soul he enters here will not be influenced by that soul conglomerate. Isn't this quite straightforward? Why did those previous alchemists not attempt it? Were they unwilling? Ah, alchemists, indeed. Do you not realize that what you speak is nonsensical? It no longer matters. I have seen what I desired, and moreover, I have obtained the most exquisite experimental platform. Without immediately altering this soul conglomerate, Edward experiments with another approach. He infuses his mental energy into the transmutation circle to activate alchemy, a process during which the circle is theoretically unnecessary. The purpose of these patterns is to assist mental energy in completing the formation necessary for alchemy. Thus, in reality, an ordinary person could achieve transmutation without a circle, provided they possess sufficient spatial configuration ability and precision in mental energy. Isn't it fortuitous that I can perform transmutation without a circle here, where the soul resides? Before me lies a soul conglomerate, allowing me to constantly test new alchemical methods until I discover one effective on the soul. Edward's lips curl into a slight smile, grateful to this chimera. If he indeed uncovers an alchemical method related to the soul, this creature will undoubtedly be recorded in the annals of history. Now, for that noble ideal, let us sacrifice. Roar. Edward embarks on his experiment. In the real world, the maid Alice can see the chimera, which had been struggling, suddenly become still as Edward's hand presses against its head. The chimera briefly ceases its movement. Then, perhaps within half a minute, for some reason, it begins to thrash wildly once more. Not merely its entire body, but suddenly its left leg muscles convulse, its wings flap, and its tail whips about like a fan, casting doubt on whether it might break off. Your Highness, what is happening? As the guard assigned to Edward by the Emperor, Alice has previously investigated incidents of the chimera losing control, yet this particular situation is one she has never encountered. Alice has witnessed many storms, but this is indeed a novelty. Your Highness, what have you done to the chimera? She cannot perceive the experiments occurring at the soul level, which is what Edward is currently conducting on the chimera. Just a little more, rest assured, I will not cause your demise directly. My techniques are sufficiently refined. Edward pierces a portion of the chimera's spirit, transforming it into a state akin to a surgical scalpel, meticulously slicing away, while maintaining the soul's vitality. He extracts the smallest possible fragments of the soul. He then casts these fragments into the newly concocted transmutation circle to observe any changes upon activation. If nothing occurs, it indicates that this transmutation circle bears no relation to the soul. He will take note of it to try again upon returning to the real world. Should a change manifest, regardless of what it is, he will observe with utmost diligence, ensuring that not a single detail is overlooked. Undoubtedly, Edward possesses the traits of a meticulous and rigorous researcher. However, such experimentation is exceedingly unfriendly to the chimera. Edward's delicate slicing of the soul resembles the infamous death by 1,000 cuts, gradually removing pieces of flesh from the chimera. Furthermore, as it directly affects the soul, there is no numbness or other sensations. The agony is intensified. How delightful! Your soul's vitality has indeed increased. Thus, I need not worry about your sudden demise. The chimera curses under its breath. After attempting approximately 15 variations of transmutation circles that Edward believes could be effective, he discovers that this time, alchemy successfully activates the soul. What is the effect of the discovered symbol? He gazed at the souls being refined into formations, gathered, extracted, severed from their corporeal bonds, ultimately culminating in their amalgamation. In the realm of reality, Edward opened his eyes to find a black stone resting in his palm. This substance, transformed from souls, could be aptly designated as a soul stone. Before him, the chimera's pupils dilated, motionless and devoid of life. Chapter 66. The birth of the Philosopher's Stone. Employing the method of chimera synthesis, Edward expanded the target soul, stripping it of its resistance to alchemy. In this scenario, he constructed a brand new transmutation circle through sheer mental prowess, achieving an unprecedented interference of alchemy with the soul. His reward manifested as the black stone in his hand. Perhaps I may refer to this as the soul stone? Weighing the alchemical product in his palm, Edward cast another glance at the chimera before him, now utterly still and devoid of any psychic fluctuations. The loss of its soul, combined with the inherent chaos of its flesh, signified the completion of the alchemical process, rendering it lifeless. I have obtained this soul stone, yet why does it feel so different from what I envisioned? As he endeavored to connect with it through his mental faculties, Edward discerned several issues with the black soul stone. He had anticipated a product meant to enhance soul power, one that should be composed purely of soul energy. Instead, this object felt murky, volatile, chaotic, uncontrollable, and eerily silent. This was the sensation relayed by his psyche. An abundance of impurities rendered the soul stone peculiar. Edward harbored a premonition that utilizing such a soul stone on another would yield disastrous outcomes. However, everything necessitates experimentation. Does it not? You have discovered a transmutation circle related to souls and obtained a black soul stone. For safety reasons, you have cut the soul stone, extracting a small fragment for use on the test subject. He has gone mad. Edward and Alice stood together, calmly observing the cage before them. Inside resided a being who was originally a spy from Zell infiltrating the Iyer Empire. A low-tier warrior, he possessed little of note aside from physical prowess, which rendered him a suitable test subject for Edward. Now, clad in white prison garb, his limbs shackled to limit his movement, this individual exhibited an unsettling transformation. Crawling on all fours in the dimness, he emitted peculiar sounds, occasionally releasing howls of frustration due to his chains binding him. My lord, the side effects of the soul stone, laden with impurities, I suspect stem from the primal instincts of the chimera, along with negative emotions. These elements have infiltrated the human soul, merging as seamlessly as a drop of ink in clear water. He may still possess the potential to regain his former self. Yet without external intervention, it could take an extensive period. This was Edward's conclusion based on the warrior's condition. He noted that although the individual resembled a beast, his eyes would occasionally regain their clarity. Such moments of clarity were fleeting, and during those instances, Edward could perceive his suffering. The enhancement of the soul appears to have failed, yet it also seems to have succeeded. At the very least, I sense a certain degree of augmentation in his mental strength. As a warrior, just moments ago, his mental acuity was barely superior to that of an ordinary person. Now, he has achieved an approximate 10% improvement from his previous state. Alice, this is a miracle. This outcome implies that, at the very least, Edward's research direction is correct, though this scheme requires further refinement. First, I shall reclaim the experimental materials and promptly proceed with enhancements. I refuse to believe that purifying the impurities from the soul stone is an insurmountable task. What does reclaiming materials entail? Edward spread his hands toward the prisoner before him. Through physical gestures, he enacted a mental suggestion, releasing his psychic energy to establish a transmutation circle for soul extraction around the target. The target sensed a malevolent aura and howled at Edward, struggling to escape as far as possible. However, such efforts proved futile. The transmutation circle had been established, and the chaotic soul possessed no means to resist this new formation. You appear to be suffering greatly in your current state. I am compassionate and cannot bear witness to such tragedy. I shall grant you peace. Soul extracted. A pain beyond ordinary description erupted from the test subject's mouth. A simultaneous wail of body and spirit. An unstoppable force rendered him incapable of even the slightest resistance as his soul departed, molded into the shape of a soul stone. In his final moments, he regained consciousness, directing a gaze filled with hatred at Edward, as if wishing to curse or slander him. Yet, such matters held no significance for Edward. My dream belongs to the Iyer Empire, a perfect nation. This wondrous world has no place for others. Your sacrifices are valuable to me, serving as a foundation for my advancement. He remained indifferent to the resentments of outsiders, his sole objective being the ascension of his people into perfect beings. On this path, the deaths and grievances of others would not sway his resolve. My heart and deeds are as clear as a mirror. All I do is for justice. The prisoner's gaze dulled, his body ceased to move, and a larger soul stone appeared in Edward's hand. The human soul, when compared to the combined souls of the chimera's constituents, seemed to possess a somewhat greater magnitude. What could account for this? Wisdom, the size of the brain, the passage of time, or something else entirely? He harbored many questions, yet no one was available to provide answers. In the realm of souls, Edward was perhaps the foremost pioneer, yet he had merely taken his first steps. You hold the black soul stone, targeting this material for continuous research, transforming the existing transmutation circle. Repeated failures caused the soul stone to diminish, yet fortunate circumstances prevailed, as the cell contained ample materials. Approximately a month later, you completed the fundamental removal of impurities, eradicating memories and emotions, transforming the soul stone from black to white. The white soul stone does not induce madness in the absorber, yet its absorption rate is low, causing disorientation and discomfort due to the alterations in the soul. With new advancements, you seize the opportunity to accelerate experimentation, completing the purification and sublimation of the soul stone in about half a month. This time, the resulting soul stone was yellow, exhibiting nearly no side effects from absorption. At this juncture, your experiment was nearly complete, yet you sensed the potential for further enhancement. 3 more months elapsed, during which the research period was particularly lengthy. Despite your research capabilities and several moments of inspiration throughout the process, you barely managed to obtain a viable product. It is complete, it has concluded. This is the product I desired. Not merely a reinforcement of the soul, but a true culmination that transcends the boundaries between soul and matter. Edward, exhausted in body, sat in a chair, reluctant to rise, yet his eyes sparkled with fervor. The transmutation circle before him had faded, leaving only a red stone upon it. In essence, this was a soul product meant to further the perfect life project, perhaps rendering the previous designation of soul stone obsolete. Philosopher's Stone, a name surfaced in Edward's mind. In the Al Empire, the alchemists of the highest caliber, recognized for their scholarly pursuits and mastery of alchemy, were esteemed as royal alchemists or sages. Edward believed that he had achieved a significant milestone in the realm of souls. The Philosopher's Stone, a product that could propel him into a new phase of exploration within this domain, seemed like an excellent achievement. This is indeed my miracle. Chapter 67. Sensing the world's nuances, the birth of the Philosopher's Stone bore monumental significance for the advancement of the perfect life project, the study of the soul realm. In Edward's dreams, the red stone in his possession transcended mere success in alchemical endeavors. To Edward, it represented the key to unlocking a new world. Moreover, his discoveries extended beyond just the Philosopher's Stone. Over the past few months, in addition to the transmutation circles required for its creation, he had devised various peculiar inventions. For instance, he had developed alchemy that could induce a person's mind to split into two entities unaware of each other's existence, without resulting in death from soul fragmentation. Furthermore, he had created techniques to embed memories into another's mind or extract them. Additionally, through the manipulation of souls, he could alter an individual's understanding of reality, leading them to believe themselves to be animals, among other things. Remarkable. I am gradually grasping everything. Clenching his fists, Edward felt that he was on the verge of transcending humanity. He needed to share this good news with others. The Perfect Life Project could resume its progress. The transmutation circle on the ground had been erased, and the only testament to the recent events was the Philosopher's Stone in Edward's hand. You have accomplished a miracle in the realm of souls, naming it the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone has been entrusted to your father, the Emperor of the Al Empire, to further the research into perfect life. One must acknowledge that your efforts during this period have indeed borne fruit. The emergence of the Philosopher's Stone has completed the core puzzle of perfect life. Edward, are you implying that this thing called the Philosopher's Stone is the culmination of your recent achievements? Holding Edward's creation, the Emperor's eyes reflected a mix of emotions. He had never anticipated that just moments ago, he was in an underground laboratory assisting other alchemists in advancing life transmutation research, only for Edward to rush in and present this astonishing Philosopher's Stone. Indeed, Edward merely nodded, and this reaction caused the Emperor's voice to rise imperceptibly. Moreover, this object, a product of soul-related alchemy, appeared as a stone but was, in fact, a crystallization of soul extraction and sublimation? Precisely. And you are telling me it can be absorbed by humans without side effects, even transcending the boundaries of spirit and matter, creating substance from nothing? Yes. If you doubt it, I can demonstrate. It's quite simple. Edward took the Philosopher's Stone in his left hand, activated the transmutation circle, and the stone slightly diminished, giving rise to a cluster of iron thorns. This was also an unexpected outcome, but it is a positive development. The Emperor took the Philosopher's Stone once more, examining it closely as he sat in his chair, repeatedly scrutinizing the stone as if searching for hidden wonders within it. His lips moved, perhaps intending to speak, yet ultimately fell silent. In this moment, silence reigned. The Emperor had not anticipated Edward's presentation of such a creation. Recently, he had heard from Alice about Edward's research into soul-related alchemy, but he had not paid it much heed, considering that no alchemist in the Al Empire had succeeded in this field for centuries. While he recognized his child's extraordinary talent, he did not believe that a solution would come so swiftly. In his mind, the royal family's generations-long pursuit of perfect life might only yield progress with Edward's offspring or grandchildren. I truly did not expect this. Edward, you have worked hard during this time. It's not too bad, just a bit tiring. The synthesis of the Philosopher's Stone and the formulas for the transmutation circles were somewhat complex. Without a few moments of inspiration, it might have taken me several more months. Edward felt fortunate for his strokes of luck. Inspiration was crucial for research. Sometimes, a sudden flash of insight could provide the breakthrough needed for a long-stalled project. Edward's candidness compelled the Emperor into another silence. As a ruler, he had witnessed many storms, yet now he felt utterly ignorant of the vast world. It was through Edward's research results that he recognized a profound truth. In the past, my father, your grandfather, had remarked that some individuals possess innate talent. The disparities between people can be unimaginably vast. Edward, do you know? I completed the foundational studies for life transmutation a year faster than your grandfather. At that time, I was rather proud of my genius. He left the remainder of his thoughts unspoken, merely gazing at Edward. Though no words were exchanged, it felt as if everything had been conveyed. Is this the disparity of the world? The Emperor pondered. Perhaps Edward, this child with a talent likened to that of a deity, might indeed realize the perfect life project in his hands. If so, our family could perhaps be inscribed in the annals of history. No, what is inscribing in history? Ultimately, history will be written by us victors. Edward must have a dedicated page in the family lineage, otherwise his efforts would be in vain. With this thought, the Emperor was filled with fighting spirit. Who wouldn't want to experiment with the concept of perfect life, that ultimate being transcending humanity? Quickly, Edward, let us head to the laboratory at once. Using your Philosopher's Stone, we shall first enhance the spirit of the transmuter without altering the body. Disregarding his image as an emperor, the fervor for knowledge propelled him as he pulled Edward along, racing toward the laboratory. Thanks to your research achievements, the experiments for perfect life have accelerated. You have attempted to use the Philosopher's Stone to enhance the transmuter's mental strength, yielding remarkably favorable results. Under strict safety measures, and with a minimal addition of the Philosopher's Stone, the target's mental capacity increased by 50 without any adverse effects. You have decided to experiment with the most fundamental enhancement of vitality by incorporating the Philosopher's Stone. Chapter 68, The Perfect Life Prototype. Are you prepared? Yes, Your Majesty. I am fully prepared and ready to commence. We return to the same underground testing ground, the same alchemists, with the objective of perfecting life as our goal this time. However, certain circumstances have changed. The Emperor gazed upon the completed transmutation array drawn on the ground, placing Edward's Philosopher's Stone in a designated position. With the addition of a soul component, I believe our experiment will not fail at the first step this time. The first step of the Perfect Life Project aims to bestow extraordinary vitality upon the transformer, enabling rapid healing of wounds, control over flesh regeneration, and even the creation of new limbs. Due to a lack of mental strength, the previous failed subject remains confined. This time, I hold the future in my hands. The Emperor observed the transformer before him. Although this experiment currently relies solely on theoretical data, it is almost certain to succeed. Instead of utilizing death row inmates from the Iyer Empire, they have recruited elite assassins trained by the royal family, orphans collected from within the country, or offspring of families loyal to the throne, were nurtured from infancy, instilled with unwavering loyalty to the royal family. Such individuals, should our transformation succeed, are unlikely to lose control or turn against us. Thus, I shall begin. Edward approached the transmutation array, channeling his mental energy to activate it, and the experiment commenced. Perfect life necessitates the flawless synchronization of body and spirit. At that moment, he drew the life force that represents the soul, infusing it into the transformer's body, optimizing his existence according to previous records. The power of the soul originates from the Philosopher's Stone, while the pure vitality emanates from beings akin to the transformer and the alchemists present. Those blindfolded prisoners are either domestic death row inmates or spies sent from abroad. They will feel their bodies dissolving, their minds shattering, their very existence gradually fading into oblivion. It is nearly complete. Edward infused this vitality into the transformer, while the souls of those individuals were refined into black soul stones. In theory, their souls could substitute for the Philosopher's Stone placed within the transmutation array. However, Edward refrained from doing so. The sublimation of the soul must undergo 4 phases: darkening, whitening, yellowing, and reddening, before transforming into a miraculous Philosopher's Stone devoid of side effects. This process is rather cumbersome, akin to a programmer meticulously adjusting every symbol to prevent any potential issues. Had he directly scripted it into the Perfect Life transmutation array, Edward felt the workload would be visibly overwhelming, and fearing the emergence of bugs, he opted for caution. The life force material within the array was nearly depleted, and the Philosopher's Stone visibly shrank. The previous transformer appeared unchanged. Yet, all the alchemists present remained vigilant to avert a recurrence of prior experimental mishaps. The individual slowly opened his eyes, raising his right hand to observe his palm, seemingly sensing his transformation. How do you feel? Your Majesty, I feel remarkable. I seem capable of accomplishing many things previously deemed impossible. The evolution of life has not altered his loyalty. As he raised his right hand, it began to transform. the outer layer of his palm becoming bony. He struck the ground with his fist, creating a small crater. Such a degree of change? The alchemists were certain that this individual was merely an ordinary person prior to the transformation. The ground of their testing site was composed of alloy materials. Even low-tier warriors wielding large swords would leave only faint traces, akin to mere polishing. This was merely the simplest test of physical prowess. Their experiment was far from over. Your Majesty, look at this. He grasped his left hand with his right, and with minimal effort, detached it from his body. The severed end was remarkably smooth and clean. With no blood spilled, the cross-section revealed granulation and bone. In under a minute, the regeneration of an arm was complete. This did come at a cost. Following the arm's self-healing, his breath quickened, and he appeared somewhat fatigued. I can also absorb this back. He had previously left himself a hand. Pressing the left hand against his chest, it was absorbed as though a stone were cast into water. This process took less than 10 seconds. The arm vanished without a trace, and the transformer seemed to have regained the energy expended. Perfect. This is what we desired, the embryonic form of perfect life. The synchronization of mental and physical evolution has yielded unexpectedly favorable results in your perfect life prototype. The attributes of physical prowess, sensory intensity, mental strength, and regenerative capability transcend those of normal humans. In subsequent tests, you witnessed him extracting the life force entirely from a test subject by inserting a hand into their body. Even when beheaded, the body could continue to function, reattaching its head. The severed neck would sprout tendrils of flesh and bone to facilitate the reconnection. It is difficult to fathom that such feats could be accomplished by a human, yet what you observe is undeniably real. The initial evolution has been completed. Father, I am confident that we can advance further. The remaining tasks shall not prove arduous. Edward was eager to complete the perfect life. They were left with perfect adaptability, the ability to mimic other species, and the guarantee of possessing the strongest cultivation talent, all yet to be accomplished. These tasks merely require the application of chimera technology and the primordial flesh discovered in the past. You will attempt to modify the existing transmutation array, integrating new techniques into the established framework. For you, programming the alchemical symbols represents a significant undertaking. You must ensure that the internal programs do not conflict and that none encounter activation failures during operation. Concurrently, you will also optimize the creation process of the Philosopher's Stone, striving to compress the phases of darkening, whitening, yellowing, and reddening into a single transmutation array. Your progress is rapid, yet the number of death row inmates in the prison continues to dwindle. 6 months after completing the perfect life prototype, you informed the Emperor that the brand new transmutation array was complete, and you would become the first transformer. Chapter 69. Celebrate the birth of perfect life. Edward, are you truly certain? Although we have refined and optimized the new transmutation array to the best of our abilities, there may still be unknown risks involved. Rest assured, Father, I possess ample confidence in my talents and the fruits of my intellect. Did we not agree to accomplish true perfect life? Now, the world's first perfect life is on the verge of being born. Allow me to carry this honorable mission. Standing before the prepared transmutation array, Edward was ready to make himself the first subject of transformation. The Emperor wished to offer a word of caution, for the transmutation circle they were about to employ had only been theoretically validated and had never been put into practice. The hesitation and concern etched on his face did not escape Edward's notice. However, having made his decision, Edward was resolute and unyielding. Trust me, Father, I am absolutely capable. A perfect life, a true masterpiece that transcends humanity and even this era. Edward firmly believed in his impending success. Let us commence. We have prepared the necessary materials. There is no need for any additional Philosopher's Stones. All the energy will come directly from us. Moreover, just as before, he intended to use the same criminals and spies as fuel, showing no remorse for their fates. Positioned at the center of the transmutation circle, Edward sat cross-legged, gazing at the onlookers outside. His father and the alchemists who had been collaborating with him in research all looked on with anticipation, their anxious eyes fixed upon him. Everything was now in readiness. It was time to begin. One hand touched the surface of the transmutation circle, and with a surge of mental energy, alchemy was activated. Ah, what are you doing? No, my body. Why is this happening? Help. I don't want to die. The moment alchemy was initiated, those placed in the sacrificial positions sensed something amiss. Everything about them felt as though it was being distorted, torn apart, crushed, and absorbed by some unfathomable entity. They were oblivious to the concept of a perfect life plan. They could only feel the imminent threat of death. Fear not. Your demise serves as the cornerstone of a miracle. I shall remember your selfless sacrifice. Edward's words merely elicited curses from them before their lives extinguished without further ado. Their essence transformed into energy, surging into Edward's body. His physical form was modified, vitality enhanced, flesh revitalized, and capable of transmutation into other substances. His soul's vigor intensified, and his mental power magnified, allowing him to manipulate it freely. Under the influence of the transmutation circle, Edward felt his existence transcending. This is extraordinary. I am gradually comprehending everything. When the radiance dissipated, all present beheld Edward seated before them. I have never felt so splendid. Open your eyes. Everyone, I have succeeded. There were no surprises, no risks. I have completed our ascension. Rising from the ground, he simply gazed silently at the others present. Despite having done nothing, and offering merely a non-threatening stare, even the Emperor instinctively took a half-step back. Before them stood not a mere human, but a superior predator. The mere sight of Edward sent their bodies into a frenzy of alarm. Run. We must flee, or we shall perish. Oh, I apologize for your reaction. Perhaps I should temper my presence a tad. Edward's enhanced mind discerned their instinctual responses in an instant. With a single breath, the predatory aura dissipated. At that moment, the rest of those present awakened from their stupor. What had transpired was undoubtedly not an illusion, as evidenced by their sweat-soaked backs. Thus, even though Edward now exuded an aura of benevolence, they exchanged wary glances, hesitating to speak. Finally, it was the Emperor who approached him. Edward, you, without a doubt, father. I am still myself. It is merely the leap of life that has triggered your instincts. By the way, I should demonstrate now, as a testament to our masterpiece, the power of perfect life. With that, he sauntered over to a nearby fish tank. Yes, the laboratory also housed fish, for with so many alchemists present, boredom was inevitable. However, due to their frequent feeding, the fish often perished, necessitating replacements. Currently, the tank held goldfish introduced just the day prior. Edward placed his hand on the water's surface, and from his palm, a writhing, fleshy tendril emerged. There was no wound, no bloodshed, yet such a tendril materialized. Submerging into the water, the tendril's tip suddenly opened, resembling a pocket, and approached the fish. The goldfish, sensing the change in water currents, began to twist its body, attempting to flee. However, confronting it was Edward, now transformed into the embodiment of perfect life. Before the goldfish could react, Edward had already calculated its escape route. The pocket enveloped the fish entirely. In an instant, the tendril, now swollen, devoured the goldfish, then retracted back into Edward's being as if nothing had transpired. Following this, his little finger detached from his palm, undergoing a transformation midair. Human skin, flesh, and bone morphed into the likeness of the recently consumed goldfish. With a splash, it re-entered the water, swimming about as if it were a normal goldfish. Except, well, suddenly a tendril emerged from its mouth, swallowing another fish whole. Then, the tendril reconnected with Edward's hand, retrieving the goldfish back into his body. Enhanced vitality, flesh mimicry, and other concepts had become a reality. Undoubtedly, I am now the embodiment of our envisioned perfect life. A moment of silence was followed by exuberant cheers. Marvelous. We have succeeded. A miracle. This is a miracle. We have seized the power of evolution. Your Highness has indeed triumphed. Perfect life is not a mere dream. It exists in reality. As fervent scholars, the alchemists could scarcely contain their joy at this moment. The concept of perfect life, which had seemed nearly unattainable prior to Edward's involvement, had truly materialized. Even the Emperor, at that moment, set aside his royal demeanor to join in the jubilant celebration. Let us rejoice, for the world's first perfect life has now been born. He is the ultimate life form, Edward Mars of the Iron Empire. Chapter 70. We shall define success ourselves in the laboratory. Nearly all present were in a celebratory mood. They rejoiced in the success of their endeavor, celebrating the birth of a genuine perfect life before their eyes. Although the project had progressed slowly prior to Edward's emergence, and the vast majority of advancements were attributable to his efforts, the fact remained that they had actively participated in the creation of perfect life. Remarkable. Our objective has been achieved. This is a miracle, a true miracle. Of course, not everyone shared in the joy. For instance, those imperfect creations of perfect life still languishing in prison, and those prisoners who had witnessed the earlier events as mere expendable resources. They were fortunate, for Edward's experiment had proceeded without mishap, sparing them from being cast into the transmutation circle. Yet, they were also unfortunate, for as Edward showcased his abilities as a perfect life, they, as his adversaries, could do naught but watch. Damn it. I knew these cursed lunatics would eventually create a monster. Look at what they have done. That entity, which perhaps could once be referred to as human, is beyond imagination. We may soon find ourselves cohabiting this world with such a creature. A sorcerer curls his body as if attempting to escape reality through this very act. He is a spy. It can be said that among the 4 nations surrounding the Ire Empire, only the orcs, being tribal and lacking a unified regime, have not dispatched spies into our realm. The others, one and all, remain acutely aware of every move made by the Ire Empire, particularly concerning the high-ranking alchemists. After all, those 3 alchemists from years past carried out a formidable operation without a whisper. These researchers have enabled the establishment of their nation, evoking widespread fear of what might transpire should these individuals create another sensational incident. The self-destruction of the Ire Empire would merely be a light matter, and the collateral damage to innocent bystanders is nearly guaranteed. The rulers of these nations genuinely fear the day they awaken to discover their homeland manipulated by alchemists. Any outcome would be sufficiently terrifying. In truth, had Edward not been born into this world, 2 scenarios could have unfolded. One possibility is that the Ire Empire would have consumed more time to achieve perfect life, subsequently attempting to dominate the world. The other is that they would fail to enhance the spirit and inadvertently create a rampaging perfect life, a grotesque creature akin to a failed experiment, yet possessing nearly invincible capabilities. It appears that the kingdom's worst fears have indeed materialized. These alchemists have truly lost their sanity. The emergence of a genuine perfect life, what Edward represents, is bound to alter everything, a realization that requires no deep contemplation. With no hope in sight, he chooses to relinquish resistance and quietly awaits the arrival of death. Meanwhile, as the cheers from the crowd subside, Edward gestures, indicating he has something to convey. Father, you must have seen it, right? Our perfect life project has succeeded. Moreover, as a result of the experiment, I now fully meet our expectations. Edward clenches his fists, feeling his condition. His enhancements extend beyond mere physicality. His mind is sharper than ever. Brimming with fresh ideas, he is eager to explore. This is the direction of life's evolution. This is the posture we ought to embody. Natural evolution has always been described with a simple and crude term: failure. Now, we will define success ourselves. Edward, what do you wish to say? The Emperor, sensing the ambition and desire that have arisen within Edward post-transformation, recognizes that his intentions are not malicious toward those present. Thus, the emotional direction must be that Edward Marr's dreams of creating a perfect nation that belongs to our Ire Empire. A perfect nation? To elevate us all to this grand ascension, allowing every citizen to become a perfect life. He has not forgotten his past dreams. He intends to lead the entirety of the Ire Empire towards the paradise he envisions. Now that he has transformed into a perfect life, how could he possibly leave behind his people? As a deserving heir, he has indeed shown enough care for the populace. However, to others, this plan appears somewhat peculiar. Edward's declaration leaves them stunned. No one anticipated he would possess such thoughts. They begin to contemplate the feasibility of realizing this perfect nation. Edward, do you understand what you are proposing? How many people does the Empire have? The resources required to activate the transmutation array are immense. We cannot possibly gather enough souls and life force. Merely the research conducted thus far has depleted half of the cells. The Emperor, intending to refute Edward's proposal from the standpoint of resource consumption, finds himself somewhat swayed. Not only the Emperor of the Ire Empire, but everyone present is an alchemist. They have come here to study life transmutation, and without exception, these scholars harbor an almost mad curiosity. The notion of transforming everyone into perfect lives is a spectacle of immense grandeur, truly a miracle in the annals of alchemy, unprecedented and perhaps unparalleled in the future. Should they witness this historic moment, they would have no regrets in death. Indeed, Father, you are correct. We cannot find sufficient materials. However, this is of little consequence. Although domestic supplies are depleted, are there not ample materials abroad? Look at our foreign neighbors. Their territories exceed ours, and their populations are greater. Combined, I believe it would not only suffice, but perhaps be more than adequate. Edward points to the map on the wall, revealing his thoughts to others. You devil! You heartless wretch! What do you regard life as? Before any alchemist could voice their discontent, a warrior from the Zaire kingdom loses control, shouting from within his cage. They initially believed the Ire Empire's creation of perfect life was sufficiently insane. Little did they know there were greater ambitions at play. Edward's plan seems to suggest the sacrifice of other kingdoms. Does he truly mean it? Chapter 71. The concept of territorial transmutation. What do you regard life as? The spies remaining in the experiment site are also privy to Edward's recent thoughts. The creation of a world where all citizens of the Iyer Empire are perfect lives, with the necessary sacrifices borne by other nations. They have witnessed the events transpiring at the transmutation array. Several vibrant lives have vanished under the influence of alchemy, paving the way for Edward's evolution. You madman, you fiend, I always knew none of you alchemists were good. You shall face retribution. Your plans cannot succeed, absolutely not. Before he can finish his words, Edward appears before him, his arm extending through the bars to grasp the warrior by the throat. Furthermore, several nearby prisoners witness tendrils resembling veins emerging from Edward's hand, piercing the man's neck, extending along the artery to his brain. Oh, so your identity is that of a centurion from the Zaire kingdom? You've been living quite well, with a wife and 2 children. Did you accept this espionage task for greater rewards, hoping to provide funds for your children's training? His tendrils writhe within the man's mind, extracting memories as one would read a book. This does not affect his own memories, yet it allows him to gather intelligence on his target. This is one of the developmental outcomes of perfect life. The others present appear as if they have seen a ghost. Is the reality of perfect life truly so extraordinary? Do you love your nation, believing that we, the alchemists, deemed dangerous, could never cause chaos? Indeed, your thoughts are quite profound, yet they appear unattainable. Releasing the tendrils, Edward withdrew his hand, gazing silently at the spy before him. Let us return to our previous discourse. What do I perceive life to be? In my view, only the lives of our Iyer Empire possess intrinsic value. Everything else merely serves as sacrificial offerings on our path toward tomorrow. The paradise I envision has no place for you. For Edward, he has transformed into the embodiment of perfection, seeing everything through eyes that perceive no difference from a mere loaf of bread. However, out of love for this nation and its people, he is willing to allow everyone to undergo the same evolution. As for others, every grand creation necessitates sacrifices. They need not comprehend, for they shall inevitably comply. His mental energy emanated forth, and an alchemical array materialized, enveloping all the prisoners. Subsequently, he extracted souls to forge the philosopher's stone, drawing forth life force to coalesce into a concentrated energy substance. The once boisterous laboratory fell into silence once more. Father, keep these safe. The quantity I have extracted should suffice to create 2 or 3 perfect beings. Very well, Edward. It is evident that your mind is made up. Have you considered how to procure the necessary resources for this project while ensuring quality and quantity? The Emperor accepted the stones, each a manifestation of life's essence. How to acquire them? This is a question I have pondered before, as confronting 4 nations undoubtedly presents challenges. They will not remain idle. They will flee, resist, and hide from our sight. Once war begins, there is a risk of unnecessary waste, which poses a dilemma. Yet, that is no longer a concern, for I have discovered an infallible method. Returning to the map on the wall, Edward took up his brush to sketch. Thanks to the endeavors of our 4 benevolent neighbors, although we successfully established our nation, our territory is rather limited. A slight adjustment to the terrain could transform our land into a smaller circle. The 4 external nations, along with their surrounding forests, mountains, and fields, could seamlessly form a larger circle. A familiar scene gradually took shape under Edward's hand. Every element appearing on the map was recognizable to the alchemists present. Our perfect being's alchemical array. Indeed, the array for crafting perfect life, which I intend to amplify countless times, perhaps to be termed the product of national transmutation. If this array can be successfully completed, then upon activation, it could envelop other nations and devour them all in one fell swoop. Grasping them all, they would be instantaneously transmuted. This inspiration also stemmed from the protective transmutation array the Emperor had arranged outside the laboratory. If a small array can be compressed into a glove, a larger one should be capable of covering an expanse of land, right? My goodness, Your Highness, this is indeed a bold idea. They had not anticipated Edward's thoughts to be so fantastical, but upon reflection, it seemed there was indeed a possibility of realization, and a substantial one at that. When the national transmutation occurs, we shall witness a miracle, an unprecedented marvel. The grandeur of the transmutation array is unimaginable if it were truly activated. The spectacle would be beyond comprehension. They all yearned to behold such an event, even if it meant death would be a fair price to pay. Their insatiable thirst for knowledge resembled that of bloodthirsty spectators eager to witness the clash of titans. Now, let us commence preparations. I will return to draft a detailed and as perfect as possible image of the national transmutation array. Alchemists adept in the art of stone should first construct the small circle that encompasses the empire underground, essentially digging tunnels. We need not excavate excessively large tunnels. Rather, They should be sufficiently deep to evade detection. Furthermore, Father, regarding the various nodes of the transmutation array, based on my estimations, to achieve national transmutation through human effort, I require external assistance. Death must be inflicted at these nodes, and I shall attempt to inscribe the transmutation array, leaving behind blood and souls. For war, we need more than mere engineering. Perhaps we also require a conflict, a war that sweeps across the entire world. Edward, you understand me. You are my proudest offspring, the future emperor. I no longer need to teach you anything. Since this is your plan, refine it and proceed with it. This was the greatest support he could offer Edward. This endeavor was not solely for their scheme, but also for their revenge. For centuries, the four nations have sought to uncover our vulnerabilities, attempting to obliterate the Iron Empire. Do they fear us, dreading the day we might become their calamity? Let the disaster commence, from the human warriors and sorcerers to the dwarves and orcs. With our alchemical prowess, we shall instill fear and tremors within them. On the day you, as a perfect being, are reborn, the Iron Empire shall be ready to unleash war. Yet, not at this moment, in an effort to minimize losses. You believe it is time to further ascend the technological tree. Chapter 72, the grand fireworks emerge. To fulfill their aspirations and attempt the theoretically feasible transmutation of land, which has never been accomplished, Edward believes they must enhance the existing technological prowess of the Iron Empire. The success of national transmutation, in Edward's opinion, is not in question. After all, the plan for perfect beings was once deemed impossible for centuries. Look now, a perfect being has already been born, and the same applies to national transmutation. Edward is confident that with his abilities here, nothing is impossible. The current challenge lies in waging war against the world, with the strength of our nation alone. We must inscribe the nodes of the transmutation array through combat. We can only succeed, not fail. Given the current might of the Iron Empire, this endeavor may result in the loss of many citizens, a consequence Edward wishes to avoid. Development and research into our existing gunpowder should continue, while simultaneously exploring the potential for other weaponry. You are prepared to ascend the technological tree to expedite your plans. You have evolved your father and the lead alchemists of the laboratory into perfect beings. For alchemists, the greatest advantage of becoming perfect beings is the significant enhancement of their intellect. Tasks that once required considerable contemplation can now yield conclusions in mere moments. Insights that were previously elusive and obstacles that hindered research are now readily surmountable. Although they may not reach your level of prowess, they have certainly improved. In just about a week's time, through the collaboration of four perfect beings, a new type of explosive has been concocted. Now, it is time for testing. In an empty experimental field, a metallic canister was placed at the very center, surrounded by wooden boards, bricks, and iron plates positioned in various directions. The objective was to test the destructive power of a new type of explosive and to ascertain the level of defense it could theoretically penetrate when combined with shrapnel. As for the audience of these alchemists, were they ready? A few individuals nestled behind a corner of an iron plate, with a glass pane in the middle to ensure a clear view. They had long been prepared, but was it truly necessary to be situated so far away? Given their current state, even if they were to be shattered, they should be able to restore themselves, right? The second alchemist at the site, alongside two royal members, pondered this matter. They had achieved a state of perfect life and had become familiar with their abilities in recent days. Explosives should not be a source of fear, should they? So, would you like to return gradually on your own? Feeling bored, were you? The emperor lightly tapped his head, even though they could shield themselves from pain. It was rather foolish to turn themselves into shattered alchemist fragments. You appear to have a point. He scratched his head, realizing it might indeed be his own issue. Enough of that. I am preparing to detonate now. Everyone, please focus on the explosion. This detonation experiment, of course, was to be conducted by Edward. By extending his mental power, he activated the formation to ignite the fuse laid upon the ground. It burned rapidly, reaching the explosive. Boom. The explosion was deafening, and they could feel a slight tremor in the ground. The area where the explosion occurred was shrouded in smoke, and they had just witnessed the surrounding boards vibrating through the glass. It appeared that the results were quite impressive. Indeed, the commotion had ceased. Let us go and take a look. Moving forward, hey, what's the matter with you? The second alchemist, Xania, attempted to pull the first alchemist, Kalen, along but noticed his old friend was moving rather slowly. Upon turning back, he saw that a piece of iron had inexplicably lodged itself in Kalen's head. Had it not been for their perfect life, he might have been sent away immediately. It's nothing, just bad luck. I've been through worse. At least this minor injury does not affect my body. With a forceful effort, he pushed the iron piece out of his skull, with not a single drop of blood present. Look, we are injured from this distance, and you still intend to observe up close? Do you truly wish for us to piece you back together? Kalen glanced at Xania, pondering what would happen if his old friend did venture closer. Goodness, would they want us to engage in some sort of super assembly? They exchanged a few words and followed behind Edward and the Emperor to the site of the recent explosion. The results were powerful and forceful. They beheld the wooden boards completely shattered. Not just the nearest one, but 4 or 5 behind it had also suffered the same fate. As for the iron plates and bricks, the iron plate had been penetrated, riddled with pockmarks and charred. Metal fragments lodged in the second layer had also penetrated. The robust brick wall had barely been breached in the first layer, with only some markings on the second. Kalen, how much explosive did we pack in there? If memory serves me right, it was roughly equivalent to the amount used in standard military throwables. The previous type of powder could only take out a handful of enemy soldiers, while the rest, shielded by teammates and protected by armor and energy, would merely be pushed back. Now, however, a single explosive could potentially turn them into barbecued meat. Edward surveyed the remnants on the ground. This was the outcome of their efforts over the past few days. Quite impressive, indeed, and it was the type he favored, yet it still lacked sufficient power. Perhaps if we replace the powder in the bullets with this new formulation, the projectile's impact would improve significantly, wouldn't it? Your Highness, that is undoubtedly the case. But this would necessitate modifications to the firearm's metal composition. Stronger explosives would require better alloys to prevent barrel bursts. Nevertheless, this posed no problem for alchemists. The remarkable aspect of alchemy lies in its materials science. Once the formation was activated, they could effortlessly adjust the carbon content of the metal, the alloy ratios, and the necessary synthesis temperatures. The work label was inexplicably changed by the foreign influence, transforming it from an urban high martial arts theme into an Eastern fantasy. Modifying this took nearly an hour to apply, hence the delayed update. My apologies. Chapter 73, The Rapidly Evolving Technological Tree for Alchemists. Material science is the least challenging of issues. The power of the formation allows them to test various alloy recipes in a short span of time. They then analyze the data of these alloys, selecting the one that best suits their needs. With the advent of enhanced explosives, they could directly choose a suitable alloy from their existing stock. Metal 18, Your Highness, based on testing, should ensure the new explosives do not cause barrel bursts. Oh, let me see. Following the formula recorded, Edward used his mental power to construct the alchemical formation, successfully producing a test metal. Subsequently, his hand transformed into a bone-like blade, striking down upon the metal. Clang! Sparks flew as the bone blade was deflected but remained intact. The metal remained in place, now with a notch from the impact. Although the alloy had been cut, Edward was satisfied. The weapon he had fashioned from his own body could slice through an iron plate with ease. It appeared quite promising. He would check for properties such as ductility, and if all was well, they would proceed with this. Perhaps not. I am considering that with such excellent explosives. Should we also attempt to modify the templates for firearms and projectiles? A bold idea suddenly sparked in Edward's mind. Within 3 days of developing the new explosives, you shall attempt to modify the projectiles. The conventional round projectiles seem inadequate to you, failing to achieve optimal lethality against enemy forces. The entry I have a bold idea is triggered. A flash of inspiration leads you to contemplate alternative methods. Thud. At the shooting range, Edward raised his modified firearm, which required no additional loading of powder, as the explosive was incorporated within the bullet itself. Aiming, he fired. Almost simultaneously with the puff of smoke from the muzzle, a hole appeared in the target ahead. It seemed this time the outcome was promising. He refrained from approaching, as Kalen, an alchemist and also a perfect being, had already reached the target. Snap! His fingers transformed into claws, slicing open the target to extract the projectile within. Your Highness, it worked. This shooting result is significantly better than the previous attempts. Holding the deformed projectile, he glanced at the special alloy used for the target, comparing the openings with his own body. If he refrains from utilizing mimetic abilities to alter his bodily structure, relying solely on a physique identical to that of an ordinary human, it is highly probable that a significant wound would manifest at the site of impact. Naturally, he could react swiftly and evade such assaults. He is not compelled to remain stationary and endure the blows. The magnitude of such offensive power, even from conventional projectiles, ought to be sufficient to annihilate ordinary orcs, fully armored low-tier warriors, wizards, and a considerable number of dwarves. The core forces, if lacking timely defense, would also sustain injuries, albeit to varying extents depending on their profession and race. Your Highness, I can already envision that with each soldier armed with a firearm and ample ammunition, A mere dozen could easily obstruct dozens, even hundreds, of adversaries. While this is commendable, it still falls short in my estimation. Let us not forget that our foes encompass the entire world. Colin, it appears that espionage has surged during this period, as the recent purges have instilled suspicion within their ranks. Previously, in pursuit of resources for the Philosopher's Stone and the preparation of the perfect life experiment, the AI Empire apprehended a segment of spies that had been discovered but not dealt with. Furthermore, following Edward's transformation into a perfect being, he unearthed several of their strongholds through the memories of those absorbed. These individuals serve as the eyes of their respective nations, and their sudden obliteration has left the AI Empire with a severe intelligence void. They harbor suspicions that we alchemists may be scheming something. They are gripped by an irrational fear, haunted by the potential resurgence of past events. Ka Luan relayed to Edward that 2 more perfect beings have been added to their ranks, one being Edward's former maid, Ai Li Si, and the other, a previously deceased warrior, the prototype of the perfect being. As the newly appointed head of the Empire's intelligence division, his daily task now involves extracting valuable information from the minds of captured spies. This moment tests our acting skills. They remain oblivious to our intentions, yet we have begun to decipher theirs. We shall continue to engage with them, providing misleading information to lull them into complacency, thereby securing precious time for our scientific endeavors. Edward contemplated the increasing lethality of their ammunition. Their artillery can now level mountains without the need for an alchemist's guidance. However, these advancements are still primarily allocated to lower-tier forces. Our perfect beings must confront entities revered as the Emperor of Magic, the God of War, the Beast King, or the Dwarven Lord. The armament designated for perfect beings currently seems inadequate. We require an absolute, devastating, and decisive secret weapon. Research is imperative. We need to delve deeper, not only into steel, but also into the previously suspended life transmutation. I am convinced that beyond perfect beings, life transmutation harbors untapped potential awaiting discovery. You harbor an almost absolute vigilance and caution regarding the forthcoming war. Perhaps others perceive your concerns over firepower as an irrational phobia, yet to you, it is merely prudent caution. If we cannot achieve total domination over our enemies, what value does this battle hold? The ranks of perfect beings continue to swell, with more alchemists joining the National Transmutation Initiative. You have discerned the principles of electromagnetic force, and both steam and internal combustion engines have successfully emerged. You delve deeply into the forces within the realm of life, and through the conjunction with the Philosopher's Stone, you create extraordinary artificial beings. On the surface, the AI Empire merely maintains its regular operations, yet its clandestine forces are evolving towards the cataclysmic power capable of obliterating the world. On this day, you summon other alchemists to unveil your latest masterpiece. In a hidden experimental facility within the imperial capital, while the technological prowess outside the AI Empire towers over that of other nations, the advancements here surpass any other locale within the empire. This is not merely a generational gap, but a disparity that theoretical advancements would take decades to bridge. Ladies and gentlemen, behold this creation, which I deem to be the pinnacle of my work. Following Edward's guidance, a metallic structure far grander than a castle materialized before the alchemists who had ascended to perfection. Chapter 74, Titan and the Supreme Alchemist. As the other alchemists followed Edward's direction, they beheld the masterpiece he had referenced. My heavens, such an enormous mechanical apparatus. Is this the armament you have prepared for yourself, your highness? One alchemist gasped in astonishment, his exclamation echoing the sentiments of the assembly. What did they witness? They beheld a colossal metallic construct, its size nearly indistinguishable from that of a castle. Its appearance bore a slight resemblance to a human form, albeit that of a headless giant. Multiple sensors on its torso flickered with crimson light, and its limbs appeared robust. The alchemical creation knelt partially, suggesting that if it were to rise, it would tower even higher. According to myth, it resembled a titan capable of relocating mountains and obliterating cities with a single strike. I have thus named this creation the Titan, a further testament to the marvels of alchemy. Edward raised his right hand, and the Titan, previously in a dormant state, opened a hatch at its chest. Within lay the cockpit of the Titan, devoid of buttons or levers. Instead, it was filled with a labyrinth of wiring that could provoke a sense of claustrophobia, culminating in peculiar connectors, designed to closely mimic human anatomy. It facilitates a seamless neural link with the machine. By occupying the pilot's seat, Edward felt the tendrils of wiring simultaneously penetrate his limbs, heart, and temples. The entire mechanism illuminated, and as Edward moved his right hand, the Titan's hand mirrored his actions. The response was nearly instantaneous, showcasing exceptional feedback. The structure's human-like anatomy enables the pilot to swiftly adapt to its operation. What? You inquire, why is there no head? The head is merely ornamental. Those in high positions would not comprehend this. Your Highness, with such a massive mechanical structure, how do we ensure its proper operation? Such a physique may not become another alchemist's dilemma. It is well known that while larger weapons may appear more formidable, size does not always equate to superiority. Steel is not human. Excessively large machinery can be sluggish, and the wear from weight, coupled with the destructive inertia from rapid movements, may compromise the mechanism. Prior to Edward's creation, several alchemists attempted to construct similar automatons, yet the outcomes did not meet their expectations. This, however, is simpler. No one has ever asserted that we alchemists are confined solely to the powers of alchemy. Through the exploration of the bloodlines of captured wizards and the excavation of memories, I have unearthed magical runes for stabilization, anti-gravity, and acceleration. With appropriate layering, these issues can be rectified, enabling my Titan to achieve speeds commensurate with its size. A blueprint is projected before them, revealing the intricate design of the Titan. The complexity of the structure is such that any alchemist present, were they not a perfect being, might feel dizzy and nauseated after merely a glance. This machine intriguingly incorporates flesh and blood. Upon a meticulous examination of the design, the early alchemists who achieved the status of perfect beings discovered a new reality. Indeed, even as perfect beings, our computational capacity has its limits. Simultaneously maintaining magical enhancements on the body, modifying armaments, or repairing the machine through alchemy, and predicting the enemy's movement trajectories to ensure the opponent can be subdued with minimal harm, all require considerable mental exertion. I have created smaller entities using my own flesh and blood to assist in my thoughts and calculations. Although the initial device has been completed, the Empire of Ire has yet to invent anything as sophisticated as artificial intelligence. In this context, Edward resorts to cultivating non-sentient brain wetware from his own bodily tissues, which is affixed to the Titan. Alone, he, in conjunction with 4 brain wetware units, precisely fulfills the computational demands necessary for the Titan to unleash its full firepower. The remaining flesh and blood are the results of my explorations across various domains. Following his thoughts, the Titan's right hand, originally a magical energy cannon, has been transformed into a massive sword through alchemical modifications. A dazzling white energy envelopes the entire weapon. Is that fighting spirit? Has the machine developed fighting spirit? Thus, I have modified the organic tissues within the machine to be as conducive as possible to a warrior's cultivation of fighting spirit, normally maintaining a state of active vitality. When the time for battle arrives, it can unleash energy without concern for depletion. The fighting spirit unleashed is beyond what the frail human body can withstand. Perhaps its quality may not rival that of seasoned warriors who have trained diligently for years, yet its quantity is sufficient to overwhelm the reserves of human fighting spirit. A mere basin of water may dampen a person, but a lake can easily drown them. As for whether excessive strain will lead to significant deterioration of the organic tissues and insufficient durability, this can also be resolved. On the battlefield, vitality is abundant. He has installed a life force extraction alchemical array on the machine, utilizing the blood of slain enemies as his reserves. According to this design, along with the theoretically attainable limits, I can confidently assert that if this Titan appears on the battlefield, it will undoubtedly dominate the opposing side. The alchemists are now ablaze with enthusiasm, eager to return to their laboratories and use Edward's Titan as a template to create their own armaments. After all, who wouldn't desire to craft a super robot with their own hands? Though this is their first encounter with such a creation, they find it undeniably impressive. There is no necessity to strictly adhere to my Titan. I utilized a substantial blend of machinery and organic material, yet you may explore entirely mechanical or wholly organic forms, or even more wondrous concepts. Is that not so? We are the vanguard alchemists of the Empire, having achieved a leap in life, transcending humanity to become the ultimate life forms. We can flexibly configure and design Titans that are uniquely our own. Edward disengages from the link state, smiling as he faces them. This demonstration of armament has opened their minds, given the current trajectory of development. It may not be long before preparations for war are sufficiently advanced. You have created a unique machine known as the Titan, which has inspired other alchemists. This is the path you have forged, allowing those alchemists to invest their own ingenious ideas. In just 3 short months, 4 additional alchemists have completed their own Titans in diverse manners. The Emperor conferred upon the alchemists who created their Titans the esteemed title of Supreme Alchemist. That same year, the Empire of Ire declared war upon the world. Chapter 75. Titan, the devourer of earth, let the war commence, from Zaire to Dylan, from dwarves to beasts. For the sake of our aspirations, to realize the grand achievement known as the transmutation of territory. Alchemists, with our own hands, forged the machinery of war, igniting the world in flames. Having created their own titans, those exalted beings known as supreme alchemists have reached a significant number. The long-awaited war of the Empire of Ire is about to begin. They simultaneously apprehend all spies infiltrated by enemy nations. Every stronghold, every covert line, is uprooted. For perfect beings, this is not a daunting task. Devouring their souls and probing their memories, capturing just one person allows them to unravel the entire espionage network. Faced with the alchemist's onslaught, these individuals scarcely had time to transmit any information. Monster, monster, do not come near me. In a certain safe house of the kingdom of Zaire, flames engulf the surroundings, leaving only one last surviving member in black robes. His comrades lie fallen, the enemy stands before him, and his weapon remains in hand. Yet, theoretically capable of resistance, he lacks the strength to struggle. The reason lies in the alchemist before him, who has surpassed humanity. The spy had just witnessed a comrade move with astonishing speed, plunging a sword into the chest of an adversary. Did his ally succeed? The blade has pierced the body, perhaps even shattering the heart. No, that individual did not spill a single drop of blood. Conversely, his comrade remains motionless, body gradually withering. It possesses vitality. Yet the strength of its soul is woefully inadequate. The warrior's extraction of the philosopher's stone certainly should not be overly anticipated. Those were his exact words. His comrade's death was perplexing, swiftly followed by a massacre. Returning to the present, as the last survivor confronts the approaching alchemist, despair overwhelms him. Do not come any closer. Why fear me? In the presence of my perfect form, you should rejoice at the prospect of a painless demise. I have embraced this glorious evolution. Your blood and souls are the foundation of my brilliance. As the final survivor stands, a transmutation array materializes beneath his feet, requiring no prior inscription, relying solely on mental fortitude to manifest. Subsequently, the safe house falls silent. Beep, beep, beep. The communicator resonates. Have you resolved the issue? The background dialogue is accompanied by the sounds of explosions. The alchemist surmises that perhaps his colleague has caused quite the commotion. Of course, it is no surprise. If he recalls correctly, the master of that stronghold is a group of witches. It went exceedingly smoothly. With my strength, could I allow these individuals to escape? If I leave any survivors, I shall return and demand His Highness take my head. However, it appears there are no additional gains to be had. The intelligence they possessed has already been obliterated by us. Turning his back to the blazing structure, the alchemist strides further away. This is not a concern. The known spies within our nation have been largely eradicated. Next, we shall proceed with the comprehensive war against this world, as His Highness has instructed, correct? Indeed. According to calculations, our theoretical strength is already sufficient to overwhelm the world, and our power continues to advance. Without delving into other matters, those esteemed masters known as the Supreme Alchemists, their titans are indeed quite enticing. If it were not for our somewhat limited imagination and technological thinking, I too would aspire to design a titan of my own. However, time is of the essence, and I must adhere to the standard template provided by His Highness, resulting in a more rudimentary version of the titan. The words of the alchemist reveal a sense of regret. Although it has not been long since Edward developed his titan, the majority of alchemists hold a profound admiration for such alchemical creations. Operating a mech is nothing short of a romantic endeavor for humanity, and crafting one's own DIY mech brings even greater joy. The excitement is palpable. Once this ordeal concludes, I shall certainly return to intensify my studies, for I refuse to believe that I cannot design my own titan. Thus, the espionage elimination operation within the realm of the Ire Empire came to a close, taking merely 2.5 days. In such a brief span, a vast number of informants were lost. On one hand, the reports of their annihilation had yet to reach various nations, while on the other, they had lost their ability to observe the Ire Empire. Seizing this opportunity, new weaponry was delivered to the military, and the alchemists, accompanied by their titans, arrived at the borders. The frontier between the Ire Empire and Zell is known as the Chilu Mountains. The mountainous terrain is advantageous for these warriors, who primarily enhance their physical prowess, allowing them to disregard the influences of the landscape and maintain a vigorous march. To ensure safety and facilitate potential military actions against the Ire Empire, 3 fortifications were established in this strategically precarious location. These strongholds can relay messages through signal fires. Should one be attacked, reinforcements can arrive within half an hour. Remarkably, there has been no conflict in this area for over a century. Boss, let us indulge in some libations today, standing guard day in and day out. All I see are valleys and the occasional rabbit. I am thoroughly bored. How about we take turns and rest a bit? There is a large venue nearby. Be quiet. Our duty here is quite significant. Not to mention, a high-ranking official is present. If we are discovered sneaking away to waste time while on duty, will you still have a job? Come now, this dreary place is akin to exile. Losing our jobs makes no difference to us. The conversation transpired between two soldiers stationed on the city wall, revealing their relaxed vigilance due to the long absence of danger. Their daily routine had grown tedious, akin to clocking in at work, with little entertainment available. Many soldiers were not diligently performing their duties. Yet today, their mundane existence was about to be upended. A low rumble reverberated through the ground, a tremor felt even by those atop the walls. What is happening? An earthquake? Unlikely. I have been here for years without encountering such an event. They observed fissures appearing in the ground, drawing ever closer to the city wall. With a thunderous roar, an immense silver behemoth emerged from the earth. Come forth, fulfilling His Highness's expectations. I shall subdue you all. The Supreme Alchemist, Alice, formerly Edward's maid, commanded the Titan known as the Earth Devourer. Chapter 76. The uncontrollable moving catastrophe. The Earth Devourer, as the Titan of the Supreme Alchemist Alice, reflects her expertise in metallurgy and geology. Thus, the creature's design is intrinsically linked to these elements. The Earth Devourer resembles a colossal, metallic worm, its body composed of numerous rings and continuously rotating, grinding gears, towering over 50 meters and extending beyond a kilometer. It stands as an undeniable giant in the eyes of humanity. Its entirety is constructed from a unique alloy, exhibiting remarkable strength and wear resistance, enabling it to effortlessly shatter rocks and traverse the earth. With no concern for mechanical failure, the Earth Devourer can consume stone through its maw, allowing Alice to extract valuable substances using her alchemical prowess. Naturally, metallic components abound within, enabling the Titan to regenerate continuously. Furthermore, should Alice desire, she could utilize these metals to augment the existing structure, further increasing the Earth Devourer's size. In terms of armament, every part of its body is equipped with rapidly spinning gears, capable of transforming any nearby target into mere pulp upon contact. To roll over an opponent is akin to a heavy truck colliding with them, sending them into another dimension. Alice can also concoct explosives within the Earth Devourer, transforming a segment of its body into a cannon, allowing adversaries to experience a torrent of metal and the advantage of overwhelming firepower. With such formidable armaments, I possess absolute confidence in obliterating you all and fulfilling the task entrusted to me by His Highness. Alice occupies the core of the Earth Devourer, employing a cerebral interface akin to Edward's for computational assistance. At the moment of its emergence, she initiated an assault on the city before her, commencing with the leftmost stronghold. Rest assured, I shall not squander much of your time. The Earth Devourer raised a portion of its body, exceeding 100 meters, devoid of any extravagant effects or dazzling magic. It relied solely on primal forces, gravity, crashing downwards. Meanwhile, those soldiers still atop the walls. The events transpired too abruptly for them to react. By the time they recognized the danger, it was far too late. They could only stand frozen, overshadowed by the encroaching black mass, the metallic monstrosity looming larger in their vision. They wished to flee, yet their legs had turned to jelly, rendering them powerless. Such a size, surely we shall perish. What is that thing? They were oblivious, understanding only that their doom was imminent. In a final defiance, one soldier, the squad leader, found the strength to move. As the Earth Devourer descended, he enveloped his sword in fighting spirit. Storm Slash. As a warrior, faced with an insurmountable foe, he bravely swung his sword, the blade enveloped in a white aura. Perhaps it was the impending threat of death that slowed the world around him, making the flow of his fighting spirit more rapid and his sword sharper. This is my strongest strike, perhaps I can. His thoughts were abruptly severed as his sword, the blow he had pinned his hopes upon, collided with the Earth Devourer's gears. The violent force redirected his attack, pulling both his sword and body into the fray. There was no effect. He failed even to breach the Earth Devourer's defenses. The carbon content of the absorbed material has increased? This is an expected outcome. A foe of such caliber could not possibly inflict even the slightest harm upon my Titan. As anticipated, the Earth Devourer smashed down with a brutal force, shattering the city walls and carving a deep chasm within the city. The residents, predominantly soldiers, stared vacantly at the suddenly manifested Earth Devourer, bewildered by its sheer size. What on earth is this monstrosity? Even magical beasts do not reach such proportions. Instinctively, the soldiers felt the urge to raise their weapons in defiance, yet their survival instincts compelled them to flee. This creature possessed no extraordinary power. Even a mere collision was beyond their capacity to withstand. With a crack, a few arrows clattered ineffectually against the metallic body of the Earth Devourer, failing to produce even a spark. A volley of stronger crossbow bolts met the same fate, merely deflected with futility. What else can we employ against this behemoth? Surely nothing remains. The trebuchet is not ready. And do you truly believe that burning oil can affect such a creature? Perhaps we should simply retreat. Yes, a wise suggestion. I concur. Two soldiers, positioned at a relative distance, swiftly reached a consensus. It was prudent to evade, as there was no need to confront an adversary they could not hope to vanquish. With their slender forms, what else could they do but flee? Even before a battle commenced, defeat had already reared its head. Their decision to retreat would not hinder Alisai from razing the area to the ground. The Earth Devourer continued its relentless advance, each tremor and crushing motion decimating the surrounding structures, ensnaring those unable to escape in its wake. This indiscriminate destruction epitomized the unstoppable might of the Titan. Cease this at once. A blue meteor streaked toward the Titan from afar, unleashing a sword aura that soared several meters high before making contact. At last, there appeared within the city the sole entity capable of confronting the Earth Devourer. Known as the War King, a top-tier warrior second only to the pinnacle of martial prowess. These individuals were endowed with extraordinary talents and augmented by concoctions like Julong Laguan, which bestowed them with formidable strength. In the absence of matched adversaries within the opposing army, they could effortlessly decimate hordes of 1,000 or even 10,000 soldiers. War King Iluan, a nuisance, but nothing more. Alisai did not allow the Earth Devourer to evade the strike of that sword. She continued her normal course of action. Her objective was to utterly crush the enemy, both physically and mentally. The sword aura collided with metal, sparks erupted, and several gears were sent flying, revealing a breach less than 10 meters wide in the Earth Devourer's body. For the first time, the warrior's assaults bore the strength to damage the Titan. The results were underwhelming. Yet this creature appeared far from agile. In a war of attrition, I should not falter. War King Iluan landed and regarded the Earth Devourer from a distance. The breach was minor, but he was convinced that persistence would wear down this foe. The advantage lies with me. I shall prevail. By relying on my agility and advancing steadily, I can subdue this monstrous threat to the city. However, not everyone shared this perspective. Is this truly the extent of its capabilities? For my Earth Devourer, this can only be considered a superficial wound. Thus, there is no need to concern myself with this adversary for now. I shall focus on leveling this place. Alisai assessed the damage inflicted upon the Earth Devourer, concluding that the opponent was no longer a priority and resumed her normal actions. She had already extracted sufficient metal from the buildings consumed and the rocks absorbed along the way, now ready for utilization. Repair. Alchemy commenced, as the Earth Devourer's form began to heal the previously shattered breach automatically. Iluan, standing atop the clock tower, watched in disbelief as his earlier efforts were rendered null in an instant. What? Its recovery rate is so rapid? Has my previous strike been rendered futile? Fear not, Iluan. This creature's regenerative abilities cannot be limitless. If I quicken my pace, I can expand the breach before it fully heals. I must attack relentlessly until this monstrosity is entirely dismantled. With a powerful push, the clock tower's roof collapsed beneath him, and the force of his aura propelled him toward the Earth Devourer. With a crack, his foot landed upon one of the spinning gears, which whirled at an alarming speed. Had he not reacted swiftly to regain his balance, he might have been drawn into its maw. What a terrifying creature. It appears to be the creation of an alchemist. Since when did they attain such prowess? Regardless, despite your massive size, I must bring you to a halt. He stood approximately 1/3 of the way down the head of the Earth Devourer, easily witnessing its continued rampage. The immense metallic beast twisted, leaving nothing in its path unscathed. Come forth, alchemist, behold the might of our warriors. With an aura-infused greatsword, he plunged it into the gears of the Earth Devourer. As other gears began to turn, threatening his weapon, Iluan hastened his pace. Gripping the greatsword tightly, he ran toward the rear of the Earth Devourer. Sparks flew as the aura-laden strikes severed portions of the outer gears. This was not merely a slicing motion. At certain junctures, Iluan withdrew the sword and struck down with force. Break into pieces. With a roar, the gathered aura exploded, sending metal shards scattering and damaged gears flying. Yet it was not over. Iluan landed once more, his legs racing in opposite directions to the gear's rotation. delivering a sweeping blow that stripped away the exposed parts of the mechanical body. Attack, incessantly attack. He had become a harbinger of destruction, striving to wreak as much havoc as possible. With each of Iluan's movements, he felt the creature beneath him sustain injuries, yet its onslaught never ceased. Was the damage insufficient? Are the alchemist's weapons truly this resilient? Reaching the end of the Earth Devourer, he sensed his aura depleting in order to safeguard his weapon and penetrate the opponent's defenses. The energy he had amassed surged, elevating his spirit to its zenith at that moment. With a decisive slash, the greatsword extended beyond 10 meters, enhanced by his aura. With a powerful thrust, he twisted his waist, casting aside any semblance of strategy as he poured all his strength into delivering a devastating blow to the Earth Devourer's body. The impact reverberated violently. Although those gears were forged from special alloys, Alisai's Titan was a purely mechanical creation, devoid of the corporeal strength that Edward wielded. Without the means of fighting spirit or magical defense, the sword energy cleaved through steel, carving a 1-meter deep, 10-meter wide chasm in the body of the Dadi Tunches. In the aftermath of the explosion, Alan's silhouette emerged from the smoke. With no time to catch his breath, he turned to assess the fruits of his recent labor. However, this very motion left him utterly stunned, nearly halting his thoughts entirely. What kind of absurdity was this? What did he behold? He witnessed the Dadi Tunches, seemingly unscathed, continuing its rampage within the city. It was not a mere struggle to move after sustaining injury. It was as if it were completely unaffected. Alan was firmly convinced that his recent assault had inflicted damage upon the Dadi Tunches. Yet now, its colossal form gleamed as if brand new, rendering his efforts feel like a fleeting dream. No, he could still discern a slight indentation, a remnant of his final strike. Yet, around it, a grayish liquid coalesced, reverting to metal and mending the damage. A momentary lapse in focus almost led to his body being ensnared by the gears, jolting him back to reality. All his efforts had been in vain. This creature, this creation of an alchemist, was beyond his capacity to confront. The damage inflicted by his attack was dwarfed by the enemy's rapid recovery. What was this sensation? Impossible, utterly impossible. He was unwilling to accept such a reality. However, the outcome would not bend to human will. The controller of the Dadi Tunches was an alchemist, possessing formidable computational strength and ample raw materials. In such circumstances, as long as more than 1/3 of its body was not destroyed in a single blow, the recovery time could be compressed to under a minute. Alan's vigorous efforts amounted to nothing more than a futile display of strength. How could this be? Was this monstrosity something that humanity could contend with? On this day, the War King Alan finally grasped the might of the Titans, along with the terror of being trampled. What did I say? This creature has completely thwarted my performance. Rather than a War King, I feel more like a mere speed bump. No, perhaps not even that. As a master polisher, his skills indeed earned my recognition. But that was the extent of it. While Alan was still caught in his daze, Alice had already subdued the entire city. The larger threats were vanquished. Only this small insect remained. Chapter 78. Firepower is Truth. Alan's output had concluded. One could say he executed a vigorous display of skill. However, the results were less than impressive. His mighty sword had rained blows upon the Dadi Tunches for an extended period, yet the outcome was merely superficial injuries, swiftly healed within mere breaths. The only impact he had on Alice was a slight reduction in the metal recently absorbed by the Dadi Tunches. Yet, this was a minor issue. The fighting spirit merely shattered the Dadi Tunches components, failing to achieve complete annihilation. As long as Alice controlled the Titan to reclaim the scattered scrap metal, it would be as if no damage had been sustained at all. What nonsense! Alan felt despair creeping in. How could he possibly contend with this? He felt completely powerless. This encounter was an utter failure, primarily because Alan was entirely unaware of the operational mechanisms behind Alice's Titan Dadi Tunches. Although the Dadi Tunches was colossal, and its head featured a vital organ that continuously consumed Earth, the true core was merely Alice, still ensconced within the Titan. As long as she remained unaffected, the Dadi Tunches could be shattered countless times, yet would return anew. Locating this weakness required him to search for a human-sized core capable of shifting positions within a mechanical behemoth measuring 50 meters in height and thousands in length. Quite a straightforward task, right? Go ahead and perish. Little insect, now only you remain. Alice directed the Dadi Tunches' head toward Alan. Previously, while atop the Dadi Tunches, Alan had not felt its enormity as acutely. Now, standing on the ground, he fully grasped the insignificance of humanity and the vastness of the Titan. Am I to strike you? Is there any chance I could survive this? Though framed as a question, the answer was clear in his mind. He could not prevail. Utterly incapable of doing so. Alan, As a war king, you possess a bright future ahead, not one meant to end here. There is no necessity for you to confront an insurmountable foe. In a flash of realization, facing the doughty Tunches, Alan executed a nimble turn, not forgetting his greatsword. Channeling energy through his feet as his fighting spirit surged. Run, Alan, run. Let the city guards fend for themselves. My life is paramount. Even if I must return to face punishment, I accept it. They can confront this monstrosity on their own. He chose to flee, intending to ignite the beacon on the remaining intact section of the city wall to alert his comrades of the impending danger, thereby fulfilling his duty. After all, my speed is still swift. Escaping this creature's grasp should pose no issue. His thoughts were optimistic. As long as he distanced himself from the city ruins and entered the intricate forested mountains, evading detection by such a massive entity would be no easy feat, however. Ideals are often splendid, while reality proves harsh. Humph, thinking to escape? I shall not allow you to flee. Alice commanded the doughty Tunches to aim at Alan, simultaneously activating her alchemy. The front structure of the doughty Tunches underwent reconstitution, transforming from a design suited for excavation into a dense array of barrels. In the center, a gaping cannon mouth exuded an ominous aura. Come now, let those who rely solely on brute force witness the might of technology. Mobilizing the doughty Tunches stored gunpowder and metals, the manufacturing speed of ammunition rivaled that of an armory. Fire. A storm of metal descended. What? What is this? A barrage, dense as raindrops, instantly blanketed the direction where Alan stood, calculated by Alice as his inevitable path. His escape was abruptly halted, forcing him to seek cover while wielding his greatsword and donning his armor, utilizing his fighting spirit for defense. The clanging of metal echoed as the explosive impacts illuminated his dire situation. Alice had an abundance of ammunition at her disposal, allowing her to unleash a relentless torrent of firepower. This is it. This is the battlefield a true alchemist should command, this overwhelming might. She reveled in her triumph, further intensifying her rate of fire, for if the barrels overheated, she could simply replace them. She had an excess of metal. Alan, however, was far from pleased. He was now fighting for his very survival, taking refuge behind a crumbled structure. He barely had time to catch his breath before the debris was torn apart by the metal storm. Alone and exposed amidst the hail of bullets, he could only raise his greatsword, striving to deflect the onslaught. Fighting spirit is not omnipotent. His weapon and armor were already battered and dented. Cursed be this situation. It is not a solution. He had indeed contemplated alternative routes, such as tunneling underground, but was met with a devastating shell from Bai Yi, which blasted him back into the open. He could only endure the onslaught here, uncertain of when his resolve would wane, his weapons would be rendered useless, and he would meet his inevitable fate. He directed his shouts toward the direction of the Earth Devourer, striving to engage Bai Yi within the Titan. Alchemist, have you lost your senses? Do you intend to wage war against us? Are you not aware that an attack on us from Zaire would provoke the other three nations to strike at this very moment? His voice was drowned out by the cacophony of gunfire, rendering his inquiries utterly futile. Even if Bai Yi had heard him, she would show no mercy. In fact, she would intensify her assault. The prince had long been prepared. If we lacked sufficient confidence, how could we possibly declare war? Now, with this war king as the test subject, the experimental results of firearms and basic shells were nearly conclusive. Armor-piercing rounds proved to be the most effective against such tin cans, followed closely by incendiary devices. It was time to send this fellow on his way. Prepare to receive my gift, crafted especially for your war god. The cannon at the center of the Earth Devourer was fully loaded. The supreme alchemist aimed for the war god, targeting top-tier experts like the Mage King. Naturally, they had prepared special weapons within their titans to counter such foes. The annihilation shell was launched. Other firearms ceased fire as the cannon's mouth belched flames, the immense recoil even causing the head of the Earth Devourer to tilt backward. The last image that Alan beheld was a shell, vastly larger than himself, looming before him. A resounding explosion heralded the emergence of a mushroom cloud, a result of enhanced explosives and optimized detonation methods, yielding flames with a radius of 1 kilometer and a formidable shockwave. We remain unaware of Alan's final words, but it is highly probable they were laced with expletives. Chapter 79. Soul Ripper. As the mushroom cloud ascended slowly, the battle came to a close. In the place where Alan had once stood, now only a vast crater remained, surrounded by charred remnants and melted traces. Nothing else was left. You ask about Alan? Perhaps he had been reduced to mere fragments, irretrievable even by the most adept assemblers. Moreover, to speak of the events that transpired here, it was less a battle and more a unilateral act of violent demolition. Alan inflicted harm upon Alan, and AI Li Si dismantled AI Li Si. The destruction wrought by the Earth Devourer went unchecked. The final metallic storm could only be likened to a barrage game. Regrettably, Alan possessed no invulnerability to avoid damage. Nor did he have the advantages of an Eastern player who could play through storms without a care. Alan, we are all striving to survive. AI Li Si. Despite my tremendous efforts, how do you persist? Everything was concluded swiftly. The time consumed by the siege of a city was remarkably brief, not even reaching 10 minutes. Within the Titan, AI Li Si extracted a pocket watch, confirming the time. From the moment the Earth Devourer erupted from the ground to the city's transformation into ruins. Including the time spent playing games with Alan, it precisely totaled 9.5 minutes. The situation here could be likened to the need for complete restoration and the construction of a new city. The difference was negligible. Survivors were few. Merely fortunate souls positioned at the furthest gate from the Earth Devourer's emergence, who, upon realizing the peril, fled without attempting to retaliate. They vacated the area. AI Li Si could have easily captured these remnants, yet she refrained. The remaining individuals had lost their morale, their spirits shattered by overwhelming force. Upon returning, they would not rejoin the battlefield. Instead, they would propagate fear among others. As for whether these individuals might leak intelligence, the Earth Devourer was a remarkably unadorned titan, relying solely on its sheer force, rapid repairs, and overwhelming firepower. Such intelligence, if disclosed, would hardly allow anyone to escape alive before AI Li Si's gaze. I had mistakenly thought it was a mere speed bump. How could such power be my adversary? Now, it was time to seek the next target. The War King of that city, adept with an axe. I hope he can provide me with further surprises and does not perish too swiftly. Confirming intelligence. The remaining two War Kings consisted of one wielding an axe and the other a gunman, both on par with the fallen Alan, thus posing no issue whatsoever. Amidst the ruins, the Earth Devourer lingered for a moment, scavenging valuable resources and collecting the scattered gears. With a rumble, it rotated downward, burrowing into the earth. This time, she intended to bypass the destruction of the city walls and instead emerge directly from the city's heart. In less than half a minute, the Earth Devourer vanished without a trace, leaving the ruins in hushed silence. Only the lingering flames and the acrid scent of blood testified to the events that had transpired. Had that monstrosity departed? It appeared so. We were momentarily safe. In the distance, several soldiers hid among the treetops, peering cautiously in that direction. Their eyes were filled with confusion, unsure of their next course of action. After all, the events that had just unfolded were too surreal for these ordinary soldiers. What did it mean for a colossal steel beast to assault the city? What did it imply that their attacks failed to breach the enemy's armor? What did it signify that their War King had ascended, only to perish? It was too brutal, excessively brutal. We should flee, find an uninhabited place to hide, and refrain from returning. I pondered that there would likely be even more terrifying foes to confront. Preserving one's life took precedence. Indeed, you are correct. They conferred briefly and resolved to seek refuge deep within the mountains of Zaire, believing they could evade any calamity that might descend upon them. With such thoughts, these individuals vanished without a trace. Their choice was prudent, for AI Li Si, as the supreme alchemist, was merely the vanguard assaulting Zaire. Utilizing the Titan's overwhelming force to obliterate resistance, other alchemists and armies would follow in due course. These individuals lacked Titans of supreme alchemist caliber. Yet any alchemist who had attained the status of perfect life would receive the foundational Titan template designed by Edward. There was no need for independent conception. One could simply utilize the blueprint and materials to construct it. Thus, the warrior nation of Zaire gradually descended into the throes of war. The first 3 cities were eradicated within a single day, and an ordinary city within the territory also fell prey to the Earth Devourer's assault. The strategy of the Iron Empire was akin to a lightning war, accomplishing their objectives before the enemy could prepare. They inflicted mass carnage in designated locations, aiding Edward's eventual territorial alchemical array. Meanwhile, other nations, such as the realm of mages, Diluin, did not escape unscathed either. My friend, do you believe that if I hone my dating skills, there exists a possibility of successfully courting the daughter of a family with a bronze bloodline? If that were to happen, I would have achieved a remarkable leap in social status. Come now, my friend, let us not entertain such fantasies. I recommend you return home and take a restful slumber. Dreams hold myriad possibilities. The daughter of a bronze bloodline, you say? The strength of our own bloodlines scarcely qualifies as black iron. Even if you manage to charm her, do you not fear her parents might take action and break your legs? What you say does hold a semblance of reason. Within the city of the wizards, 2 low-tier apprentice wizards engaged in idle conversation. In the realm of wizards, their prospects for advancement are significantly more limited than those of Zaire. Wizards rely on excavating their bloodlines, enhancing their mental fortitude, and studying the inherent magic of their bloodlines, with the pinnacle of achievement being the title of Mage Emperor. The classification of bloodlines is categorized as unranked, black iron, bronze, silver, and gold. To ensure the talent of future generations, marriages between different bloodlines are seldom witnessed. The apprentice wizard is acutely aware of this, yet he clings to such aspirations. One cannot live without dreams. Otherwise, what distinguishes us from a desolate fish? Alas, this wretched world, perhaps I should consider becoming a warrior. Through training, and perhaps a few potions, even if my mind sharpens, at least I would possess tangible strength. In a world devoid of hope, perhaps destruction would be preferable. At the very moment he uttered these words, a wave of anguish and discomfort enveloped the entire city. What is this? They could sense their minds being torn, ravaged, and distorted, as if they were on the verge of departing their own bodies. Indeed, splendidly so, as expected. The essence of the wizard's soul is of high quality. Hurry and complete their subjugation. It is imperative that His Highness' plan remains flawless. In the air, a dark cloud drifted by, within which floated a supreme alchemist, surrounded by writhing black mist and contorted visages. The supreme alchemist, Ka Luan, along with his titan, the Soul Ripper. The third watch has arrived. The fourth is yet on its way. The author keeps his promises. Chapter 80. The Destroyer of Souls. The first supreme alchemist to contend with the wizards, Ka Luan was among the first to fulfill the plan after Edward. His titan, even among many peers, is exceptionally unique. The Soul Titan, the Soul Ripper. Edward defines titans as extraordinary weapons of war. Supreme alchemists create them through their intellect, crafting secret weapons capable of altering the tide of battle and sufficiently combating high-tier enemy units. They need not be bound by appearance or structure. As long as they unleash their imagination combined with the power of alchemy, that suffices. Thus, this serves as the wellspring of my inspiration, the core design of my titan. The study of souls, a field still in its infancy within alchemy. Our esteemed prince has utilized souls to forge the miracle known as the Philosopher's Stone. So why not explore other applications, shaping souls into weapons? Thus, the Soul Ripper was born. A titan entirely composed of aggregated souls, fundamentally controlled, interfered with, and altered by Ka Luan. These souls, akin to those from black soul stones, brim with resentment and a plethora of murky memories. In a non-combat stance or low-intensity combat mode, it resembles a dark cloud, making it challenging for the average person to recognize it as a weapon of the enemy. If encountering high-value targets or troublesome foes, alterations can be made according to Ka Luan's design. The simplest combat method is the one currently displayed, through the resonance between souls. Accompanied by the agonizing wails and shrieks of those souls, it weakens the connection between the target's soul and body. An invisible allure at this moment draws their souls, to be devoured by the Soul Ripper. If Alice's Earth Devourer regenerates endlessly upon contact with matter, then Ka Luan's Soul Ripper persists as long as life remains nearby. Come forth, wizards, and offer your souls to my masterpiece, to this alchemical miracle. The alchemy targeting souls once again ignites. The vengeful spirits forming the Soul Ripper stirred into an active state. Aside from Ka Luan, all present heard an unusual sound. It defies description. Akin to nails scraping against glass, eliciting a profound discomfort that compelled their bodies to tremble uncontrollably. What is happening? What is transpiring? An enemy attack, surely. Where's the foe? Why have we not detected the target? Below, the city had descended into chaos. Even the lowest degree of soul shrieking had driven some to their limits. A few wizards crouched, clutching their heads, feeling their usual mental processes spiraling into chaos. From a serene brook, it transformed into a torrential flood during a storm. They dared not cast spells in this moment. Recalling the previous cautionary tale of a blackened corpse lying nearby, a victim of a magical backlash. What shall we do? Let us seek shelter near the mage's tower. Surely that esteemed individual has a solution. A few leaned against the wall, seeking a safe haven, only to witness a figure collapse before them. Thud! It was a civilian, dressed as a commoner, and they beheld in silence as the individual, though still with rosy cheeks, now bore hollow eyes. Upon collapsing, there was no trace of mental energy, as if merely an empty shell stood before them. What is this? Have we encountered a ghost? By the Mage Emperor, have we fallen victim to some illusionary magic? Surely this cannot be. Why must we endure such horrors? Fear arises from the unknown. They could not comprehend why their mental energies spiraled into chaos and frenzy, nor could they fathom the inexplicable demise of the individual. The collapse of that person seemed to signal the onset of calamity. For the mental fortitude of ordinary individuals is akin, and the sustained assault of the soul's wailing had surpassed their threshold of endurance. Like a row of dominoes, they fell. Moments ago, the once crowded and raucous streets became eerily silent. The wizards no longer needed to worry about obstacles in their path, for aside from their companions, not a soul remained standing nearby. Yet, in this moment, no one found joy in the occurrence. Is this hell? Is this the fabled realm of torment? They gazed vacantly at the horrific scene, the individuals quietly closing their eyes, devoid of expressions of pain, as if merely slumbering. However, the rise and fall of their chests ceased, their vitality gradually dissipating. I wish to return home. I long for my mother. What is the source of this catastrophe? At such a critical juncture, where is our esteemed lord, our sole mage emperor? Amidst the whispers of despair, a voice of confusion emerged, halting the disheartened discourse of the others. Indeed, the guardians of the city, that sorcerer king, why has he yet to take action? His mage tower appears to be shrouded in silence as well. This question is rather intriguing. At the very moment when Kaluan took action, the sorcerer king Joseph stationed here became acutely aware that the enemy's assault stemmed from a mental plane. His bloodline power, intimately linked to mental strength, led him to believe that such a degree of psychic attack could be effortlessly quelled. Thus, he acted, summoning enhancements from the mage tower. Joseph utilized flight magic to venture alone into the tempest where Kaluan resided, deep within the Titan Soul Ripper. However, as fate would have it, he found himself ensnared. What is this place? A pervasive aura of anguish, despair, and sorrow engulfed him, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably, tears welling in his eyes. Such emotions are not my own. Who are you, lurking deceitfully nearby? Of course, it is significant, thanks to your charge. I have effortlessly harvested the souls strewn across the ground. To my astonishment, the quality of your souls is exceptional. I find them most appealing. Kaluan's projection materialized beside him, only to be shattered by a psychic shockwave. Yet, it was of little consequence, for it was not his true self. Merely an optical projection, and Joseph found himself unable to strike at the essence behind the image. Another projection emerged beside Joseph. You are indeed talented, but alas, your power remains insufficient. You are unaware of what you truly face. Kaluan's true form observed as yet another batch of souls succumbed to the overwhelming strain, detaching from their corporeal vessels, gradually levitating, and being consumed by his soul ripper, becoming part of the Titan. A manic smile graced his lips, filled with the joy of a bountiful harvest. As anticipated, associating with His Highness has indeed improved our fortunes. The 4th chapter has been completed. The author requests encouragement and support. As for tomorrow, whether there will be 3 or 4 updates depends on circumstances. By the way, I am curious, has everyone decided where to travel during the National Day holiday? Chapter 81. Memories also hold power. Kaluan could be said to have victory firmly in his grasp. The moment that sorcerer foolishly entered his Titan Soul Ripper, the battle was essentially concluded. As a sorcerer who had even attained the level of a king, did he not realize the peril he faced? The territory of his opponent undoubtedly harbored formidable trump cards, and no one could guarantee absolute safety. Was it due to carelessness or mere overconfidence? Regardless, it no longer mattered. Soon, both you and this city beneath your feet shall become mere history. Kaluan contemplated his assured success. The only chance for the Sorcerer King to survive lay in fleeing back to his mage tower, attempting to escape through the runic formations within. After all, the Soul Ripper's movement speed was slightly slower than that of the Earth Devourer, and perhaps there was a possibility of evasion for this individual. However, such an escape was impossible. The Empire of AI Air had delved into the study of souls far beyond merely extracting and refining philosopher's stones. Edward had devised numerous alchemical arrays, each with various effects. Cognitive interference caused the target's perception and knowledge to falter. For instance, they might find themselves aimlessly wandering in circles. Although he had not altered the environment within the Soul Ripper, it simply could not escape. Coupled with the augmentation provided by so many souls, I could even induce them to believe that water is lethal poison. With this in mind, he gazed down upon the city. The lower-tier sorcerers had already fallen, and few survivors remained. Pointing at several individuals, he unleashed the power of the Titan. A wave of psychic energy surged forth, precisely striking those few below. In that instant, they felt their already precarious mental state grow increasingly unstable. Then, the effects manifested. One individual clutched their throat, bending over and coughing violently, as if attempting to expel their insides. The cognitive influence declared water to be poison. Thus, they must vomit it out, or they would perish. A colleague nearby instinctively recoiled, sensing the madness of the afflicted, and hurriedly sealed their lips and pinched their nose to prevent any air from entering their body. The cognitive influence declared that air could be fatal. This person's thoughts were similarly affected. They preferred to defy their bodily instincts and cease breathing rather than allow air to penetrate. Their complexion grew slightly purple as they struggled to control their body, gritting their teeth, raising their wand. Today, I shall demonstrate to my body who the true master is. Magical stone shaping. A stone enveloped their head, blocking all possible avenues for fresh air. They succeeded. How could the mere instincts of the body compare to their brilliant mind? The sorcerer placed their hands on their hips, feeling immensely powerful. Yet, in that very moment, they collapsed, succumbing to asphyxiation. Another individual suddenly began to yawn, shedding their robe to use as a makeshift mattress, and promptly closed their eyes. The cognitive influence declared that daytime was nighttime. It was time to rest. They peacefully closed their eyes. And due to the earlier dulled control over their mental faculties, their soul was extracted and entered the Titan. They were granted 24 hours of uninterrupted sleep, a cause for celebration indeed. What is happening to you all? Watching their once stable colleagues descend into their own chaotic demise, the last remaining sorcerer chose to flee. With a leap, their body spun midair, finally landing hands first, their feet clamping around their wand as they began their desperate escape. The cognitive influence declared that hands were feet, and feet were hands. Do you see? This is the power that belongs to us. You sorcerers are on the brink of annihilation. Meanwhile, the Sorcerer King Joseph continued to struggle, while the Supreme Alchemist kindly projected the scene of the sorcerer's annihilation below for his viewing. Now, only you remain. Why not simply cease your struggles? Despite your efforts, the outcome will ultimately be the same. Would it not be better to join my Titan family easily, and together we shall send your departed acquaintances to the heavens? Alchemist, do not harbor such naive thoughts. As a sorcerer, I possess my own convictions. Even in death, I shall not grant you ease. I will ensure that I take a few down with me. The powers of fire and spirit converged simultaneously as he bore the incessant mental disruptions around him, striving to complete 2 grand spells in one breath. From both the material and mental realms, he aimed to obliterate his opponent completely. Consider it as self-detonation, he mused, for within Ka Luan's alchemical creation, the destructive power of magic would be more than sufficient. The reason for your failure is singular. You allowed me to enter. Accept this, alchemist. This is my final spell. Ridiculous. Do you truly believe I was unprepared? Do you know, sorcerer, that the so-called memory possesses its own formidable power? Ka Luan and the Soul Ripper resonated once more, extracting a portion of the might contained within the grievances that formed the Titans. What, then, constitutes human cognition and personality? The answer lies in memory. It is memory that grants us our understanding of the world and shapes our identity. This raises a profound question. What transpires if one loses their memory or acquires an overwhelming influx of memories that do not belong to them? Joseph yearned to take action, yet time had slipped away from him. Feel the torrent of memories. Why does Ka Luan's Titan appear as a dark cloud? It is because the murky memories and grievances within the soul are rife. These impurities are the very essence that can be used to forge the Philosopher's Stone. Absorbing them can significantly affect one's mental state. For Ka Luan, this also serves as an excellent weapon. A surge of memories inundated Joseph's mind. Yet he could not resist. He could only feel their continuous impact on him. The memories that did not exist began to multiply, and he seemed no longer to be the Sorcerer King Joseph, but rather a mere plumber named Old Wong, a farmer named George, a pig farmer named Peppa, or a hunter named John. Approximately 1,000 souls, each having had nearly a decade of memories extracted by Ka Luan, amounted to a total of 10,000 years of experience. This raises another question. How old is Joseph, the Sorcerer King, from birth to now? The answer is 180 years. As a noble of silver blood, Joseph achieved the rank of Sorcerer King within this time through his innate talent and ample resources. This is a delicate outcome. Joseph must confront a deluge of memories spanning thousands of years with only his own 180 years of recollections. This is no longer just a formidable battle. It could be likened to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. The disparity between them is simply too vast. Can 180 stand against 10,000? Press on. Joseph, if you are defeated by the alchemist at this juncture, the city you wish to protect will be utterly lost. Chapter 82. A complete suppression of the world. Joseph, behind you lies the city you must defend. In the face of the alchemist, you absolutely cannot falter here. Ka Luan's onslaught flooded Joseph's mind with memories exceeding tenfold his lifespan in an instant. Thus, in that fleeting moment, Joseph stood frozen in place. His flying magic only effective due to its continuous nature. Otherwise, He might have become the first sorcerer king in history to perish from a fall due to the failure of his flying magic. However, despite not plummeting to the ground, his condition was far from favorable. Joseph remained immobile, precisely as Ka Luan had anticipated. The 10,000 years of memories wholly overwhelmed Joseph's own 180 years. The chaos of memories, far exceeding 50 times his own, disordered his soul, birthing a multitude of entirely distinct personalities within his mind. On the surface, Joseph appeared to be in a daze, yet if one possessed the ability to observe souls, they would discover that his once blue soul had transformed into something peculiar and kaleidoscopic. How might one describe this? Perhaps as a colorful shade of black? Indeed, this may be an apt description. Joseph's original personality still occupied the majority of his soul, but was now under siege from the encroachment and aggression of other personalities. For an extended period, he might dwell in such a state of confusion. Who am I? Where am I? What am I to do? These three philosophical questions now confronted Joseph. At this moment, Joseph ceased to ponder. Yes, just as I foresaw, I knew this would be the result. I shall document it immediately. The performance of a sorcerer king facing a torrent of memories aligns with my predictions. Let us see if this will yield any results against the emperor of sorcerers. Memory and soul. The potential to be unearthed here is indeed boundless. I am grateful to your highness and the philosopher's stone. As a diligent alchemist, Ka Luan meticulously noted his observations while extracting Joseph's soul, seeking feedback from the victim to research methods of defense against such soul attacks. In the realm of soul defense, Edward, the earliest researcher on the subject, had devised a method to compress the soul, striving to replicate the information within his soul into his flesh. Even if one day he were to be reduced to a mere arm, he could still reconstruct his entire being from that limb. This was his ambition. Thus far, he had successfully compressed his brain, heart, and right arm. Upon returning to this city of sorcerers, with Joseph's demise, the resistance against Ka Luan's Titan had entirely crumbled. A gust of wind swept through. The city lay shrouded in silence. Although many still lay upon the ground, they exuded no breath of life. This city is dead. Not even a fly or cockroach remains alive. The task is complete. It is time to signal them. The city has fallen, and our operations shall continue. Ka Luan grew curious. His battle had been so effortless. What of the other supreme alchemists? Especially that esteemed individual, their highness, Edward. Quickly, everyone mobilize. Activate the magical mechas. Aim the cannons at that individual. We must not allow him to approach. The city of the dwarves, built upon the hills to facilitate their mining endeavors, possesses a complex terrain and is not particularly fertile. Thus, other nations seldom wage war against the dwarves, allowing them to enjoy a tranquil existence as they study magical machinery and forging techniques. Until today, boom, a silver giant sword, accompanied by a wave of white energy, pierced through the defensive line of the artillery placement. The multicolored energy attacks failed to strike the enemy, instead being repelled by a unique shield just before contact, merely causing ripples upon its surface. A colossal iron giant emerged, its size several times that of the dwarves' magical mechas. One could say that the gap between them was even greater than that between humans and dwarves. I shall contend with you, dwarves. Being a fellow researcher of technology, I am quite intrigued by your capabilities. Edward sat within his Titan Terminator, with increasingly intricate circuitry connecting to his body, ensuring a perfect synchronization rate. To be frank, if not for the perfect life, he might have perished at this connection stage. However, Edward felt quite the opposite. He found himself in an exhilarating state, sharing sensory perceptions with the Titan. The vantage point and the exhilaration of overlooking the minuscule beings below stirred his spirit. Each swing of his sword, each sprint, felt as though his own body were in motion. The anti-gravity module upon the Terminator Titan ensured that he would not be constrained by gravity. He could even leap over the dwarves' defenses as though vaulting a hurdle. Then, turning midair, a wave of pure white sword energy, spanning hundreds of meters, obliterated all protective measures. The dwarven technology is quite fascinating. I admire this. Accelerate the scanning process. I intend to document it all. This is a primary reason for Idewa's choice of battlefield, as there exists a certain degree of overlap between the research directions of the dwarves and alchemists, particularly in the realm of mechanization. Although one must leap to strike the Titan's knee, this contraption indeed exhibits remarkable sophistication. I must extend my apologies for my previous stereotypical perceptions of the dwarves. They possess not only a myriad of peculiar and whimsical dwarf jokes. Nevertheless, Idewa's mind still conjured some disconcerting thoughts. Dwarves do not habitually document their tomes of hatred, for such an endeavor necessitates a quill, a ladder, to ascend and turn the pages for writing. Some wizards design intelligent assistants reliant on magical operations within their towers, and the dwarves attempted to incorporate such functionality into their tomes of hatred. However, they soon abandoned this notion when, one fateful day, the tome began reciting dwarf jokes. A priest endeavored to exorcise a young boy, only to find himself severely injured, for that was no mere boy, but a bearded dwarf. Enough of such oddities. After all, we are amidst a battle. Let me assess the wear and tear of the machinery. Since the onset of the combat, the magical energy reserves of the defensive shields have diminished by 5, while the vitality of the fighting components has increased by approximately 3. We can continue to engage in battle, albeit with a strategy of agile evasion rather than enduring damage head-on. Adwa contemplated that dealing with these dwarves and breaching their front line should pose no significant challenge. The orcs were led by his father, the Emperor of the Iron Empire. His titan is rather unique. The old Emperor, for reasons unknown, constructed a heavy humanoid titan and even relocated his castle atop it. One could indeed say that the castle has risen on its own. Adwa found this design perplexing, yet it mattered little. Recently, he has been inundated with deadlines, leaving him devoid of stored manuscripts. While he can maintain consistent updates, the content is freshly penned, and the timing may be unpredictable. Chapter 83, Mechanized Combat. What an exhilarating duel. The battle here continues, and Adwa need only control the Titan to suppress the defenses in this area. By eliminating the resistance forces here, their main strength would be unable to respond in time. According to prior calculations, employing a blitz strategy should allow us to secure the nodes within the dwarf territories. Regrettably, as of now, no equipment has emerged from the dwarves that has dazzled my eyes. Both alchemists and dwarves favor utilizing external devices to augment their combat capabilities. Thus, on the way here, Adwa had eagerly anticipated the magical equipment of the dwarves. However, upon arrival, he found it quite different from his expectations. The artillery of the defenses indeed possesses considerable lethality, yet it cannot breach his shields. The strength of the defensive materials is high, but such defenses shatter effortlessly before Adwa. With a thunderous roar, the left hand of the Terminator Titan transformed from a claw into a cannon, followed by the activation of a magical energy ray. A barrage of projectiles precisely eliminated the 4 closest artillery platforms. The magical crystal munitions stored there succumbed to a chain reaction from the magical assault, leading to catastrophic explosions. The second line of defense for the dwarves crumbled at that moment. How could this be? Surely, that should be a weapon of the alchemists. Our impregnable defenses have been effortlessly torn asunder before him. A dwarf stood atop a stool, peering through binoculars at Idewa's relentless dismantling of their defenses. The scene he beheld was precisely that of the Terminator Titan leaping and crashing down, crushing a dwarf's magical armor beneath its foot. Immediately following, as if a football player executing a powerful shot, he sent another mechanized unit flying, the shattered components raining down upon the defenses, extinguishing yet another artillery platform. This sight provoked some peculiar dwarf jokes to emerge in his mind. Infuriated, he slammed his fist upon the table, only for his anger to result in nothing more than a crack in the wood. Let us not dwell on this, everyone. Remain calm and continue to maintain firepower output. This behemoth is evading our assaults and dismantling our artillery, indicating that our might is not entirely futile. The Lord is preparing a secret weapon, and when the time comes for a direct confrontation, we shall prevail. They are the defenders, and their defenses are seamless. This gives me an undeniable advantage. Meanwhile, the dwarf lord they awaited was ensconced in a cave at the rear of their defenses. I fail to comprehend why these alchemists have managed to create devices surpassing our magical mechanized units so swiftly. Yet their efforts are in vain, for we possess even more formidable machinery. Come forth and let these beings witness what true firepower and genuine might entail. In the shadows, a T-shaped blue light illuminated the surroundings. Adwa felt invigorated as he continued to command the Terminator Titan, relentlessly assaulting the dwarven defenses. The high-frequency firing magical guns. They failed to even ripple his shield. The laid traps? Discovered by scanners and detonated by a simple ray. The artillery requiring time to load. He deftly eliminated several at the first opportunity, leaving the remainder inconsequential. The magical mechanized units? Having just reverted his left hand to a claw with a powerful thrust, he pierced one and casually hurled the wreckage as a projectile at another mechanized unit. Weak, weak, weak. Adwa was now liberating himself. As the linchpin of the National Alchemical Project, he had long borne significant pressure. Researching the Philosopher's Stone, Titans, and perfect life forms, a raucous battle was precisely what he desired. A warning from the equipment signaled an imminent energy reaction ahead. Boom. At the last line of defense, a blue energy beam shot forth from a distance. Adhua maneuvered the Terminator Titan to evade as much as possible, though some portions remained unavoidable. He could only rely on his shields for defense, which consumed approximately 5 units of energy. Impressive, he mused. This output rivals that of the previous artillery positions. Who is this formidable opponent? As the smoke cleared, another mechanical giant, comparable in size to the Terminator Titan, emerged onto the battlefield. Its upper body featured a head equipped with small ray cannons on either side, and a T-shaped screen emitted a blue glow. The left hand bore a continuously rotating claw, while the right wielded a long sword radiating intense heat. 2 massive cannons rested on its shoulders, one of which, now fading in blue light, revealed the source of the earlier attack. Various other barrels adorned its chest and other areas. Lacking legs, it stood on treads, allowing for free rotation between its body and the tracks. This mechanical giant was the dwarf's secret weapon. Alchemists, behold our prowess. The dwarf lord shouted from within the cockpit in the chest area, his voice amplified through loudspeakers. Clear to Adhua across the battlefield. Ha ha ha, splendid. This is precisely the opponent I longed to encounter. Let the mechanical duel commence. Under the influence of neural connections, the Terminator Titan accelerates forward, its left hand transforming into a cannon that relentlessly fires. On the other side, the dwarf lord skillfully manipulates his control panel filled with buttons, levers, and a projector, unleashing fire upon Edward while simultaneously propelling his tank forward. With the impeccable computational prowess of Perfect Life, combined with the support of the operating system, Edward's attacks are nearly infallible. Were it not for the energy shield equipped on the dwarf's machine, it would have certainly been pierced by several shots, leaving the pilot scorched. The dwarf's assault consists of a barrage of concentrated firepower, enveloping Edward's Terminator Titan. In the face of such onslaught, the Titan crushes the ground with its left foot, deftly drifting to evade the majority of the projectiles. At last, the 2 metallic giants collide. The clash of the colossal sword, imbued with battle spirit, and the magically enhanced blade erupts in a shower of sparks. The dwarf's mechanical claws attempt to seize the Terminator Titan's vulnerable core, only to be thwarted by the Titan's left hand, transformed into a hammer, which forcefully repels it. Creating distance, the confrontation continues. While other supreme alchemists on different battlefields engage in Titan supremacy, Edward finds himself engrossed in a super robot war. What an exhilarating spectacle. Witnessing such a grand mech battle truly makes the experience worthwhile. Not just the 2 combatants, but the observing dwarves are equally stirred, their blood boiling with excitement. The clash of steel, the competition of skill, powerful and compelling. As the 3rd watch approaches, the 4th will be forthcoming, with the author diligently striving to complete Chapter 4 by around 10 o'clock. I have no plans to venture out during the National Day holiday. I shall remain at home, diligently typing away, as those tourist attractions are likely to be teeming with crowds. Chapter 84, The Sword Piercing the Cockpit. The battle between the 2 colossal metallic giants rages on, becoming increasingly intense. Edward controls the Terminator Titan, while the dwarf lord commands the most formidable machine. This is not merely a confrontation of mechs, but a clash between alchemists and dwarven artisans. The Terminator Titan unleashes a barrage of energy rays aimed directly at the dwarf mech, targeting the chest and head as priority. In this modern age, who still adds a head to a robot? Surely, one cannot genuinely utilize such a contraption. Edward muses within the cockpit, perhaps due to the sudden nature of this assault. Several rays successfully breach the shield and strike their mark. Metal melts or shatters as the outer armor of the dwarf mech sustains damage. Nevertheless, it persists in battle. Seizing the opportunity, the dwarf's left hand sweeps aside the still-firing cannon. The sword, now glowing red, lunges toward Edward's torso. The Terminator Titan's forward thrusters unleash flames, enabling it to narrowly evade the strike through agile movement. The searing blade grazes past the armor, distorting the air with its intense heat. Through the display, Edward observes the sheer force of that strike. How perilous. It was a mere hair's breadth away from sealing my fate. Thankfully, my skills have prevailed. I anticipated your actions. Such is the nature of the game. If I had been struck, the outcome would not have been dire. Edward, having made further modifications to his body, remains poised for a catastrophic blow, with his head designed to launch away, allowing him to reconstruct a complete form. His Terminator Titan, powered by alchemy, ensures that even in the event of missing components, he can easily forge them anew. With a clash, the Titan's sword, empowered by battle spirit, meets the dwarf's weapon, which is yet to be retracted. Sparks fly, and it becomes evident that due to multiple clashes and the absence of self-repair capabilities, the dwarf's weapon has developed a small chink. Though minor, this alteration signifies a shift in the tide of battle. Infuriated, The dwarf lord in the cockpit feels utterly constrained, uncertain of how to proceed. The opposing alchemist appears to be unrestrained, effortlessly carrying a burden. He need not concern himself with weapon wear, the mental fatigue from high-intensity maneuvers, or energy shortages. However, these are precisely the considerations that weigh upon the dwarf. Consequently, the experience for both players diverges dramatically. As for the intense confrontation, why do the surrounding dwarves not provide support or fire cover for their comrades? It would be folly. Such a level of mechanical conflict, coupled with the agility of the Terminator Titan, has already led to friendly fire incidents with previous turrets. They lack the capacity to intervene and can only watch in silence. Thus, after several more exchanges, Edward commands the Terminator Titan, skillfully targeting the chink in the dwarf's weapon with each swing. With the sound of metal clashing, the dwarf's sword, despite the pilot's reluctance, ultimately shatters. The broken blade spins through the air before embedding itself in the ground, its once fiery red hue gradually fading. I have thoroughly enjoyed myself. You are indeed a worthy adversary, igniting my fervor after a long absence. However, your techniques have been fully analyzed, and I have squandered enough time here. Therefore, descend into oblivion. I shall remember you and your splendid machine, creating distance from the enemy. The Terminator Titan swiftly switches its weaponry from claws and longsword to two energy cannons, one large and one small. Firepower is the ultimate truth. The left cannon unleashes a rapid series of shots, precisely dismantling the remaining weaponry on the dwarf mech. The right cannon, though single-fired, extracts substantial chunks of armor with each attack. Thanks to the Titan's anti-gravity module, coupled with Edward's calculations, the machine appears to dance amidst the ruins, evading all attempts at targeting. At last, the final shot obliterates the head of the opposing machine. I have long harbored disdain for this contraption. The head is merely ornamental. Why can none of you comprehend this? Now, for the concluding blow, it must possess a sense of ritual. I shall grant you a swift end. The opposing machine, battered from prolonged damage, is in shambles. One hand is severed at the shoulder, the other at the elbow, sparks flying from the jagged ends. The head is gone, reminiscent of a fallen mentor, and the chest is pockmarked, a far cry from the suffocating cold gleam of metal when it first appeared. One track is severed, and the rotational mechanism at the waist is jammed. Inside the cockpit, the dwarf lord has relinquished his grip on the control panel. It is over. He is acutely aware that his time has come to an end. In such a state, retaliation is impossible. Their mechs are not whimsical constructs. They lack the ability to rise again after a mere shout. What suddenly flickered through the mind, followed by an eruption of unimaginable power, was indeed nonsensical. In the end, did our skills truly succumb to you alchemists? Despicable creatures, what was the purpose of your sudden ambush? Through the projector, he could see the sword of the Terminator Titan gradually magnifying before him. With a swift strike, it delivered a chilling blow to the dwarven mech. Yet the Terminator Titan refrained from delivering a finishing blow, discarding the sword and retreating instead. The energy core of the dwarven mech resembled equipment found on its back and in its pack. The earlier strike had pierced through, naturally triggering a catastrophic explosion. Amidst the blue mushroom cloud, a multitude of metallic fragments flew out, accompanied by the sword cast aside by the Terminator Titan. Calculating the trajectory perfectly, he was poised to catch the weapon with a raised hand, and immediately, alchemy was invoked, restoring the damaged sword to its pristine glory. The other dwarves found this to be a most irksome trait of the alchemists. Effortlessly, they repaired the equipment that had taken the dwarves considerable effort to damage, rendering their struggles futile. Alas, we ultimately failed to hold this position. Indeed, it is as you say, dwarves, you have done your utmost. Leaning back in his chair, Edward sighed deeply. This battle had been exhilarating for him. The creation of a dwarven lord was indeed entertaining. Could the other dwarven lords surprise me further? With such curiosity, the Terminator Titan resumed its initial path of destruction. Behind him, alongside the smoldering ruins, were several smaller mechanical giants. The standard titans of the Empire's alchemists were tasked with dealing with the enemy's flanking non-core forces. Their advance would not be impeded. As the fourth watch approached, good night to all. Today concludes, and tomorrow, who knows if there will be a fourth update. At least 3 updates to start. So be it. Sleep beckons. Early rest ensures good health. Chapter 85, Complete Victory. As the dwarven defenses were breached, the Grand Army of the Empire successfully penetrated their territory. One could assert that the Empire's preparations for a global warfare plan were nearly realized. The warriors of Zir were indeed formidable. Yet Alice's Earth Devourer was even stronger. There was no elaborate mechanism, merely unadorned statistics. What of the war gods? I had thought it was merely a speed bump. Dylan's sorceress abilities were diverse, with many skilled practitioners. However, apart from Kalen, there were other supreme alchemists present. What? You inquire about the situation with the orcs. The war against the orcs can only be described as exceedingly simple. The orcs do not possess a unified nation but are divided into numerous tribes based on territory size and population. Relying on their inherently superior physical qualities compared to humans and dwarves, along with the rapid reproductive capabilities of lower-tier orcs, they carved out a niche in this world. Now, their good days have come to an end. For reasons unknown, the old emperor had his castle mounted atop a titan, bulldozing through them. Wherever the army advanced, the enemy truly fled in terror, offering little resistance. Boss, what do you see? Why are we running? Silence. No more idle chatter. A mountain is advancing towards us. If we do not flee now, we shall meet our doom. Boom. Upon sighting the titan, a contingent of orc troops was already preparing to flee. However, they had yet to make their escape when the titan's cannon was already aimed at their position. With one shot, none escaped. The orcs below became familiar to the emperor. The rumbling echoed across the plain as armored vehicles advanced. The standard titans pressed forward. A week had passed since the emperor's forces invaded, and only then did the orcs contemplate a united resistance. However, their collaboration was far from cohesive. Each held their own ulterior motives. They executed the so-called wind, forest, fire, mountain strategy with remarkable efficiency. In simpler terms, it consisted of retreating swiftly like the wind, maneuvering slowly like the forest, pillaging like fire, and remaining immovable like a mountain in the face of adversity. Unable to best the alchemists directly, they resorted to turning against their own, seizing resources. Several warlords remained on the front lines, discovering their tribes inexplicably short on supplies. When the logistical support arrived, it was found that only a fraction of what had been promised was delivered. You ask where the missing supplies went. Who knows? But surely it has nothing to do with the transport captain's oily demeanor. A scene of vibrant vitality, teeming with life, lay before them. In a certain tent, a claw struck the table with a resounding thud, reducing it to a mere 1 HP. At this rate, our coalition will inevitably meet its end. Look at the weapons delivered today. I paid for those. My money, my money. They had pilfered most of the journey, leaving only scraps for him. Was he expected to express gratitude? The crux of the matter was, boss, we cannot truly investigate them. What if we uncover something undesirable? The warlord found himself at a loss. Spending money on supplies necessitated considering the issues posed by the Smith, Gung, and Singh commissioners. Their expenditures appeared entirely justifiable, with no hint of wrongdoing. Yet, the supplies had vanished inexplicably. But without spending, they would have no supplies at all, leaving them trapped in a dilemma. Perhaps we should just surrender. Thus, after a month, the Iyer Empire's comprehensive war against the world came to an end, utilizing Edward's previously designed blitzkrieg strategy. Alongside the suppressive war machines of the supreme alchemists, they achieved worldwide domination. Under the onslaught of the alchemists, 5 war gods, 7 sorcerer emperors, 3 dwarven lords, and numerous orc tribal leaders perished. On the side of the alchemists, the armies moved in tandem with the titans and armored units, sustaining minimal losses. The supreme alchemist appeared to have fallen victim to the combined assault of 4 sorcerer emperors, with Kalen's old friend Zanya beheaded and pierced through the heart. The titan, the mountain giant, was a marvel of alchemy, merging a special biotic material with rock, truly animating a mountain. When it encountered cities, it devoured them. When it faced wizard towers, it crushed them. The 4 sorcerer emperors, desperate to succeed, managed to execute the assassination. Of course, this was merely the public narrative. They intended to conceal the circumstances surrounding the perfect life. Hence Zanya chose to feign death after the titan was besieged and destroyed. His flesh and blood entered a state of simulated death until his body was transported back home, where he re-emerged among the other supreme alchemists. I have returned. What happened? Zanya, do you truly believe you performed admirably? Look at you, charging headlong only to be besieged by a group of unscrupulous sorcerer emperors. It has been less than a year since you became a perfect life, and you have already lost a titan. At this rate, in 2 years, you will lose 2. And in 4 years, 4. As your old comrade, I truly must mock you. Indeed, what utter nonsense. Can the affairs of alchemists truly be deemed a failure? Have you not witnessed how I dispatched 3 of those 4 individuals? Immediately following, the notion of a perfect life cannot be trivialized. My titan can still be mended, infusing the entire conference room with a vibrant atmosphere. Now, esteemed colleagues, it is imperative that we pay heed. All 4 nations have submitted their letters of surrender. Our objectives in this conflict have been fulfilled, with the nodes of the National Transmutation Array inscribed upon the very earth. Henceforth, We must devise a suitable rationale to withdraw our forces without raising their suspicions. Edward has commanded the army to execute their tasks in specific locations. Yet only the alchemist who has attained the status of perfect life is privy to his plans, while the others remain in ignorance. To deceive the enemy, one must first deceive one's own comrades. Within the intelligence framework of these four nations, the occasional erratic maneuvers of the Iron Empire's forces can be attributed to the whims of the Crown Prince, who possesses an insatiable appetite for micromanagement. Whether it be shifting artillery positions by 50 meters or suggesting that armored vehicles running low on fuel can be pulled by horses, even airdrop commands must see the generals fulfill their strategic objectives. From the perspective of the four nations, they might even express gratitude towards Edward, as his actions have at least prevented an expedited defeat. The mere thought of their expressions in the wake of these events brings a smile to Edward's lips. Thus, they have scheduled the upcoming five-nation conference to convene in the imperial capital of the Iron Empire. Chapter 86. The time has come. The Iron Empire has triumphed over its four neighboring adversaries, and as the Crown Prince, Edward has declared that the forthcoming five-nation conference will take place in the imperial capital of the Iron Empire. Edward, are you prepared? Rest assured, I have been ready for quite some time, or rather, I have been anticipating this moment. In the palace's subterranean chambers, Edward perceives through his mental faculties, confirming that the national transmutation array aligns perfectly with his expectations. Everything is in readiness. We merely await the favorable winds. Through this conference, we shall procure a fitting excuse to withdraw our troops from foreign lands. Subsequently, we will activate the national transmutation array, and my aspirations, my dreams, shall be realized. Not only do I, but the vision of the future you have sketched in my mind makes me impatient as well. The Emperor gazes upon Edward, his successor, whose brilliance exceeds all anticipation. In a matter of years, he has transformed the Iron Empire from a state besieged on all sides into one that now subdues its four elder neighbors. With the might of the supreme alchemist's Titan, they have been informed that the times have changed. Edward, my most proud offspring, on the day of your birth, the entire capital cried out your name. You possess a potential akin to divine talent, and I have faith that you will lead us toward a brighter future. Indeed, Father. Let us proceed. Those representatives must be growing impatient. Edward adjusts his attire, accompanied by the two supreme alchemists, Alice and Karen, as they make their way to the venue. Karen, you seem to be in good spirits? Naturally, Your Highness, if nothing else, my Titan test proceeded smoothly, and my soul reserves have increased. Furthermore, there's that old chap Zanlia. That unfortunate fellow must devise a way to return in Dylan's Titan. What a sight it is, witnessing his complex expression. His misfortune brings me great joy. It is evident that this fellow relishes in the misadventures of others. After all, since the onset of hostilities for the Iron Empire, he is the sole supreme alchemist to have faced execution. Though not genuinely beheaded, yet his peers find amusement in this opportunity. Edward merely smiles faintly before contemplating another matter. Once the war concludes, the means of attaining the title of supreme alchemist must undergo revision. Currently, during wartime, alchemists must regard tangible combat prowess. Thus the Titan serves as their benchmark. However, post-war, it is highly probable that only the Iron Empire will remain. In sectors such as livelihood, technology, or any other domain, should substantial accomplishments be attained here, Edward muses, the title of supreme alchemist may also be within reach. In times of peace, the power of alchemy should not be confined solely to weapon development. I shall return to further study this, for presently, we are most abundant in time. Stopping in his tracks, Edward lifts his gaze to behold a magnificent palace. We have arrived. This is the venue for the conference. The representatives from the four nations have been waiting for some time. What do you suppose these alchemists will demand of us? The representative of the dwarves sinks deeply into the sofa, even utilizing a small stool to elevate himself. It is difficult to say, yet I feel we shall not be the most unfortunate ones here. What say you, esteemed wizard? The representative from Zaire stands out conspicuously, as he is a top-tier warrior in every sense. What do you mean by that? Allow me to inquire. Why is your head so pointed? The representative from Dylan is aware of the implications behind those words, for they are the only nation with confirmed Titan kills, while Zanlia's mountain giants still lie dormant outside a certain city. Several lawgivers are reportedly investigating how such a massive mountain remains animate, though progress has been scant. Esteemed guests, please follow me. The Crown Prince has arrived. Just as they were preparing to engage in further conversation, the door to the lounge swung open, revealing a homunculus servant. As they proceeded, the representatives, not being weak in stature, sensed something amiss. with the Wizard King first noting the peculiarity. Hey, do you all feel that there is something strange about this individual? He could be human, yet it is improbable. He is likely another creation of an alchemist. Is this a deliberate attempt to intimidate us? The warrior, however, failed to comprehend. If any issues could be resolved with superhuman strength, that would suffice. Alas, previous divine warriors have demonstrated with their lives that the titans of alchemists possess strength surpassing their own. Continuing onward, they traversed a corridor until they reached the true conference room. Esteemed guests, have you been kept waiting? Edward merely sits there, opening his eyes to regard them, causing nearly all to instinctively take a step back. Then, they realized what their bodies had just done. A sense of fear, an inexplicable dread enveloped their hearts, leaving them uncertain of the situation before them. Prior to their arrival, their impressions of Edward were of a master of micromanagement, a mere mortal with an insatiable appetite. The crown prince of the empire, yet he had seldom made public appearances. Now, could it be that he, like myself, has achieved sufficient prowess in terms of power? This was the warrior's thought, though he pondered it silently. Come now, esteemed guests, examine this agreement, and merely affix your signatures. For similar documents were presented before them, the contents succinct yet compelling enough for several to scrutinize repeatedly. The most comprehensive archival materials from their nation must be duplicated at least 3 times for the Iron Empire. Samples of the wizard's gold, silver, bronze, and even black iron bloodlines are required to be provided to the alchemists. Our secret potion formula, the 9 Dragons Pulling Coffin, must be furnished with at least 100 copies, including both the formula and the raw materials. The technological achievements of the dwarves must be shared with the Iron Empire. They wished to refuse, opting instead to allocate these knowledge-oriented resources to the alchemists. It is evident that this will lead to nothing beneficial. Observing the bizarre array of inventions that have emerged on the battlefield, they have grossly overestimated the destructive power of the alchemists. And yet the reality remains that they have still underestimated it. However, given the current circumstances, they seem to lack sufficient justification for refusal. The Titans and the armies are still within their borders. Thus, a decision must be made swiftly. Edward quietly observes these individuals. The information at hand is indeed what they require. After all, considerations must be made regarding the activation of the National Transmutation Array and whether it would compromise valuable resources and data. Conveniently, this serves as a pretext to have the troops stationed abroad return with supplies. Time is of the essence. Our National Transmutation Array is nearing readiness, and it will commence shortly. Squinting at the representatives before him, Edward perceives them as little more than the living dead. The negotiations with the 4 nations proceeded remarkably smoothly. In response to Edward's conditions, they did not utter a single word of dissent. Naturally, even if they wished to refuse, it would be futile. Edward is more than capable of articulating reason to these individuals. He humorously named his Titan Reason. The 4 nations have no objections whatsoever. With the negotiations concluded, per the agreement, the Iron Empire's army and the alchemists returned with their gains after approximately 10 days. Dylan expressed gratitude for the care given to his old companion's Titan, and there was no need for farewells. They would meet again. Xania underwent a transformation before returning with his mountain giant. Although his Titan was indeed damaged by the 4 archmages, it was salvageable with repairs. His military achievements were considerable, and the resources required for the Titan's restoration posed no issue. As for the archmages, they could only watch helplessly as the Titan departed, powerless to intervene. It was a pity. The innovative equipment crafted by the alchemists was a groundbreaking masterpiece. After much effort, the user was dealt with. Yet the research concluded just days before their departure. This was not the most critical aspect. The claim of having slain the supreme alchemist left them with the heaviest compensation. A life was taken, equipment was seized, and technological advancements remained unachieved. They felt utterly robbed. Though he wished to weep, no tears would come. Cursed alchemists, wait for us. We shall return. Zur returned with a wealth of materials for analysis. The process of life transmutation was becoming increasingly refined. They could even cultivate trees embedded with finished potions from the earth. Alice and her team returned, laden with diverse elixirs, not to mention the armors and weapons pilfered from Zur's armory. They were powerless to protest. They could not contend with such might. And it was better to hastily see these living nightmares depart. The dwarves observed as the armored vehicle battalions of the Iron Empire crossed the border. These iron behemoths towing massive mechanical structures. Indeed, these were the large dwarven mechas belonging to their lords, damaged during the war by the Titans. It could only be described as a plunder. Cursed be our mechas. How are we to survive without them? They watched helplessly as equipment they painstakingly crafted piece by piece was taken away. This sensation was more excruciating than watching a child dismantle a meticulously assembled model collection. Their hearts felt as though they were bleeding. What of the orcs? They wondered, observing as the emperor drove away with his titan, the moving mountain receding into the distance. They sighed in relief, believing they were safe, albeit temporarily. Regrettably, their joy was premature. Meanwhile, in the capital of the Eyre Empire, Edward received word that the last of the Eyre Empire's forces had returned home. Now, everything was in readiness. With closed eyes, he could sense the culmination of their preparations, the ultimate secret, the National Transmutation Array. It had been completed. Underground tunnels outlined its basic structure, coordinating with the army's movements. Nodes were established on the map. Only the final step remained. This exhilarating moment had finally arrived. Once more, he descended into the basement, traversing the passage to the testing ground. At the center stood the core prepared by Edward for the activation of the National Transmutation. Flanking him were the supreme alchemists and other alchemists who had evolved into perfect beings. As he passed Alice and Xania, memories flooded Edward's mind. Those prisoners, subjected to the Philosopher's Stone and experiments on perfect life, had their souls stripped and their flesh melted away. Monsters, devils, I curse you. You madmen who toy with life shall find no peace. He could feel their anguished cries and the dread of death. A voice echoed in his ears, questioning whether his past actions instilled a sense of guilt. No, they do not. My heart and actions are as clear as glass. Everything I do is for the sake of justice. He pressed on, walking past Kalen and the Emperor. The current scene played in his mind. The Eyre Empire's forces, led by the supreme alchemists, unleashed artillery, energy beams, soul shocks, and physical destruction. The world was ablaze. Lives were extinguished. In taking countless lives, do you feel remorse? No. This is my plan. This is everything I have done to achieve my purpose. My dream is a paradise of our own, a perfect nation with no place for others. Finally reaching the core of the National Transmutation Array, Edward needed only to place his hand upon it to unleash this alchemy that would bring both destruction and rebirth. The potential of the future unfurled before him. The most powerful alchemy in history awaited activation. Once initiated, the four nations, now mere sacrifices, would be silenced in mere moments. Why must it be us? Please, this cannot be. Do you hear their pleas? Yes, yet I shall not falter. All great things must be forged through sacrifice. They need not understand. They shall obey. With his eyes wide open, Edward was filled with resolve. His palm connected with the core, and the immense mental power required for the national transmutation posed no challenge. He previously designed his own brain software within Zhongjie to assist with calculations. Now, for this plan, he has created an even larger and more powerful blank brain. The infusion of mental energy ignites the Guotu Lianxingzhen, initiating the process. On this day, a miracle was witnessed by all the people of the world. A white light erupted from the earth beneath their feet, and the citizens at the border of the Eyre Empire discovered that a wall of white light had isolated them from the outside world. The other four nations also recognized the issue, as, in addition to the light wall, pillars of light were rising from various locations. Although they could not comprehend what this phenomenon was, an undeniable sense of foreboding enveloped them, as it seemed to embody a terrifying force that could impact life itself. This location was not the same as the one previously attacked by alchemists. What were these individuals scheming? Despite the intelligence efforts of the Eyre Empire being exemplary, some began to realize the gravity of the situation. Regrettably, it was too late. As they endeavored to understand what was happening, they felt an irresistible force. This power was siphoning their life force and stripping away their souls, affecting both the weak and the strong, be they humans, dwarves, orcs, or other races. Even beings such as the war god and the mage emperor could not withstand it. The Guotu Lianxing was an alchemical process that utilized the world as its matrix, and this force was dependent on the world, aided by the coordination of those nodes. The immense power amassed could not be resisted by any individual. It must be the alchemists. What do you intend to achieve? One war god found his lower body disappearing, and just before his consciousness plunged into darkness, he gazed towards the direction of the Eyre Empire. He could not comprehend why. After the war had seemingly concluded, they would initiate action at this moment. The Guotu Lianxing covered nearly the entire continent, rendering any attempts to hide in the wilderness futile. Brothers, I heard the war has ended. Can we attempt to return? Perhaps. But I hope we won't be held accountable for our retreat. A few warriors who had narrowly escaped the attack of Aeolus Earth Devourer were hiding in the deep mountains. Here, they believed they would be safe and were contemplating whether to return. Perhaps we should hide a little longer. I have an unsettling premonition that something bad may occur. Surely not. It can't be that a stone falls from the sky and crushes us. As they continued their conversation, they witnessed the eruption of white light from the ground. The good news was that there was indeed no attack from the sky. The bad news was that the source of the attack originated from the earth. The first step of the Guotu Lianqing was accomplished, with endless life force and souls being gathered. Subsequently, following the previous transformation steps, Eduo's alchemical array refined and purified the accumulated power and infused it into the Ai Empire. What was this sensation? An elderly man, bedridden and aware of his impending demise, sought to draft a will, only to find his wrinkles vanishing and boundless strength flooding into his frail body. What is happening to me? An uncertain soldier at the border discovered that he could leap 5 meters high with a mere exertion of force. He had previously been an ordinary man. What is the nature of this power? An alchemical apprentice, engaged in a battle of wits with the assignment set by his mentor, found that something he had perceived as incomprehensible moments ago now began to make sense. Simultaneously, in different locations, everyone in the Ai Empire was evolving towards a state of perfect life, precisely as Eduo had envisioned. His plan had undeniably succeeded. As the third segment concluded, the narrative of the Guotu Lianqing was brought to a satisfying completion to avoid leaving the audience in suspense. The subsequent developments following the Guotu Lianqing would be addressed. Returning to the real world and preparing for the next simulation, it was uncertain whether the fourth segment could be sustained. Chapter 88. Your Highness, your work is not yet complete. The Guotu Lianqing, which had evolved from the initial Philosopher's Stone to the Perfect Life Project through total war, has now reached the activation of alchemy. Eduo's plan was finally on the verge of completion. To be candid, during this process, the four nations had opportunities to intervene, yet they failed to anticipate it. The core secret of the Guotu Lianqing was exceptionally well concealed. Even the alchemists who had surpassed humanity were privy to only a select few. For the four nations, which were on the brink of annihilation, Eduo was indeed a formidable adversary. It is commonly understood that if someone declares their intention to destroy the world, others will endeavor to prevent it. However, if one proclaims their desire to create a new world, every action must be scrutinized to avert unexpected upheaval. This was the current reality. In the testing ground, Eduo removed his hands from the core, seated himself in the chair recently crafted by Ai Li, and closed his eyes to rest. It is done, my dream, our tomorrow. The segment of the Guotu Lianqing unfolded seamlessly, extracting souls and life force to allow all citizens to transcend humanity. However, as a consequence, the once vibrant four nations now lay in utter silence. Not a single soul remained alive, not even the animals, pigs, cows, sheep, or even insects such as mosquitoes and flies. Only the plants, which were more difficult to extract life force from, were spared by Eduo. Otherwise, the lands outside the Ai Empire would have been transformed into a barren desert. Below ground, the software cultivated from Eduo's own body had also lost its mental energy. The high-intensity control of alchemy had drained even this brain to its last remnants. It had burned out completely, leaving only pure white ash. Fortunately, the results were promising. Shaking his head, Eduo promptly approached another device, part of the nationwide broadcasting network established during the war. He understood that chaos would inevitably ensue within the Ai Empire following the transformation of all its citizens into perfect beings. First, he would clarify the situation through the broadcast to pacify the majority. Those unwilling to settle down would not pose a problem, as various cities within the empire had also transformed into perfect beings, albeit not under the command of the highest alchemist. Their strength was sufficient to suppress any disorder. Hello, can you hear me? Citizens of the Ai Empire, I am Crown Prince Eduo. I am here to share good news. The changes you are experiencing are the result of a royal initiative. We call it the Perfect Nation, utilizing the previous war where the other four nations served as sacrifices, enabling all of us to transcend humanity. I recognize that you may feel anxious and bewildered, but do not fear. The Empire will soon introduce new policies and establish systems to adapt to this new era. As the initial perfect beings, Eduo considered the management needs of the perfect nation. After all, everyone had become perfect beings in the most literal sense, capable of detaching their heads to use as balls for kicking, transcending human power. If one does not possess sufficient cognition and learning on a mental level, is likely to lead one's will toward chaos. In the broadcast earlier, there was an infusion of a certain special sound frequency, based on the study of the soul and spirit, which can facilitate listeners' entry into a state of ease and stability. Father, the workload that lies ahead of us may be considerable. The new laws have been drafted, yet they require promulgation, along with the restructuring and dissolution of certain departments. They have outlined these tasks in broad strokes, and the sheer volume of work is enough to make even Edward break into a sweat. Before him rests a file as tall as a person. Do not be mistaken, for it does not contain all the content. This is merely the table of contents. The actual documents have already piled up into a small mountain in front of him. Have I broken a sweat? Could such a task truly cause me to feel overwhelmed? How is that conceivable? Yet, closing his eyes will not make the documents vanish. What else can be done but to proceed? A week later, at last, he has completed these tasks. Alice, please take these away. I do not wish to see white paper for a while. Leaning back in his chair, Edward pondered how long he must continue at such an intensity. Alice, why have you returned? Did I not ask you to take those files away? Indeed, Your Highness. I have removed those, but these are new. Edward, Your Highness, there remains much work yet to be done. Rest is not an option at this moment. Tears trickled from the corners of his eyes. Yet, he said nothing. It was all for his dream. Now that the perfect nation has been born, he, Edward, must exert his efforts to improve this country. Moreover, he is not alone in this endeavor. The Emperor, along with others who possess a sufficient understanding of politics, are working diligently as well. Fortunately, the cultural education of our Iron Empire is significantly superior to that of other regions. In this era of evolved individuals, coupled with the management of alchemists, there have not been any severe public security issues. He picked up a document detailing a recent case. A certain individual named Joseph, through a life transformation, altered his body into that of a female. He then pretended to be his own sister to deceive several of his co-workers out of their money. Is this serious? Such a notion is indeed quite ingenious. Furthermore, there is another who particularly enjoys slacking off, believing that having transformed into a perfect being, he could mimic a plant state and obtain nourishment from sunlight. He buried himself in the ground, leaving only his head exposed, altering his body structure to even bear fruit. However, due to the unrestrained growth of his branches, he obstructed the light of his neighbor's house, resulting in a quarrel between the two parties. I can see now that each of you possesses remarkable skills. Impressive, truly impressive. Edward bore an expression akin to that of a subway commuter, an elder, or one engrossed in their mobile device. How was he previously unaware that in the Iron Empire, there existed such eccentricities, each more abstract than the last? Or perhaps, it is merely a release of self after enduring prolonged repression following humanity's transcendence? The abominable weather forecast seems perpetually inaccurate. It was finally cool for a few days, and now it has quickly returned to warmth. How vexing. It is already October. Why is there no drop in temperature? Sadness. Chapter 89. Behind every peculiar rule lies an even stranger story. At long last, it is over. I feel as though I am about to burn out. Indeed, Your Highness. We have finally survived. It has not been easy. Well, the above dialogue is between Edward and other supreme alchemists. Do not misunderstand. For they are not recently embroiled in battles of greater intensity than the comprehensive war with the four nations. They have simply addressed the bureaucratic work accumulated since the establishment of the perfect nation over the past few months, nothing more. However, the intensity of this task has proven significantly more challenging than they initially anticipated. How infuriating. It appears that these individuals have truly let themselves go. How was I previously oblivious to the capabilities of my citizens? This is the Emperor's lament, as, after everyone has transformed into perfect beings, following a brief period of confusion and chaos, some individuals have begun to act creatively, without violating order. In addition to the aforementioned cases of transforming into girls to deceive their brothers and burying themselves to live as plants, there are others who are equally audacious. One individual ingested a bomb that was about to explode, desiring to become fragments and reassemble himself. He is a puzzle enthusiast, considering this a rather challenging experience. Unfortunately, the door was left open, and his family found him, with only his head intact while the rest of his body had painted the walls red. Even the head was writhing on the ground, darkly crawling. The head could not reassemble its body by itself. It required the family to collect the victim's fragments first. During this process, the head would occasionally exclaim, "My appendix is over there, my lungs are here." This scene has indeed left a psychological scar. In another incident, two passers-by inexplicably quarreled, and in a fit of rage, one person grasped their own neck and forcefully pulled out their head along with a section of their spine, using it as a flail. Perhaps this display was so unsettling that their opponent chose to concede. What can be done? He is in such a state. Should I present my own head as well? Consequently, Edward even added a clause to the laws of the Iron Empire. Please refrain from wasting your vitality, such as disassembling your own head or slicing open your abdomen in public, if it causes psychological harm to others. Penalties will be imposed according to the severity of the situation. One can only say that behind every absurd rule lies an even more absurd story. Indeed, Father, one can only assert that having shed the fear of death has awakened humanity's desire for self-destruction. Edward has also come to realize for the first time how playful the citizens of the Iron Empire can be. One might say that within each individual's mind, there lies a heart yearning to become a Floridian daredevil. Your Highness, at least our work is complete, and a new order is gradually being established. The problems that arise will not be as numerous. Indeed, Alice, I must take a proper rest, and then pursue some research to unwind. Edward sighed in relief. He could scarcely imagine if he had not transformed into a perfect being, whether this work could have truly exhausted him. It seems quite possible. Having created a checklist for his upcoming schedule, he began his period of rest. His next objective is to research new plants and soil, to see if it is feasible to allow plants to absorb solar energy directly, thereby yielding high-energy fruits. This is a bold idea from Edward, who mused that he ought to give it a try. After all, he comprehends the laws of conservation of matter and photosynthesis. The so-called vitality is merely the result of plants absorbing sunlight and subsequently converting that energy, which is then absorbed by life, resulting in a secondary transformation. Thus, we can certainly attempt to enhance the efficiency with which plants absorb energy, allowing for a direct conversion of vitality for our consumption. This may indeed be a stroke of genius that warrants thorough exploration. As time continues to flow, for the people of the Air Empire, although they have achieved perfection in life and no longer need to live in a hurried pace due to concerns about lifespan, their progress, especially in technology, has not slowed. Rather, it has accelerated significantly. Evolution has fostered the development and optimization of the brain, rendering even an ordinary individual capable of mastering calculus by the age of 10, should they so desire. Consequently, the standards imposed on students have become increasingly stringent. Senior, why does our textbook differ from yours? The content appears quite challenging. Do not worry. Your textbooks have been revised. Under normal circumstances, this is expected, as our cognitive abilities have improved compared to before. I truly envy you. You have the opportunity to learn so much more, unlike us, who are merely a year behind. The senior spoke these words with a slight smile, demonstrating a youthful ability to mask sorrow with a grin, which is commendable. It is evident that fortune has favored this senior. He was fortunate enough to graduate just as the nation achieved its great transformation. His thesis was completed smoothly through his own efforts, without any unexpected occurrences. Keep it up, young man. As he held the newly revised textbook authored by Edward, a tear trickled down the cheek of the student. Amidst the falling snow and the howling northern winds, he began to ponder why he seemed to be rather unfortunate. Having just advanced in his studies, he heard that his former school had undergone renovations, and even the cafeteria manager had been replaced. After finally reaching this new level, he was confronted with an entirely new curriculum, the difficulty of which had more than doubled. It seemed he had encountered no good fortune whatsoever. While misfortune had not eluded him, it was utterly disheartening. Meanwhile, news of a breakthrough reached Edward. I did it. I succeeded. Before him stood an unremarkable-looking plant, yet the fruit it bore exhibited a remarkable golden hue. In the absence of light, this fruit even emitted a glow, radiating warmth and comfort. This is the creation I envisioned, capable of directly absorbing the sun's energy and converting it. With a snap, he plucked the fruit and took a bite. The flavor has been refined. It is quite sweet and could easily replace an orange. The texture is acceptable, though it seems slightly warm upon consumption, yet this is a minor issue. In terms of energy, it contains approximately 6 times that of conventional food, and theoretically, there is still room for improvement. Edward beamed with satisfaction. As the evening progressed, the author prepared dinner, indulging in a buffet for the National Day festivities, pondering what everyone would like to eat that night. Chapter 90. The Door of Truth. After the Air Empire had completed its great transformation and realized Edward's dream of a perfect nation, nearly 300 years had elapsed. For the Air Empire, achieving accomplishments that transcended humanity did not mark an end to their development. Over the span of 3 centuries, new technological breakthroughs and discoveries of new energy sources emerged. Nuclear fusion was achieved, and interstellar navigation tests were conducted. A plethora of innovations arose, prompting even the elders who once challenged the world alongside Edward to feel that the pace of change was exceedingly rapid. Machines of war, once reliant on the mental prowess of alchemists for operation, known as titans, could now be piloted by individuals, even those with no prior training, thanks to new energy sources. AI and technological optimization. Titans were no longer the sole criterion for evaluating the status of a supreme alchemist. The alchemists who achieved controllable nuclear fusion researched new crops, and advanced space technology were equally bestowed with the title of Supreme Alchemist. Reproduction among their kind was no longer a challenge either. As long as both parties removed the fragments of their souls from their cells, they could unite to produce offspring. Life seemed to pass swiftly now. Even I, in the past, could not have imagined the transformation our nation has undergone today, could I? Father, you are right. Edward sat in a chair, observing the plans for launching space stations and extraterrestrial ecological transformations. Beside him stood his eldest son, Raoul, the offspring of him and Alice, who had served as the crown prince for over 2 centuries. One planet is no longer sufficient to accommodate us, yet this remains our home, our place of origin. During the exploration of extraterrestrial territories, remember to collect biological samples. Every form of life possesses its own uniqueness. Rest assured, Father, those who join the space exploration team are all passionate about life. Indeed, I know. Over the course of several centuries, they did not cease their internal ideological education. Edward did not wish for their future to be merely a world of war focused solely on destruction. With sufficient power, peace and goodwill could ensure that civilization would not descend into extremism. Within the empire, diverse ideologies converged. The Ayer Empire was a sufficiently open and free nation. Naturally, public displays of self-destruction, resulting in dismemberment, remained prohibited, as they could leave psychological scars on bystanders. The empire had already developed 3 new planets, one of which had seen the emergence of basic animal life, destined to become their immigrant world. Raoul, I believe the time has come. I am ready to undertake the final alchemical creation, my greatest work. He rose from his throne and gazed out at the world beyond. Towering structures and orderly floating vehicles created a scene that could only be described as a cyberpunk vision, albeit perhaps somewhat conservative. Do you see this? This is our future. Edward recalled that none of the alchemists from his era seemed to remain. The emperor had abdicated to become the retired sovereign in the 2nd year of the perfect nation, embarking on travels around the world. Alice, who had always accompanied him, became his wife. Alchemists such as Karen and Xania continued their studies in the realms of soul and energy. Aside from Karen, who met his demise while experimenting with nuclear fission, the other old friends seemed to have grown weary of life. Having accomplished their goals and realized their dreams, they closed their eyes in the face of emptiness. Before departing, they recorded their knowledge, disassembled their bodies, transformed their life force into concentrated polymers, and dissolved their souls. Due to the conflict between past worldviews and the standards of perfect life, they approached the end of thought, leading to a new era that embraced a different form of education, one designated for the so-called immortal beings. Well, this is no concern of mine. My sole objective today is to realize my ideal creation, the door of truth. Edward had long contemplated how to ensure that his perfect nation could endure as long as possible, even if stagnation or regression were to occur one day. As long as they were willing to restore their former glory, they would not find themselves in a position where technology relied on archaeological abstraction. The door of truth was the answer he envisioned. Our existence is not solely about life and soul. I have discovered another extraordinary element, the power of thought, the convergence of soul and spirit, a miracle born from a race, a union of will. I aspire to transform such an existence, to metamorphose myself, the emperor of the empire, a being recognized by all, into the vessel of the gate of truth. As long as the future generations desire it, they may delve into this ocean of spirit, exchanging their needs for wisdom from me. As long as extinction does not prevail, as long as even a single soul endures, the gate of truth shall forever remain open for them. Edward ascended to the highest point of the palace, with his eldest son Raoul merely following behind. Come, let us commence my final alchemy. 3 centuries of advancement allowed Edward to immerse his being into the soul ocean belonging to the Ayer Empire in the mere span of a breath. His figure manifested there. As the beloved emperor of the people, the ocean of souls would not resist his presence. He sensed that, should he desire it, he could even forge the ocean of souls into a singular entity, with himself as the core, achieving a literal unity of the citizenry. An evil deity would emerge from this, with the aim of devouring, assimilating, and conquering the universe, rendering all distinctions irrelevant. They would be neither mortal nor perishable. Even if their corporeal forms were slain, leaving not a single cell behind, they could be reborn in the ocean of souls. Upon realizing this potential, Edward felt as if a future was beckoning to him. Should he so choose, everything would be under his dominion. Yet, this was not his desire. He sought truth, but would not sacrifice his people as offerings. He had always regarded this realm as his most cherished existence. No one could obliterate this place, not even himself. With one final deep breath, he embarked on his true purpose. A peculiar white substance enveloped his body, his ethereal form seemingly transforming into that of a plaster statue. With arms outstretched, Edward felt an endless stream of soul messages coursing through him. Gathering, recording, inheriting, the miracles of the soul emerged, manifesting as a white door through which Edward, in his statue-like form, entered. I shall not become a mere memory. The door closed, and all within the Iyer Empire heard it. Their great emperor had departed from them, yet had attained true immortality. He would forever be with them, and the pursuit of truth would never cease. The tale of Edward concludes here. As the simulation draws to a close, you, Edward, were born into this world as the heir to the Iyer Empire, endowed with a unique talent that eludes the grasp of nearly all alchemists. By your own strength, you accomplished the exploration of the soul domain in alchemy, with the Philosopher's Stone being your most influential creation. You completed the plan for perfect life and became the world's first perfect being, simultaneously designing the grand transmutation array known as the land transmutation. Through your power, you created the war machines known as Titans, waging war upon the entire world, and thus crafted the perfect realm of your dreams. Even in the twilight of your life, you did not cease your quest for discovery, the gate of truth, as your final masterpiece shall never be forgotten. You are Edward, the heir emperor of the Iyer Empire, the original perfect being, a fervent warrior, ruler, destroyer of realms, creator of the land transmutation, a pioneer of civilization, sovereign of the gate of truth and the ultimate wisdom. Your hero quality is immortal. You are suited for the class of sorcerer and alchemical emperor, as well as the class of Titan ancestor. Thus concludes our simulation, leading us to the hero panel of this iteration. One embodies the supreme alchemist of the sorcerer class, the alchemical emperor, while the other is the ancestor of Titans in the rider class,